Chapter 1. The First Encounter at Wat Pho. There exists a certain type of man who, without lifting a finger, stands there, and you can instinctively sense the inherent danger and malevolence that surrounds him. The first time Dai Ling beheld the true visage of the heir of the Chen family was in November at the illustrious Wat Pho in Bangkok, amidst the ostentatious and extravagant Buddhist funeral orchestrated by the venerable patriarch of the Chen clan. At that moment, she found herself at the heart of the temple, her fingers delicately twirling a string of sandalwood prayer beads, her gaze fixed towards the far end of the entrance. Amidst a tapestry of oppressive darkness and muted blues, a tall, slender figure emanating an icy chill suddenly intruded upon her vision. Although his face was somewhat obscured in the shadows beneath a black umbrella, the aura of his elevated status, exuding both nobility and a wicked arrogance, unmistakably proclaimed his exceptional position. As the prayer beads came to an abrupt halt, Dai Ling bit her lip, contemplating her quarry in silence. On that Wednesday morning, the Chen family's funeral commenced at Wat Pho, one of Thailand's 3 national treasures. The temple walls were plastered with seals, announcing a temporary closure to the public for the day. Domestic and international tourists thronged at every entrance, only to be repelled 2 meters away by the police station at the gates. The Chen family, having recently ascended to the pinnacle of wealth among Chinese expatriates in Thailand, commanded such a grand spectacle without surprise. Inside the resplendent main hall, a multitude of floral tributes adorned the space, with a colossal portrait of the deceased prominently displayed at its center. Dai Ling concealed herself among the throng of lay devotees, her role for the day being to serve incense and oil lamps, standing alongside her fellow disciples before a lotus lamp, prayer beads in hand, reciting sutras for the departed. Before the grand hall, a square was lined with numerous underlings from the Sihai gang, all clad in uniform black attire, each bearing a single white chrysanthemum pinned to their left breast, their expressions solemn and grave. A glance revealed a sea of men, all exuding an air of formidable gangland presence. She estimated that there were well over several hundred individuals gathered in this space alone. At the forefront of the assembly stood a line of officers in gray-blue uniforms, fully armed, cautiously surveying their surroundings. As the clock approached 9, the sound of footsteps began to draw near from a distance. Dai Ling squinted towards the end of the corridor as indistinct figures approached, prompting the black-clad throng on either side to pivot, bowing in unison. She knew then that the renowned 9-faced Buddha had arrived. Under the gaze of the onlookers, 3 large black umbrellas were held aloft by 3 men in black, slowly escorting the procession. The black umbrellas were a symbol of the underworld's customs, signifying a protective shield against calamity, typically employed during funerals and confrontations to denote status and ward off malevolence. Leading the procession was a man clad in a modest black silk tang suit, embroidered with a golden tiger on his left breast, carrying an urn of ashes as he made his way towards the hall. Though his countenance revealed no emotion, the formidable aura he exuded sent shivers through those even 100 meters away. With every step he took, adorned in simple black cloth shoes, Dan Pa moved slowly and solemnly, the attention of the crowd upon him. Dai Ling had encountered many individuals, yet Dan Pa's expression betrayed a sinister cunning, his deep, dark eyes resembling a bottomless abyss that instilled dread. Dan Pa, originally named Chun Dan, hailed from Chaozhou in Guangdong and was among the first Chinese figures to carve out a name for himself in Thailand's underworld. This notorious crime lord, despite his unpretentious attire, radiated an unsettling aura that left those around him trembling. As he drew nearer, Dai Ling recognized the figure behind him, his wife, Wan In Ai La, and there, the target of her pursuit, their only son, the heir of the Sihai, Grupong Wei. The group entered the main hall, and the 3 underlings finally lowered the black umbrellas. They bowed before several masters and, under their guidance, placed the ashes of the elder Chun upon the altar that had been meticulously prepared in the center of the hall. Positioned closest to the incense burner, Dai Ling was tasked with handing them incense. With each glance cast their way, she could not conceal the hatred that simmered within her, her eyes glinting with a piercing coldness. The 9-faced Buddha, commanding both the underworld and the legitimate realm, stood unrivaled in Thailand, with the Qin family's omnipotent influence erecting an impenetrable fortress around them, rendering Dai Ling's aspirations of infiltrating them nearly impossible. Yet a pivotal figure had emerged in this stalemate. Dai Ling had previously been unaware of the nine-faced Buddha's progeny, but 2 years ago, this heir had emerged, igniting a flurry of rumors throughout Thailand, effectively confirming the matter. Sister Hua had also received credible information from her contacts in Thailand, affirming the truth of this development. Since that moment, a new scheme of vengeance had begun to brew within Dai Ling's heart. However, over the past 2 years, very few images or accounts of Ong Wei had surfaced. He had grown up abroad, shunning public appearances, leaving many unaware of the heir's appearance, only knowing that his methods surpassed even those of his parents. After Dan Pa and Ruan and I La offered their incense, Ong Wei approached the incense burner, palms pressed together in reverence, and it was then that Dai Ling finally beheld his visage. Chapter 2. For my sake, endured. The slap struck Yi Jiao Jiao with such force that she fell to the ground, clutching her abdomen in pain. Husband, my baby. Lu Ziyan, witnessing this scene, urgently shoved Jiang Tang aside. Why are you hitting her? I've already told you she is pregnant. His actions were vigorous, causing Jiang Tang to topple to the ground. That it was evident that he truly cared for that child. Lu Ziyan picked Yi Jiao Jiao up and glanced at Jiang Tang. That I'll come find you shortly. With that, he carried Yi Jiao Jiao into the hospital to seek a doctor. Jiang Tang sat alone on the floor, watching him carry Yi Jiao Jiao further away. Just moments ago, he had been explaining things to her, yet now his attention was solely on the child, completely forgetting her existence as his wife. Jiang Tang attempted to rise but realized that Lu Ziyan's shove had been quite forceful. After being beaten by Yi Jiao Jiao, she hadn't felt any pain upon arriving at the hospital, for she knew that Yi Jiao Jiao's actions would naturally bring about consequences. However, Lu Ziyan's attitude stirred a pang of bitterness within her heart. He had once proclaimed, "Wife, I will earn a fortune to make you the happiest woman in the world. I will love you forever." All beautiful beginnings inevitably lead to such outcomes. Do even the most passionate men eventually change? Jiang Tang retrieved her phone, just as her dear friend Su Su called. Tang Tang, has your husband arrived? Jiang Tang had just reached the hospital, and Su Su, having seen the video of her being struck by Yi Jiao Jiao on Douyin, called to express her concern. Jiang Tang replied, "I'm fine. My husband will be here soon." But now, Su Su's words shattered her defenses that Lu Ziyan had arrived. Yet, he came not for her, but for another woman. Su Su, Jiang Tang's voice became hoarse. I think my relationship with Lu Ziyan might be over. Her nose tinged with bitterness, her voice suppressed at Su Su. I'm on a business trip and can't return. I've already called my brother to come see you. Jiang Tang, before she could inquire which brother, she heard a name called out. Looking up, she found herself face to face with Su Su's brother, who had not returned much after enlisting. Hu Xiaodong. He was handsome, with well-defined features and an air of righteousness. Standing at over 180 centimeters tall, his upright posture gave an immediate sense of security. Yet at that moment, as he approached, Jiang Tang wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. For Hu Xiaodong had once been the person she feared and disliked the most. He was 6 years older than them, and during the years she spent at the Hu family, he had been exceedingly strict with her. Now, seeing him at her most vulnerable, Jiang Tang's heart trembled. Steeling herself, Jiang Tang spoke, "Brother Xiaodong, when did you return?" Hu Xiaodong assessed Jiang Tang. "Can't you stand? Is your leg injured?" "It's nothing. I'll call my colleagues over," she replied, holding her phone, ready to summon assistance. Without hesitation, Hu Xiaodong scooped her up into his arms. For a moment, Jiang Tang was taken aback, clutching the man tightly. Fearing she might fall, she remained stiff in his embrace. Terrified of being too heavy and crushing him, as he walked, Hu Xiaodong spoke, "Su Su asked me to come check on you." This implied that he was only attending to her out of consideration for Su Su. Indeed, he had never been particularly warm towards her. "Thank you." Upon reaching the hospital room, Hu Xiaodong gently placed her on the bed, scrutinizing her condition. "Are you all right? You should be fine. Just rest a bit." "What about your face?" Jiang Tang felt her cheeks flush. She couldn't bear to imagine how she looked, certainly a sight to behold. Anyone else would have sufficed, but it had to be him. Just as she was about to say something, Hu Xiaodong stepped out to summon a doctor. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Tang messaged Su Su, "Why did you send Brother Xiaodong over? He happened to be free and is at the hospital." Besides, you were just attacked, so it's perfect timing to have my brother here, ensuring no one bullies you. That I saw the video on Douyin. That woman was too arrogant. I want to see what kind of background she has. Tang Tang, you must not let her off easily. Of course. She certainly would not let Yi Jiao Jiao escape unscathed. Jiang Tang recorded the entire incident without retaliating. Yet, she had anticipated that the woman would turn out to be her husband's mistress. Not long after Hu Xiaodong left, the doctor arrived to examine Jiang Tang. Did I ask my foot all right? She inquired. The doctor replied, it's just a sprain. It doesn't seem serious. You should get an x-ray. Just then, Lu Ziyan burst into the room. Wife, he appeared anxious as he entered the hospital room. Jiang Tang coldly regarded the man who had just left with another woman. She had always viewed her husband as her safe haven. The most dependable man in the world. Yet now, seeing him, she was left only with endless disappointment. Aren't you off to attend to your little lover? What are you doing here? Lu Ziyan approached her, visibly distressed. Just now, Jiao Jiao was taken away by the police. The HSO aren't worried about me, but rather this. After disappearing for half a day, he returned to her only for Yi Jiao Jiao. Lu Ziyan froze momentarily. That of course I'm worried about you. But can we settle this privately? Let us not escalate things. We're all family. Jiao Jiao is pregnant now. Don't say another word. I will not accept a private settlement. Jiang Tang replied coldly, addressing Lu Ziyan. If you're here to discuss her, then please leave now. That I don't wish to see you. You would only offend my eyes. She has already apologized and acknowledged her wrongdoing. That's enough. Lu Ziyan, Jiang Tang, usually mild-mannered, could no longer contain her anger and raised her voice. Do you even understand the situation? I am your wife. Your mistress assaulted me, and you expect me to forgive her? The doctor stood nearby, and upon hearing Jiang Tang's words, Lu Ziyan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Once the doctor exited, he finally spoke that Yi Jiao Jiao was an accident. I was drunk, which is why she became pregnant with my child. You know, such situations are unavoidable during social gatherings. What is done is done. What do you want me to do? You can't seriously wish for my demise. Then go die. Seeing Jiang Tang's cold demeanor, Lu Ziyan realized she was genuinely upset. Softening his tone, he said, Wife, you know I love you. It's just that my parents are eager for a grandchild. If we don't have a child, they will surely show you displeasure. I'm considering our future. You will always be Mrs. Lu, my most beloved. Once the child is born, we will raise it together. It has nothing to do with Yi Jiao Jiao. For the sake of the child, can you endure this for now? Chapter 3, Let us remain as before. As Lu Ziyan uttered these words, there was not a trace of guilt in his demeanor. His gaze was sincere, as if he genuinely believed in his reasoning. Jiang Tang looked at him, recalling how Su Su had urged her more than once to divorce Lu Ziyan. Jiang Tang's parents had passed away early, and Su Su felt she should have a child of her own. There was no need to be tied to a man incapable of fathering children. Yet, she had persisted, believing that not having a child was not a concern. What mattered was that Lu Ziyan treated her well. But now, did he truly treat her well? Seeing her gaze fixed upon him, Lu Ziyan leaned closer, wrapping his arms around her. Tang Tang, be reasonable. Let us settle this privately. Don't make a scene. Once this is over, I promise to heed your every word, all right? Let us return to how things used to be. Let go. Jiang Tang's face remained impassive. Being held in his embrace only made her feel nauseous. The thought of him having shared a bed with Yi Jiao Jiao filled her with an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Perceiving her icy demeanor, Lu Ziyan grew agitated. Jiang Tang, what do you want? Do you have any idea of the pressure my parents put on me over your matters? If you could bear me a child, would I need to resort to this? After saying this, he summoned his secretary and handed Jiang Tang a settlement agreement. Sign this. Jiang Tang glanced at it and, in front of Lu Ziyan, tore it to shreds, throwing the pieces at his face. Get out. I don't want to see you. Seeing her like this, Lu Ziyan sighed that if you continue like this, I won't confide in you about anything in the future. You truly disappoint me. With that, he turned and left, his secretary following suit. This unfaithful man dared to claim she disappointed him. Did he still have any shame? After Lu Ziyan left, Hu Xiaodong returned. Jiang Tang sat alone on the hospital bed. Her head bowed, tears brimming in her eyes, unable to meet Hu Xiaodong's gaze. Every word and sentence uttered by Lu Ziyan had transformed her years of dedication into a mere farce. She had believed that as long as she was understanding, considerate and filial towards her in-laws, and always thought of him. Her marriage would remain untroubled. Yet little did she expect that simply because she had not forgiven the pregnant mistress, her husband would deem her insufficiently understanding. Was she truly the one lacking in understanding? Was Xiaodong's deep voice resonated in the ward. What did the doctor say? Jiang Tang replied, he said there is nothing serious, but for safety's sake, he wants me to get an x-ray. After speaking, she glanced at Xiaodong, feeling a bit guilty for constantly troubling him. You should go back first. I can have someone else keep me company. What? Am I not worthy of caring for the esteemed wife of the richest man? The title esteemed wife of the richest man made Jiang Tang feel somewhat awkward. Xiaodong, that's not what I meant. Xiaodong tossed a pair of slippers in front of her. Put these on. You're injured, and wearing slippers will be more comfortable. Thank you. It was surprising to see that despite his few words, he was quite thoughtful, likely influenced by Su Su's presence. Jiang Tang got off the bed, slipped into the slippers, and Xiaodong accompanied her for the x-ray before bringing her back. Lying on the hospital bed, Jiang Tang picked up her phone and glanced at Douyin. Yi Jiao's video of her had already made it to the trending list. The public reacted harshly to such a scandalous incident of violence. Yet her husband, Lu Zhenyi, insisted she forgive Yi Jiao. Jiang Tang, not one to hold back, directly posted her own video on Douyin. Outside, where Xiaodong was on the phone with Su Su. Bro, how is Tang Tang? Is she feeling any better? Where Xiaodong lifted his head, glancing at Jiang Tang, who was engrossed in her phone, and replied to Su Su, it seems she won't be getting any better. What exactly happened to her? Su Su inquired. If I hadn't been dragged into a meeting, I would have returned by now. You've had a tough time these past few days. Please help take care of Tang Tang. Xiaodong responded, you sure know how to command me. What can I do? With our parents away from Jiang City, I can only rely on you, brother. You're my real brother. Please help me comfort Tang Tang. I don't know how to comfort her. Just buy her some nice food and talk to her. And don't be so harsh with her. Don't treat her like one of your new recruits. Just as Jiang Tang messaged Wang Ma to come over, Xiaodong entered, holding some freshly purchased items for dinner. I can't eat. Jiang Tang said that you've already been upset over a man for an entire night. Xiaodong, with a dark expression, finally delivered the longest speech he had since their meeting. You chose your man. Who forced you to choose him, since you didn't open your eyes when picking a man? Everything today is your own doing. Indeed. Although his words were harsh, Jiang Tang found herself unable to refute them. However, looking at his fierce demeanor brought back memories of when he used to scold her at the Hua family. Quietly, Jiang Tang picked up the dinner he had bought for her. He had gotten her a few buns and a cup of milk tea, which tasted delightful. Seeing Xiaodong standing nearby, she offered him a bun. Would you like some? No need, Xiaodong replied. I've already eaten. Jiang Tang could only eat in silence. After finishing, noticing Xiaodong still staring at her, she said, I've already called the maid from home to come. If you're busy, you can leave. Xiaodong looked at her. Do you wish for me to leave you here alone? Although his presence was burdensome, Jiang Tang still foolishly remarked that perhaps she would feel lighter if you were not around. I can manage on my own, Jiang Tang insisted. Xiaodong chuckled lightly. What, did I bully you when you lived at the Hua family? Why do you act as if you've seen a plague whenever you see me? Jiang Tang recalled the times when he would reprimand her for wearing short skirts or coming home late, and she shuddered at the terrifying memories that, of course, at that moment, facing him, Jiang Tang dared not speak the truth and simply shook her head. No. Alone with Xiaodong in the hospital room, every minute felt like an eternity. Thankfully, Wang Ma arrived quickly, accompanied by Lu Zhenyi's mother, Jiang Tang's mother-in-law. Once they entered, Xiaodong stepped out. Wang Ma served Jiang Tang a bowl of chicken soup, which Lu's mother handed to Jiang Tang. Drink this. Thank you. Lu's mother looked at Jiang Tang, saying that Yi Jiao has indeed gone too far. Once the child is born, let Lu Zhenyi drive her away. Chapter 4. Making her delete the video. Jiang Tang studied Lu's mother. Last month, when her mother-in-law underwent surgery, Lu Zhenyi was abroad, and she had been the one accompanying her in the hospital daily. Jiang Tang believed that she had no faults in her role as a daughter-in-law. Hearing Lu's mother's words now, however, she found it somewhat amusing. So Ma, you were already aware of the situation with Yi Jiao and the child? Upon mentioning this, Lu's mother sighed. Given our family's current situation, we cannot simply abandon the child. Can we? Jiang Tang, we in the Lu family regard you as a daughter-in-law. You see, you cannot bear children, Yet Zenny has never spoken of divorce. You should consider the Lu family as well, right? Just let Yi Jiao Jiao off the hook for now, all right? If you do not forgive her, she will have to spend the night in there. Though Yi Jiao Jiao was pregnant and would not be detained for long, it was still worth the Lu family members coming one by one to plead for her release. Jiang Tang responded to Lu's mother. So, I deserve to be beaten by her. When she struck me, it was not under duress from me. Since she chose to act, she should be prepared for the consequences. But she has already apologized to you. Does her apology mean I have to forgive her? Seeing Jiang Tang's refusal to relent, Lu's mother's expression darkened. Jiang Tang, I've always thought you were quite understanding, but your current attitude is truly disappointing. Are you trying to harm the child of the Lu family? The child of the Lu family? Jiang Tang scoffed. Do you truly believe that the child in Yi Jiao Jiao's womb belongs to your Lu family? Of course, it's my precious grandson. Do you think everyone is like you, married for 3 years without a hint of movement in their belly? We usually refrain from speaking harshly to you for Zenny's sake. Jiang Tang gazed at the Lu family's obsession with the child, realizing that, in their eyes, a mistress's child was deemed more significant than her existence. Her years of interaction with the Lu family seemed to pale in comparison to an unborn child. Lu's mother looked at her. I warn you, quickly sign the settlement agreement and let Yi Jiao Jiao out. Otherwise what? Otherwise, I will have Zenny divorce you. Our Zenny is currently the richest man. You were fortunate to marry him. How can you still be so ungrateful? The Lu family can easily find another daughter-in-law. Jiang Tang's lips curled into a smirk. If I lent him 2 million as startup capital back then, what would he have today? Lu Zenny's first fortune was funded by Jiang Tang. He was born in the countryside, with no means to even afford a down payment for a house that it was she who provided him with her parents' savings. Just 2 million. I can return it to you. Lu's mother retorted, do you think our Lu family cares about that 2 million now? Don't overestimate yourself. Wang Ma, bring me a pen. Let her sign the settlement agreement right now. If she refuses, I will have Zenny divorce her tomorrow. Divorce, is it? Jiang Tang looked at Lu's mother's ruthless expression, recalling the long nights she had spent in the hospital with her, and suddenly felt it had all been in vain. She replied to Lu's mother, then let Lu Zenny come to discuss it with me himself. What did you say? Lu's mother looked at Jiang Tang in disbelief. Jiang Tang, you better think this through. If you divorce Zenny, who would want you, a woman who can't have children? Her son was now the richest man. She couldn't believe that Jiang Tang could be so resolute that I've thought it through. Jiang Tang declared. She had initially thought that Lu Zenny was just being momentarily foolish, but now the attitude of his family was equally unyielding. They used divorce as a threat, believing she would never dare to go through with it. Seeing Jiang Tang's serious demeanor, Lu's mother pointed at her. Fine. I will go tell Zenny right now. Just wait. With that, she stormed out of the room. Wang Ma remained behind, looking at Jiang Tang. Madam, why not just sign the settlement agreement? She was recruited by Jiang Tang and usually obeys his words. Upon hearing that Jiang Tang intends to divorce, she cannot help but feel compelled to advise him. After all, he is a billionaire. If Jiang Tang truly goes through with the divorce, it would certainly benefit those women outside. Jiang Tang glanced at Wang Ma, asking, do you also think I should forgive that woman? I simply believe that there is no need to escalate matters to the point of divorce. When Lu had nothing, you stood by him. Now that he has improved, it seems rather disadvantageous for you to leave him. Jiang Tang lowered her eyes. If she were to divorce Lu Zian, she would certainly take what belongs to her with her. One morning, as Jiang Tang had just awakened, she saw Lu Zian standing by her hospital bed. Jiang Tang sat up, preparing to put on her shoes, but Lu Zian brought her shoes over. Jiang Tang looked at the man before her and asked, what brings you here? Lu Zian replied, you need not take my mother's words to heart. Which words? She inquired. About the divorce. Lu Zian said, wife, I will not divorce you. In this lifetime, my only spouse will be you. His affectionate words were as gentle as ever. Jiang Tang speculated, has Yi Jiao Jiao been released? With Yi Jiao Jiao pregnant, it was unlikely that she would be truly detained. She would eventually be released. Which likely meant that Lu Zian could now remember he had a wife residing in the hospital. Lu Zian continued, wife, it is my fault. It is my wrongdoing. Please do not be angry with me. All right, he appeared genuinely earnest. Jiang Tang responded, then let Yi Jiao Jiao terminate the pregnancy. Hearing this, Lu Zian froze momentarily, then he looked at Jiang Tang and said, You know very well that this is not possible. Why must you force me? In a few months, when the child is born, everything will come to an end. Do you not wish for us to have a lovely child? I have no interest in raising your child. Jiang Tang retorted, To support the child of you and your mistress? Only you could utter such words. Lu Ziyan pursed his lips, knelt down, and helped Jiang Tang into her slippers that he said to her. I understand that you are finding it difficult to accept this reality, that I can give you some time to come to terms with it. Perhaps when you see the child, you will change your mind. So, no divorce? Jiang Tang replied. Did you not say that if I do not issue a letter of understanding, you would divorce me? Jiao Jiao has already been released, the Lu Ziyan stated. My mother's words do not reflect my intentions. In that case, you may leave. I do not wish to see you right now. The Lu Ziyan stood up, gazing at her, and said, Take care of yourself in the hospital. If you need anything, give me a call. As he spoke, he walked to the door, paused, turned back, and asked Jiang Tang, Could you please delete the video on Douyin? Chapter 5. Moving into her bedroom, although Yi Jiao Jiao had been released. The matter had escalated significantly online. Lu Ziyan had sent people to suppress it, but it was proving difficult to contain. Especially after Jiang Tang posted a video, many began to circulate her perspective of the events. Jiang Tang felt a surge of anger. This was unacceptable. She truly could not fathom how he could dare to say such things. Lu Ziyan explained, I am not concerned about Yi Jiao Jiao. I merely worry that if they continue to dig deeper, it might implicate the company as well. You would not want any trouble for the company, would you? Oh, when you were supporting your mistress. Did you ever consider these matters? Now that trouble has arisen, you suddenly care about these issues. Jiang Tang scoffed that I have not dared to be so brazen as your wife. What right does that woman have? In the past, she had loved Lu Ziyan, believing that his company was of utmost importance. However, now, with the company facing bankruptcy, she no longer held it in high regard. Lu Ziyan left, biting his lip. After spending 2 days in the hospital, Jiang Tang's leg injury had improved, and she returned to the Lu household. Hu Xiaodong drove her to the entrance. As Jiang Tang stepped out of the car, she turned to Hu Xiaodong and said, Thank you, Xiaodong. You have been here in the hospital these past 2 days. Jiang Tang felt somewhat embarrassed. Although she had told Su Su it was unnecessary, Su Su insisted on keeping her brother at the hospital. Hu Xiaodong looked at Jiang Tang and said, If you need anything, call me. After all, you have stayed with my family for a while. Do not let anyone bully you. All right, Wang Ma assisted Jiang Tang back home. Upon entering, they found Yi Jiao Jiao seated on the sofa, while Lu's mother brought her fruits, saying, Jiao Jiao, have some of this. It will lift your spirits. The Dio not pay attention to what they say online. With red-rimmed eyes, Yi Jiao Jiao replied, Those people are too harsh. I did not mean to. If the road had not been blocked, I would not have acted that way. Did I understand? Do not cry. The baby is what matters most. Jiang Tang watched this scene in disbelief. She knew that after learning of Yi Jiao Jiao's existence, they had not even attempted to conceal it, and now they had brought Yi Jiao Jiao back directly? Before Jiang Tang could speak, Lu's mother noticed her. She sneered, So you do know how to come back? Huh. This is my home. Why should I not return? Jiang Tang retorted. This house was purchased by her and Lu Ziyan together. And she held half of it. That Lu's mother maintained a stern expression and said, Over such a trivial matter, you decided to post the video online. Family scandals should not be aired publicly, Jiang Tang. Do you not feel that you have brought shame upon the Lu family? The one who should feel ashamed is your son. It is your Lu family who should feel embarrassed, Jiang Tang shot back. Looking at Lu's mother, unable to comprehend how she had the audacity to criticize her, that if you do not feel ashamed, why did you bring her back? What do I have to fear? Lu's mother pointed at Jiang Tang, saying, You cannot bear children, and the one in her belly carries the Lu family bloodline. Jiang Tang glanced at Yi Jiao Jiao, who was proudly resting her hand on her belly. Jiang Tang was about to assert that this child could not possibly belong to them. But seeing Lu's mother's trusting demeanor towards Yi Jiao Jiao, she found it laughable, wishing for them to be deceived even more thoroughly. She instructed Wang Ma to help her upstairs, seeing that Jiang Tang ignored her. Lu's mother assumed she was feeling guilty and followed her, saying, Why are you not speaking? Are you feeling guilty? You know you cannot bear children, right? In that case, I advise you to delete the video. Otherwise, once Jiao Jiao gives birth, I will have Zai Yin marry her. Then hurry up and have Lu Ziyan marry her. I would welcome it, but I just fear that Lu Ziyan does not have the courage. Lu's mother, witnessing her audacity, scolded Jiang Tang. Ziyin cares for you, which is why he is not divorcing you. But do not take this for granted. If Jiao Jiao suffers any mishap and loses the child, you will be the center of the Lu family. With a loud bang, Jiang Tang slammed the door, shutting her treacherous mother-in-law outside. Wang Ma stood beside her, observing Jiang Tang and saying, "Madam, the old lady has gone too far. When she was ill, you treated her so well. Now that the mistress is back, she turns her back on you. Do not worry about her. Sooner or later, she will be proven wrong. She will also come to realize that the child in Yi Jiao Jiao's belly is not Lu Ziyan's." Just as Jiang Tang was preparing to take a break, she noticed her own large bed in disarray, that women's clothing, lingerie, and shorts lay strewn across it. Before her return, Yi Jiao Jiao had been sleeping here. But this was her and Lu Ziyan's marital home. How could a mistress have the audacity to reside in her and Lu Ziyan's bedroom? At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. And Yi Jiao Jiao's voice called out, "Why is the door closed?" Jiang Tang had no desire to confront Yi Jiao Jiao. However, this room was her and Lu Ziyan's marital space, and everything within it was personally chosen by her. Now, seeing it in such disarray, due to Yi Jiao Jiao, she could no longer suppress her frustration. She instructed Wang Ma to open the door, allowing Yi Jiao Jiao to enter. Yi Jiao Jiao walked in, seemingly feeling that something was amiss, and said to Jiang Tang, "Sister, this room is mine now. I will be sleeping here. You can stay in the next room. Oh, and please help me tidy the bed." She ordered Wang Ma, attempting to lie down on the bed. Jiang Tang seized her arm. Yi Jiao Jiao turned to look at Jiang Tang and asked, "Sister, what are you doing? Who allowed you to stay in this room? Is this your room?" Jiang Tang demanded. Yi Jiao Jiao pouted her lips and feigned innocence. "My mother-in-law asked me to stay here. My husband agreed to," seeing that she did not consider herself an outsider at all. Jiang Tang scoffed. "Mother-in-law? Husband? Are they yours? Call them here. To be a mistress to such an extent is truly shameless. You are so fierce. I am pregnant now. You let people online attack me every day. And now you are being aggressive with me. My stomach hurts again." At that moment, Lu's mother appeared at the door. After discovering that the door was locked, she went to find the key, but was unsuccessful and returned. "Do not bully Jiao Jiao." She approached, shielding Yi Jiao Jiao behind her. "I have already said that Jiao Jiao is pregnant. If anything happens to her, the Lu family will never accept you as a daughter-in-law, since you do not want her. Then let Lu Ziyan divorce her. Until I divorce him, this home will not allow this wretched woman to take a position." "Who do you call a wretched woman?" Mu is fiercely protective. Upon witnessing Jiang Tang berating Yi Jiao Jiao, she felt more incensed than if she herself had been insulted. Jiang Tang remarked, "She has even moved into my bedroom. What else could she be if not a shameless woman? I allowed her to stay. What of it?" Mu proudly retorted, "This house was purchased with my son's earnings. Jiao Jiao is pregnant. I merely permitted her to stay for a couple of days. And you react as if it's the end of the world. Do you truly believe yourself to be some sort of princess? This is my room, and all these possessions are mine, without my son's income. Could you even afford any of this?" After dismissing her words with disdain, Mu turned to Yi Jiao Jiao, saying, "You shall remain here. I shall see who dares to evict you today." Chapter 6. Insulting her for being without parents. Having said this, she assisted Yi Jiao Jiao in getting onto the bed. Yi Jiao Jiao, with her thick skin, assumed a delicate demeanor and prepared to lie down. Wang Ma, witnessing this scene, addressed Mu. "Madam, this is still the mistress's room, that if Miss Yi sleeps here, where will the mistress rest? Are there no spare rooms next door? Surely there are places to sleep in this house." Mu turned to Jiang Tang. "If you are dissatisfied, why not have a child yourself? I assure you, I will take care of you splendidly." Wang Ma glanced at Jiang Tang, feeling her frustration but feeling powerless to intervene. "I will tidy up the guest room." "No need," Jiang Tang replied. "Call the security." Wang Ma went to summon assistance. Soon, 7 or 8 security personnel arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Tang, they politely greeted her, "Madam." Over the years, Jiang Tang had managed the family affairs, and all these individuals had been hired by her. Thus they were inclined to heed her commands. That Mu continued conversing with Yi Jiao Jiao, inquiring, "Jiang Tang, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to resort to violence?" Jiang Tang ignored her loud outburst and commanded everyone, dismantle the bed, and discard all items in this room. What did you say? Yi Jiao Jiao was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. Discard everything. These items are so expensive. She was not foolish and recognized that everything in this room was of considerable value. Even the sofa, which was worth millions. One must admit, Jiang Tang possessed a keen eye for quality. Her choices were impeccable, her taste refined. Thus, Yi Jiao Jiao was reluctant to leave her room after moving in. Yet now, Jiang Tang intended to discard it all. I dare you, upon hearing Jiang Tang's intentions. El Mu sprang to her feet, attempting to intervene. Jiang Tang paid her no heed and instructed Wang Ma to escort the old lady back to her room to rest, while Miss Yi should be thrown into the swimming pool to awaken from her stupor. El Mu attempted to voice her objections, but Wang Ma and the others had already restrained her and led her away to Yi Jiao Jiao, still in shock, was dragged out the door. Jiang Tang stood by the window, observing as Yi Jiao Jiao was unceremoniously tossed into the pool. The room was emptied of its contents. Even the tiles were smashed, and she felt a sense of relief. When Lu Ziyuan returned, Jiang Tang was seated in the side hall, sipping tea. Yi Jiao Jiao occupied the living room, having been fished out of the water. Although she had changed clothes, she was still quite shaken that El Mu was comforting her. At this moment, neither dared approach Jiang Tang to weep that El Yu entered. Noticing Jiang Tang calmly enjoying her tea, and coldly inquired, I heard you threw Yi Jiao Jiao into the pool. Jiang Tang ignored him. As if he were invisible, that he seized her wrist, stating, I am speaking to you. El Mu had already called to report his wife's actions prior to his arrival. Let go. Jiang Tang lifted her gaze to meet his. So now you question me over a mistress? Her words rendered Lu Ziyuan momentarily speechless. After a moment to compose himself, he stated, You have gone too far, and you dismantled our bedroom as well? What purpose does it serve to keep what can no longer be retained? Jiang Tang remained seated, gazing at Lu Ziyuan. Her words referred not only to their bedroom, but to him as well. Previously, when she provided him with funds to start his business, Su Su had warned her that if a man had ambition, he would not squander a woman's money. Sugar, do not be foolish. She had firmly believed that Lu Ziyuan would treat her well. As long as she supported him through the most challenging phase, he would eventually shine like the sun. Indeed, he had not disappointed her. He had achieved great success and was now radiant. But now, he was no longer the man who saw only her. Lu Ziyuan insisted. Enough. Go sleep in the guest room, though we will repurchase the items for the bedroom. You've caused enough commotion for today. Delete the videos from Douyin, and I will send Yi Jiao Jiao away. She has been unwell these past few days, and since you were not here, Mother brought her back to care for her. Jiang Tang could not bear his nonsense and had no intention of engaging him. He reached out to grasp her hand. Wife, are you truly planning to persist in this manner? For the sake of one woman, it's not worth it. Once the child is born, everything will improve. Do not be angry. I am exhausted today. Please give me a massage. My head is pounding. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tang freed her hand and slapped him across the face. Lu Ziyuan stared at her, his lips twitching. In the past, a few sweet words would have sufficed to placate her anger, for she understood how taxing managing the company was for him. But now, she was utterly impervious that he remained calm. Holding Jiang Tang's hand, coaxing, if you wish to strike, do so, go on, hit me again, as long as it helps you vent. You are truly shameless. Jiang Tang rose, preparing to leave. Sitting with him had made the atmosphere feel suffocating. Just then, El Mu entered, and upon seeing Lu Ziyuan, quickly complained, Son, you must control your wife. She is causing a ruckus. You should divorce her. Jiang Tang was disinterested in her incessant prattling. They could say whatever they wished. In the past, she had thought of them as family, never showing them disdain. Yet the shift in El Mu's demeanor over the past few days had made it clear that she and her mother-in-law would never be a true family. Even if she treated her with utmost sincerity, in crucial moments, El Mu would transform into a venomous serpent. Seeing Jiang Tang attempt to leave, El Mu was unwilling to let her off so easily. Today, she had been dragged back to her room and had witnessed Yi Jiao Jiao, carrying her grandchild, tossed into the pool. Jiang Tang was merely Lu's daughter-in-law in her eyes, someone she completely dismissed. Allowing her to tarnish El Mu's reputation, she could not endure this humiliation. She grasped Jiang Tang's hand. Where do you think you are going? What, are you feeling guilty now that my son has returned? Jiang Tang, if you dare act, do not falter. Today, I will ensure Ziyuan divorces you. Let us see if you can remain so arrogant after leaving the Lu family." Seeing her emboldened by her son's support, Jiang Tang scoffed. "So, with your son backing you, you feel impressive? I am your daughter-in-law." Elmu looked to Lu Ziyuan for assistance. "Son, look at her. Look at how your wife dares to speak to me like this in your presence. When you are not home, she does not hold back at all. You should heed my advice and divorce her. I doubt anyone would want a woman who cannot bear children after the divorce." She continued to grip Jiang Tang's hand, refusing to release it. Today, she was determined to win this confrontation. Jiang Tang had resolved to stand her ground. Upon her return, she had intended to rest, but had remained to confront this old hag and Yi Jiao Jiao. Thus had stayed until now, at this moment. She felt invigorated. "Even with Lu Ziyuan here, should you dare to encourage that shameless Yi Jiao Jiao to touch my belongings, I will not hold back. If you continue to keep Yi Jiao Jiao in this house, watch how I dismantle the Lu family. You are utterly arrogant. An ungrateful wretch without parents." Chapter 7. He resorted to violence. Jiang Tang's father was a martyr, and her mother passed away early due to illness. She had lost her parents at a young age. The Lu family was well aware of her orphan status. Back then, Elmu had spoken sweetly. "You have no parents. We shall be your parents. You are our own daughter." Lu Ziyuan had also said she could regard his parents as her own. Yet now, she found herself being attacked with her own parents' circumstances. Did they truly believe that such a sting would not hurt her? Jiang Tang chuckled coldly. Had it not been for her respect for Elmu's elder status, she would have relished the opportunity to slap her mother-in-law twice. "Your son has certainly been raised well. Yet he still engages in such shameless behavior outside. How dare you accuse my son of being shameless?" Elmu had always cherished Lu Ziyuan, seeing him as the most exceptional person in the world. Not only was he now the richest man, even when the family was not yet prosperous, he still seemed worthy of a princess in her eyes. Upon hearing Jiang Tang insult her son, Elmu was enraged and attempted to strike Jiang Tang, declaring, "You were not taught by parents. Today, I shall discipline you in their stead." Jiang Tang was already infuriated. Upon witnessing her initiate the confrontation, she did not hold back. Seizing the hand extended by Lu Mu, she retaliated with 2 resounding slaps across Lu Mu's face, the sound echoing sharply. The force of these strikes left Lu Mu momentarily dazed. During her stay at the Hua residence, she and Huasusu were subjected to military training every morning by Hua Xiaodong, who expressed concern that the 2 girls might be bullied outside. Insisting that the Hua family did not harbor any weaklings. Back then, she often whispered to Susu about how Hua Xiaodong was a devil. Little did she expect that such lessons would become relevant now. Lu Zinan was engrossed in sending WeChat messages when he heard the commotion and looked up just in time to witness Jiang Tang assaulting Lu Mu. After being struck, Lu Mu covered her face and gazed at Jiang Tang in disbelief. Unable to reconcile that the woman who had just hit her was the same Jiang Tang who usually treated her with utmost gentleness. She had always assumed Jiang Tang to be the type who would never retaliate against verbal abuse or physical aggression. "How dare you hit my mother?" Lu Zinan rose to his feet. His words jolted Lu Mu back to reality. She was no longer alone, but had her son to back her up. She turned to Lu Zinan, tearfully pleading, "Son, you must divorce this woman. She cannot even bear children, and now she assaults me. You could marry anyone. Why not a princess or a presidential heiress? Our family is wealthy now. Many on Douyin call me mother-in-law and wish to be her daughter-in-law." Lu Zinan retorted, "You are becoming increasingly outrageous. My mother is an elder, and you dare strike her? I would remain silent if you hit me. But this is unacceptable." Jiang Tang, her expression icy, confronted the man who had only moments ago been absorbed in his phone, now feigning outrage at his mother's predicament, that if you did not wish for her to be struck, you should have restrained her when she barged in to argue with me. Seeing Jiang Tang's defiance, Lu Zinan raised his hand and delivered a slap across her face, exclaiming, "I have been too lenient with you. Look at you flailing about. Where is the demeanor of Mrs. Lu?" The slap caught Jiang Tang off guard, momentarily causing her to forget the pain. However, a wave of anger and disappointment surged within her. When she was being bullied, he sat idly by, watching the spectacle. She could no longer tolerate it and retaliated, yet he derided her for being aggressive, claiming she no longer resembled Mrs. Lu. But had she not been driven to this state by their family? With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she gazed at Lu Zinan, the man who had just been soothing her, that if you hadn't brought Yi Jiao Jiao back and subjected me to this torment, would I have had to resort to violence against your mother? Seeing her distress, Lu Zinan felt a pang of guilt. His tone softened slightly. I just lost my temper. My mother raised me with difficulty. You two usually get along well. That it is unnecessary to let Yi Jiao Jiao come between us, that I will have her sent away immediately. As he spoke, Jiang Tang interrupted, Do you truly believe that merely sending her away will resolve everything? I have made myself clear. Once she gives birth, I will offer you two choices. Terminate the pregnancy or divorce me. Although she did not wish to end her marriage with Lu Zinan, considering their shared assets, she was willing to endure for the time being. After all, who would want to forfeit financial stability? However, she had come to realize that no matter how wealthy he was, she could not continue living in such a manner. Lu Zinan inquired, Do you understand what divorce entails? He had previously declined his mother's suggestion to divorce Jiang Tang, knowing it would be unjust to her. But now, she was the one proposing it. Jiang Tang, do not mistake my reluctance to divorce you for weakness. Do not use those words to provoke me. That Lu Mu, who had been silent, now chimed in. A divorced woman has little market value, especially one who cannot bear children. Do you really believe you will find another man as good as Zinan after a divorce? You take your blessings for granted. What sort of good man is he? Jiang Tang shot back, glaring at the man who had struck her. If domestic violence qualifies as a good man, then one could pluck any pig off the street and find it superior. Lu Mu turned to Lu Zinan, declaring, Son, I do not consent to abort the child. The baby in Jiao Jiao's womb is a treasure for our family. If that child cannot be born, you will have to watch me and your mother perish. Our family does not rely on anyone else. You do not want to toil your entire life and leave no legacy, do you? Hearing Lu Mu still consider the child as the Lu family's treasure, Jiang Tang could not help but scoff. Who knows where that child in Yi Jiao Jiao's womb came from? Are you sure it is truly Lu Zinan's child? You cannot bear children, yet you slander others. Lu Mu retorted, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang, you are merely envious. I did not wish to expel you before, but seeing you now, I doubt you could raise any good children. You do not deserve to be that child's mother. Lu Zinan looked at Jiang Tang and asked, Do you truly want a divorce? Absolutely, that if you are certain, then let us proceed with it. However, I will only offer you 200 million at most. Do not expect any shares in the company. It belongs to me, and I hold absolute authority over it. Of course. The emphasis was on the fact that he awaited her regret, hoping she would come to plead for reconciliation. Over the years, he had treated her increasingly well, entrusting her with household affairs and providing her with ample funds, leading her to become someone who could not tolerate even the slightest grievance. Now, after daring to strike his mother, she would not understand her folly until she faced the consequences. Once the child was born, she would realize her mistakes, and he would welcome her back. Jiang Tang looked at Lu Zinan and declared, Since we are divorcing, I demand 10 billion. Chapter 8. Signing the divorce agreement. Upon hearing the figure of 10 billion, Lu Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. You have grand aspirations, Lu Zinan replied. At most 500 million. Do not even think about 10 billion. Where would the company find such cash? Jiang Tang responded, If you refuse, we can drag this out indefinitely. I will not delete the videos online, and I will ensure everyone knows that woman is your mistress. I am curious to see if you will regret this. Upon realizing she was threatening him, Lu Zinan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. I will give you 1 billion if you delete the videos and promise not to speak of this matter again. If you agree, we can sign the agreement now. Seeing Jiang Tang demand such an exorbitant sum revealed her lack of genuine desire for divorce, that Lu Zinan himself did not wish to part ways either. Thus, he casually mentioned a figure. Little did he anticipate that Jiang Tang would readily agree fine. Her acceptance came swifter than he had imagined, leaving him astonished that wasn't she the one who had demanded 10 billion? Let us sign the agreement. Jiang Tang insisted, eager to move forward. She knew that this man would never truly part with 10 billion, that the company belonged to him, even if it was marital property. She had no say in its matters. She had never been interested in business dealings. 10 billion was already the best outcome she could envision. That Lu Mu, still in distress, watched as Lu Zinan and Jiang Tang finalized the agreement. Jiang Tang signed quickly, without the slightest hesitation. To Lu Zinan, observing her, asked, Are you sure you will not regret this? I am still offering you a chance. Once this agreement is signed, the Liu family will have no further ties to you. Do you truly not want the position of Mrs. Liu? Jiang Tang paused, looking up at Liu Zinan. That in the early days of their relationship, he had never spoken to her in such a condescending manner. As if she were the one begging him. That it made sense. In his eyes, she could not bear children, and he was wealthy, yet he still had to support her. Surely he felt wronged. Very well, from now on, we shall no longer waste each other's time. Jiang Tang passed him the pen, urging him, sign it. Seeing her unwavering resolve, he took the pen and signed without hesitation, if she was willing to let go. Why should he hold back? After leaving Jiang Tang, he could find someone better suited than her. Yet for her, it was not as certain. Although he loved her, he would not tolerate her unreasonable behavior. After Jiang Tang reviewed the signed divorce agreement, she turned to Liu Zinan and said, "It's done. Remember to delete the videos." Noting her fixation on the videos, Jiang Tang understood that if it were not for the current public scrutiny he faced, he would not have so readily conceded 10 billion. Once I receive the funds, I will delete the videos. Rising to her feet, she stepped out the door. Wang Ma had already gathered her belongings. Earlier today, when arrangements were made for the move, her luggage had been packed. Initially planning to move out temporarily, now that the marriage was dissolved, she felt a sense of relief. Her car had been damaged and was currently in for repairs, yet to be retrieved. Thus, she summoned a taxi. Wang Ma had already assisted her in placing the luggage into the trunk, reluctantly bidding farewell to Jiang Tang, saying, "Madam, Jiang Tang has treated you rather well." Seeing Jiang Tang depart, it was natural for her to feel a pang of sorrow. Jiang Tang gazed at the house before her, the characters Lu Fu prominently displayed at the entrance. This had once been her home with Liu Zian. But now, it would no longer belong to her. Aware of Jiang Tang's departure, Lu Mu and Yi Jiao Jiao emerged from the house. That white Yi Jiao Jiao scrutinized Jiang Tang, a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. Were it not for Lu Mu's presence, she might have burst out laughing. "Sister, you truly agreed to the divorce? In that case, the position of MRSW will rightfully be mine." She had previously harbored concerns that Liu Zian would be reluctant to part ways with his wife. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang Tang had been so impatient. Just a few days had passed, and she had proactively signed the divorce agreement. That Liu Mu stood nearby, assessing Jiang Tang. "If you hadn't treated Jiao Jiao that way this afternoon, this wouldn't have happened. Jiang Tang, the divorce is your own choice, so you cannot blame our family. If you wish to regret it now, it is too late." Were it not for Jiang Tang's egregious actions, she would not have had the heart to force her son to expel her. After all, Jiang Tang had always been quite diligent at home. With her around, there was little to worry about. Jiang Tang regarded Lu Mu's haughty demeanor. In just a few days, for Yi Jiao Jiao's sake, this mother-in-law had completely changed her attitude. She mused that she should not have been so kind to her over the years. "Rest assured, I will not regret. Just don't you regret it," Jiang Tang declared. "Miss Jiang," Yi Jiao Jiao interjected, her tone dripping with condescension. "Do you think MRSW is a fool? The one who should be regretting is clearly you. Once you step outside, you will realize how difficult it is to marry into a prestigious family like the Liu family. You will never find someone as good again." "Is that so?" Jiang Tang replied. "The Liu family may be your ceiling, but I am wealthy and employed. Even without Liu Zian, I can thrive." "Thrive?" Lu Mu scoffed. "You dare to demand 10 billion from Zhe Yan right off the bat. Have you no shame? Even if you were to work, do you think you could earn 10 billion in such a short time? 10 billion is already generous for Liu Zian. If you are dissatisfied, I could demand more. Alternatively, I could simply delay the divorce and let your son suffer before deciding. At this, Jiang Tang cast a cold glance at Yi Jiao Jiao's belly. Why Yi Jiao Jiao assessed Jiang Tang. "You are quite venomous," Lu Mu retorted. "If anything were to happen to my grandson, I would be the first to ensure you pay." Wang Ma. Hearing Lu Mu's words, Wang Ma responded, "Old madam, why are you still standing beside her? Hurry up and come here. Do you want to be cast out of the Liu family like her? Once she leaves, everyone will know she is the woman discarded by my son. I doubt anyone in the entire Jiang city would want her." Wang Ma glanced at Jiang Tang before meekly approaching Lu Mu. Just as Lu Mu finished speaking, a car pulled up nearby. Tang Bao. The person stepping out of the black Land Rover belonging to Hua Xiaodong was none other than Jiang Tang's close friend. Hua Susu. She walked straight to Jiang Tang, scrutinizing her. What happened? You were thrown out. What brings you here? Jiang Tang asked, slightly bewildered, believing Susu was still on a business trip that I just got off the plane. My brother came to pick me up. For Xiaodong remained in the car, not yet alighting. Jiang Tang glanced over, catching a glimpse of his rugged profile. Despite the barrier of the car window, the thought of him made her feel a flutter of anxiety. Susu continued, I heard my brother brought you back, and I was concerned, so I came to check on you. Noticing Jiang Tang carrying her things and standing beside Lu Mu with that woman, Yi Jiao, who had struck Jiang Tang, Susu inquired, Isn't it the woman who hit you? What is she doing here? This was the Lu family, after all. Moreover, Yi Jiao appeared to be quite close with Lu Mu, as if they were the true family, while Jiang Tang looked like the one who had been expelled. Susu, known for her fiery temper, had not been informed about Yi Jiao's actions, as Jiang Tang had refrained from sharing the details to avoid affecting her friend's work. Now, faced with Susu's question, Jiang Tang finally revealed. Her name is Yi Jiao. She is Lu Xian's mistress and is now pregnant with his child. What? Chapter 9. Lu Xian's infidelity. This revelation carried substantial weight. Susu was already aware of Lu Xian's infertility. She had accompanied Jiang Tang to receive the results over a year ago and had been urging her to divorce him ever since. Now, this woman was pregnant with Lu Xian's child. Could that child even belong to Lu Xian? She could almost visualize green envy radiating from Lu Xian's head. However, she had not come today to discuss Lu Xian, but rather to see her beloved Tang Bao. Susu assessed Jiang Tang, asking, Did they really throw you out? Especially now, as Jiang Tang had even received a slap. Her pale skin made the mark quite conspicuous, the traces of the slap from a few days prior, inflicted by Yi Jiao, still lingered faintly. Imagining Jiang Tang's ordeal and potential injuries during her time away, coupled with some information she had pried from her brother on the way here, she was somewhat prepared. Yet seeing Jiang Tang's current state ignited her fury. What kind of person was Lu Xian? Ever since he and Jiang Tang got together, Susu had never held him in high regard. Believing her best friend had married beneath her, Lu Xian was simply unworthy of her. However, because Jiang Tang had married him, she had maintained a basic level of courtesy towards him, feeling that out of respect for her friend, she should not humiliate him. But now, the way he bullied her was utterly intolerable. I have divorced him, Jiang Tang declared. He actually divorced you for that kind of woman? Susu pointed at Yi Jiao. Unable to believe how desperate Jiang Tang must have felt in her absence, having been bullied, facing a peculiar character like Yi Jiao, she turned around and divorced her husband, allowing this woman to revel in her misfortune. Hearing Jiang Tang's words, Yi Jiao's expression soured. What sort of woman do you think I am? Yi Jiao's words only served to provoke Susu's temper further. She approached Yi Jiao, assessing her with disdain. You, the one who crashed our Tang Bao's car, and even assaulted her. Can't you see the hole in your head? We're your parents' cousins. Don't think that just because you are brainless, you can act recklessly, lest the child you bear be a burden that only consumes resources without giving anything in return. Susu's words made Yi Jiao's face flush with anger. She pointed at Susu. You have gone too far. How dare you insult me? Insult you? Susu chuckled, raising her hand and gripping Yi Jiao's hair. Not only do I insult you, but I will also hit you. You shameless wretch. Do you really think no one is backing our Tang Bao? While scolding, she delivered several sharp slaps to Yi Jiao's face. Before long, Yi Jiao's face had swollen to an even worse state than Jiang Tang's after she had been struck. Lu Mu, witnessing this scene, was beside herself with worry. You actually dare to hit someone. Call for help. While it did not matter if Yi Jiao was struck, she could not allow her grandson to be harmed. And you, Susu raised her head, directing her gaze at the old woman, and without bias, she slapped her twice as well. Last month, when you were ill, our Tang Bao cared for you daily, asking after you, and didn't T sleep well at night. And this is how you repay her, with such an ungrateful wretch? You, Lu Mu covered her face, feeling a twinge of guilt from the scolding, and no matter how Jiang Tang viewed her, she was indifferent. However, she did care about how others perceived her. Her tone shifted to one of defensiveness. It was Jiang Tang who wanted the divorce. I didn't force her to leave, Susu scoffed. Your son brought a mistress home, and you treat her like a treasure? Lu Mu summoned her courage to retort. who told Jiang Tang she couldn't bear children. In her view, Jiang Tang's inability to conceive was entirely her fault. Her son was so wealthy, yet Jiang Tang couldn't even give him a child. How could that be blamed on her? If blame were to be assigned, it should be to Jiang Tang herself for not being able to give birth. And yet she dared to strike her mother-in-law. She can't conceive? Ha ha, that is truly laughable. Susu exclaimed, the Liu family is utterly shameless. When they married, neither had money. During the wedding banquet, it was our Tang Bao who covered the expenses. And now, you dote on this mistress who bullies her. You truly do not deserve her. Now that she is divorced, it is for the best. Liu Zian is unworthy of our Tang Bao, after so long trying to persuade Jiang Tang to leave him. Now that the Liu family had shown their true colors, Jiang Tang was finally free from someone like Liu Zian. Lu Mu retorted, it's her desire for my son's future wealth that keeps her with him. Otherwise, why would she be with my son? You see her speaking nonsense, and Su Su is about to take action again. Lu Mu, frightened, quickly called for help. Where is everyone? Where have all the people gone? The security quickly arrived. Jiang Tang, fearing trouble, called out to her friend. Su released Lu Mu and said, if you utter one more word of nonsense, I'll make sure your Liu family makes headlines tomorrow. I truly wish to see how people will react when they find out this woman is your son's mistress. Lu Mu covered her face and instructed the nearby security, you've gone too far. Someone sees her. The guards exchanged glances. Upon recognizing Jiang Tang and her friend, they hesitated to act. As they were all recruited by Jiang Tang, Lu Mu was furious. Clutching her chest, Yi Jiao Jiao quickly supported her. Mom! After delivering her reprimand to the old woman and Yi Jiao Jiao, Su Su felt a slight sense of relief and turned to Jiang Tang, saying, Tang Bao, let us head back. Jiang Tang's luggage was moved to Hua Xiaodong's car, and she followed with Su Su into the vehicle. At that moment, Liu Zhanyin was in his study, standing by the window. The secretary entered and said, Mr. Liu, your wife has left. It was her friend, Miss Hua, who came to pick her up. The glass reflected Liu Zhanyin's face, and he mused, Hua Su Su. That is acceptable. She has a good relationship with Hua Su Su, and having her friend accompany her puts my mind at ease. The secretary continued, Miss Yi Jiao Jiao was struck by Miss Hua, and also, the old lady received 2 slaps at Liu Zhanyin. Jiang Tang sat in the car as Hua Xiaodong drove. Hua Su Su, sitting beside her, fumed, don't they think they're so great now? After all the kindness you showed them, have they truly forgotten the past? Jiang Tang replied, don't be upset. Seeing Su Su angrier than herself touched Jiang Tang's heart. She thought life is indeed fair. Although she married a scoundrel like Liu Zhanyin, she has a friend like Su Su said, if Liu Zhanyin were here today, I wouldn't let him off so easily. When you two got married, he spoke so well of you. Now look at this mess. As she was scolding Liu Zhanyin, her phone rang. Su pulled out her phone, glanced at it, and said to Jiang Tang, that bastard is calling. Chapter 10 He doesn't like her. Yes, she spoke. She answered the call, and before Liu Zhanyin could say anything, she unleashed her fury. Liu Zhanyin, how dare you call me? Do you believe I could end you? Liu Zhanyin disregarded her wrath and simply said, take good care of Jiang Tang while she is with you, that I'm worried about her living alone outside. What a pretentious fool you are. Su Su retorted, you think you can dictate our Tang's affairs. If you truly cared for her, you wouldn't have brought that mistress into your home. You better hope I don't run into you again. After saying this, Su Su hung up the phone. Jiang Tang, sitting beside her, asked Liu Zhanyin. Yes, Su Su replied, he is utterly ridiculous, acting as if he is concerned about you living outside. Jiang Tang found it amusing that he always pretended to be deeply caring, as if he truly worried about her. Yet, the matter with Yi Jiao Jiao, his mother's issues, and the slap he had given her still lingered in her heart. Even now, that feeling of disappointment was overwhelming. While others might offer a sweet treat after a slap, he would stab you twice and casually say sorry that it was late at night, and the streets were nearly deserted. Hua Xiaodong, seizing a moment of silence, asked, were to unlike the indignant Hua Su Su and the sorrowful Jiang Tang. Hua Xiaodong appeared entirely detached, his calm demeanor suggesting he could not comprehend their anger. Jiang Tang glanced at Hua Xiaodong and said, take me to the Marriott Hotel. What hotel? Su Su shot a glare at her oblivious brother. Of course, you're coming to stay at my house. I can't let you stay in a hotel alone. It's unsafe, and the outside world is not clean. You should just stay at my place. Jiang Tang, feeling guilty, glanced at Hua Xiaodong. Although he had helped with everything during her hospital stay, seeing him now made her feel uneasy. If it were a normal day, without Hua Xiaodong around, it wouldn't matter. But now he was home. Jiang Tang was reluctant to go. What are you afraid of? My brother wants to eat you. Hua Su noticed Jiang Tang's apprehension towards Hua Xiaodong and reassured her. You're just being overly cautious. My brother would love for Tang Bao to stay. If her brother dared to refuse, Hua Xiaodong, dragged out at this late hour to be a driver, glanced at the two sisters through the rearview mirror. Jiang Tang had spent 2 days recovering in the hospital, and now she had been slapped again, that he hadn't seen her properly in days. He didn't even know what her face looked like. He didn't particularly want to get involved in their mess. For a man who had just buried several comrades, the melodrama of romantic entanglements seemed trifling. However, Su's gaze made him aware that if his response didn't satisfy her, he would likely face a night of her wrath upon returning home. Not wanting to stir up trouble, Hua Xiaodong replied, no, he just wanted to settle this quickly and find some peace. In Su's eyes, this was a clear acceptance from her brother, and she welcomed Jiang Tang to stay. However, Jiang Tang was typically perceptive and sensed his lack of enthusiasm towards her. Yet, seeing Su's extreme affection for her, she didn't want to contradict her friend and reluctantly agreed. The military district was not far from the hospital where Jiang Tang and Su worked, making it convenient for them. Once the car stopped, Jiang Tang went to retrieve her luggage. She wasn't particularly tall, and the suitcase was quite heavy. Moreover, her leg injury hadn't fully healed, so after a couple of attempts, she couldn't lift it. Hua Xiaodong approached her easily, his tall frame allowing him to effortlessly pull the suitcase from the trunk. Then he glanced at Jiang Tang and remarked, do you enjoy showing off your strength? His straightforward comment made Jiang Tang feel foolish. People often make mistakes when they're nervous. She felt embarrassed to retort, simply whispering, thank you. After saying this, she reached for her luggage, but Hua Xiaodong didn't hand it to her. Instead, he carried it inside. Hua Su looked at Jiang Tang, took her hand, and said, my brother is like this. He genuinely cares about you, but never says it. He always puts on a scary facade. And it's not just you. He treats everyone this way, that I feel bad for bothering him so much. It takes up a lot of his time, that it's fine. He is on leave recently, and not busy. Su assured as she led Jiang Tang inside. Upon reaching the upper floor, they entered the room Jiang Tang had previously occupied. After her parents passed away, she had lived with the Hua family for a while. This room was initially meant for Hua Xiaodong's future children, but since he had yet to marry, it remained vacant. With her luggage now in the room, Hua Xiaodong was likely back in his own space. Unseen, Su said to Jiang Tang, you should take a shower and rest, and I'll shower as well and come find you shortly. Okay, Jiang Tang replied, entering the bathroom. After washing up, she looked at her reflection in the mirror. No matter what Lu Mu said about her, or how low Yi Jiao stooped, she felt indifferent. However, the slap from Lu Zhenyan left her heartbroken. Standing there, she recalled the last time she stayed here, when she had just lost her parents and was in deep sorrow. Suddenly, she became an orphan, feeling utterly alone in the world. Back then, she stood here, not even as tall as this mirror. After all this time and effort, she thought she had finally built a perfect home, only to see it dissolve in mere days. Now, she found herself back here. Hua Xiaodong emerged from the shower, wearing a white t-shirt that showcased his muscular physique. He sat on the sofa and checked his phone, which had just finished charging. This was his work phone, and since his return, he had received few calls. Upon answering, he heard his subordinate Li Sun Bai's excited voice. Captain, you've finally answered. Hua Xiaodong leaned back against the sofa, his sharply defined profile illuminated by the light, appearing even more striking. Despite his relaxed demeanor, the sharp aura cultivated on the battlefield was hard to conceal. Speak, he commanded. The higher-ups have been searching for you. They asked me to check on you. How is your recovery? Mention of this matter darkened Hua Xiaodong's expression uncontrollably, that Li Sun Bai's voice brimmed with concern. This isn't a trivial matter. If you're still unwell, remember to go for a follow-up at the hospital, that if there were any delays, the prospect of a blissful life in the latter half of one's existence would vanish. The mere thought of this matter fills Li Sun Bai with profound regret. The captain, 2 years his senior, remains unattached to this day. Previously, during a mission, he even sustained an injury in that area. Chapter 11. The children of other families. This issue has also garnered significant attention from the leadership, who are apprehensive that it might sever the ties of the esteemed Lao Hua family. Hu Xiaodong found himself increasingly exasperated by Li Senbai's nagging, reminiscent of a motherly figure. Did you call just to discuss this? And regarding Gongzi, his mother is ill and hospitalized. Just thought I should inform you. Jiang Tang was still in the bathroom, while Su Su had finished her shower and joined them. Su fetched the medicine box and sat beside Jiang Tang. Applying ointment, Jiang Tang gazed at the patient Su Su. She felt an overwhelming affection for her newfound sister. Su Su inquired, "What wrong? Perhaps I should marry you." Upon hearing this, Su Su burst into laughter. "You have quite the imagination. Mrs. Huang would surely kill me. I plan to support a dozen muscular men in the future." Amidst their banter, Su Su's phone rang. "Mom, what is it?" She answered on speaker. Mrs. Huang, the mother of both Su Su and Hu Xiaodong, spoke with a gentle yet serious tone. "Have you returned home? Good. Now keep a close eye on your brother. I sent him on a blind date yesterday, but he didn't show up at his age. He should at least bring home a girlfriend. You don't think he might prefer men, do you?" Su Su cleared her throat to defend her elder brother. He didn't want to go on the date. "But I asked him to take care of Tang Bao these past few days, so that's why he missed it." "What's wrong with Tang Bao?" Mrs. Huang asked politely. Jiang Tang greeted Mrs. Huang, "Hello," and Mrs. Huang's voice softened. "Ah, it's Tang Tang. I haven't seen you in ages. I've missed you." Su Su briefly explained the situation to Mrs. Huang, who responded, "So that is how it is. The Liu family has gone too far. They are bullying our Tang Tang. When I return, I'll teach them a lesson. Since it's about Tang Tang, let us leave it for now. I'll have them reschedule, and you make sure to keep an eye on your brother." "Of course, rest assured, Tang, and I will keep an eye on him. You should get some rest too. Good night, Mom." The warmth of Su Su's conversation with her mother filled the room. Jiang Tang observed this scene, feeling a deep envy for the atmosphere of the whole family, wishing she, too, had parents. However, she was painfully aware that such a wish was no longer within her reach. Ironically, over the past few years, she had treated Lu Xian's parents as her own. After hanging up, Su Su continued to apply the ointment on Jiang Tang's injury, saying, "My mom is truly worried about my brother." Jiang Tang, curious, asked, "Hu Xiaodong still doesn't have a girlfriend?" Just then, Hu Xiaodong emerged from his room, overhearing her inquisitive remark. Initially, he didn't consider his single status to be embarrassing. However, Jiang Tang's question felt like an affront. Did she think it shameful that he was without a partner? He believed that even if he chose not to marry, it was preferable to her situation of shedding tears over men daily. Hu Xiaodong strode out without a word. Unbeknownst to Su Su, who was facing away from the door, she continued discussing Hu Xiaodong. "Mom has always suspected he might prefer men, and I tend to agree that he interacts frequently with other males and recoils at the sight of women. Did you notice? He treats you no differently to as." Jiang Tang listened to Su Su. She caught a glimpse of Hu Xiaodong's fleeting figure at the doorway. "Your brother just passed by. He must be angry at us for speaking about him," she remarked, worried that he might drag them out from military drills at dawn. Previously at the Hua residence, if they were caught gossiping about him, they would face punishment, waking up at 5 for morning exercises. "A grueling ordeal," Su Su hesitantly replied. "Surely he wouldn't mind." Jiang Tang retorted, "We'll see." The following morning, while Su Su remained asleep, Jiang Tang, unable to rest, rose early to prepare breakfast in the kitchen. Feeling better than in previous days, she decided to cook. She had worried that after speaking ill of Hu Xiaodong, he might make them train at dawn, but thankfully, that hadn't happened. As she pondered this, a sarcastic voice interrupted. "What's this?" Still injured yet planning to steal Aunt Yu's job, Jiang Tang turned to find Hu Xiaodong at the kitchen door, just back from his morning workout, clad in a damp tank top. A towel draped over his shoulder, glistening with sweat. His physique, strong yet not bulky, contrasted sharply with the deliberately sculpted bodies seen in gyms. Previously, he had always dressed conservatively, but in this moment, Jiang Tang felt an unexpected discomfort. She quickly explained, "I'm not trying to take Aunt Yu's job." "And what are you doing then?" "Isn't this something Aunt Yu typically handles? You should be resting after your injury." Jiang Tang noted the concern veiled beneath his stern tone. She was tempted to retort, but felt uncertain of her position. Hu Xiaodong entered, grabbing a bottle of water from the fridge. Jiang Tang attempted to lighten the mood. "Hu Xiaodong, would you like to try my breakfast?" I'll go take a shower, he replied, heading upstairs. When he returned, Susu had already awakened and sat at the breakfast table. Tang Tang, I feel so fortunate to enjoy your breakfast. Hua Xiaodong, now refreshed and dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt with a black suit jacket, appeared effortlessly stylish. He took a seat at the table, asking, "Did the Hua family starve you?" Susu shot him a look. "I simply enjoy Tang Bao's cooking. It's none of your business. Believe me, I could tell Tang Tang not to share with you." Jiang Tang, however, was not so inconsiderate, grateful for Hua Xiaodong's care over the past 2 days. She offered, "Hua Xiaodong, please give it a tea." Our YSU Su chimed in. "It's only because our Tang Bao is so kind-hearted. I wish you luck in finding a girlfriend. Let us see who can tolerate your foul mouth. You, with your male chauvinism, may fail every time at blind dates." Hua Xiaodong gazed at his sister. "Do you still wish to sleep in tomorrow morning?" Su responded playfully, while Jiang Tang couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Hua Xiaodong glanced at her before beginning his meal. Su then added, "By the way, Mom said she arranged a blind date for you this afternoon, and you better remember to go. If you don't, we'll both be in trouble. Also, when you head out, please take Tang Tang with you. Her car is broken, and she can't go alone." Fearing to impose further on Hua Xiaodong, Jiang Tang quickly interjected, "I can manage on my own." Chapter 12. I have no interest in divorced women. The memory of Hua Xiaodong's indifferent tone each time he spoke to her lingered, though he didn't express it so bluntly. She sensed that he was disinclined to invest time in her. He had no obligation to care for her. From his perspective, having a bothersome person pestering him daily would be exhausting. Worried he might disdain her, Jiang Tang endeavored to be more understanding. Yet Hua Xiaodong's simple acknowledgement, "understood," was all she received. Upon exiting the military compound, Jiang Tang sat in the car, observing an elderly man greeting Hua Xiaodong at the entrance. He had always been the favorite among the elders in the military district, carrying an air of confidence due to his exceptional upbringing. Though to Jiang Tang and Su, he was more of a devil. To others, he was the epitome of the ideal child. Once they reached the main road, Jiang Tang turned to Hua Xiaodong, "Please drop me off here. I can take a taxi." Even now, she couldn't fathom why he had agreed to drive her. Hua Xiaodong did not stop, casting her a cold glance, teasingly remarking, "What? Are you afraid I might eat you?" "That is not what I meant," Jiang Tang replied. "I'm perfectly fine today. I can move around." Su meant well, "But you don't need to worry about me. I can take care of myself." Noticing her evident discomfort in sharing space with him, Hua Xiaodong reassured her, "Rest assured, I have no interest in divorced women." Jiang Tang paused, momentarily taken aback before realizing the implication of his words. Her face flushed with warmth. Yet in contrast to her earlier fear, she now felt a surge of indignation. His tone felt almost insulting. "I assure you, you needn't worry. You are not my type either," she retorted. Compared to her usual timidity, there was a noticeable chill in her words this time. Hua Xiaodong glanced at her. Ever since she entered the Hua family, his impression was that she had always been soft and gentle in demeanor. Yet, unexpectedly, this moment revealed a subtle edge to the once pliable kitten. Hua Xiaodong remarked, "I thought you were devoid of temper." His words prompted Jiang Tang to steal a glance at him. Even a clay figurine has its moments of indignation. "I am aware that you have harbored grievances against me, and there is no need to feign consideration for Su's sake. I am sincerely grateful for your care during my stay in hospital over these past few days. In a couple of days, I will vacate the Hua residence and cease to intrude upon your life." Hua Xiaodong, taken aback by the sudden outpouring from the previously meek woman, thought to himself, "When did I ever say I wanted you to move out? We are both adults. Certain things need not be explicitly stated. I can sense them." After driving for a while, feeling the tension laden with unspoken animosity between them, he decided to remain silent. Jiang Tang lowered her head and began fiddling with her phone. Seeking to alleviate the awkwardness, she had no desire to engage in a confrontation, but his earlier comment regarding his disinterest in divorced women had undeniably irked her. If he looked down upon her, she too held no affection for him. Contemplating his temperament, Jiang Tang even felt a twinge of sympathy for his future bride. After a brief silence, Hua Xiaodong suddenly inquired, "Do you believe that remaining unmarried is a source of shame?" Jiang Tang lifted her gaze to meet his, confirming that he was not on a call but speaking directly to her. She replied, "I hold no such belief. Do you not? Then tell me which is more shameful, Hastily marrying and divorcing, or simply not marrying at all? Jiang Tang furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the man before her. Recognizing that he was broaching this subject with her, she discerned disdain in his tone. Was he insinuating that she was guilty of marrying and divorcing too swiftly? Just moments ago, he had referred to her as a divorced woman. Jiang Tang chuckled softly and responded, "Marriage is a personal choice. As long as one finds happiness, I see no reason for shame." "You did not express that sentiment last night." With the conversation reaching this point, Jiang Tang could no longer pretend to be oblivious. She retorted, "What did I say last night?" It was clear that he had overheard her discussion with Su Su. Although she had merely posed a casual question, his expression suggested that he had misunderstood her intentions. Hua Xiaodong ignored her, and as the red light turned green, he released the brake, propelling the car forward. Jiang Tang felt it necessary to clarify her stance. "Regardless of what you may have heard last night, I harbored no ill will. That I merely brought up the topic in passing. I thought you already had a girlfriend." His circumstances, remaining single despite his commendable qualities, had indeed surprised Jiang Tang. Though she found him detestable and preferred limited interaction, his attributes made him highly desirable in the realm of matchmaking that a stable career. Striking looks and an impressive physique. Yet he lacked a girlfriend. She couldn't help but ponder Su Su's speculation about his preferences leaning toward men. However, such matters were beyond her concern, reflecting on his remarks about her hasty marriage. Jiang Tang felt a surge of indignation. The experience of divorce had been a blow to her, and although she had somewhat recovered overnight, his disdain felt like salt in her wounds. "Furthermore, I did not hastily marry and divorce. My intentions with Lu Xinyang were genuine. I truly wished to be with him. During my years with the Lu family, I have never wronged him or his family in any way that I acknowledge that my judgment may have faltered. But I was not the one at fault. I fail to understand why I should endure your contempt here. After all, I am not marrying you to be by the end of her tirade." Jiang Tang felt a swell of grievance. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. She had once believed her marriage was harmonious and her family complete. Yet now, she found herself cast as the divorced woman, the object of derision. It seemed that regardless of a woman's excellence, divorce rendered her a target for disparagement. Society's gaze often carried a hint of disdain. Yet, this was not a fate she had chosen. After delivering her impassioned speech, Hua Xiaodong remained silent. She realized that she ought not to divulge such personal sentiments to someone she barely knew. However, she had been unable to restrain herself. Fortunately, they soon arrived at their destination. Jiang Tang stated, "I've arrived. Please drop me off." "Thank you for the ride." The requisite politeness remained intact. After Hua Xiaodong parked, she exited the vehicle. He cast a glance at her retreating figure. She wore flat shoes, black trousers, and a white blouse, adorned with a silk scarf at the collar, a simple yet resolute ensemble. Upon entering the restaurant, Jiang Tang quickly located the individual she sought. She expressed her desire to find a lawyer to handle matters concerning her divorce from Lu Xinyang and issues with Yi Jiaojiao. Su Su introduced her to a lawyer, but Jiang Tang was taken aback to discover that this lawyer was Han Yu, the most sought-after attorney in Jiangcheng. His mother was a professor of law, and he was an exceptionally successful lawyer with a high win rate, boasting both an impressive background and formidable skills. Notably, Lu Xinyang had previously contacted him and had faced setbacks while seeking his assistance. Despite offering generous compensation, Han Yu had not even given him a glance. Jiang Tang took a seat and greeted Lawyer Han. Han Yu immediately called her by name, Jiang Tang. She was taken aback. "You know me? We met when you were living at the Hor residence. That I wondered who it was. Xiaodong even called me specifically about you." Well, Xiaodong's influence was not to be underestimated. Jiang Tang was momentarily stunned. "Xiaodong called you?" Chapter 13. Obtaining the divorce certificate from Lu Xinyang, the very man who had just been reprimanded in the car. Han Yu chuckled. "What? You didn't know he was the one who referred you? I assumed it was Su Su. That little brat Su Su doesn't wield such influence with me." Jiang Tang felt a flush of embarrassment. Remembering the rather tense atmosphere after she had exited Hua Xiaodong's car, she now found herself in a position of indebtedness. Han Yu was highly professional. Jiang Tang consulted him about the divorce agreement and also entrusted him with matters relating to Yi Jiaojiao. Upon leaving the restaurant, she was surprised to see Hua Xiaodong waiting at the entrance that he was on a blind date. The two were engaged in conversation, and suddenly, the woman stood up, lifted her cup, and splashed the water onto his face. Given his inability to articulate pleasant words, it was hardly surprising that he would face such treatment. Jiang Tang thought to herself that he deserved it. But recalling her dealings with Lawyer Han, she curbed that thought. Hu Xiaodong seemed unfazed by the incident. After settling the bill, he stood up. Jiang Tang attempted to avoid him, but was too late. He approached her, devoid of any embarrassment from the earlier encounter, simply asking, "Finish with your business?" Jiang Tang replied, "Did you fail at your blind date?" Hu Xiaodong did not respond to her inquiry and exited the restaurant. Heading outside, Jiang Tang followed closely behind. "By the way, I heard Lawyer Han was referred to me by you. How about I treat you to a meal?" Hu Xiaodong paused before his car, glancing at her. "I just ate. Do you wish to stuff me to death? Have your feelings for me escalated to the point of wanting to see me perish?" He opened the car door and got in. While wiping his face, he noticed Jiang Tang had yet to join him, that he lowered the window and inquired, "Aren't you getting in?" Jiang Tang replied, "I have a few things to attend to." Xiaodong surveyed her shoes. "Planning to walk then?" Jiang Tang mused. "If only I could sew his mouth shut. With his looks, he would be far more pleasing to the eye. At least he wouldn't be spouting such caustic remarks." She opened the car door and took a seat in the passenger seat. Initially, she had planned to take a taxi home after finishing her errands, yet here she was again in Hu Xiaodong's vehicle. However, Jiang Tang felt a flicker of curiosity. She looked at Hu Xiaodong and asked, "Xiaodong, what do you do for work now? Are you still in the military aside from the fact that he was in the army?" She had no recollection of his profession. Hu Xiaodong retorted, conducting a background check. "Or are you looking to set me up on a date? I'm merely curious that I've been troubling you lately. I hope it doesn't interfere with your work." Hu Xiaodong fell silent, and the car was enveloped in an eerie quiet. Jiang Tang said, "I won't ask any further." She lowered her head. Soon her phone buzzed. At IT was a call from Lu Xinyang. Jiang Tang hesitated for a few seconds upon seeing his name before answering. "What is it?" "Come over and pick up the divorce certificate." Although Jiang Tang understood that her divorce from Lu Xinyang was an inevitability, she had not anticipated it would occur so swiftly. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lu Xinyang turned to Jiang Tang and asked, "Don't you have anything to say?" Jiang Tang raised her head and regarded the man beside her. He was dressed in a well-tailored suit and glasses, exuding the aura of a successful individual. His financial standing had improved significantly, garnering the attention of many. Yet to her, he felt increasingly unfamiliar. Jiang Tang replied, "What do you wish me to say?" Tears streaming down her cheeks, she implored, "Please don't divorce me." Yet it was he who had initiated the divorce. Jiang Tang regarded the man before her and let out a soft laugh. Lu Zeni inquired, "What are you laughing at?" "I have said it before. This matter concerning the child is for your own good." Jiang Tang, "All I desire is for us to have a home. I dread the thought that after all our efforts, we might end up without even a child. Furthermore, you need not endure the hardships of childbirth." What is so wrong with that? Had it not been for her insistence on forcing him to terminate the pregnancy, his mother would not have wept and clamored all night, demanding he end the marriage. His head throbbed with agony, feeling that Jiang Tang did not comprehend him at all. Jiang Tang observed that he still believed it was her fault. She faced Lu Zeni and asked, "If given another choice now, would you choose me or Yi Jiao Jiao and her child?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zeni replied, "You know I could never terminate the child." Jiang Tang, "If I did, my mother would go mad. You know how desperately she wants a grandchild. You may choose to remain childless, but I cannot decide. Forget it. Discussing this with you now is futile. We shall talk about it once the child is born." The phrase "once the child is born" struck Jiang Tang as particularly ludicrous. "After all these years together, you profess your love for me, claiming nothing is more important than I am in this world. You are nothing but a deceiver. Even now, you remain entangled in questions of love that I declare my love for you, yet you refuse to believe me. Can't you be less childish?" The word childish caused Jiang Tang's eyes to well up with tears. She gazed at Lu Zeni and said, "It is my folly. It is my stupidity that I ever became infatuated with you and chose to marry you." Seeing her eyes redden, Lu Zeni felt a pang of compassion. "Wife," he said, his voice softening. Witnessing her distress, he too felt his heart soften, and he wished to reach out and embrace her, but Jiang Tang withdrew, stating, "Since you have made your choice, we shall have no further ties." She turned and saw Hu Xiaodong's car still parked there, opening the door and stepping inside, though she felt a deep ache. She did not wish to cry before Lu Zeni dashed the door shut. Knowing he could not see her, she leaned against the window, covering her face as tears streamed down uncontrollably. Moments ago, she had played the role of a noble swan before Lu Zeni. Now, she felt like a defeated, ugly duckling. With Xiaodong glanced at Lu Zeni before driving away. Once they were clear of the Civil Affairs Bureau, he parked the car and looked at Jiang Tang, who was still sobbing against the window. That if I were to take you to the Great Wall, it would be less dramatic than the tale of Meng Jiangnu. Jiang Tang lifted her head, wiping her tears, only to find they were relentless. After a long silence, she remarked, "You are such a typical man. No wonder you remain single. Can you not bear to see a woman cry? I have no interest in comforting a woman weeping for a scoundrel. I do not weep for him. I lament for what I have lost. I end the past. Su urged me to leave him, yet I believed he loved me and could not let go. I always thought that others were together merely for companionship, but my relationship with him was founded on love. We are not like everyone else. Yet, I have come to realize that true love does not exist in this world. Does it?" She lifted her gaze to Hua Xiaodong. Her eyes reddened and her nose slightly pink, creating an overall impression of fragility. Hua Xiaodong had intended to say something, but upon witnessing her in such distress, he held his tongue. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he suddenly leaned closer. Chapter 14. Hua Xiaodong visits the urology department. Jiang Tang was momentarily stunned as she regarded the man before her, the distance between them suddenly charged with an ambiguous tension. Hua Xiaodong glanced at her and pulled the seatbelt back into place, saying, "All right, you may continue crying now." 2 days later, Jiang Tang returned to work at the hospital. During her 2 days of idleness at the Hua residence, she had not left her room except to eat. The thought of the divorce made her wish to confront Lu Zeni with fury. It was as though she had transformed from a gentle and confident woman into a jilted wife, consumed by darkness after betrayal. She even found herself questioning if she had truly failed in some way. She reminded herself that she could not allow a scoundrel to ruin her life. Thus, she eagerly returned to her duties at the hospital. Once back in her professional environment, she began to regain some of her confidence. She was also grateful that she had not heeded Lu Zeni's advice to resign from her job, a position he deemed unprofitable and arduous, to become a full-time Mrs. Lu. Presently, Jiang Tang was in the outpatient clinic, temporarily assigned to cover the urology department for 2 days. "What seems to be the problem?" she inquired, but her question went unanswered. Raising her gaze, she found a man standing before her. His expression dark, that it was none other than Hua Xiaodong. She had not seen him at the Hua residence these past 2 days and had assumed he was at work. She certainly did not expect to encounter him here. "Xiaodong, what brings you here?" she asked TOC the urologist. Hua Xiaodong pulled out a chair and sat down, appraising Jiang Tang. After 2 days apart, she had come to work made up, her hair neatly pinned up, presenting a polished and competent appearance that starkly contrasted with the tear-stained visage he had witnessed in her car. Jiang Tang glanced at the medical record bearing Hua Xiaodong's name, reminding herself to maintain professionalism. She could not harbor any bias or prejudice against a patient, even if he was a familiar face. Regaining her composure, she asked, "What seems to be the issue?" Hua Xiaodong remained silent, recalling their familiarity. Jiang Tang surmised he might be feeling embarrassed. She suggested, "If you feel uncomfortable, I can ask someone else to assist you. Please wait a moment. I will see who is available." The memory of having cried in his car lingered, and she felt embarrassed to be in such proximity to him. Searching for an excuse, she began to retreat, only to hear Hua Xiaodong say, "Do you wish for everyone to know I am here?" Reluctantly, Jiang Tang sat back down. She resigned herself to the man before her and asked, "Then what seems to be troubling you? If you do not speak, I cannot assist you." Yes, he gazed at her. She reassured him, "Rest assured, I am a doctor and will keep this confidential. Your family will not be informed." Hua Xiaodong finally spoke, "I have no response to women. Has it always been that way? Have you ever been injured?" Jiang Tang bombarded him with questions, then instructed, "Please lie down. I will examine you." "Examine?" He looked at her, noting her calm demeanor as she asserted her professionalism. Indeed, she was quite adept. Hua Xiaodong reclined on the examination table, and before long, Jiang Tang, wearing a mask, pulled back the curtain and approached. Seeing him lying there, she reminded him, "You may need to remove your pants." Hua Xiaodong regarded her, feeling some awkwardness in this situation. However, changing doctors now would be even more embarrassing. Reluctantly, he removed his pants. Jiang Tang then asked, "You mentioned you have no response?" Yes, Hu Xiaodong was reluctant to answer this question. Yet, Li Xinbai had insisted he come for a checkup, and at this moment, he wished he could strangle the person who had suggested this. After Jiang Tang completed her examination, she remarked, "But you appear to be in perfect health." He was indeed quite well at this time. Hu Xiaodong had not anticipated finding himself in this position. As he lay on the table, he noticed Jiang Tang had stepped out. He sat up and began to put his pants back on. Outside, he could hear Jiang Tang typing away at her keyboard. This situation felt rather unexpected for Hu Xiaodong, that he was certain that since his injury, his body had shown no reaction at all. Previous doctors had also indicated that this condition might have lasting effects. Yet, surprisingly, today he had come for an examination and found himself able to stand upright. She had not even administered any treatment. Hu Xiaodong pulled back the curtain and stepped out, taking a seat and observing Jiang Tang. She was dressed conservatively, devoid of any suggestive undertones. Yet, as he looked at her, he felt a strange allure. Jiang Tang stated, "You mentioned you were previously injured and have had no response. This may be psychological. Remember to relax. You could read more relevant literature or watch some films related to this." After speaking, she signed the diagnostic record and handed it to him. After the consultation, Hu Xiaodong first went to the restroom. Given his current state, he could not possibly walk out. After washing his hands, his phone rang. It was Li Xinbai calling, "Captain, have you come yet? I am currently in the ward of Zhangzi's mother. I hear this hospital's urology department is quite good. If you feel shy, I can accompany you. If you don't come soon, they will be off duty." The appointment had been made by Li Xinbai. He had insisted on bringing Hu Xiaodong. Otherwise, he would not have crossed paths with Jiang Tang. Hu Xiaodong ignored the call, abruptly hanging up. When the workday ended, Jiang Tang changed her clothes, retrieving her phone, and as Su called her, "Tang Bao, I have to work overtime tonight and cannot accompany you to see the car." Jiang Tang was preparing to purchase a new car and had arranged to view it today with Su. However, the hospital often required her to work overtime unexpectedly, leaving Su with no choice. Jiang Tang reassured her, "It's all right, you attend to your work. I shall go alone." She had been stationed at the urology department recently, where the workload was comparatively lighter. Once she returned to her regular duties, she would not find her situation any easier than Su's. After ending the call, Jiang Tang promptly took a taxi to the dealership. The sales representative she had contacted via WeChat was preoccupied and requested that she wait in the lobby for a while. Su then called her voice imbued with a hint of joy compared to their earlier conversation. "I just spoke to my brother and asked him to come along to accompany you in viewing the car." "What?" Jiang Tang felt an overwhelming urge to find a piece of tofu to throw herself against. "Why do you have to trouble him again? I can manage on my own. Tell him to go back. There's no need to bother him over such trivial matters. He has already agreed." Su insisted that he's on his way. "Just wait a moment. Boys generally know more about cars, and besides, the owner of that dealership has a good relationship with him. He'll surely be able to negotiate a decent price for you. After you finish looking at the cars, we can all have dinner together once I finish work." "Fine." Jiang Tang relented. Seeing Su's enthusiasm made it difficult for her to protest further. She would need to speak to Su later about not constantly imposing on Hu Xiaodong. Just as Jiang Tang was about to message Hu Xiaodong to inform him that he need not come, she suddenly heard someone calling her name, Jiang Tang. Looking up, she saw Lu Zhenyin's parents approaching her. The last time, Lu Zhenyin's father had gone back to their hometown for a banquet. But today they had come together. Lu's mother seized Lu's father by the arm and marched up to Jiang Tang, exclaiming, "So, fresh from divorcing my son, you're here to squander his money, are you?" Chapter 15. As long as you apologize, you may return to the Lu family. The mere thought that Jiang Tang had walked away with 10 billion left Lu's mother seething. She could hardly contain her fury, to the point where she would wake up in the night thinking about it. It was also worth noting that Jiang Tang had once laid hands on her. Revenge was undoubtedly on her mind. Seated in her chair, Jiang Tang calmly replied to Lu's mother, "Of course, money is meant to be spent. Otherwise, should I save it for a mistress? Who are you calling a mistress?" Lu's mother retorted, feeling indignant, that if only you had conceived earlier, there wouldn't have been any need for Yi Jiao to come into the picture. "Clearly, it is your own body that has failed you." She did not perceive Yi Jiao as a mistress at all. They had merely wanted a child from the very beginning, in the end. Those who commit wrongful acts never believe they are at fault. They only seek to find fault in others, shifting all responsibility onto them. Jiang Tang gazed at Lu's mother. I never mentioned Yi Jiao. Why are you so agitated? I have divorced your son. I am now spending my own money to... Do you think you have any right to dictate how I use it? Lu's mother turned to her husband. Dear, did you see? Last time you were away, she physically assaulted me. Jiang Tang. Lu's father's tone was stern. How can you speak to your elder in such a manner? And you dare to lay hands on your mother-in-law? Have you no basic courtesy? Seeing Lu's father adopting his usual authoritative demeanor, Jiang Tang remarked, it seems you are also aware of Lu Zhanyin's infidelity, that Lu's father was momentarily taken aback. After all, this daughter-in-law had always been quite filial. Her mentioning the child-esque situation made him feel somewhat uneasy. He countered, the matter of the child could be discussed civilly. Violence is never justified. You must apologize to your mother-in-law immediately. I will certainly have a word with Jin Yin. Apologize? Jiang Tang shot a cold glance at Lu's mother, who had aided Yi Jiao in bullying her, yet now expected her to apologize. And what if I refuse to apologize? If you do not apologize, do not even think about returning to the Lu family. Lu's father threatened. Jiang Tang smirked. Return to the Lu family. I have divorced Lu Zhenyin. I have no intention of going back. Lu's father replied. I know Zhenyin still has feelings for you. Your divorce was merely a momentary impulse. If you maintain a good attitude after the child is born, he will surely welcome you back. But your aggression toward your mother-in-law is inexcusable. Even if Zhenyin were to kneel before me begging, I would not return. What is the Lu family to me? A family of ungrateful people who favor a mistress. I would rather marry a dog than return to your family. Lu's mother, now accustomed to being called mother-in-law on social media, was fully aware of her son's popularity. Hearing Jiang Tang, a divorced woman, speak so defiantly made her blood boil. You don't think anyone would want you now? It's all Zhenyin's fault for spoiling you. She then turned to the staff attending to her. Go fetch your manager. Moments later, the manager appeared, greeting Lu's mother politely, Madam Lu. Now a social media sensation, Lu's mother had garnered significant attention online as the mother of the wealthy Lu Zhenyin. She streamed live every day from home, and many recognized her. In contrast, Jiang Tang was relatively unknown. She preferred to keep her connection to Lu Zhenyin private and wished to avoid any attention in the hospital. Although the video of her being assaulted by Yi Jiao had stirred some commotion, people primarily remembered Yi Jiao, not her. Furthermore, her current appearance was entirely different from the one in the video. So no one made the connection. Lu's mother added, inform your staff that anyone who sells a car to her is opposing the Lu family. Jiang Tang, observing Lu's mother's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. She recalled the time when Lu's mother had just arrived in the city from the countryside, completely inexperienced. She couldn't apply makeup, didn't know how to navigate a buffet, and was afraid of dirtying the floors in shopping malls. It was Jiang Tang who took the time to show her around, teaching her how to enjoy Western cuisine and engage with social media. Lu Zhenyin's demanding job left him little time to spend with his parents, and Jiang Tang had genuinely treated them as family. Now, this so-called Madame Lu had conveniently forgotten all those moments and sought to wield her influence. Jiang Tang initially thought that after her divorce from Lu Zhenyin, everything would come to an end, and she had no desire to remain entangled with that family. However, it seemed the Lu family was unwilling to let her go. They could not bear to see her thrive outside their grasp. It was as though they wished to keep her mired in misery. The manager, ever the opportunist, noticed Jiang Tang's youth and simple attire, immediately deducing that she was not particularly affluent. He was well aware of who the valuable clients were. He addressed Lu's mother and father. Rest assured, Madame Lu, since you have made your request, our company will not sell a single car to her. He then turned to Jiang Tang. Miss, please leave. We do not welcome you in our establishment. Seeing the manager bending to her wishes, Lu's mother sneered at Jiang Tang. If you apologize to me now, I might let you stay. Otherwise, I will have you thrown out immediately. Do you believe me? Lu's mother did not genuinely wish to cause Jiang Tang harm. She merely sought to vent her frustrations and teach Jiang Tang a lesson. She preferred the compliant Jiang Tang from before. At that moment, Xiaodong arrived, having parked the car. Upon entering, he saw Jiang Tang seated in a chair, flanked by Lu's parents and the manager. He scrutinized the manager. You work here, do you not? What gives you the right to expel me? Even if their boss were to arrive, he would not expect a customer to be ejected from the store. Oh, you know who our boss is? Is someone like you even worthy of crossing paths with him? As Hu Xiaodong approached Jiang Tang and surveyed the manager, he asked, "What is going on?" Jiang Tang looked at Hu Xiaodong, feeling an inexplicable sense of security upon his arrival. "I came to buy a car. But their manager said they wouldn't sell to me and wanted to throw me out. Perhaps this Madame Liu holds more clout than I do." Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaodong glanced at the Liu family and picked up his phone to make a call. He then addressed Jiang Tang. "Let us not purchase here. I will take you to another place shortly." The manager felt a wave of relief upon seeing Hu Xiaodong lead Jiang Tang away and interjected, "It's not that we refuse to serve her. It's simply that she has offended Madame Liu. After all, she is the mother of the wealthy Liu Zhenyan, and I cannot afford to cross her." Hu Xiaodong took a seat beside Jiang Tang. "It's all right. I have already contacted your boss, but he will handle the remaining matters." Our boss? Chapter 16. He looks down on divorced women. The manager was momentarily taken aback by Hu Xiaodong's words. This man actually knew their boss. Although there were always those who tried to leverage their boss's name for discounts, the calm demeanor of the man before him suggested that he was not joking. Liu's mother, unable to contain herself, remarked upon seeing Hu Xiaodong with Jiang Tang, freshly divorced, and already found yourself a toy boy. The phrase rendered Jiang Tang momentarily speechless. Instinctively, she cast a glance at Hu Xiaodong beside her. He was exceedingly handsome, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, yet far from effeminate. Yet, he was derogatorily referred to, as a Jiang Tang felt an overwhelming trepidation at the thought of involving Hu Xiaodong in the matters concerning the Liu family. She feared their potential rudeness towards him, knowing he would inevitably make snide remarks, reproaching her for her poor judgment in selecting a spouse. Addressing Liu Mu, she asserted, "You would do well to refrain from making reckless statements." "He is my brother." "Your brother?" Liu Mu scoffed. "Since when do you have a brother? Did you acquire one upon your divorce? Are you using my son's money to maintain a male companion?" "Maintain?" Jiang Tang laughed in disbelief. "How much wealth does your Liu family possess that I could afford to support him?" Indeed, Liu Xinyang's current assets were beyond Hu Xiaodong's reach, but if he so desired, Hu Xiaodong could effortlessly ensure Liu Xinyang earned far less. Hu Xiaodong gazed at Jiang Tang, remarking, "Why is it that you still lack progress?" Upon hearing his reproach, Jiang Tang felt immediately deflated. She glanced at him and said, "I apologize for making a fool of myself in front of you again." Why waste her breath on such individuals? Hu Xiaodong spoke dismissively, entirely disregarding Liu Mu. Just then, Fu Shuyang arrived after receiving a phone call. Dressed in a flamboyant shirt, he exuded a rather unrefined aura. Who would have imagined that he was the young master of the Fu family in the capital? To escape the strict oversight at home, he had come to Jiang City. When he first arrived, he had walked with an air of arrogance, confronting anyone he deemed undesirable. Many avoided provoking him. Eventually, the only formidable opponent he encountered was Hu Xiaodong. Spotting someone troubling Hu Xiaodong, he quickly approached Dongge. "What brings you here?" Hu Xiaodong replied, "I brought a friend to look at a car, but your manager here claims he is unwilling to sell it to her and even attempted to drive her away." "Is that so? Who is responsible?" Fu Shuyang inquired, directing his gaze at the manager standing nearby. The manager immediately faltered upon seeing his employer. He stammered an explanation. "It is this Liu madam, who said she disapproves of this young lady and forbade us from selling her the car." "Liu madam? What Liu madam?" Fu Shuyang scrutinized the Liu couple, incredulous. "Just these two old geezers." Upon hearing herself referred to as an old geezer, Liu Mu's temper flared. "Who are you calling old? Do you have any idea who my son is?" "My son is Liu Xinyang, the wealthiest man around. Do you understand?" "Ah, him." Fu Shuyang scoffed. "Not long ago, he invited me to dinner and wanted me to introduce him to my uncle, which I declined." "You think you can act so arrogantly?" "Ah." The more powerful individuals tended to avoid offending others, that he had not anticipated that Liu Xinyang had such a dim-witted mother. "My son invited you to dinner. Who do you think you are? Stop inflating your own importance. Those who dine with him are significant figures in the city." Liu Mu had no grasp of who these individuals were, mistakenly believing her son's wealth made him the most formidable. Upon hearing this, Fu Shuyang instructed his assistant, "Take these two old folks to the lounge and call Liu Xinyang," asking him to personally come and escort his parents away. The assistant nodded and promptly had Lu Xinyang's parents removed. Naturally, Lu Mu was unwilling, turning to Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang, when my son arrives, you'll see. Jiang Tang could hardly believe that she had allied with others to bully them. It was enough to drive her mad. Once the two quarrelsome old folks were gone, Fu Shuyang turned to Jiang Tang, asking Hu Xiaodong, "Dongge, is this your girlfriend?" Hu Xiaodong glanced at Jiang Tang, but offered no explanation. Jiang Tang, not wanting to be mischaracterized, quickly interjected, "No, I'm a friend of Su Su. Fu Shuyang, sensing the dynamic, smiled and said, "All right then, let's go look at some cars." "What about him?" Hu Xiaodong shot a cold glare at the recently arrogant manager. Fu Shuyang turned back, glaring at the manager. "Why are you still here? Do you require me to personally escort you out?" The manager, terrified, hurriedly fled. Fu Shuyang turned back, pleasantly addressing Jiang Tang. "No need to worry. I'll help you look. Don't let that insipid fool ruin your mood." As he spoke, he guided Jiang Tang to view the cars, personally assisting her in the selection process. His demeanor was amiable, making Jiang Tang hesitant to mention relocating to another venue. Upon returning after examining the vehicles, Hu Xiaodong was seated on a sofa in the waiting area. Fu Shuyang informed him, "The young lady has chosen a vehicle. I'll have the contract brought over, and once the car arrives in a few days, I'll personally deliver it." Hu Xiaodong's gaze fell on Jiang Tang, inquiring, "What do you think?" It's quite good." Jiang Tang noticed that Hu Xiaodong was well acquainted with many people. Wherever he went, others showed him respect, despite his limited time in Jiang City. After the contract was signed, Lu Xinyang arrived, accompanied by his secretary. Upon spotting Jiang Tang seated on the sofa, the secretary addressed her, "Madam." Jiang Tang looked up to see Lu Xinyang, dressed in a tailored suit, an outfit she had arranged for him. He must have just finished work and rushed over after receiving Fu Shuyang's call. Aware that his parents were detained here, Jiang Tang asserted to the secretary, "I am no longer his wife, having divorced Lu Xinyang. Please refrain from addressing me as such in the future." Lu Xinyang approached Fu Shuyang, asking, "Fu Yi, where are my parents?" "Too noisy, so I had them detained," Fu Shuyang replied. "Your parents were bullying my client, disrupting my business. This is something you ought to manage properly, Lu Zong. It is indeed my oversight." Lu Xinyang sincerely admitted, "I will have a serious word with them later." His gaze shifted to Hu Xiaodong. Though it had been a while since they last met, he recognized him immediately. He had seen Hu Xiaodong when Jiang Tang was living with the Hu family. Having dropped her off once, thus, he naturally knew Hu Xiaodong was Hu Susu's brother. Residing within the military compound, Lu Xinyang, being astute, was keen not to offend him, that he proactively greeted Hu Xiaodong, "Dongge, it's been a while. Jiang Tang has been staying at your place these past few days. I apologize for any trouble caused." Hu Xiaodong looked up, surprised. "I didn't expect you to remember me. Jiang Tang often mentioned you." Lu Xinyang, however, preferred not to recall. Jiang Tang had previously warned him that Hu Xiaodong was formidable, the man she feared most. Thus, seeing Hu Xiaodong with Jiang Tang now relieved him, for he knew Jiang Tang held no affection for Hu Xiaodong. As for Hu Xiaodong, he likely would not be attracted to a divorced woman like Jiang Tang. Chapter 17. There is no possibility. Just as Lu Xinyang finished speaking, Jiang Tang felt Hu Xiaodong's gaze fixate on her. She couldn't help but glare at Lu Xinyang, thinking how he could claim she frequently mentioned Hu Xiaodong. She had only spoken of him a few times initially, during which she genuinely feared Hu Xiaodong and tried to avoid him as much as possible. Once, while returning home with Lu Xinyang, they ran into Hu Xiaodong, and she was terrified that it felt as if her parents had caught her in a clandestine romance. Hu Xiaodong did not miss Jiang Tang's flustered demeanor, indicating she had been voicing her grievances about him behind his back. However, he paid little heed to it at the moment. Instead, he turned to Lu Xinyang, remarking, "The last time I saw you, you were still a struggling student. Lacking the arrogance you possess now. So, you have achieved success and can afford to bully Jiang Tang. Is that it?" Realizing Hu Xiaodong was insinuating he bullied Jiang Tang, Lu Xinyang quickly clarified, "I haven't bullied Tang Tang. We simply had some misunderstandings that it was she who raised the topic of divorce, and at this juncture, Lu Xinyang addressed Hu Xiaodong, "Dongge, like Su Su, you are family to Jiang Tang. She values your opinions. She may not heed my words, but I hope you can persuade her. Regardless, I still wish to continue our relationship." Lu Xinyang. Jiang Tang felt utterly humiliated that he would bring their issues before Hua Xiaodong. Do you have no shame? Stop dragging our matters into this? She was utterly speechless. Every word Lu Xinyang uttered seemed to mock her past choices. After all, she had been so infatuated that she ignored Su Su's warnings and married such a man. Now, as he spoke nonsensically before Hua Xiaodong, it was beyond embarrassing. Lu Xinyang noticed her anxious demeanor and remarked, I cannot persuade you, but I have told you before that divorcing me will not benefit you. Jiang Tang, we are family. I truly love you. So, during your time at the Hor residence, please take some time to reflect on our situation. Enough, I am not here to argue with you. Just take some time to think things over. Upon finishing his words, he addressed Hua Xiaodong, saying, Today my parents have caused you trouble, so I shall take him back. Next time I have the opportunity, I will treat you to a meal, Xiaodong. Hua Xiaodong, observing Lu Xinian's self-righteous demeanor, replied, There's no need for a meal for you and Jiang Tang. Now that you are divorced, I kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing her in the future. And by the way, manage your family properly. Lu Xinian acknowledged with a simple that he understood that the Hua family, in a sense, represented Jiang Tang's maternal side. He chose not to argue further in their presence. Lu Xinian escorted Jiang Tang out. His mother was still grumbling, turning to him with, Just look at Jiang Tang. She seems to have hastily found herself a toy boy. Mother, Lu Xinian exclaimed, exasperated. That is Hua Susu's brother. Please do not speak carelessly. What else do you do besides causing trouble all day? He ushered his parents into the car. Seeing his anger, Lu's mother explained, Isn't it just concern for you? Aren't you worried that Jiang Tang might spend your hard-earned money on other men? Lu Xinian certainly did not wish for Jiang Tang to squander his earnings on others. However, his mother's perception of Hua Xiaodong and Jiang Tang's relationship was entirely misguided. He responded, You are overthinking it. Jiang Tang and he could never be together. Furthermore, please refrain from spreading unfounded rumors. He merely considers Jiang Tang a sister. What qualifications does he have to be interested in her? In the past, he never regarded Jiang Tang highly, let alone now that she is divorced. If Hua Xiaodong truly had feelings for Jiang Tang, he wouldn't have allowed her to harbor such resentment toward him. I see, Lu's mother retorted. Nevertheless, Jiang Tang has gone too far. She truly infuriated me today, conspiring with outsiders to humiliate me, that I will not let her off the hook. Thankfully, you are now divorced from her. Otherwise, who knows how she would behave in the future. After leaving the 4S dealership, Susu had already finished work. She and Jiang Tang arranged to meet at a restaurant near the Hua family, a place they had frequented before. Jiang Tang hitched a ride with Hua Xiaodong. Returning together, that on the way, she felt compelled to explain, Do not take Lu Xinian's words to heart. Hua Xiaodong, one hand on the steering wheel, inquired, I heard you often mention me in front of him. Have you spoken ill of me? Jiang Tang coughed lightly, attempting to downplay. Of course not. I hardly said anything. When I was younger and naive, I thought you were somewhat intimidating. I was genuinely afraid of him back then. After hearing this, Hua Xiaodong glanced at Jiang Tang, who sat in the passenger seat. The streetlights illuminated her profile, and she averted her gaze, appearing rather timid, a stark contrast to her demeanor in the hospital earlier. Recalling their encounter that afternoon, despite her wearing gloves, the sensation lingered vividly in his mind. Hua Xiaodong had previously regarded her as merely a little girl, akin to Susu, never contemplating anything more. There was a 6-year age gap, and he had never imagined that anything could develop between them. Furthermore, he had little interest in divorced women. Yet, inexplicably, she had awakened a part of him that he thought had long since perished. Thus, the events of that afternoon remained on his mind. After a moment of silence, he asked, You once thought I was a bit fierce. What about now? Jiang Tang lifted her gaze to meet his. From her perspective, his profile was strikingly handsome. Remembering how he had helped her recently, she replied, It's fine, just a bit harsh in speech, that I have never encountered anyone whose words could be more piercing than yours. Hua Xiaodong chuckled softly at her remark. Jiang Tang, feeling a sense of being mocked, thought, I don't know why, but I feel as if I am being ridiculed again. Upon reaching the restaurant, Hua Xiaodong parked the car in a designated spot. Jiang Tang opened the door and stepped out, followed by Hua Xiaodong. The restaurant was directly across the street, and as she was about to cross, Hua Xiaodong suddenly grasped her arm, pulling her back. Be careful! A vehicle passed just behind her. Jiang Tang realized too late, colliding into Hua Xiaodong's embrace. When her nose brushed against his chest, it stung slightly. She looked up at the man before her. Feeling his arms encircle her, his breath was near, and the moment carried an undeniable hint of intimacy. "Thank you," Jiang Tang stammered, attempting to free herself, but his grip remained firm. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, "Xiaodong." Only then did Hua Xiaodong release her, saying, "Do you not watch where you are walking? So clumsy. It is no wonder you were bullied." He often spoke in a manner that blurred the lines between reprimand and concern. Jiang Tang retorted defiantly, "Who says I don't watch for cars?" Chapter 18. "You're not like this." Before she disregarded him, hurriedly crossing the street to the other side, flustered as if he were some monstrous creature. Upon entering the restaurant, Jiang Tang found Susu, who had already ordered the hot pot base. Jiang Tang took a seat beside her. Susu looked up, surprised. "Isn't my brother with you?" recalling the earlier incident of colliding into him. Jiang Tang felt a twinge of discomfort as she replied, "He is at the entrance." "Okay." Jiang Tang glanced toward the entrance, noticing Hua Xiaodong had yet to enter. Ignoring him, she went to fetch some condiments. Upon returning, she found Susu absorbed in her phone, who then showed her something. "Look at this." Jiang Tang sat down, noticing Susu's social media post where Lu's mother had shared the news of Jiang Tang's divorce from Lu Zenian. As if fearing Jiang Tang might benefit from the Lu family, she proclaimed that Jiang Tang was no longer Lu Zenian's wife, emphasizing their divorce. Susu exclaimed, "What is her point? Clearly, Lu Zenian was the one who overstepped. Yet she makes such statements." She lamented how, when she and Jiang Tang were on good terms, she had even added Lu's mother on social media. Now, discovering such a person within her circle felt like tarnishing her own reputation. Jiang Tang returned the phone to Susu, stating, "Let her post as she wishes." She recalled Lu's mother's words in the 4S dealership earlier, laughing inwardly. The Lu family seemed to wish for her to lead a miserable life post-divorce. However, if misery were to ensue, it would be theirs to bear. With this thought, Jiang Tang did not hold back, promptly sharing the news of her divorce from Lu Zenian on her own social media account. Lu's mother dared not escalate matters online, only posting discreetly. Since she was so eager for the world to know about her daughter-in-law's divorce, Jiang Tang thought it best to help spread the news even further. Not only did she post her divorce certificate with Lu Zenian, but she also revealed the relationship between Yi Jiao and Lu Zenian. Following Lu Zenian's rise to wealth, he had garnered considerable attention. Any minor disturbance was enough to propel him into the public eye, especially concerning Yi Jiao. That a few days prior, Jiang Tang had removed the video of Yi Jiao attacking her due to the agreement. Now, she reintroduced the connection between Yi Jiao and Lu Zenian, along with the revelation that Lu Zenian had divorced her for his mistress. Soon enough, the topic was trending once more. During her time with Lu Zenian, she had never sought to ride on his coattails. Yet now, having divorced him, it was the first time everyone learned she had been Lu Zenian's wife. After completing her actions, Hua Xiaodong returned. The three of them sat together for dinner. Susu turned to Jiang Tang. "Lu Zenian must be furious." Jiang Tang lowered her gaze, feeling no sense of satisfaction for her revenge. Remembering the lengths she had gone to protect Lu Zenian and his company, she had never added any scandal to his name, meticulously considering each action. But she had not anticipated that one day she would need to destroy all of it herself. Once the closest of individuals, they now found themselves akin to enemies, wielding the most hurtful blows against one another. Before long, Lu Zenian's call came through. Jiang Tang ignored it, switching her phone to airplane mode. The Lu residence. Lu Zenian had just returned home when he saw Jiang Tang's post on social media, and he was nearly driven to madness. He smashed his phone to the floor. Yi Jiao, witnessing the scene, cautiously retrieved the phone and said, "Husband, Jiang Tang has gone too far." Lu Zenian had asked Jiang Tang to delete the previous video featuring Yi Jiao, hoping to mitigate the impact and divert attention from matter. He believed that if no one discussed it, in a few days, everyone would forget, and it would not reflect poorly on the Lu group. But Jiang Tang, she had truly lost her mind. She seemed utterly unconcerned for his welfare. Did she genuinely wish to end it all? Especially since she was now refusing to answer his calls that Lu's mother entered, holding a phone, and remarked, "Son, look at Jiang Tang. She is utterly shameless. She took your money and now engages in actions that harm the company's interests. Lu Zinian replied, I have seen it. I need to step out. He spoke and walked straight out the door. Ever since the incident involving Yi Jiao occurred, he had not experienced a single day of peace. After Jiang Tang and the others finished their meal and settled the bill, they all got into Xiao Dong's car to head home. Jiang Tang gazed out the window while Su Su held her phone. Engrossed in a video. Hey, Jiang Tang turned her head to glance at her. What's wrong? Tang, your account has been suspended. Jiang Tang activated her data, checked Douyin, and confirmed that her video account had indeed been banned. All her previous videos had vanished. Upon realizing this, Jiang Tang couldn't help but chuckle. After all, Lu Zinian had indeed thought of a way to directly suspend her account. However, the videos she had posted had not been dealt with swiftly enough, and they had already been shared by others. Despite his relentless attempts to have them removed, the news spread widely across various groups. Comments under Yi Jiao's videos and on the official account of Lu's group were buzzing with inquiries about the authenticity of the situation. Just then, Jiang Tang's phone rang. She answered, and Lu Zinian's frustrated voice erupted from the other end. Jiang Tang, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to destroy my company? Do you want to ruin everything I have? The angrier he became, the calmer Jiang Tang felt that this was what it felt like to witness someone else lose their composure. She recalled the days when the Lu family brought Yi Jiao back, and Lu Zinian remarked that she bore no resemblance to a proper Mrs. Lu. And now, it turned out he too could experience urgency. Not responding, Lu Zinian insisted, Speak. Jiang Tang retorted, Look at yourself now. Where is even a hint of the Lu Zong you used to be? Before he could finish, Jiang Tang interjected, Lu Zinian, now you know how to be angry. What about when your mother proclaimed our divorce on her social media? Why didn't you intervene then? Why are you quibbling with her? Lu Zinian's voice dropped slightly, betraying his guilt. Moreover, she just shared it with some relatives and friends. You posted it online, intending to ruin me and the company. Jiang Tang, do you realize how difficult it is for the company to reach this point? Are you completely disregarding the consequences? Consequences? What do I care about consequences? Jiang Tang resolutely declared from today onward. If your mother provokes me again, you can deal with it yourself. You need not worry about the Lu family's reputation. I'm just an ordinary person. What do I have to fear? She had already secured the money she wanted. She had no intention of claiming shares in his company. She simply wanted to avoid entanglement with him. At that moment, Lu Zinian sat alone in his office, listening to Jiang Tang on the phone. He felt a profound ache in his heart. The Jiang Tang before him felt unfamiliar. I know you hate my mother. Sometimes she can be excessive, but she is just a rural woman. She doesn't understand much. If she doesn't understand me, do you not understand me either? Jiang Tang, you were never like this before. You used to be so gentle. Chapter 19. Not from the same world the person I once was is dead. Jiang Tang replied. You killed her. A few days ago, when she was alone, she had indeed felt a sense of despair. She wondered how she had fallen so low. But then she thought, if Lu Zinian was still alive, how could she succumb? She must live on to witness his downfall, to see him suffer more than she ever had. In the past, she had wagered everything on loving someone wholeheartedly, that it was utterly unjust that her life had come to this. While he continued to live freely, even through the phone, Lu Zinian could sense Jiang Tang's loathing for him. Although they were divorced, seeing a woman who once adored him harbor such hatred was not something he wished to witness. After a moment, Lu Zinian finally said, Tang, can we meet and talk properly? I wanted to speak with you when I saw you this afternoon, but there were others present, and I couldn't say much. I feel like our relationship shouldn't be like this. You've already said enough that you've humiliated me enough. Do you think you haven't said anything? If he truly had something to say, she would never be able to show her face again. The car was enveloped in an uncomfortable silence. Xiao Dong was driving, while Su Su sat beside him, observing her, having known Jiang Tang for so long. She understood that while it seemed Jiang Tang had triumphed in her relationship with Lu Zinian, she had, in fact, been continuously losing. Over the years, she had genuinely liked that in life. The ones who can truly hurt you are often those you care about the most. Upon returning to the Hor residence, Jiang Tang took a shower, only to be dragged out by Su Su. The two of them squatted in the dining room, secretly drinking the wine that his father usually hid away. Su Su turned to Jiang Tang and said, Tang Bao. He is just a man. You must believe that life is long. It means nothing in the grand scheme of things. Really, if worse comes to worst. I'll marry you. We can go abroad and get a certificate when we have the time. Jiang Tang looked at her friend and smiled. They clinked glasses and downed their drinks, tea first. They had been cautious, but soon they completely forgot about Hua Xiaodong being present, and their voices grew louder. Hua Xiaodong came downstairs and saw the two drinking in the dining room. Su Su leaned against Jiang Tang, their bond evidently strong. Jiang Tang had consumed alcohol, but still retained some clarity. Upon noticing Hua Xiaodong at the doorway, she quickly attempted to stand but found herself hindered by Su Su leaning on her. Hua Xiaodong approached. Hua Su Su. Su Su opened her eyes and invited him. Brother, do you want a drink? Hua Xiaodong called for Aunt Yu to help Su Su upstairs to rest. Staying up late. Have you really grown bold? No, I'm going to get a certificate and marry Tang Bao abroad. Hua Xiaodong replied. Su Su struggled. You bad man. How annoying. Aunt Yu helped Su Su away. Jiang Tang saw Hua Xiaodong standing before her and realized he loomed like a mountain, blocking the light. She stood up. I'll head back to my room. She initially believed she wasn't drunk. But upon standing, she realized she was a bit tipsy. She staggered as she ascended the stairs, her legs giving way. Just as she began to fall backward, the man behind her caught her, as she fell into his arms. The softness of her body caused Hua Xiaodong's muscles to tense, becoming rigid. He looked at the woman in his embrace, her porcelain skin flushed from the alcohol, knowing there was a man in the house. How could she drink to this extent? Jiang Tang, are you intentionally trying to entice me? In this state, it was only acceptable at home. Were they outside, she would undoubtedly attract attention. Hearing the word entice made Jiang Tang's face flush. This man could never utter a kind word. She gently extricated herself from his grasp. How am I enticing you? I wouldn't entice anyone, especially not you. So fierce. I'm not insane. Knowing he disliked her. Why would she try to entice him? Xiaodong's expression turned icy, his voice low. What do you mean by that? I wouldn't dream of enticing a man who finds me distasteful. She turned and continued up the stairs. Having drunk too much, she stumbled slowly. Xiaodong followed closely behind her. With each of her steps, he mirrored her. She wore a nightgown, her slender legs exposed. Despite having told himself repeatedly not to think too much, her presence made him recall their earlier encounter at the hospital. Perhaps he had truly lost his mind. This woman before him was from an entirely different world. She was divorced and still harbored feelings for someone else. In fact, just moments ago, she had only accidentally fallen into his arms. Yet he found it all too easy to react to her. Hua Xiaodong averted his gaze, striving not to look at her. After he returned her to her room and saw her close the door, he went to take a shower himself. Feeling excessively warm, he could only turn the water to cold. The next morning, Hua Xiaodong did not eat breakfast at home. He had left early, that he reflected that perhaps his recent frequent interactions with Jiang Tang were to blame. He resolved to keep his distance from her in the future. In the afternoon, after a light rain, Jiang Tang entered the hospital under an umbrella. Although the video she posted yesterday had been deleted by Lu Zhangyan and her account temporarily suspended, everyone around her was already aware of her divorce. Jiang Tang, you've divorced. The moment she entered, Jiang Tang encountered her arch-nemesis, Yi Shuyu. Their relationship had always been strained, dating back to their high school days. Upon learning about Jiang Tang's divorce online, Yi Shuyu felt a surge of satisfaction. Jiang Tang closed her umbrella and, without looking at her, replied, "It has nothing to do with you." "How can it not?" Yi Shuyu challenged Jiang Tang. "Is your husband really with that woman?" TSK, you're rather useless, aren't you? Letting a fake socialite steal your husband away." The mention of Yi Jiao made Jiang Tang feel embarrassed. Indeed, in the past few years, she has found herself overshadowed by Yi Jiao within Lu J. Lu Zeni could be quite adept at causing her embarrassment. If only he had a modicum of discernment and chose a more suitable mistress. She wouldn't have to endure the ridicule of her nemesis here. Why, Ishuyi remarked, but you should be too disheartened. I have a cousin whose family is quite well off. How about I introduce you to him? He is divorced and has 2 children, so you would need to worry about having kids if you were to be with him. Aware that the other party was deliberately belittling her, Jiang Tang glanced at Yi Shuyu and retorted, "Since you're so free, why not hurry up and get married yourself? Have a couple of children to occupy your time instead of gossiping about others. Then you need not fret." Yi Shuyu responded, "Hua Xiaodong is back. We are about to get married." Chapter 20. His fiancée, Yi Hua Xiaodong. Jiang Tang looked at Yi Shuyu with skepticism. "Really? Hua Xiaodong is going to be with Yi Shuyu?" "Why the doubtful expression?" Yi Shuyu said, somewhat indignantly, that MY mother has already discussed it with Aunt Huang. Aunt Huang has always hoped for Xiaodong to marry soon. Once she returns, she'll talk about my marriage with Xiaodong. It made sense, as they all belong to the same compound. The three of them used to play together often, but when Yi Shuyu incessantly spoke ill of Jiang Tang, Hua Susu could no longer tolerate her and severed ties. After that, Yi Shuyu's relationship with him deteriorated further, leading to frequent verbal exchanges filled with disdain whenever they crossed paths. To why Yi Shuyu smirked, "Remember to come celebrate our wedding." The thought of Jiang Tang divorcing her wealthy husband while she was set to marry Hua Xiaodong filled Yi Shuyu with a sense of satisfaction. "Captain, are you really going to marry that woman?" Li Sanbai inquired, following closely behind Hua Xiaodong. Curious about his decision, I could see that moment. Yi Shuyu wore an air of triumph. Hua Xiaodong frowned, although he preferred to steer clear of Jiang Tang's affairs. He hadn't anticipated encountering her here. "Jiang Tang," he called out. Jiang Tang raised her head to find Hua Xiaodong approaching with Li Sanbai. She had just been relieved he wasn't at home this morning, only to unexpectedly run into him in the hospital. She began to suspect he had been living there lately. Jiang Tang stiffly greeted Xiaodong. Upon seeing Hua Xiaodong, Yi Shuyu quickly shed her previous arrogance, adopting a softer demeanor. "Xiaodong, what a coincidence. What brings you here?" Yi Shuyu changed her facade with remarkable speed. Had Hua Xiaodong not witnessed her showboating before Jiang Tang, he might have been convinced of her gentility. "I have a few matters to attend to," he replied, casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang couldn't help but recall his insinuation from the previous night about her trying to seduce him. "I have to get back to work," Yi Shuyu said, glancing at Jiang Tang as she made a hasty retreat. That why Yi Shuyu chuckled, addressing Hua Xiaodong. "Jiang Tang is still as frightened of you as ever." Hua Xiaodong replied, "She indeed seems to be quite intimidated." Why Yi Shuyu then asked Xiaodong, "Is there something specific you need at the hospital? Perhaps I can assist you." She had intended to visit the Hua family after hearing Hua Xiaodong had returned, but recalling her strained relationship with Su Su, she hesitated. Now encountering Hua Xiaodong, she felt an undeniable attraction. Ever since graduation, the men around her had been steadily gaining weight, while Hua Xiaodong, maintaining an impressive physique, was a rare find. She simply couldn't help but be captivated. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't have been so forward. Hua Xiaodong glanced at Yi Shuyu and replied, "No need. You don't have to be so formal with me. Just reach out directly if you need anything." Hua Xiaodong then led Li Sanbai out the door. Li Sanbai, walking alongside Hua Xiaodong, remarked, "Brother Dong, she is actually quite attractive, and she seems interested in you. You really shouldn't be so picky. If you keep this up, you won't find anyone." Li Sanbai was eager to see Hua Xiaodong settle down. Hua Xiaodong responded, "If you like her, you can pursue her." Li Sanbai countered, "But she has to be interested in me too." "I certainly would if she were." That evening, Jiang Tang returned to the Hua household. Due to her situation with Lu Zeni, she hadn't had a moment's respite at the hospital that day. Everyone was curious about her circumstances, with many approaching her to ask questions to others. Her divorce from Lu Zeni appeared as if she had been discarded. The pitying glances directed her way were palpable, with many eager to offer their consolation. Although she managed to smile in response, she felt utterly drained. Tang Tang is back. Upon entering, she spotted Mrs. Huang, whom she hadn't seen in ages. The house was bustling with activity. Yi Shuyu was present as well, donning an apron as she assisted Mrs. Huang in making dumplings. Upon seeing Jiang Tang, she refrained from being snide. Engaging in banter with Jiang Tang was one thing. Behaving inappropriately in front of elders was quite another. Jiang Tang greeted, "Anita, we're having dumplings for dinner. As you Su mentioned, she has had them in a while, but Mrs. Huang, who typically worked outside, only prepared this dish when Jiang Tang returned." "All right, I'll head upstairs to change," Jiang Tang said. After showering and changing into comfortable clothes, she made her way back downstairs. It was raining outside, and Hua Xiaodong had returned. After the previous unsuccessful blind date, Hua Xiaodong was subjected to another round of reminders. You're not getting any younger. It's time to think about marriage. Xiaodong, this isn't sustainable. Why Shuyu interjected. Annie, Xiaodong is busy with work. There's no need to rush him. Young men his age are quite popular. Huasusu glanced at Yishuyu, teasing, you don't want to be my sister-in-law, do you? Yishuyu didn't deny it but took a furtive glance at Huashaodong. Mrs. Huang expressed her satisfaction with Yishuyu, stating, I think Xiaoyu is quite lovely. Our families have a good relationship and are familiar with one another. Xiaodong, what do you think? Huashaodong sat nearby. Observing Jiang Tang, who was diligently enjoying her meal while the others conversed, it was as if their discussion was entirely irrelevant to her. If he were a normal man, he would have had no hesitation regarding his mother's suggestion. To him, marrying anyone would suffice. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in his condition. Ever since his injury, he had been unable to respond to women. Until he confirmed his physical well-being, he wouldn't consider marriage lightly. Xiaodong, Mrs. Huang prompted, what are you thinking? Xiaodong replied, let us discuss this later. What do you mean later? Mrs. Huang expressed her discontent. You always say that, and then years pass. Who knows when you'll return next? Noting Xiaodong's reluctance to commit, Yishuyu quickly interjected, Annie, there's no rush. Xiaodong and I haven't seen each other in ages. We need to get reacquainted. Seeing Yishuyu's enthusiasm lighten Mrs. Huang's mood somewhat. Sometimes, she genuinely worried her son might miss the opportunity to marry if he waited too long. There might not be anyone left for him to choose from. After dinner, Mrs. Huang suggested to Huashaodong, it's raining outside. You should see Yishuyu home. Men should take the initiative. Huashaodong stood up and escorted Yishuyu to the door. Huasusu turned to Mrs. Huang, Mom, do you really want Yishuyu to be my sister-in-law? She is quite good, Mrs. Huang replied. Huasusu observed, I know you two had a rocky relationship before, but that was in the past. We're not children anymore. We can't keep arguing every time we meet. Susu muttered, I just don't like noticing her mother's less-than cheerful disposition. Susu refrained from uttering any further words that might cause her mother distress. After Huashaodong escorted Yishuyu out, he had yet to return. Jiang Tang and Susu lay together on a bed in Jiang Tang's room. As Susu remarked, if my brother truly marries Yishuyu, it would be quite the bargain for her. Yet, my mother genuinely adores her. She is such a master of pretense. Just look at her demeanor today. When have we ever seen her so gentle? Jiang Tang sought to comfort Susu, saying, in truth, you and she have no real conflict, but she used to speak ill of me behind my back. Replied Susu, am I supposed to indulge her? As they conversed, a notification chimed from their WeChat group. Signaling a new message, Jiang Tang glanced at her phone and discovered that Yishuyu had added both her and Susu to a group chat. Why Yishuyu's tone was unexpectedly amiable. She sent a red envelope and declared, Susu, from now on, we are family. Please don't hold the past against me. I promise I won't quarrel with you anymore, aware that she was about to marry into the whole family. She understood that mending ties with Susu was paramount. Previously, she had not found Huashaodong particularly remarkable, as he was several years her senior, and their interactions were minimal. However, after today's encounter, she realized that Huashaodong was indeed worthy of her efforts to win over her rival. Susu scoffed. Just because you send a red envelope, you think you could be my sister-in-law? Who cares about you? You want to marry my brother, but it all depends on whether he likes you. I will strive for it. Yishuyu replied that Susu found her exasperating and remarked to Jiang Tang, her audacity is astounding. But where is my brother? Could it be that he has genuinely taken a liking to Yishuyu? Jiang Tang, observing Susu's anxious demeanor, reassured her, he is an adult. He can make his own decisions about whom to like. True enough, he is quite resolute. Susu sighed. The thought of calling Yishuyu sister-in-law is utterly repugnant. At that moment, where Xiaodong had been summoned away, that he found himself at a gathering organized by Fu Shuyang, where Han Yu and Li Sunbai were also present. Upon his arrival, he noticed Fu Shuyang seated beside two fair-skinned, beautiful young women, teaching them how to play dice. Han Yu was nearby, singing. Seeing Xiaodong enter, Fu Shuyang greeted him warmly. Donggo. Xiaodong took his designated seat. Li Sunbai felt a bit uneasy upon his leader's entrance and glanced at Xiaodong, asking, Boss, would you like to sing a song? No need, Xiaodong replied, feeling he had come purely out of boredom. He He was simply avoiding thoughts of the woman who lived next door. With Xiaodong's arrival, Li Sunbai turned off the music and leaned closer. Whispering, I specifically arranged this gathering with Shuyang's group. Look at those girls. They're all fresh graduates and quite lovely. Keep an eye out for any you fancy. He believed it was his duty as a brother to assist Xiaodong in this regard. Xiaodong raised an eyebrow and inquired, Is this the sole reason you summoned me? What else? Li Sunbai replied, Should we wait for you to accidentally stumble upon love? If you were capable of finding someone suitable, you wouldn't still be single. Xiaodong could only look at him helplessly. After a while, Li Sunbai went to join the others in playing dice. Xiaodong remained seated when a girl approached him. Raising her glass, Donggu, let me toast to you that my name is Xiaoyu, a friend of President Fu. May I add you on WeChat? As she leaned in, the fragrance of her perfume wafted towards him. In the past, Xiaodong would have dismissed such advances, but today he did not. Noticing that Xiaodong had allowed the girl to sit beside him instead of sending her away, Li Sunbai felt relieved. It seemed their captain was rejecting verbally, but succumbing physically. What man does not appreciate beauty? At this rate, he would complete his mission sooner than expected. After a couple of drinks, the girl leaned closer. Her body pressed against Xiaodong, and he frowned, finally unable to endure it any longer. Did you forget you have bones? Or are you possessed by an octopus? Why do you keep clinging to me? Startled by his words, the girl quickly recoiled. Feeling embarrassed, she stood up, I need to use the restroom, and left with her bag. Moments later, Fu Shuyang received a message that the girl had returned. Li Sunbai turned to Xiaodong. Boss, why did you scare her away? Who told her to keep sticking to me? Replied Xiaodong. Li Sunbai had assumed he would soon be celebrating with a wedding banquet. Alas, he had forgotten how sharp Xiaodong's tongue could be and how straightforward he was with women. Han Yu entered from outside, smiling reassuringly at Li Sunbai. Xiaodong has always been like this. Just get used to it. When Jiang Tang lived at his place, he would make her cry daily to the mention of Jiang Tang's name. A flicker of something unnoticeable crossed Xiaodong's eyes. Han Yu turned to him. By the way, Xiaodong, I just saw your sister outside. Fu Shuyang asked. She is here too? Call her over to join us. She is next door, Han Yu replied, with Jiang Tang, and they brought a whole crew of guys in. They probably don't even know you are here. If they did, they would have run over by now. In the next room, Su surveyed the array of unattractive male models. Feeling utterly despondent at the sight, she waved her hand dismissively. Get a new batch. That's all we've got. Everyone else has been called away. Su huffed, picking up her phone to call Fu Shuyang, that he glanced at Xiaodong, chuckling as he answered. Miss Hua, why do you keep inviting me, claiming you'll find me male models? Are there even any decent ones in this place? Fu Shuyang stood up. I'll be right there. Moments later, he appeared in the room. Upon seeing Su, he raised an eyebrow. You didn't mention you were coming today. If I had known, I would have prepared in advance. Su scrutinized Fu Shuyang. Hurry up and arrange some quality guys for me. They need to be exceptionally handsome, the kind with 8-pack abs. Jiang Tang coughed. Glancing at Su, she was dragged here against her will. Although she often boasted about wanting to pick male models, this was her first foray into the endeavor. Little did she know she would run into Fu Shuyang right away. Fu Shuyang turned to Jiang Tang, asking Miss Jiang, what type do you prefer? Can I be of service? Su shot him a glare. You. Stay away from my friend, you scoundrel. Pick out some good ones for us. We're the good ones here. Who would send their quality men to work in a place like this? Fu Shuyang retorted, I'm the best we have here. Jiang Tang interjected, no need. I'll just play around for a bit and then head back. Su explained that she was bored at home and had sneaked out to have some fun while Xiaodong was away. She hadn't anticipated running into someone she knew. Su shot Fu Shuyang another glare. You're utterly useless. Had I known it would be this dull, I would have gone somewhere else. Fu Shuyang smirked, thinking, even if there were decent options, I wouldn't dare to introduce them to you. Your brother is next door. Su stood up, addressing Jiang Tang. Tang. Let us change venues. As she spoke, she grabbed Jiang Tang's hand to leave. Just as they stepped outside, Xiaodong blocked their path. Where do you think you're going? Brother, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not your sister. Su evaded Xiaodong's grasp and dashed away, leaving no trace. After all, if Xiaodong were to catch her, what hope would she have? Unfortunately, in her haste, Jiang Tang was left behind. She considered fleeing, But Hu Xiaodong had already set his sights on her. Go ahead and try to escape. Jiang Tang thought. How did Hu Xiaodong end up here? Was he supposed to be with Yi Shuyu? I only knew he had taken Yi Shuyu out and then vanished. I never imagined he would come here. Jiang Tang dared not run. Fortunately, at that moment, Han Yu stepped out from the adjacent room and approached Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang. Lawyer Han. She greeted, we're singing. You should join us. Han Yu invited her inside. Jiang Tang, unsure how to explain herself to Hu Xiaodong, seized the opportunity to enter when someone was covering for her. Li Senbai was also present. Jiang Tang sat beside Han Yu and casually discussed matters concerning Yi Jiao. Having something to focus on alleviated the awkwardness somewhat. Meanwhile, Su Su sent a message to Jiang Tang. Tang, I'm leaving. If my brother catches me, I will be in serious trouble. All right, Jiang Tang replied, resigning herself to the situation. You go ahead and I'll return shortly. Okay. Don't blame me. I really didn't want to be dragged out for morning exercises. I understand. Upon witnessing her lingering fear of her brother, Jiang Tang could not help but chuckle softly. She lifted her gaze and found Hu Xiaodong seated alone, his eyes fixed intently upon her. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, she averted her gaze and looked elsewhere. Fu Shuyang continued to engage in games with a beautiful woman, as did Li Sunbai. After finishing her conversation with Han Yu, Jiang Tang rose and said, I shall take my leave now. Lawyer Han, please contact me via WeChat if anything arises. Han Yu nodded in agreement. As Jiang Tang exited, Hu Xiaodong followed closely, stating, I will accompany you. Jiang Tang turned to face him, insisting, you should continue playing for a while. After all, it is still early. She had no desire to return with him. She even suspected that he was merely seeking an opportunity to lecture her. Hu Xiaodong scrutinized Jiang Tang and remarked, you came out with Su Su not merely for leisure. Why not indulge a bit longer? Jiang Tang retorted, I knew you would say that. Steeling herself, she explained, I am an adult. If you can come to such places, so can I doubt are you implying that only men are permitted to seek amusement? What about women? Recalling how she had been seated beside Han Yu throughout the evening, Hu Xiaodong felt an inexplicable discomfort that he addressed Jiang Tang. Han Yu will not be interested in you. He has a fiancée. Do not harbor any notions. It would only lead to your own misery. Jiang Tang countered, my interaction with Lawyer Han is strictly professional. His marital status is of no concern to me. She wished to reclaim the previous residence of the Jiang family and had entrusted Han Yu with the matter due to his connections. Hu Xiaodong, sensing her apparent disinterest in Han Yu, felt an uncharacteristic relief wash over him. Let us go. I will see you home, he proposed. Jiang Tang replied, no need. I prefer not to share a ride with you. As you so eloquently stated, you are engaged now, and I wish to avoid any misunderstandings. The crux of the matter was that she genuinely feared his potential to preach to her again, especially after his recent remarks. It seemed he viewed her as someone who was perpetually pursuing one man after another, which left her feeling quite unsettled. Yes, she descended the steps and approached the roadside. Poised to hail a cab, a convoy of vehicles halted before her. It was Lu Zenian. His secretary, Cheng Zhe, exited the car and politely greeted Jiang Tang. Good evening, madam. After several days apart, Lu Zenian appeared in a suit, wearing glasses. Due to his recent scandal with Yi Jiao, the stock of Lu's corporation had plummeted. He appeared weary, having just concluded a meeting. From inside the car, he commanded Jiang Tang, get in. I have something to discuss with you. I have nothing to say. Jiang Tang protested, attempting to walk away, only to be stopped by Lu Zenian's secretary. Madam, he implored. Jiang Tang turned back to Lu Zenian, asserting, Mr. Lu, we are divorced. Am I now your adversary merely because it's been a few days since our separation? Having hung up on him that day, Lu Zenian had long sought an opportunity to converse with Jiang Tang. However, she refused to answer his calls until this unexpected encounter. Despite her presence, he felt a pang of heartache upon seeing her. Lu Zenian urged, get in. It's chilly outside. Jiang Tang replied, just tell me what you need to say. Once you're done, I will leave. That I heard you plan to sue Yi Jiao. Jiang Tang furrowed her brow, questioning when she would no longer hear her name from his lips. Lu Zenian regarded her and asked, what's someone to take to withdraw the lawsuit? You truly care for her? Jiang Tang was increasingly pained by his concern for another woman, which further fueled her resentment. Lu Zenian rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Thanks to you, The company's stock has collapsed, that I've been in meetings every day. That you're just desserts. Jiang Tang assessed the man before her, convinced she bore no fault. Those who betray must face consequences. That I do not blame you, Lu Zenian stated, scrutinizing her. I merely wish to avoid further complications. If you require financial support, I can provide it. You could take a break from work, travel to Australia, the Maldives, or elsewhere to unwind. Once I resolve matters here, you can return. Tang, you understand me best. Please do not make me sorrowful. Chapter 23. Hua Xiaodong embraced her in his arms. His gaze was weary, his tone gentle, yet filled with a pleading urgency. Had he not struck her across the face, perhaps Jiang Tang would have softened. However, from that moment when he laid his hands upon her, their relationship was irrevocably severed. She would never forgive him. Lu Zenian continued. In a few days, there will be an event, and I require your presence to accompany me. Everyone believes I abandoned you. I need to restore my image. And only you can assist me. Did I ask that acceptable? Despite his roundabout approach, he ultimately revealed his true intent. Jiang Tang observed the man before her and realized that all his displayed affection was merely a fade to serve his purpose. Thus, his previous gentleness was nothing more than an act. She turned her head to glance at her own shadow on the ground and declared to Lu Zenian, more than anyone, I hope to witness your bankruptcy. You deserve it, and I will not assist you. Lu Zenian sat in the car, gazing at her obstinate demeanor. She stood before him, yet he felt an illusion of her being very distant. Tang. Is it truly so entertaining to destroy each other? You must know that even in this situation, I have only suffered minor injuries. Lu's corporation will not collapse as you desire, but you. He trailed off, looking at her with guarded eyes. What about me? Jiang Tang inquired. Her gaze sharp. Lu Zenian surveyed her, recalling how Yi Jiaojiao had been constantly around him lately. Unlike Jiang Tang, Yi Jiaojiao knew how to flatter and appease him, maximizing her emotional value. Yet he discovered that it was Jiang Tang who occupied his thoughts the most. Although he hesitated to lay his feelings bare, he felt compelled to clarify, though we are divorced. As long as I do not permit it, you will always be my wife. Tang, I will not release you. Even divorced, you remain mine. He was determined to possess her. What belonged to him, even if he no longer desired it, would not be allowed to belong to another. Jiang Tang was appalled by his shamelessness. You truly have no sense of shame. I love you, and that is why I act this way. Were it anyone else, I would not care in the slightest. To speak of love with someone like you is a defilement of the term. If you truly love me, then what of Yi Jiaojiao? Lu Zenian urged. Get in the car. I will speak to you once you are inside. Changze looked at Jiang Tang and said, Madam, please enter the car. Jiang Tang turned to leave, but was blocked by Changze and a bodyguard. On the vast road, Jiang Tang realized that, in front of Lu Zenian, she possessed no capacity to resist. Two bodyguards restrained her, preparing to drag her into the vehicle. Lu Zenian remained seated, his elbow propped against the window, patiently awaiting her. She despised his demeanor, that air of assured victory, as if she were merely a toy in his grasp. Although he was the one at fault, his attitude remained condescending to that moment. One of the bodyguards was kicked away, releasing her. The guard turned in anger, ready to retaliate, but Hua Xiaodong kicked him again, sending him sprawling to the ground. Hua Xiaodong pulled Jiang Tang away from Lu Zenian's men and faced the man in the car, casually saying, Mr. Lu, we meet again. Upon seeing Hua Xiaodong, Lu Zenian donned a somewhat ingratiating smile. Brother Xiaodong, I was merely playing around with Tang. You're here too. He was one who valued his image, adept at concealing his true self in front of others. Hua Xiaodong maintained a serious expression, stating, I hardly believe you are merely toying with her. You are divorced now. Forcibly taking her away is illegal. Do you wish to spend a few days in jail? Lu Zenian countered, How could that be? I simply saw Tang out here the evening and wanted to escort her home. There was no other intention. Since she is with you, I shall refrain from interfering. With that, Lu Zenian gestured for others to board the vehicle. He turned to Jiang Tang, saying, Tang, I will contact you later. Jiang Tang retorted angrily, Do not contact me again. I do not wish to see you. Lu Zenian rolled up the car window. From inside, he observed Jiang Tang retreating behind another person. Despite being his wife, and once the two of them having shared deep love, She now preferred to hide behind someone else rather than return home with him. Once Lu Xinian departed, Jiang Tang looked up at Hu Xiaodong and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, I in the depths of night." Had it not been for him, she would have been forcibly taken away by Lu Xinian. Hu Xiaodong remarked, "It seems your ex-husband is not willing to let you go so easily," though he acted obediently in front of Lu Xinian. His attitude toward Jiang Tang was markedly different. Jiang Tang lowered her head, explaining, "His company's stock has plummeted, and he is in a foul mood. He hopes I will appear to help him salvage his image." Hu Xiaodong responded, "That sounds like a rather appealing proposition." Jiang Tang looked up at Hu Xiaodong, declaring, "I did not agree. I do not wish to benefit him. I want to see his company continue to decline." "On what grounds does Yi Jiao have the audacity to tarnish the reputation of his company, and similarly, his mother? Why must she consider him?" Hu Xiaodong scrutinized Jiang Tang and discerned the truth. Indeed, she harbored deep feelings for him. The greater the hatred, the deeper the love. Otherwise, she would not have allowed herself to become so disheveled over a man. Many can endure a loveless existence with their husbands for the sake of money. But she is different. Upon hearing Hu Xiaodong's words, Jiang Tang inhaled deeply. "Perhaps I am particularly unwilling to accept this. Whenever I close my eyes, I am reminded of all the time I have invested. As if all my efforts have gone to waste. Sometimes I wake up, gaze at the empty room, and even contemplate killing him. I feel as if I am losing my mind, yet I am at a loss as to what to do." By the end, her voice dwindled to a whisper, tinged with sorrow. Hu Xiaodong looked at her, fearing that as she spoke, tears would once again cascade down her cheeks, and he reached out to pull her into his embrace. Jiang Tang was momentarily taken aback and attempted to resist, but Hu Xiaodong commanded, "Don't move. Aren't you in need of a good cry? Rest your shoulder against me for a while." Rarely does this brash man exhibit such tenderness. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Tang replied, "I won't cry. Did I already embarrass myself by crying in front of you last time for far too long? That at my age, I should have outgrown being such a crybaby. Have you made no progress?" Jiang Tang found it strange. She was not typically a weeper, yet it seemed that every time she was in a state of disarray, he happened to be there to witness it. This feeling was quite humiliating to Li Senbai, and Han Yu emerged from the bar, only to spot Hu Xiaodong holding a woman in his embrace. "That my goodness," Li Senbai exclaimed, grabbing Han Yu's arm anxiously, saying, "Is that not my captain?" "It is indeed him." Han Yu cast a fleeting glance at Hu Xiaodong. "Who is that woman in his arms?" Li Senbai mentally listed the single women that Fu Shuyang had invited over that evening, but could not identify her. Han Yu rolled his eyes at Li Senbai, even questioning his eyesight. Chapter 24. Reluctance to let go. One glance at the clothing was enough to recognize that it was Jiang Tang. Yet he was here questioning who the woman was. However, Han Yu chose not to engage further and simply pulled Li Senbai away through another exit. Jiang Tang was escorted back to the car by Hu Xiaodong. She occupied the passenger seat, striving to suppress her emotions and refrain from crying in front of him. She had already shed enough tears for Lu Xinyan. Hu Xiaodong observed the silent Jiang Tang in the passenger seat, asking, "Shall we head back?" "That is fine. Will you be able to sleep?" Jiang Tang turned to the man before her and replied, "Then what else should we do?" Over 2 hours later, Jiang Tang awoke in the passenger seat. Gazing out at the mountains, she realized they must be at the summit. "What are we doing here? Is this the mountain?" Hu Xiaodong looked at her and replied, "Yes, I brought you up here to sell you off. Seeing your fair and tender appearance, you should fetch a good price." As he regarded the petite woman before him, he could not fathom why he chose such words to describe her. Fair and tender. One would be tempted to take a bite. Jiang Tang shot him a glance, realizing his incessant irreverence. She rolled down the window and retorted, "You think I could be sold off? To whom?" "There are always old bachelors in need of a wife." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Tang huffed in annoyance. That night, the wind atop the mountain was fierce, and as the warm air from the car dissipated, Jiang Tang remarked, "It's so hot." She reached out to lower the car's temperature slightly. Hu Xiaodong scrutinized her, noting her comment about the heat. He had been feeling warm himself lately, unable to sleep. Each time he drifted off, thoughts of her flooded back, memories of that afternoon in the hospital and the touch of her hands, causing him to awaken from his dreams. In this moment, her words were irresistibly alluring to him. Hu Xiaodong leaned back against the car seat, casually observing her, and said, "Jiang Tang, I believe the issues between you and your ex-husband can be easily resolved." Jiang Tang had dreamed of losing Yang while asleep. In her dream, he persistently clung to her. Jiang Tang inquired, "How so?" "I can introduce you to someone of better standing," Hua Xiaodong replied, "someone who can support you." Jiang Tang shook her head at his suggestion, refusing. Why not? His obsidian eyes bore into her, intense and unwavering in Hua Xiaodong's presence. Jiang Tang maintained a guarded demeanor. It was not an overly defensive one, that she feared him due to his past strictness. Yet she was not truly afraid because she had never regarded him as and that moment. Surrounded by mountains, they found themselves at the summit, a lone man and woman. Yet Jiang Tang felt no hint of ambiguity towards him. She had not even considered such a notion that in response to Hua Xiaodong's inquiry, Jiang Tang simply stated, "Now that I am divorced, what good conditions could I possibly find? Lu Xinyang is wealthy. I can only seek someone with power." Hua Xiaodong countered, "Isn't that bad? I would actually like to find someone of good standing, someone who could give him a black eye. But would someone of that caliber even look my way?" Upon saying this, Jiang Tang recalled that Yi Shiyu had mentioned introducing her cousin, who was divorced with 2 children, that I might marry and become a stepmother. Hua Xiaodong remained silent. Jiang Tang sighed and said, "Ultimately, I do not wish to seek anyone. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. There are no free lunches in this world." That as she spoke, she glanced at Hua Xiaodong, finding that seeking someone of better standing felt akin to a job. "One must please others and provide emotional support. I have just emerged from one pit and have no desire to leap into another. Lu Xinyang is bothersome. Yet I wish to climb out on my own. I do not wish to sink back in." Hua Xiaodong had initially intended to offer himself to her, but her words now left him speechless. Jiang Tang declared, "I will go down to take a look. The wind atop the mountain is strong. Wear an extra layer." After saying this, he tossed his black coat over to her, imbued with his unique scent of greenery and a hint of smoke from the KTV. Jiang Tang donned his coat and stepped out of the car, discovering that they had arrived at a viewing platform. Wrapped in Hua Xiaodong's coat, she soon saw him turn off the car and step out. He approached her side. Jiang Tang glanced at him, noting that he was only clad in a shirt. "That aren't you cold?" "I'm quite healthy," Hua Xiaodong replied, glancing at her, assuming she was the one feeling frail. Jiang Tang retorted, "Who knows who is frail? What did you say?" He pulled her closer, holding her securely in his arms. Jiang Tang was now the only person aware of his secret. She stared at the man before her and asked, "You don't intend to drag me up here and silence me, do you?" Suddenly, she realized that she had come to climb the mountain with this man. Would she even make it back alive? Hua Xiaodong observed her expression of sheer terror, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. "It's too late to think of that now. Hua Xiaodong, you are truly terrifying. Just because you are lacking, you cannot silence your doctor. I am lacking. If it were anyone else, he would accept it." Yet it was Jiang Tang who said this this moment. With her nestled in his arms, their proximity was palpable, and Jiang Tang was acutely aware that he was not only capable, but quite proficient. This was not the hospital. He was no longer her patient. Jiang Tang suddenly realized that the distance between her and Hua Xiaodong seemed rather ambiguous. She spoke, her voice hoarse. Could you please let go of me?" Although she was currently single, he was not. He was preparing for marriage. If Yi Shiyu were to find out, wouldn't she have her head? Hua Xiaodong held her tightly, showing no signs of releasing her. He recalled the girl named Yu from KTV. When she had approached him, he felt only disgust. Yet now he found himself behaving like a pervert, holding her close but reluctant to let go. "Tang Tang," Hua Xiaodong spoke. Jiang Tang felt a chill run down her spine. "Why do you call me that?" It's rather disgusting. Although others called her that, Hua Xiaodong always addressed her by her full name. She pushed him away, intending to return to the car. Perhaps she was simply too tired, imagining things. Could it be that Hua Xiaodong was interested in her? Surely not. With his status, he would not lack for women, nor would he desire a divorced woman. She pushed away Hua Xiaodong's arm, attempting to leave. But he grasped her again, pulling her back into his embrace. Inertia brought her back to him, her body colliding with his chest. Hua Xiaodong exclaimed, "Look quickly! Why are you in such a hurry?" Jiang Tang followed his gaze and discovered the faint traces of the sun rising on the horizon. This spot was the best vantage point for watching the sunrise, due to the rain the previous night. There were hardly any visitors today. Jiang Tang turned to Hua Xiaodong and said, "I haven't watched the sunrise in ages." Hua Xiaodong stood beside her, replying, When I am feeling down, I like to come here and take a look. Chapter 25. Mother who wants to introduce a match for her Jiang Tang scrutinized the man beside her. He was tall, requiring her to tilt her head back to gaze at him. She couldn't help but recall what Aunt Huang had said, that all his comrades had perished, leaving him merely fortunate. Since Wu Xiaodong commenced his career, Jiang Tang had seldom glimpsed him at the Hor residence. Even when she visited, his presence seemed non-existent, as if he were but a figment of her imagination. This time, however, he had returned and lingered for an extended period. He had not broached any topics. Yet his mood appeared rather dismal. In contrast, her own heartache regarding her relationship with Lu Ziyan had made her weep for countless days, rendering her feelings seem somewhat exaggerated. Nonetheless, Jiang Tang refrained from mentioning his sorrowful matters. She retrieved her phone, which had little battery left, and captured several photos and videos to see the moment when the sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the entire world. Jiang Tang smiled, suddenly feeling as if the world itself had been aglow. Compared to the ascent during which she had slept soundly, her spirits were markedly lighter on the descent. Jiang Tang gazed at Wu Xiaodong and remarked, "Xiaodong, you should bring your girlfriend to witness the sunrise next time. It would surely enchant her." Wu Xiaodong replied, "Do you think everyone is a fool? Who would forsake sleep in the dead of night to venture out and frolic with me? With your striking looks, I am certain others would be more than willing," she teased. Wu Xiaodong cast a sidelong glance at her, questioning if she was hinting that he should bring her again, next time, that I am not. She retorted, clearing her throat and turning her gaze towards the window, observing the winding mountain road. His driving was steady, and Jiang Tang relished the ride with him. Upon returning home, the Wu family had yet to awaken. The two ascended the stairs quietly, as soon as Jiang Tang entered. She heard Aunt Huang's voice from outside. "Why have you returned at this hour?" Wu Xiaodong replied, "I went out for a couple of drinks with friends." In truth, he had consumed nothing. "How are you and Xiaoyu?" Aunt Huang inquired, displaying a keen interest in Wu Xiaodong's every move. Upon hearing his mother's words, Wu Xiaodong responded curtly, "Not good that I'm heading to bed." He opened the door and retreated to his room. Just before closing the door, he glanced at Jiang Tang, who had already shut her door. Fearing Aunt Huang might overhear, Jiang Tang even hesitated to close her door too forcefully. As Wu Xiaodong lay down, a message from Li Xinbai arrived. "Captain, who was the woman you were holding last night?" Wu Xiaodong's expression stiffened. It seemed Li Xinbai had indeed caught him, that he replied. "What woman?" Li Xinbai chuckled. "You're responding so early. Did you perhaps not sleep at all? Were you out on a date with a beauty? How did it go? That last urology doctor I mentioned seemed quite decent. I hope you didn't disappoint anyone." With a barrage of questions, Wu Xiaodong chose to ignore him. Lying on his bed, resting his hands behind his head, he thought of Jiang Tang. Although they had done nothing, her image continually danced before his mind. "I suspect your brother went on a date last night." Jiang Tang and Su Su both had the day off. At 18 noon, Jiang Tang was called to the dining table. During lunch, a remark from Aunt Huang startled Jiang Tang, causing her spoon to clatter onto the table. Aunt Yu promptly replaced it. With Su Su, sitting beside her, reacted to her mother's words, exclaiming, "A date? Impossible. Mom, you're overthinking." He didn't return until after he dropped off Shuyu last night. Perhaps the two were. At this, Aunt Huang wore an expectant expression. "Looks like I might soon have a grandchild." Jiang Tang sat silently beside her, observing Aunt Huang's eager demeanor, not daring to interject, let alone reveal that it was she who had been with Wu Xiaodong last night, although they had merely watched the sunrise and done nothing else. Confessing the truth would only lead to Aunt Huang's disappointment. Su Su, seeing her mother's excitement, interjected, "You're really overthinking. My brother went drinking with Fu Shuyang and the others. There's no way he stayed with Yishuyu until morning." "How do you know your brother was drinking?" Aunt Huang inquired curiously. Wu Su lowered her head to focus on her food. Just a guest that moment, Wu Xiaodong descended the stairs. He entered the dining area wearing slippers and took a seat nearby. Aunt Huang turned her attention to him, asking, "Did you go on a date with Yishuyu last night?" Jiang Tang, consuming the leftover dumplings from the previous day, suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon her. She looked up to find Wu Xiaodong staring at her. That moment, she felt particularly guilty. Aunt Huang pressed, "I'm talking to you." Wu Xiaodong picked up his chopsticks and replied to Aunt Huang, "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" Aunt Huang laughed, clearly delighted at her son's romantic prospects. "Xiaoyu seems quite nice. Now is the time to develop your relationship and solidify it." Then your mother's task will be complete. Did I ask that's so? Hu Xiaodong asked, intrigued by his mother's words. Who assigned you this task? The Chinese cultural emphasis on family is deeply ingrained. Even his mother, a rational professor at a medical university, could not escape the familial expectations of marriage. Hu Xiaodong felt somewhat helpless. While he understood his mother's sentiments, he was often busy, leaving little opportunity to accompany his family. Now that he had finally reunited, he certainly did not wish to argue with her. Aunt Huang shot him a glare. Who assigned me this task? Obviously you, just look at you. You're not getting any younger. And yet you haven't even dated anyone. Forget it, I want to talk about you. Aunt Huang's gaze shifted to Jiang Tang. Tang. How have you been handling things with your ex-husband? I've noticed their company's stock has plummeted lately. He hasn't contacted you, has he? After her return, Aunt Huang had taken the time to learn about Jiang Tang's relationship with Lu Ziyan. She had certainly seen the countless videos online that Jiang Tang had tried to erase. Jiang Tang replied, "It's been all right. He wants me to pretend to support him through this difficult time. But I declined." Aunt Huang said, "While I don't wish to judge based solely on social status, people like him are unscrupulous. With how he treated you regarding Yi Jiao, he has shown no remorse for his wrongdoings. That's why I say marriage should be with someone whose background you know well. Do you know Lu Haoyang? He is the son of Bureau Chief Lu. He used to visit our home frequently and is quite familiar with Xiaodong. I wonder if you remember him, that he is a good match, having just divorced 6 months ago. I think you two would be quite suited for one another, now that Jiang Tang was divorced." Everyone was eager to introduce her to someone new. Aunt Huang, much like with Xiaodong, desired to find her a partner with a solid background, ensuring that Lu Ziyan would think twice before making any further moves. Jiang Tang gazed at Aunt Huang and replied, "I'm not really considering that right now. Just meet him. You're not committing to anything immediately. When you were about to marry Lu Ziyan, we didn't stop you. But now, I don't wish to see you deceived again, so I want to help you weigh your options." Chapter 26. Lu Ziyan's tactics. Aunt Huang's well-intentioned suggestion left Jiang Tang with no choice but to acquiesce. Upon seeing her agreement, Hu Xiaodong furrowed his brow, that he recalled how she had expressed her disinterest in dating just last night. Now, the moment her mother suggested a match, she readily agreed. Hu Xiaodong spoke up, addressing his mother. "Aunt Huang, perhaps you should consider a career as a matchmaker. After sharing a meal with you, it seems you want to arrange our lives entirely." Aunt Huang huffed. "Whether I can manage you two is debatable, especially since Su is following your lead, saying she won't rush in a marriage either, that I can only place my hopes on Tang. She is still the obedient one." Jiang Tang smiled awkwardly. Su, sitting nearby, wished to say something but hesitated, fearing the flames of the conversation might engulf her as well. When Hu Xiaodong was absent, she had been pressured into blind dates more than anyone else. She had only just enjoyed a few peaceful days. After lunch, Jiang Tang returned to her room. Just as she entered and attempted to close the door, a hand reached out and blocked her from shutting it. Jiang Tang looked at Hu Xiaodong, who had ascended from downstairs. Confused, she asked Xiaodong, "Is there something you need?" Hu Xiaodong, seeing her obstructing him, said, "Let go." Jiang Tang hesitated for a moment before releasing her grip. Hu Xiaodong stepped inside and closed the door behind him. He scrutinized Jiang Tang. "Are you truly going on a blind date?" Jiang Tang replied, "Aunt Huang said so. It wouldn't be polite to decline." Her character had always been gentle. Aunt Huang had not wronged her and was merely looking out for her well-being. Why should she refuse? Hu Xiaodong scoffed. "You didn't say that last night." Jiang Tang looked at him. "I've thought it over today. Besides, attending one tea cost me anything." Hu Xiaodong responded, "If my mother introduced a man to you every day, would you go every single time? Aunt Huang is quite kind to me. She wouldn't harm me." That as she spoke, Jiang Tang scrutinized Hu Xiaodong, unable to suppress a smile. "What are you so excited about?" "I'm the one going on a blind date, and I don't mind the trouble." Hu Xiaodong retorted. He shouldn't have asked. He felt a sense of absurdity. Why had he come all this way to discuss such matters with her? Whom she chose to date was of no concern to him. Reassuring himself, Hu Xiaodong said, "If you wish to go, then do so. I merely heard that Lu Haoyang divorced his wife due to infidelity. If you don't mind, then by all means go ahead." Really, because of Lu Ziyan, Jiang Tang now harbors a profound disdain for unfaithful men. Hu Xiaodong replied, "Believe it or not, that's entirely up to you." Jiang Tang responded, "Then I won't go. Thank you for sharing this information." She was surprisingly obedient. Observing her, Hu Xiaodong felt a bit uncomfortable. Was she truly so easy to deceive? Jiang Tang inquired. Do you have anything else to attend to? If not, I shall change my clothes. As she spoke, she gathered her hair into a ponytail. Her long tresses swept up, revealing her elegant neck. She resembled a beautiful swan. Jiang Tang regularly engaged in dancing and fitness, maintaining a splendid physique. Yet, even such a casual gesture left her Xiaodong momentarily spellbound. Having secured her hair, Jiang Tang noticed him staring and asked, Xiaodong, do you have any further business? Was Xiaodong inquired, are you heading out? Mr. Fu mentioned that my car has arrived. Since I'm free today, I plan to pick it up myself. Shall I accompany you? Was Xiaodong rarely took the initiative to offer. Previously, he had only acted as a driver for Su Su. Dragged into it by her, surprised by his own words, he felt a twinge of astonishment. The crux of the matter was that Jiang Tang did not accept his kindness, directly challenging his pride. No need. I'll check the car and then look at some houses that I can't keep living in your home. Though you all may not mind, I feel quite awkward about it. Jiang Tang's greatest wish was to repurchase the old Jiang family house. She had been contemplating this for some time and had been inquiring about it, but recently she had been preoccupied with her divorce from Lu Ziyu. Was Xiaodong, having faced rejection for the first time in his attempt to be amiable, simply muttered, suit yourself, and left with a stern expression. Opting not to have Xiaodong accompany her, Jiang Tang went to collect her car alongside Su Su. It was a pristine white Pamiai. She had previously driven the old Audi belonging to the Lu family. And now, acquiring a new vehicle that she truly liked felt just right. After all, the hospital staff already recognized her as Lu Ziyuan's ex-wife. And no matter how she wished to remain low-key, it was no longer feasible. She was tired of suppressing herself. Standing nearby, Fu Shuyang assessed Su Su. Why did you run off so quickly last night? I wanted to hang out with you a bit longer. Su Su shot him a frosty glance. You knew my brother was there and didn't say a word. You're in big trouble. That I didn't dare to say anything. Fu Shuyang explained. Besides, I didn't want to get myself into trouble. You know how Donggu can be. Su Su took a deep breath, feeling as though Fu Shuyang had betrayed her. You're such a nuisance. After scolding him, she followed Jiang Tang out. The two went to view houses, the agent introduced by Hanyu. The old Jiang family residence had fallen into disrepair, yet Jiang Tang still wished to buy it back. Reflecting on the time spent with Lu Ziyuan, she realized how foolish she had been. When he struggled with his business, she had mortgaged the house. While she had received the money, now, attempting to repurchase it proved to be quite challenging. This particular property was well located, and its price had soared in recent years. The owner had been abroad and had been unreachable until Hanyu assisted her in making contact. After discussing with the agent, despite the increased cost, Jiang Tang felt no hesitation and decided to purchase it outright. After all, she had mortgaged the house to give Lu Ziyuan his current standing. Now, the divorce settlement would allow her to reclaim at that moment. The agent received a call and returned, bearing a look of regret as he addressed Jiang Tang. I am sorry, Miss Jiang, but the house has already been sold. Sold? Jiang Tang frowned. Wasn't it still available? It was just today that a gentleman with the surname Lu offered a high price. Once back in her new car. Jiang Tang made a call, and Lu Ziyun answered promptly. Tang Tang. His voice was calm, as if he had been waiting for her call. You bought my house. Lu Ziyun replied. Weren't you always wanting to repurchase it? Since the opportunity arose, I had someone buy it. Lu Ziyun, you are well aware that I intended to buy that house. Are you deliberately trying to get ahead of me? Lu Ziyun stated, I have dinner plans with the mayor's wife tonight. She specifically requested your presence. Jiang Tang had previously performed surgery on the mayor's wife's mother. Since then, the mayor's family had treated her quite well, and the two families often interacted. Lu Ziyun would always bring Jiang Tang along. Now that they were divorced, he sought to maintain that connection through such despicable means. Jiang Tang retorted, I told you I want to play along, that we are divorced. Lu Ziyuan wished for Jiang Tang to publicly clarify that the rumors regarding Yi Jiao being his mistress were unfounded. She had no intention of granting him that favored. Lu Ziyuan insisted, if you agree, I will transfer the house to your name. Chapter 27. The child is his bottom line. You haven't forgotten why I sold that house. Have you? You know how much that property meant to me, and now you dare to use it as leverage against me. Jiang Tang exclaimed. Lu Ziyun, have you no shame? If he had even an ounce of conscience, he wouldn't stoop to such depths. Yet, She had not anticipated that he would sink so Liu Ziyun stated, "I'll be waiting for you at the company." With that, he hung up. Furious, Jiang Tang threw her phone away. Su Su glanced at her and asked, "What happened?" Jiang Tang replied, "The house is in his possession, and he wants me to accompany him to dinner at Mei Laosher's house that he is threatening you." Yes, Jiang Tang felt powerless against him and said to Su Su, "I'll drop you home first before heading over." As Su Su remarked, "He is utterly shameless. You helped Mei Laosher's mother with surgery. It was out of respect for you that they maintained ties with Liu Ziyuan. And now he doesn't let up even after the divorce, still wanting you to socialize." After dropping Su Su off at the whole residence, Jiang Tang drove straight to Liu Ziyuan's company. Cheng Zhe was already waiting downstairs. "Madam." Jiang Tang followed Cheng Zhe upstairs to Liu Ziyuan's office. She rarely visited the company to see him. Typically, when he was busy, she wouldn't want to add to his burdens. She had her own work to attend to. Now, being here felt rather absurd. Liu Ziyuan had just finished a meeting and was seated at his desk. Today, he wore a silver-gray shirt that looked somewhat out of place, contrasting sharply with his usual style. Jiang Tang often offered him fashion advice, as his sense of style was lacking, but he always looked sharp under her guidance. Upon seeing her enter, Liu Ziyuan said, "Help me decide which outfit to wear." Down on the nearby rack hung several jackets and ties that it seemed he had recently moved his wardrobe to the office. Jiang Tang stood by the door, not approaching, instead observing him coldly. Noticing her silence, Liu Ziyuan stood up. "Do you really not want to see me? Do I need to remind you that we are divorced?" Liu Ziyuan replied, "It's only temporary. Once I resolve matters with Yi Jiao, we will be together again. Tang Tang, I believe time will allow you to forgive me gradually. The more you hate me now, the more it shows how much you care, right?" He was confident that Jiang Tang would not leave him. Once she departed from the Liu family, she would realize that living as the wealthy wife was far more comfortable. Hence, he was not worried. Just like now, hadn't she taken the initiative to come to him? Jiang Tang neither helped him choose an outfit nor did Liu Ziyuan press her. Once he finished his work, he selected an outfit himself and said to her, "Let us go." In the elevator, Jiang Tang felt her anger still simmering. Liu Ziyuan, catching his reflection in the mirrored doors, remarked, "You know, ever since the divorce, I've noticed that you've become even more beautiful, more stunning than those movie stars." Jiang Tang ignored him. He was all talk and no substance. That Liu Ziyuan was about to say something else. His phone rang that he answered, and it was Yi Jiao's voice. "Honey, when will you be home?" Jiang Tang stood beside him, a smirk of derision gracing her lips. That Liu Ziyuan replied, "I'm busy. Don't call me." After hanging up, Jiang Tang said, "What is the matter?" "Feeling guilty." Liu Ziyuan responded, "Guilty about what? I just didn't want you to feel upset. You dare to hit me and are still worried about my feelings." Recalling the slap, Liu Ziyuan's expression darkened. "I acknowledge my mistake. If you're unhappy, feel free to hit me back. But remember, my mother is still an elder." "Elder?" She brought Yi Jiao back. "Does she even regard me? I used to respect her as an elder. None of your family deserves my goodwill." Upon witnessing her emotional outburst, Liu Ziyuan chose not to respond. Soon, the two arrived downstairs where the driver awaited. Liu Ziyuan personally assisted her in opening the car door before she entered. Jiang Tang glanced at him as she bent down to get inside. She shifted further into the seat as Liu Ziyuan joined her, stating, "When the mayor's wife inquires later, just say that the online account is not yours." Jiang Tang shot him a glance, pondering how low the price of a man's infidelity could be. Even now, he still required his ex-wife to play along with his charade. Liu Ziyuan looked at her tenderly, asserting, "I have told you, this is not by my own volition. Since our divorce, I have not laid eyes on Yi Jiao even once. She is merely a vessel for childbirth. Why must you take it to heart?" Liu Ziyuan, "Do you truly desire children to such an extent?" Jiang Tang noted his unwavering trust in Yi Jiao's pregnancy, which filled her with a sense of irony. Suddenly, she felt a surge of amusement at the absurdity of it all. Liu Ziyuan continued, "If it were just you and me, I would certainly not wish for children. But my parents have painstakingly raised me to this point. Do you think I could act in a manner ungrateful?" Jiang Tang's mood inexplicably brightened. She replied, "Do you believe in a saying? What is it? The more one desires something, the less likely one is to obtain it. Your fixation on children. Have you considered that it may ultimately lead to nothing?" Liu Ziyuan stared at Jiang Tang, not quite grasping her meaning. After a moment, his gaze darkened, infused with a hint of warning. Do not entertain any notions regarding Yi Jiaojiao. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily. That he was aware of Jiang Tang's deep affection for him. And this incident might trigger some extreme thoughts on her part. Yet the child was his bottom line. If she dared to harm his offspring, he would certainly become enraged. Jiang Tang sensed his warning and pressed her lips together. This was indeed the true nature of Lu Jinyan. You profess your love for me, yet you cherish your family, yourself, and your child even more. However, Lu Jinyan, your arrogance blinds you to the fact that your inability to conceive is your own doing. In the end, her heartfelt sincerity was overshadowed by the ulterior motives of others. Jiang Tang had long prepared a substantial gift for him, wishing nothing more than for him to discover the news of his infertility. But now was not the time to rush. Revealing the truth at this moment would be utterly pointless. Because Jiang Tang had mentioned children, Lu Jinyan was not particularly pleased, and the two fell into a silence for the remainder of the journey. Upon reaching their destination, Lu Jinyan exited the car first, turning to Jiang Tang and extending his hand to his sister. Jiang Tang cast him a cold glance, choosing to get out on her own. Lu Jinyan retracted his hand, understanding that she was upset and opting not to press the issue. As long as she would accompany him in this performance, he would naturally transfer the house to her. Captain, who made you unhappy? In the backyard, Li Senbai observed the man seated there without a trace of a smile. Although Hu Xiaodong was not typically one to exhibit mirth, Li Senbai's experience indicated that he had indeed been provoked. Am I unhappy? Hu Xiaodong lifted his head to meet Li Senbai's gaze, recalling his suggestion to accompany Jiang Tang, which she had rejected. Regret washed over him. When had he ever needed to demean himself in such a manner? The next moment, a soft, melodious voice echoed through the yard. Teacher Mei. Hu Xiaodong turned at the sound to see Jiang Tang following closely behind Lu Jinyan, that Lu Jinyan was even carrying her bag. And the pair appeared to be the epitome of a loving couple, that in that fleeting instant. Li Senbai felt the atmosphere grow significantly heavier as he glanced around, confirming repeatedly that it was indeed Hu Xiaodong's predicament. Lowering his voice, he remarked, Captain, is that not your sister's friend Jiang Tang? Having encountered her several times, he had formed a distinct impression of Jiang Tang. Hu Xiaodong replied, yes, it is her. She had rejected him, only to meet her ex-husband instead. Initially, he had believed her to be a level-headed individual. It was now painfully evident that he had overestimated her. After all, Jiang Tang had loved Lu Jinyan fervently even when he possessed nothing. How could she possibly bear to part ways with him now? In the past couple of days, Hu Xiaodong had held a decent opinion of her. However, that flicker of goodwill was swiftly extinguished. He averted his gaze, reminding himself that she was merely a divorced woman. Why should he concern himself so deeply? Li Senbai scrutinized the reaction of his superior. Captain, do you truly detest Jiang Tang so much? What has she done to offend you? Her presence transformed Hu Xiaodong's demeanor so drastically, indicating a significant rift in their relationship. After all, he had never maintained good relations with women. Which woman could endure his temperament? Except for the one from last night, that Li Senbai grew increasingly curious about the identity of that woman who had elicited such gentleness from his boss. After they sat for a while, Yi Shiyu approached with a platter of freshly grilled meat. Xiaodong, this is just grilled. Do give it a try. Teacher Mei was in high spirits today, preparing grilled meat at home. Yi Shiyu, being Teacher Mei's niece, certainly did not wish to miss the opportunity to cater to Hu Xiaodong's visit. Thank you, Li Senbai replied. Yi Shiyu settled beside him, glancing at Hu Xiaodong. Jiang Tang is here too, with her ex-husband. She was puzzled, having heard that Jiang Tang had divorced, yet here she was appearing alongside Lu Jinyan. Eager to share this juicy tidbit, Yi Shiyu continued, I don't understand. Hu Xiaodong raised his head, casting a cold, piercing glance at Yi Shiyu. She felt the atmosphere turn ominous, quickly standing up to distance herself. During the meal, everyone gathered in the dining room. Jiang Tang entered alongside Lu Jinyan and caught sight of Hu Xiaodong. She was taken aback by his presence. Xiaodong, you're here too, she exclaimed. Hu Xiaodong replied, why, if you can come, can I not? His demeanor remained consistent. The others looked at Jiang Tang with a hint of pity. Hu Xiaodong's temper was notoriously poor. Moreover, he seemed to reserve this particular ire solely for her. Jiang Tang was equally perplexed by Hu Xiaodong's behavior. He had appeared perfectly amiable before leaving, yet now he wore a scowl. Who had provoked him? Yi Shiyu interjected. All right, everyone, let's take a seat. Tang Tang, don't be upset with Xiaodong. He's not targeting you. Yi Shiyu, who usually loved to tease Jiang Tang, now defended her, likely to appear more connected to Xiaodong. Jiang Tang and Lu Jinyan took their seats, with Lu Jinyan greeting Xiaodong before sitting beside Jiang Tang. Xiaodong's attitude toward Jiang Tang did not surprise him. Otherwise, Jiang Tang would not have harbored such disdain for him in the past. Yi Shiyu curiously inquired, Jiang Tang, didn't you divorce Mr. Lu? Yet here you are together. Could it be that you are considering reconciliation? Upon hearing Yi Shiyu's words, Lu Jinyan placed his hand gently on Jiang Tang's shoulder, replying warmly, the rumors online are all baseless. Jiang Tang and I have a good relationship. Yi Shiyu retorted. Wasn't it Jiang Tang herself who announced the divorce? Everyone knows about it. Lu Jinyan responded. She was hacked. There are numerous cases of identity theft online these days. Yi Shiyu regarded Lu Jinyan's demeanor. Unable to deny that he possessed quite the audacity, his lies flowed effortlessly from his lips. Yet in matters like this, one could not rush to expose him. In truth, Yi Shiyu had previously met Lu Jinyan when Jiang Tang was still engaged with him. He had been rather handsome then, and she had felt a flutter of attraction. However, Yi Shiyu had always been quite sensible. She would never lower herself to marry someone like Lu Jinyan, lacking any background or connections. Regardless, when Lu Jinyan ascended to the status of a billionaire, she felt a twinge of jealousy. Witnessing someone she despised become the spouse of a wealthy man was hardly a pleasant experience. When Jiang Tang divorced, she had initially felt a sense of relief. Yet now it appeared that the two were rekindling their relationship. How absurd, Yi Shiyu remarked. It seems we were mistaken. Otherwise, knowing Jiang Tang's character, she wouldn't associate with you if she knew you had a mistress. Noting Yi Shiyu's veiled mockery, Jiang Tang countered, why do we keep discussing my affairs? Why not talk about you and Xiaodong? When are you two planning to get married? I'm already eager to attend the wedding. Upon hearing this, Yi Shiyu glanced at Xiaodong beside her, smiling. Rest assured, you'll certainly receive an invitation. Won't you, Xiaodong? As she spoke, she leaned in closer, intentionally snuggling against his shoulder. Xiaodong made no effort to push her away, suggesting he tacitly accepted her words. After dinner, Jiang Tang and Lu Jinyan stepped outside, where the driver awaited them. Jiang Tang's expression had long since hardened. When will you transfer the house to me? Once out of sight of the others, not a trace of a smile was left on her face. Lu Jinyan looked at her. You worked hard tonight. Thanks to you, I became the subject of Yi Shiyu's ridicule. She loathed appearing foolish in front of her arch-nemesis. Yet Lu Jinyan had left her utterly humiliated. This moment, there was no one in the city more embarrassed than she did. Lu Jinyan remarked, I will have the house transferred to you. Would you like to stay with me tonight? Are you out of your mind? Jiang Tang shot him a look, incredulous that he would suggest such a thing. Lu Jinyan countered, it has been too long since we were intimate. As he spoke, his hand reached for hers, but Jiang Tang swiftly pushed it away, declaring, do not let your filthy hands touch me. Lu Jinyan smirked. Very well, I am filthy. You are immaculate. Please return. He boarded the vehicle. It is rather inconvenient to hail a taxi from this location. Jiang Tang accepted a ride from him back to the company to retrieve her own car. After Xiaodong returned, he took a shower, but did not sleep. He recalled that when they exited the mayor's residence, Jiang Tang had entered Lu Ziyuan's car. The man had displayed a clear impatience toward her, yet she had followed him with eager eyes. Xiaodong suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. He descended the stairs, sipped some water, attempting to suppress the unease in his chest. Perhaps it was due to spending an extended period with her the previous night. He often found himself reminiscing about the time he drove up the mountain, winding along the serpentine road, only to turn his head and see her pitifully asleep in the passenger seat. He had always refrained from engaging with women. The only occupants of that seat had been his sister and mother. Yet here she was seated beside him. The matter concerning Lu Ziyuan had evidently saddened her. In that fleeting moment, he experienced a peculiar sensation. If he were losing, he would certainly not allow her to feel such sorrow. And now, she had turned around and reunited with Lu Ziyuan. He felt like a fool. Just then, the sound of a vehicle returning echoed at the entrance. He peered through the kitchen window and saw Jiang Tang parking next to his black Land Rover. Believing that her family was asleep at this hour, Jiang Tang quietly entered. But upon closing the door, she turned and collided into a man's embrace. Chapter 29. Had he misunderstood her, given his height and the iron-like firmness of his muscles? Even in the dark, Jiang Tang recognized who he was. Xiaodong, you are still awake, Jiang Tang remarked, switching on the light to find Xiaodong standing before her with a grim expression. During dinner, he had deliberately acted indifferent toward her, making it apparent to everyone that Xiaodong harbored no fondness for Jiang Tang. Yet, she bore no grudge and greeted him politely as Xiaodong. Xiaodong realized that she only contemplated retaliating against him when cornered. Liu Zun had expertly capitalized on this trait. Despite his egregious actions, he still held her firmly in his grasp. This notion made Xiaodong feel somewhat uneasy. However, he quickly reflected. Who was he to meddle in her affairs? Xiaodong scrutinized her, his tone laced with mockery. The tycoon's wife has returned. I thought you would not come back, Jiang Tang replied. All my belongings are here. How could I not return? I shall rest now. I have work tomorrow. As she made to ascend the stairs, Xiaodong grasped her arm. Compared to a man like him, she radiated a sweet and delicate aura. Jiang Tang turned, looking at him in surprise. Xiaodong, do you have something to discuss? Xiaodong inquired. When do you intend to move out? This question momentarily stunned Jiang Tang. Was he implying that she should leave? It made sense, considering his relationship with Yi Shuyu. If they were to truly consider marriage, she, as an outsider, ought to vacate. Jiang Tang had initially planned to wait until the Jiang family's house was reclaimed before moving back. However, now that Xiaodong had broached the subject, it would be inappropriate to linger. That if you are in a hurry, I can move out tomorrow, she stated, contemplating a hotel stay. She had never wanted to move in. Living under the same roof with Xiaodong kept her on edge. When he was absent, it was manageable, but once he was home, she could never predict when he might take issue with her. Yet Su, her dearest friend, had consistently urged her to stay. Xiaodong's calm tone carried a hint of sarcasm. I suspect you are the one in a hurry, since you have reconciled with Liu Ziyuan. Residing in our home might be somewhat of a burden for you. Ultimately, you will have to move out. Jiang Tang was perplexed by a sudden mention of Liu Ziyuan, reflecting on the atmosphere during dinner. Did he think she was back together with Liu Ziyuan? I only had dinner with Liu Ziyuan today. Nothing more, she clarified. Upon saying this, Jiang Tang found it odd to explain herself. Why was she justifying her actions to him? Regardless, I will move out as soon as possible, she asserted as she ascended the staircase. Early the next morning, as Xiaodong had just risen, Su burst into his room. Go, are you planning to chase Jiang Tang away? Xiaodong had just emerged from the bathroom, preparing to change his clothes. Get out. She is already packing her things. Why are you urging her to leave now? She was supposed to stay until the house was reclaimed. Forcing her out now and making her stay in a hotel is quite heartless. Listening to his sister's incessant chatter, Xiaodong felt exasperated. I am not the one kicking her out. She is reconciled with Liu Ziyuan and has chosen to leave. Is that my fault? Who says she is reconciled with Liu Ziyuan? Su shot him a look of disbelief. Given how tumultuous their previous relationship was, how could they possibly be back together? Forcing her out now would surely sadden Jiang Tang. You know she has no family. She is one of us. Xiaodong retrieved his clothes, but seeing his sister lingering, he remarked, Are you certain she has a tea with Liu Ziyuan? Perhaps you should ask her. Mind your own business. You wouldn't want to regret it later, he thought, already regretting his involvement in Jiang Tang's matters. Who knew what she thought of him? It was well known that meddling in the affairs of couples rarely yielded positive outcomes. Su replied, I know exactly how things are between her and Liu Ziyuan. I don't need to ask. She will not get back together with him, especially since he has treated her poorly. You have no idea how outrageous that man can be. Yesterday, I went with Jiang Tang to see the Jiang family house, and Liu Ziyuan got there first, and he even used the house to coerce Jiang Tang into dining with Mei Laoshi. He knew how much that house meant to her. If it weren't for his company, Jiang Tang would never have mortgaged the house. Mentioning this incident ignited Su's anger. Xiaodong, upon hearing the circumstances, realized the truth. Jiang Tang had dined with Liu Ziyuan last night due to this. Had he misjudged her? After Su left, Xiaodong emerged to find Jiang Tang had packed her belongings into a suitcase. She had not brought much, and having not stayed long, one suitcase sufficed. Upon seeing him, she greeted politely Xiaodong good morning. Xiaodong replied, I did not intend for you to move out, that it's all right. Jiang Tang said that I have overstayed my welcome here. It's inconvenient to remain in your home. She dragged her suitcase and handbag out. Xiaodong observed her and said, Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang had already reached the staircase with her suitcase. He had carried her suitcase down that day, and now she was attempting to do it herself. It would be quite a struggle. Jiang Tang took a deep breath, preparing to lift the 28-inch suitcase down the stairs. Suddenly, the weight was lifted from her hands, and looking up, she saw Hu Xiaodong had grasped the suitcase. Assuming he was merely helping her, she expressed her gratitude. Xiaodong, go. Thank you. Hu Xiaodong glanced at her, but did not fulfill her expectation of carrying the suitcase downstairs. Instead, he returned to her room. Jiang Tang wondered. He's the one who wants me to leave. What is he doing now? She found his actions baffling and followed him back into the room. Xiaodong, go. What are you doing? Before she could finish her sentence, Hu Xiaodong had closed the door, trapping her between it and his body. The intimate proximity caused her eyes to widen. Were it not for his consistently harsh demeanor, she might have doubted his intentions toward her. Hu Xiaodong studied the bewildered Jiang Tang for a few seconds before articulating a reasonable response. If you leave like this, Su Su will think I am bullying you. She came storming into my room early this morning. Jiang Tang exhaled in relief. So that was the reason. I will clarify things with Su Su. How will you manage that? Hu Xiaodong questioned. Is she someone who listens to reason? In that moment, Jiang Tang found herself at a loss for words. That Su Su could indeed be quite obstinate. Hu Xiaodong continued. Did you not express a desire to reclaim the Jiang family house? Once you have resolved that matter, you can move out. If you stay in a hotel now, my parents will think I am mistreating you. Jiang Tang replied. I am leaving of my own accord. I am merely considering that you are soon to be married. Chapter 30. Are you so desperate for a man? My marriage has no bearing on your staying here, Hu Xiaodong retorted. Even if my wife were to marry me, she would reside in my room. Is there not enough space in the whole family for you? Jiang Tang gazed at him. Do you not think I am a hindrance? Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes reflecting trepidation. Hu Xiaodong was perplexed as to why Jiang Tang was so fearful of him, as if he were some sort of monster. The more she acted this way, the more he felt an urge to tease her. Were he not a man of integrity, he might have succumbed to the impulse to kiss her. Hu Xiaodong suppressed his desire, stating, Indeed, it is rather bothersome. The mere presence of her before him felt like a silent seduction. Every move she made would haunt his dreams. Jiang Tang whispered, Why do you stop me if I wish to leave? Do you truly believe I would offend my family over someone as inconsequential as you? Jiang Tang regarded him, the phrase inconsequential spilling from her lips with a certain bluntness. Yet for her, it served as an acceptable rationale that I end truth. Although Hu Xiaodong's words could be sharp, he had recently offered her considerable assistance, for which she felt grateful. His remarks at this moment clarified that all his actions were motivated by his family's reputation. Jiang Tang nodded and replied, I shall expedite the preparations for my departure. Once the house is ready, I will move out to avoid causing you any further inconvenience. Observing her overly self-aware demeanor, Hu Xiaodong wished to clarify that this was not his intention. However, knowing she would not leave just yet allowed him to feel somewhat reassured. He opened the door and stepped outside. Downstairs, Su Su was still lamenting to Mrs. Huang about Hu Xiaodong's treatment of Jiang Tang. That Mrs. Huang remarked, Your brother is truly perplexing, that if he chooses to target you. That is one matter, but why does he take aim at Jiang Tang, a mere guest? She has done him no wrong. He is such a dense man. It's no wonder he remains single, Su Su retorted. Jiang Tang descended the stairs, greeting them. Su Su. And Huang at Su Su looked at her, pleading, I just had a stern word with my brother. Jiang Tang, please do not leave. Hu Xiaodong came to see me not long ago. Jiang Tang replied, Actually, it is my decision to move out. However, I have already agreed to wait until the house is ready. Really, I never imagined he could possess a shred of conscience. That Su Su sighed with relief and asked Jiang Tang. But Lu Xinyang mentioned he would transfer the house to you. Will he follow through? He seems to be a man of his word. Otherwise, his business would not thrive as it does. Yet, despite this, Su Su's words cast a shadow of uncertainty upon Jiang Tang. That 18 noon, still at the hospital, Jiang Tang seized a moment of respite to call Lu Xinyang regarding the house. That Lu Xinyang replied, I am rather busy these days. I will handle it in a couple of days. When precisely is a couple of days? What are you so worried about? Lu Xinyang's tone, laced with lingering resentment from the previous night, was less than cordial. Are you afraid I would withhold even a house from you? I have already given you a substantial sum. That I am merely swamped with matters at hand, that I would appreciate a definitive timeline. Be patient. I will reach out when I have the time. All right, Lu Zhenyang added, Jiao Jiao nearly suffered a miscarriage due to your actions, and I am accompanying her for a checkup. I will speak with you once I am done. What do you mean due to my actions? It was you who aired everything online, and now she is being harassed by the internet. Lu Zhenyang responded, you should refrain from speaking recklessly online. His company had just released a statement claiming that Jiang Tang's previous account had been hacked. Although this rationale would not convince many, it sufficed as an explanation. Jiang Tang held her phone, reading the news online. Lu Zhenyang had muted her Douyin account, preventing her from posting that. Of course, the underlying truth was that he was confident she would not oppose him during this critical time. Given her need for the house, his audacity was astonishing. While contemplating this, Aunt Huang called her regarding a matchmaking meeting with Lu Haoyang. Jiang Tang initially intended to decline, especially since Hu Xiaodong had previously mentioned that Lu Haoyang's divorce was due to infidelity. Given Lu Zhenyang's influence, she had developed a strong aversion to men with such backgrounds. However, since Aunt Huang had already arranged it, she felt it would be ungrateful to refuse her kind intentions. After work, Jiang Tang went to meet Lu Haoyang at a restaurant near the hospital. Lu Haoyang had indeed had dealings with Hu Xiaodong in the past, as their families were interconnected. However, Hu Xiaodong had been away for years, and their interactions had dwindled. Jiang Tang had not seen him in years. Lu Haoyang, sporting glasses, appeared refined. He had been quite slender, but after years apart, he seemed to have gained a little weight with a slight paunch. He regarded Jiang Tang and said, I heard you divorced your husband due to infertility. Jiang Tang, harboring thoughts of sabotaging this matchmaking, nodded and replied, yes. Lu Haoyang continued, I am aware of your situation. News travels fast online. Your inability to conceive is of no concern, as I happen to have a child. Jiang Tang was strikingly beautiful, far more vibrant than she had been in her teenage years, that if one did not know her past, they would hardly suspect she had been married before. Lu Haoyang seemed to hold her in high regard. Seeing the situation diverge from her expectations, Jiang Tang attempted to dissuade him from further thoughts. This is our first meeting. Isn't it a bit premature to discuss such matters? I am quite satisfied with you. Lu Haoyang replied that if it is convenient, we could marry at any time. Given his circumstances, he believed Jiang Tang would not decline. Jiang Tang responded, let me consider it further. I do not wish to make a hasty decision. Lu Haoyang nodded in agreement. Once you have made your decision, please message me that I am quite busy with work and do not wish to waste time on such matters. As I am sure you feel the same. Since his divorce, he had been pressured by his family to enter the dating scene multiple times, and he too wished to settle down quickly. As their meal neared its conclusion, Lu Haoyang looked at Jiang Tang and inquired, shall we catch a movie? Jiang Tang glanced at the time. It was nearing 9 o'clock. It's too late now. Perhaps next time. I am currently residing at the Hua family home, and returning late would not be advisable. Lu Haoyang suggested, you could spend the night at my place. Living with the Hua family is not ideal. I have a house available. Should we decide to be together, you could move out. His intentions were glaringly obvious. Jiang Tang firmly declined. No, thank you, I will head back now. Upon returning to the Hua home, she found both Mrs. Huang and Hu Xiaodong in the living room. Seeing Jiang Tang return, Mrs. Huang enthusiastically asked, well, how is he? Is he a decent fellow? He was passable, Jiang Tang replied, not wanting to dismiss Aunt Huang's goodwill entirely. Mrs. Huang, convinced this was a match made in heaven, asserted he mentioned he was quite pleased with you that I told him. Our Jiang Tang does not need Lu Zhenyang. She could marry anyone she wishes. The Lu family's circumstances are quite favorable. With his father's connections, your future in the hospital will surely be smooth sailing. Hu Xiaodong, who had been seated on the sofa, lifted his gaze towards Jiang Tang, astonished that she had actually gone on a blind date. Just yesterday, she had dined with Lu Zhenyang, and now she was off to meet Lu Haoyang. She truly could not remain idle for a single day. Mrs. Huang expressed her enthusiasm. Jiang Tang feigned interest, agreeing to learn more about Lu Haoyang. Before heading upstairs, upon reaching the upper floor, she discovered Hu Xiaodong waiting at her door. Xiaodong, she called out, preparing to enter, but he interjected, are you truly that desperate for a man? Hearing his words, Jiang Tang turned to face him. What was his meaning? Had she somehow offended him? I told you Lu Haoyang is unsuitable, yet you still went to meet him. That was Aunt Huang's suggestion. Jiang Tang replied, she meant well. I simply went to meet him, without any intent of committing. She did not wish to confront the elders directly. After her parents passed away, no relatives had offered to take her in. Even her closest aunt had refused to care for her. Since arriving at the Hua family, Aunt Huang had treated her with kindness, akin to a mother. She was not one to forget such benevolence. Hua Xiaodong retorted, "You may not have that intention, but others do. Did you not hear how pleased he was with you?" Jiang Tang found his anger perplexing. Why was he so incensed by her meeting with Lu Haoyang? If he truly found her satisfactory, there was no reason to oppose them being together. Jiang Tang looked at Hua Xiaodong and said, "The Lu family is not one that just anyone can marry into. Did you not previously express a desire for me to find someone with a solid background? Regardless, his father holds a prominent position, and Lu Zhenyang would certainly show him some respect." Seeing her counter his argument with his own words, Hua Xiaodong felt an urge to slap himself. Why had he chosen to engage in this discussion? With a mocking tone, he replied, "With the Lu family's meager background, they cannot even protect themselves. How can you expect them to support you?" Jiang Tang countered, "Then what does Xiaodong believe I am capable of attracting, given my circumstances?" She was not naive. She understood her own worth, for someone with her lack of connections and recent divorce. Finding a suitable partner would not be an easy task. She had long since outgrown the age of daydreaming. Had Lu Haoyang not been somewhat blunt in his manner, making her feel uncomfortable, she might have genuinely considered him, especially now that Lu Zhenyang's attitude had ignited a desire for revenge against him. The Lu family's modest background could serve as the perfect cover for a man Lu Zhenyang would prefer to avoid antagonizing. "Tomorrow night, Fu Shuyang is hosting a banquet. You will accompany me." Hua Xiaodong gazed at her with an expression of utter disbelief, as though her lack of understanding could drive him to the brink of exasperation. Jiang Tang, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What is my purpose at President Fu's banquet? Am I to accompany him? Wasn't she interested in finding a man of good standing? I can find you one. Someone far better than Lu Haoyang," he asserted, his tone imbued with earnestness. Jiang Tang was taken aback by his intention to play matchmaker. Yet, Hua Xiaodong's companions were undeniably dashing, leading her to wonder if he genuinely intended to introduce one of them to her. Strangely enough, she found herself rather intrigued by the prospect. The following day, the two arrived together at Fu Shuyang's banquet. Hua Xiaodong's brothers were engrossed in a game of mahjong. Upon noticing Hua Xiaodong entering with Jiang Tang, only Han Yu seemed to acknowledge her presence, while the others remained indifferent, well aware of Jiang Tang's residence at the Hua family home and her close bond with Su Su. However, Hua Xiaodong's disdain for her was palpable. Had it not been for Su Su's sake, she might have been cast out from the Hua family altogether. The Fu Shuyang inquired, "Has Su Su not arrived today?" Jiang Tang replied, "Su Su is working overtime." "What a pity," he lamented. Han Yu exchanged a glance with Fu Shuyang, a smirk playing on his lips that a perceptive fellow immediately stood up, addressing Hua Xiaodong, "Brother Dong, care for a few rounds? I'll make room for you." Hua Xiaodong did not take a seat. Instead, his gaze fell upon Jiang Tang. "You play," he commanded. "That I don't play mahjong," she protested, lacking any interest in the game. That Li Senbai teased. "So aside from the captain, there are indeed people from Jiang City who do not enjoy mahjong. They say that when a flood strikes, people from Jiang City will first cling to the mahjong table." Reluctantly, Jiang Tang settled in. "I truly don't know how to play." She cast a timid glance at Hua Xiaodong, fearing he might wish for her to lose. Although she had received a sum from Lu Zhenyang, she was unwilling to part with any of her hard-earned money. Hua Xiaodong reassured her, "If you lose, it's on me. What do you have to fear?" Standing behind her, he observed her clumsy attempts at drawing tiles, which alleviated some of her anxiety, as long as she didn't have to spend her own money. She felt somewhat at ease. Jiang Tang glanced at the players at the table. Only Fu Shuyang, Han Yu, and Li Senbai remained. She recognized that all three were Hua Xiaodong's brothers, each of them undoubtedly capable of turning heads wherever they went. Of course, their family backgrounds were equally impressive. Lu Haoyang would surely have to step aside in their presence. However, recalling Hua Xiaodong's earlier remarks about introducing her to someone, she pondered which brother he had in mind. These individuals were all quite handsome, unmarried, and possessed family backgrounds that dwarfed hers. She had never dared to dream of such a possibility. As she struggled to play her cards poorly, her clumsiness prompted Hua Xiaodong to intervene, blocking her intended move and offering guidance. Hua Xiaodong was close enough that his breath brushed against her ear, compelling her to bite her lip to maintain focus. Han Yu, observing this interaction, chuckled. "Isn't it a bit unfair for you two to team up against us?" Jiang Tang replied, "I'm merely a novice. I hardly know what I'm doing that Li Sinbai, seated nearby, secretly watched his captain, recalling Hua Xiaodong's previous disdain for Jiang Tang and now wondering why he seemed so gentle toward her. After several rounds, Jiang Tang found herself not losing. It appeared she possessed a beginner's luck, winning hands she couldn't quite comprehend, perhaps aided by Hua Xiaodong's reminders. "Damn it," exclaimed Li Sinbai, "I've lost the most. This is unfair. I'm the poorest among you." He had intended to extract some wealth from these affluent friends, yet here he was, the one incurring losses. Han Yu laughed. "Perhaps your skills are lacking. Even Jiang Tang plays better than you. You should reflect on your own shortcomings. Tang, you claim you can't play. Why not become my mentor?" This declaration irked him further. Hua Xiaodong raised his gaze to Li Sinbai. "What did you call her?" Tang, he replied. "What of it?" Su calls her that too. Li Sinbai noticed Hua Xiaodong's intense scrutiny, causing his voice to wane. Had he crossed a line? Was his familiarity too much? After all, Hua Xiaodong had never shown any fondness for Jiang Tang, so why should he be so warm toward her? Yet, he had only called her that because he had observed Hua Xiaodong's gentler demeanor toward her. Fu Shuyang stood up. "I'll attend to the guests. You all keep playing and join us for dinner shortly." Han Yu added, "I'll make a phone call that I shall too." Li Sinbai chimed in as he exited. With their departure, Jiang Tang turned to Hua Xiaodong, curiosity piqued. "You mentioned introducing me to someone. Who might that be?" Hua Xiaodong, his hand casually draped over the back of Jiang Tang's chair, looked as if he were embracing her. Noticing her naive gaze, he remarked, "You were distracted while playing, contemplating this very matter. Your gameplay was utterly chaotic. What else could I be here for today?" Jiang Tang speculated. "Is it Li Sinbai? I hadn't paid close attention before. But he's rather handsome. Compared to Fu Shuyang, the crown prince of the capital, and Han Yu, the second-generation elite of Jiang City, Li Sinbai seems the least well-connected. Could it be that Brother Xiaodong intends to introduce him to me?" Hua Xiaodong regarded Jiang Tang with curiosity in his dark eyes. "What is this? Have you taken a liking to him?" Just as Li Sinbai stepped outside, he sneezed, rubbing his nose, uncertain who might be speaking of him behind his back. "Is this a matter of whether I find him appealing? Can he even find me appealing?" Hua Xiaodong, observing Jiang Tang's serious analysis of her predicament, chuckled with a hint of intrigue. "If you truly like him, I could arrange for him to come to you." "Just kidding," Jiang Tang retorted. "Had I known it was him, I wouldn't have come. I thought you had other friends in mind. I've met them all, and they hold no interest for me." Hua Xiaodong countered, "Are you truly dissatisfied with these options? What do you seek? I can find someone for you." Jiang Tang pondered thoughtfully. Ideally, he should be young, around 18, with an enviable physique, taller than Lu Xinyang, and exuding vitality. With Lu Xinyang's mother's birthday approaching, she planned to accompany him to the event, aiming to infuriate his parents. Recently, Jiang Tang had been mulling over this dilemma. Why should Lu Xinyang be allowed to pursue Yi Jiaojiao, while she couldn't seek out a young heartthrob? Not only did she want to find one, but she also desired to make sure the entire Lu family was aware of it. She intended to provoke them. She was determined to spend Lu Xinyang's money on a pretty boy. Upon hearing Jiang Tang's criteria for youthfulness, Hua Xiaodong felt as though he had been shot in the chest. His expression turned dark. "Not happening." Jiang Tang felt somewhat disheartened. "I knew there wouldn't be any. How could your friends possibly be young enough for me?" The crux was that none of his companions were within her reach. "I'll go for a stroll. There should be plenty of guests tonight. Perhaps I'll spot someone appealing." The plan for revenge was within her grasp, and she was eager to take action. Before Hua Xiaodong could exit, she darted out the door. Hua Xiaodong remained seated, contemplating her words regarding youth and vitality. Youth was something he lacked. As for vitality, given that he had previously sought her out for a consultation on male health, he likely held a less than favorable image in her eyes. Not long after Jiang Tang left, Han Yu returned. Spotting Hua Xiaodong alone, he kicked a chair and sat down. "Why are you here all by yourself? Where's that little girlfriend of yours?" "What little girlfriend?" Hua Xiaodong shot him a glance. Han Yu smirked. "After that night in the capital, when you held her close, did you think I didn't see? Now you've brought her here. What are you plotting?" Hua Xiaodong, "Are you finally blossoming? It's not as you think. Not as I think. During the game, your gaze was practically glued to her. Do you think I'm as foolish as Li Sinbai?" Hua Xiaodong, caught off guard, offered no rebuttal. Han Yu, observing his discomposure, felt a surge of curiosity. "What is the matter? Why did she leave you here alone? Didn't she attend to you properly?" I don't know how to approach her. She has no romantic inclinations toward me. Jiang Tang had never considered such matters that in fact, she felt rather self-conscious about it. Hu Xiaodong had not anticipated that navigating feelings could be so complicated. He was utterly at a loss. Upon hearing Hu Xiaodong's admission, Han Yu burst into laughter. Try laughing again, I dare you. Hu Xiaodong lightly kicked his chair as a warning. Had it not been for Han Yu's unexpected arrival, he would never have discussed such matters with him. Yet, here Han Yu was mocking him. Han Yu, appearing innocent, replied, I never expected you to find yourself in such a predicament. You desire a woman, yet now you're stumped by her. Hu Xiaodong exclaimed. I might as well have broken my finger. She shows no reaction at all. After all this fuss, she nearly ended up with Li Sunbai. Han Yu remarked, the last time I saw you with her, I thought things were going smoothly. That day had its own circumstances. Then just take her to a hotel. As adults, do you still wish to engage in a platonic relationship with her? Are you seeking a romantic connection? My dear brother, your intentions are to indulge in intimacy, not to wed her. Why overthink such matters? Do not be misled by the fact that Jiang Tang resides with the Hu family, who treat her as their own daughter. She is fundamentally different from Su Su, who is a biological child. Hu Xiaodong's relationship with her is merely casual to proposed marriage. That is utterly inconceivable. Even Hu Xiaodong's mother would never approve. For years, Hu Xiaodong has been in the capital, and the Huang family has no sons. That esteemed lady has always regarded her grandson as the heir apparent. Jiang Tang lacks a significant background and is now divorced. Although times have changed and divorce is no longer a rarity, I genuinely believe that Madame Huang would never accept her son marrying a divorced woman. Noticing Hu Xiaodong's silence, Han Yu chuckled. What is this? Do you truly wish to marry her? My brother, what era are we living in? Do you still believe in taking responsibility after a fleeting encounter? Nowadays, countless individuals engage in casual flings after just one meeting. Do not overthink it. Indulge first and ponder later. You might find your interest waning after the encounter. He understood that Hu Xiaodong was the most traditional among them, which explained his prolonged single status. Given his disposition, it was unlikely that even if Jiang Tang were to remarry, he would be in the running. Hu Xiaodong, weary of Han Yu's boundary-less remarks, stood up and left the room. Not long after, Jiang Tang emerged and encountered Lu Haoyang. Having just gone on a blind date the night before, Lu Haoyang felt a sense of certainty about his connection with Jiang Tang upon seeing her today. He approached her. Jiang Tang. She was in the midst of grabbing a snack and greeted him politely. What a coincidence. Indeed, Lu Haoyang replied. Did you come with Su Su? No, I came with Xiaodong, she responded. Lu Haoyang chuckled. Next time you come, feel free to seek me out, but don't cling to Xiaodong. He has never been fond of girls. Hu Xiaodong could be quite harsh towards women he disliked, capable of making them cry with his words. Jiang Tang recalled how strict he had always been with her during her time at the Jiang family. He was famously patriarchal, and those who knew him were well aware of his demeanor. After collecting her items, Jiang Tang turned to Lu Haoyang and said, Thank you for the reminder. I will be cautious. Just then, a towering man approached, standing beside her, his expression revealing unmistakable disdain. You took your sweet time getting food. Are you a tortoise? Lu Haoyang, spotting the man, greeted Xiaodong, long time no see. Where Xiaodong glanced at the bespectacled man and replied, Haoyang, I almost didn't recognize you. That it has indeed been a while. What brings you here? Lu Haoyang responded, I just had a blind date with Jiang Tang yesterday, and I didn't expect to run into her today. That if all goes well, Jiang Tang and I should be getting married. For my sake, please don't be too harsh on her. Where Xiaodong lightly placed his hand on Jiang Tang's shoulder. I didn't catch that. What did you say? Lu Haoyang replied, Chapter 33. Do I measure up? Where Xiaodong's gaze held a hint of coldness, causing Lu Haoyang to shiver inexplicably. Although they had interacted in the past, Lu Haoyang had not kept in touch with Hu Xiaodong for a reason. Hu Xiaodong had always been exceptional, while Lu Haoyang felt more like a neglected child from a wealthy family. Now, with Hu Xiaodong's hand resting on Jiang Tang's shoulder, Lu Haoyang lacked the courage to say anything further. He simply said to Hu Xiaodong, You two carry on, and quickly distanced himself. Jiang Tang looked up at Hu Xiaodong and asked, Xiaodong, do you have a grudge against Lu Haoyang? You know I'm on a blind date with him. And yet you behave like this. That is it because you dislike him and wish to create trouble? Hu Xiaodong retracted his hand and replied, Is that so? You can tolerate him saying such things about you. Don't you have any pride? I merely exchanged a few words with him. Although Jiang Tang found Lu Haoyang's words somewhat exasperating, he had not entirely spoken out of turn. He told you not to cling to me. Did you not hear? Wasn't he entirely wrong, you know? You've never been particularly fond of me. Hu Xiaodong sighed. All right. I can only imagine how detestable I must seem in your eyes, noticing his silence. Jiang Tang remarked, you acted that way in front of him on purpose. He might misunderstand. While this did relieve her of the need to deal with Lu Haoyang, Hu Xiaodong replied, that was precisely the intention. You wanted someone handsome and young. What about him? Is he not young enough for you? Or perhaps he is quite handsome. Lu Haoyang could not be considered handsome. He was simply decent-looking and tidy in his attire. He spent most of his time in the office, neglecting physical fitness, which could not compare to the striking figure of Hu Xiaodong before her. However, many men of his age were similar. Jiang Tang raised her head and replied, that is not important. What matters is that he was introduced by my aunt. If he were to disclose this, how would my aunt react? She is eagerly hoping for you to marry. Should she mistakenly think that I have a relationship with you? That would be troublesome. Hu Xiaodong observed her anxious demeanor and said, I couldn't care less what my mother thinks. You need not concern yourself with her. You truly do not comprehend how much my aunt cares about your matters. Jiang Tang looked at Hu Xiaodong and continued, she genuinely wishes for you to have children. You cannot break her heart like this. It is exceptionally difficult for her, especially considering. Hu Xiaodong nearly faced danger this time, which caused her immense worry that as the daughter of a martyr. Jiang Tang understood the feeling of losing a loved one all too well and empathized with Hu Xiaodong's mother. Seeing him so indifferent naturally made her feel for her aunt. Noting Jiang Tang's defense of his mother, Hu Xiaodong responded, when have I caused her distress? I simply do not want to see you with Lu Haoyang. Why complicate things? Jiang Tang observed his calm demeanor, as if he had not taken the matter to heart. Indeed, to him, this was merely a trivial issue, one that could easily be explained to his aunt. She was simply overreacting, although she resided with the Hu family and his aunt treated her well. Jiang Tang lacked the confidence to truly consider herself a member of the Hu family. Hu Xiaodong, noticing her contemplative expression, remarked, from your words, it seems you quite wish for me to marry and have children soon? Jiang Tang nodded. Of course. Do you think I do not want that? Hu Xiaodong replied, am I even capable of that? You are well aware of the situation, are you not? Do you think my visits to the hospital are merely a jest? Jiang Tang recalled his trips to the hospital seeking treatment and responded, the last time I examined you, everything seemed normal. Since he was normal, she had not prescribed any medication. After all, most medicines come with side effects. Upon hearing Jiang Tang's words, Hu Xiaodong scoffed. What can I do if I am not functioning normally? I go to the hospital for treatment, only to encounter a quack like you. Quack. Jiang Tang's lips twitched in indignation. Who said I was a quack? She felt a twinge of defiance. While she had merely gone to assist temporarily, she did not believe she deserved such a label. Hu Xiaodong scoffed again. I believe you merely hang around the hospital to waste time. Is taxpayer money really being spent on people like you? Just as Jiang Tang was about to retort, Hu Xiaodong interjected, let us go eat. Li Simbai had also come to discuss matters with him. Jiang Tang sat nearby, munching her food, casting an exasperated glance at Hu Xiaodong in the distance. She realized that this man had an uncanny ability to infuriate others with his words. Had she not been required to address him as Xiaodong, she would have genuinely considered flipping her plate at him, that as she ground her teeth in irritation. Han Yu approached, holding a glass and taking a seat beside Jiang Tang. Lawyer Han, she greeted, instantly perking up upon seeing him. Han Yu asked, have you sorted out the issue with your house? Previously, he had facilitated the connection regarding the property. Jiang Tang replied, it was bought out by Lu Jinyan ahead of time, but he promised to transfer the ownership to me later. I just don't know when that will happen. Han Yu looked at Jiang Tang, smiling, care for a drink. That might not be wise. Jiang Tang replied, I fear I might drink too much. Han Yu reassured her. Don't worry. ISNT Xiaodong here. If you drink too much, he will surely take you home. Would he abandon you? She glanced at Hu Xiaodong, who was chatting with Li Senbai. Though he had a sharp tongue, his presence provided a sense of security. Jiang Tang raised her glass and clinked it with Han Yu's that as she downed her drink. She heard Han Yu inquire, are you and Xiaodong in a relationship? Jiang Tang nearly choked upon hearing this. She looked at Han Yu, exclaiming, how could that be possible? Me and Xiaodong. That is unthinkable. Even if others may entertain such ideas, it is entirely impossible for me and Hu Xiaodong. She continued, Lawyer Han, who told you this? Han Yu replied, don't be alarmed. I was just asking casually that I noticed you two arrived together today and thought you might be dating. Jiang Tang responded. Such jokes are inappropriate. If Aunt finds out, she might think that I genuinely have feelings for Xiaodong. Especially just now in front of Lu Haoyang, where Xiaodong deliberately rested his hand on my shoulder. Now Han Yu is saying the same thing. The Hua family will surely think of her as an ingrate. We treat you so well, yet you have your eyes on my son. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Han Yu poured her another glass of wine, urging her to drink a bit more. This wine is not too strong and rather enjoyable. After finishing, Han Yu chatted with her for a while about work-related matters. When Hua Xiaodong approached, Jiang Tang was seated on the sofa. Her cheeks flushed. Have you been drinking? Jiang Tang nodded yes. I had a bit with Lawyer Han. Chapter 34. Jiang Tang drank too much. Han Yu stood up. I need to take a call. Hua Xiaodong glanced at his retreating figure, then turned to Jiang Tang, sitting beside her. Knowing Han Yu's intentions, one must admit that a lawyer's heart can be quite malicious. Jiang Tang looked at him, feeling dazed, as Hua Xiaodong appeared to be a blur. Hua Xiaodong said, You've had too much to drink, haven't you? I haven't, she protested. Hua Xiaodong reached out and gently pressed her head against his shoulder. If you've drunk too much, just rest for a bit. I'll take you home later. It felt as if she were a small boat bobbing on the sea, having found a sheltered harbor. Leaning against him indeed felt more comforting. Jiang Tang ceased her movements and closed her eyes. When Li Senbai and Fu Shuyang returned, Hua Xiaodong had already asked the waiter to bring a blanket and draped it over her, concerned about the air conditioning being too cold that Li Senbai inquired. What happened to Tang Tang? She drank quite a bit with Han Yu. Old Han should know better than to let her drink so much. The wine had made her lightheaded, yet she felt oddly joyful. That dreamy sensation made her forget everything. After a while, Jiang Tang opened her eyes and saw Hua Xiaodong's friends playing cards, with him seated beside her. She was covered with a blanket, and his hand rested lightly on her, gently patting her. He was a stark contrast to his usual sharp-tongued self. Noticing she was awake, Hua Xiaodong leaned down to look at her. Feeling better? I need to go to the restroom, Jiang Tang replied. As she dropped the blanket and stood up, she stumbled slightly. Hua Xiaodong rose to steady her. I'll take you. He waited outside the restroom while Jiang Tang was inside washing her hands for quite a while. She remembered that the house was still in Lu Xinyang's possession, and the thought of that man, with whom she was already divorced, surged feelings of agitation within her, by the time she realized it. She had already pressed the call button. After a short while, the call connected. What's up? Lu Xinyang had just returned from the hospital. Since Jiang Tang left, there had been a multitude of issues at home, all needing his attention. The company was also in turmoil, driving him to the brink of exasperation. Receiving Jiang Tang's call at this moment, he assumed she was looking for trouble, his tone tinged with impatience. Jiang Tang said, Why are you like this? Lu Xinyang rubbed his temples. What is wrong with me? It's late at night, and you're acting strangely. When will you give me the house? I said I would notify you once everything is settled. I'm already having Cheng Zhe handle the transfer. Must you add to my troubles now? Lu Xinyang, you promised you would always love me. She stood before the mirror, tears streaming down her face. Her red-rimmed eyes made her appear disheveled and haggard. The sudden emotional downturn left Lu Xinyang momentarily stunned. Before he replied, I'm very busy right now. I'll call you back later. Before he could hang up, a woman's voice came through. Honey, who is calling you? The baby seems to have moved. Can you rub my belly? Her sweet, delicate tone was in stark contrast to Jiang Tang's current plight. Jiang Tang recalled how she used to speak to Lu Xinyang in the same manner. He was her husband, her beloved, the one she trusted most. They had a warm home together. But now, all of that belonged to another woman. He was patient with someone else, but not with her. Simply because that woman was pregnant while she was not. Jiang Tang, now a bit more sober, ended the call that crushed her dignity. Are you done? Hua Xiaodong called out. Jiang Tang stepped out of the restroom. Hua Xiaodong was waiting at the door, noticing her red eyes as if she had been crying again. What's wrong? Jiang Tang looked at the man swaying in front of her, struggling to keep her balance. Men are all worthless. Hua Xiaodong could see she was still drunk. Just moments ago, she had been in a dazed state, but now, with the alcohol kicking in, the unpleasant memories resurfaced that he led her downstairs. At the hotel entrance, Hua Xiaodong instructed someone to bring his car and made a call to inform a friend that he was taking Jiang Tang home, first, that I in the blink of an eye. She had stopped a young man in his 20s. Hey, handsome, want to sleep together? Hua Xiaodong remarked. Jiang Tang thought she would one day have 10 or 8 children, making Lu Xingyang realize it wasn't her inability to bear children, but rather his own shortcomings. Hu Xiaodong approached her and said to the boy she was clinging to, "Sorry, my friend has had too much to drink, that no problem." The boy hurriedly fled. The car had arrived. Hu Xiaodong took the keys and pulled her into the vehicle. "You certainly have some nerve, flirting with strangers." Jiang Tang retorted, "Don't stop me. He was quite good-looking. Good-looking. Are you sure?" Hu Xiaodong recalled the young man's acne-ridden face, puzzled as to how she found him attractive. Jiang Tang nodded. "Yes, that's so. Just because someone is good-looking, you want to approach them?" Hu Xiaodong found her somewhat admirable. Why was he being so reserved around her? Jiang Tang, emboldened by her inebriation, declared, "I'm single now. Why shouldn't I? I'm already divorced. I'll find one every day to show Lu Xingyang that I'm not someone who cannot be desired." Hu Xiaodong replied, "What? Do I look ugly?" Jiang Tang glanced at Hu Xiaodong. "Not ugly. Then why don't you come flirt with me?" This question left Jiang Tang momentarily speechless. She looked at Hu Xiaodong, and although she was intoxicated, she was aware that he was not just anyone, but the formidable man who had always caused her trouble. Noticing her stunned silence, Hu Xiaodong felt a bit exasperated that it was evident to him that anyone was fair game for her. Except for him. He fastened her seatbelt and shut the car door with a thud. During the ride, Jiang Tang fell silent, her phone ringing. Lu Xingyang had arranged for Yi Jiaojiao to rest and instructed his mother to sleep early. Now alone in his study, he finally recalled Jiang Tang's call. Her tone had seemed somewhat off, as if she had been drinking, so he called her back at this moment. Jiang Tang had already fallen asleep. Hu Xiaodong's car stopped at a red light, and he answered the call. "Hello." Upon hearing Hu Xiaodong's voice, Lu Xingyang asked, "Xiaodong, how is Tang Tang?" "She just called me, and I'm a bit worried." Hu Xiaodong glanced at the sleeping woman beside him. Recalling how she looked when she emerged from the restroom, he understood why she had suddenly changed her demeanor. It was because she had called Lu Xingyang. Hu Xiaodong's expression turned cold as he said, "She had a bit to drink. She is on her way home now." "Please take care of her," Lu Xingyang replied. "Tang Tang seems independent, yet many times she acts like a child. Once I'm done with my matters, I will personally express my gratitude." Lu Xingyang's tone suggested he still regarded Jiang Tang as his wife, that he always believed that their divorce was merely temporary, just like how they used to argue over trivial matters. Once Yi Jiaojiao's situation was resolved, he thought they could reconcile as before. Hu Xiaodong listened and curiously asked, "May I inquire what identity you are speaking from at this moment?" Chapter 35. Spending the night in his bed, Lu Xingyang, holding his phone, sensed Hu Xiaodong's displeasure through the line. However, Hu Xiaodong always seemed so indifferent, even towards Jiang Tang, that he understood that the development of their divorce might upset those around her. Lu Xingyang explained, "I've been with Tang Tang for many years. I've always regarded her as my wife, and no matter when, she remains the person I love most." After Lu Xingyang finished speaking, Hu Xiaodong remained silent, contemplating how such a thick-skinned man could exist in this world. Even with the scandal of his affair with a mistress trending, he still professed his love for Jiang Tang. Lu Xingyang continued, "Xiaodong, if you have the chance, please help me counsel her." Lu Zong. Hu Xiaodong finally interrupted, "You and Jiang Tang are already divorced. A decent ex should not interfere with her life. You don't lack the awareness to understand that, do you?" Hu Xiaodong's words left Lu Xinyan in a momentary silence. He had initially intended to request someone to look after Jiang Tang on his behalf. However, the tone of Hu Xiaodong made it abundantly clear that he was not a suitable candidate for such a task. Hu Xiaodong had always been rather unfriendly towards Jiang Tang. It would be quite unreasonable to expect him to willingly care for her. Realizing this, Lu Xinyan decided not to prolong the awkwardness. "I will call Jiang Tang once she wakes up." Just as he hung up, Jiang Tang, shifting her sleeping position in the passenger seat, inquired, "Whose call was that?" Lu Xinyan. Upon hearing the name, Jiang Tang recalled her foolishness in calling him. What did he say? Unclear. Jiang Tang estimated that Lu Xinyan would not have said anything particularly pleasant. She glanced at her phone but chose to ignore it. "We've arrived." After the car came to a halt, Hu Xiaodong gently shook her awake. He had already exited the vehicle and opened the door to the passenger seat. Upon seeing her awake, he unfastened her seatbelt. Jiang Tang stepped out of the car, with Hu Xiaodong supporting her as they entered a residence that was not the Hu family home, but rather his own dwelling. Once inside, Hu Xiaodong placed her on the black leather sofa in the living room, and she sank into it as if devoid of bones. He observed her for a moment. She was adorned in a black dress and high heels, her fair calves exposed as she lay on the sofa. Feeling a bit warm, Hua Xiaodong turned and retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Upon his return, he discovered someone else in his bed. She had not changed her clothes but lay directly on his bed, the neatly folded quilt now in disarray. And she had not even covered herself. Just look at her. She clearly enjoys enticing me. Hua Xiaodong approached her, turning her over and demanding, "Who allowed you to come in?" Jiang Tang was in a deep slumber, dreaming of still being with Lu Jinyin. Unaware of any divorce or unpleasant happenings, she instinctively wrapped her arms around the man before her, murmuring, "Don't make noise. I'm so sleepy." Her tone was soft, almost like a child seeking affection. Hua Xiaodong's previously subdued anger reignited. His throat tightened as he felt her lean against him, and he found his body increasingly difficult to control. Ever since that afternoon, he had felt unnaturally restless, akin to a parched traveler in the desert. With a bucket of water tantalizingly within reach, he wished to immerse himself entirely in it. Before he realized it, his lips had already brushed against hers, warm and imbued with a hint of alcohol, intoxicating him further. Jiang Tang awoke around 6 in the morning. That as the alcohol fully dissipated, she regained some clarity. The room was dimly lit, and the glow from the bathroom illuminated her surroundings, revealing that she was in an unfamiliar space. Someone was bathing inside. Remembering the wine that Han Yu had urged her to drink, she had not felt its effects at the time, thinking it tasted no different from a refreshing beverage. How had she ended up here, awake? Hua Xiaodong's voice called from the bathroom as the door swung open. Her heart raced, but hearing his voice brought her some comfort to Xiaodongji. She replied, upon noticing her awake. Hua Xiaodong turned on the light. Jiang Tang shielded her eyes until they adjusted to the brightness. Hua Xiaodong had just finished showering, his hair still damp, clad in a black bathrobe. Where is this place? She wondered, glancing around the simple black, white, and gray room that my home. Hua Xiaodong replied tersely that it was evidently not the family estate, but rather his private residence. Why did you bring me here? Jiang Tang questioned. Hua Xiaodong scoffed at her words. You should be grateful I didn't take you to northern Myanmar. After drinking so much, you've lost your mind. Jiang Tang looked at him. I was merely observing you while drinking. She hadn't anticipated the wine would have such a strong effect. Now that she was sober, she felt a bit of tightness in her chest. Hua Xiaodong raised an eyebrow at her response. Are you so comfortable with me that you can drink yourself into a stupor? As a woman, you should be more cautious. His words left him somewhat speechless, as it seemed she had no reservations about him, that he recalled how she had flirted with others at the hotel entrance. Yet when it came to him, she offered no such advances. Jiang Tang looked at him defiantly. You wouldn't dare do anything to me. Her trust seemed to challenge his masculinity. Hua Xiaodong felt a surge of irritation. Who says I wouldn't? How do you know I didn't do something before you woke up? Jiang Tang glanced down at her attire, still the same outfit she had worn before leaving. Recognizing his teasing, she replied, I'm not foolish that I'm just going to use the restroom. She settled on the edge of the bed, searching for a pair of shoes. However, the man who had been standing suddenly approached and pushed her back onto the bed. Hua Xiaodong leaned on either side of her, gazing down at her. Jiang Tang, do you believe I wouldn't take you right here? His bathrobe revealed the contours of his muscular physique, exuding an aggressive male aura that made Jiang Tang acutely aware of the danger. She lay still, scrutinizing Hua Xiaodong's expressionless face, unable to decipher his intentions. After a few seconds, she weakly uttered, Xiaodongji, he must be joking. Hua Xiaodong gazed at her face, so close to his, and recalled how she had kissed him before falling asleep. That sensation lingered with him throughout the night, leaving him restless despite multiple showers. Meanwhile, she had slept soundly, blissfully unaware. Now that she was awake, she seemed to regard him with indifference. Yet her gentle address softened his heart. Diminishing his earlier ferocity, he looked at Jiang Tang and stated, I am quite curious as to where you derive your confidence that I wouldn't take advantage of you. You drank so much without a hint of concern. Jiang Tang bit her lip, meeting his gaze. You don't find me appealing. She added, and I'm divorced, that you've said before that your standards are higher than that. Hua Xiaodong wished he could retract all the biting remarks he had made earlier. He assessed Jiang Tang for a few moments before replying. That may be true, but do you genuinely believe there exists a man who would pass up an opportunity? I trust you, Jiang Tang asserted. Before she could finish, Hua Xiaodong lowered his head and kissed her softly by the ear. Trust. His heated breath startled Jiang Tang, prompting her to instinctively push against his chest. Hu Xiaodong's voice was low. I take back what I said about you being a quack. Jiang Tang recalled their conversation from the previous night, where he had accused her of failing to cure him, thus labeling her a quack. Before she could connect the dots, Hu Xiaodong whispered, Dr. Jiang, your medical skills are indeed exceptional. Every time, they provoke a reaction from my body that I in a flurry. Jiang Tang fled to the bathroom, startled by his words. Hu Xiaodong settled on the edge of the bed, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it slowly. Inside the bathroom, Jiang Tang stood enveloped in the lingering steam from Hu Xiaodong's recent shower. She wiped the mirror clean and peered at her reflection, her heart racing. She recalled Hu Xiaodong's earlier reaction. He was nothing like a man who would need to visit a urologist. Had he lost his mind? Or was it simply that men enjoyed taking advantage of women? Even though he clearly looked down upon her and felt no affection, he couldn't resist making suggestive remarks. After splashing her face with cold water, Jiang Tang emerged from the bathroom. Hu Xiaodong had finished his cigarette and changed into a simple white t-shirt and black pants. Jiang Tang avoided his gaze, mustering her courage to ask, Are we heading back now? Hu Xiaodong responded, If you don't have to work, you can stay here a little longer. Descending the stairs together, they returned to the Hu family home. The hospital where Jiang Tang worked was nearby, and she needed to wash her face properly and change clothes. Neither of them broached the previous topic, as if the incident had never occurred. Seated in the passenger seat, Jiang Tang felt her mind clearing. She opened WeChat and noticed a message from Lu Jinyan. Reply to me when you wake up. She checked the call log, noting 2 calls from him, both from the previous night. The memory of her drunken call to him. Hearing him conversing with Yi Jiaojiao flooded back that it was not a mere figment of her imagination. She had indeed made that embarrassing call. Regretting her foolishness, she realized that regardless of Hu Xiaodong's warning, she could no longer indulge in alcohol. Noticing her deep in thought while clutching her phone, Hu Xiaodong remarked, You called Lu Jinyan last night. The mention of this embarrassing incident. Jiang Tang stole a glance at Hu Xiaodong. I saw that it is likely that Hu Xiaodong is currently harboring disdain for her. Jiang Tang is aware that he seems to detest individuals who dally in matters of the heart. However, many emotions that she usually considers trivial can become quite extravagant when amplified by alcohol. Hu Xiaodong remarked, Do you truly have such an affection for him? He nearly took advantage of her last night. The way she seduced him left him utterly unable to resist. Yet, when she called out husband, it jolted him back to reality, that he understands that the person she truly cares for is still Lu Jinyan. Although Hu Xiaodong has discovered that his body is now completely ensnared by this woman, he still finds it beneath him to play the role of someone else's substitute, taking advantage of their vulnerability. Upon hearing Hu Xiaodong's words, Jiang Tang replied, I do not love him. I merely harbor a deep-seated hatred that I believe he is utterly despicable. The lightness of her tone, juxtaposed with such venomous words, clearly indicates how significantly she regards Lu Jinyan. Upon returning to the courtyard, the Hu residence was enveloped in tranquility. After washing her face and changing her clothes, Jiang Tang descended the stairs to find the household bustling with activity. Mrs. Huang, spotting Jiang Tang, called out, Tang Tang, breakfast is ready. Good morning, Annie, Jiang Tang responded. Good morning, Su, still groggy, yawned and complained. I wanted to sleep a little longer, but was dragged out for breakfast. Mom, next time if I don't wake up, please don't call me for meals. She was free from her early shift today and was enjoying a day of rest at home. Mrs. Huang replied, All right, you can sleep after you finish eating. Her gaze then shifted to Jiang Tang. What happened between you and Hao Yang yesterday? At the mention of this, Jiang Tang was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of guilt that we just encountered each other last night and exchanged a few words. Did he say anything? She was unsure of what Lu Haoyang had conveyed to Mrs. Huang. Jiang Tang, lacking knowledge of the situation, refrained from making any unfounded remarks that he mentioned that you were with Xiaodong all night. You both didn't return home? Faced with Mrs. Huang's line of questioning, Jiang Tang felt a pang of guilt, although she had sworn to keep her distance from Xiaodong on her way back. To avoid any more ambiguous situations like this morning's, Jiang Tang explained, I drank too much at President Fu's gathering last night. Did Xiaodong drink as well? Mrs. Huang inquired. Haoyang said that you and Xiaodong have an improper relationship. Jiang Tang was about to clarify, but Su, sitting nearby, couldn't contain her laughter. Mrs. Huang shot her a glance. What are you laughing at? Su retorted, Lu Haoyang must be a fool. What kind of connection could there be between my brother and Tang Tang? It's always me insisting he takes her along. Last night, at President Fu's gathering, I asked my brother to bring Tang Tang with him to spare her from being bored at home. Mrs. Huang had never given it much thought, as for Xiaodong's attitude had always indicated that he would never harbor feelings for Jiang Tang, that I told him the same. He must have misunderstood. Tang Tang. You should explain it to him later. Seeing her mother's fervor, Su Su could tell that Jiang Tang was reluctant to disappoint her mother's good intentions. Mom, I don't think Lu Haoyang is suitable. Su Su directly intervened on Jiang Tang's behalf. Lu Haoyang is divorced and has children. Do you expect Tang Tang to marry him and become a stepmother? I find him unappealing, that he isn't even handsome. Not even a patch on Lu Zenian. Does looks fill your stomach? Su Su scoffed. The most superficial thing about finding a man is judging him by his appearance, just because someone is good-looking. What does that amount to? Tang Tang once fancied Lu Zenian for his looks, but look at the kind of person he is. The things he has done make my blood boil, as they conversed. Wu Xiaodong approached, noticing his mother's indignant demeanor. Who has upset you? Lu Zenian. I told you he is no good. He bullies Tang Tang, that Mrs. Huang, upon seeing Wu Xiaodong, turned back to the matter at hand. Pressing him, did you see Haoyang last night? Yes. What did you say to him that led him to believe you have an inappropriate relationship with Jiang Tang? Wu Xiaodong lifted his gaze to glance at Jiang Tang, who was silently sitting nearby. Revealing her slight unease, he replied, Nothing much. I simply found him displeasing and deliberately allowed him to misconstrue my relationship with Jiang Tang. Chapter 37. He became the villain Wu Xiaodong. You, Mrs. Huang scolded her son. He was genuinely interested in Tang Tang, and your actions have led to a misunderstanding that could ruin a good match. It's better that they aren't together, Wu Xiaodong countered. He is not someone remarkable. Why should he be the one to choose? Lu Haoyang is merely a second-generation rich kid, and his current job is one that was handed to him by his family. To put it bluntly, he is rather incompetent. The Lu family is well off, and if all goes as expected, his father will be promoted today. Even if his family is affluent, it is due to his father's capabilities. You would rather have Jiang Tang marry into the Lu family than allow her to become Lu Ju's mistress. What kind of talk is that? Mrs. Huang felt as if she might faint from anger. Wu Xiaodong, I know you don't like Tang Tang, but this matter pertains to her future. Do not jest about such things. I warn you, what benefit is there to you in ruining her? Do not warn me. Wu Xiaodong, rarely one to argue with his mother on such matters, usually accepted whatever she said without question. I believe you are the one pushing her into a fire pit. A fire pit? Hearing this phrase made Mrs. Huang nearly choke on her frustration. What kind of words are these? I genuinely have Tang Tang's best interests at heart, after marrying into the Lu family. Lu Zenian would dare not mistreat her. How can you say that the Lu family is a fire pit? You are painting me as the villain here. Seeing Mrs. Huang's rising ire, Jiang Tang quickly interjected. Auntie, please do not be angry. I know you are looking out for me. The Lu family is indeed the highest tier she could aspire to marry into. Aunt Huang is truly considering her future. Jiang Tang is well aware of this. Wu Xiaodong, noticing her siding with his mother, let out a cold laugh and continued addressing his mother. Why not first ask Jiang Tang if she is willing? She still has feelings for Lu Zenian, yet you are here trying to arrange her future. Can she truly move on? Once Wu Xiaodong finished speaking, Mrs. Huang's gaze fell upon Jiang Tang. Tang Tang, do you still have feelings for Lu Zenian? You foolish girl. After everything Lu Zenian has done to you, I do not. Jiang Tang shot a glare at Wu Xiaodong, realizing he was indeed quite annoying. She turned to Mrs. Huang. I do not like Lu Zenian, and there is no possibility of reconciliation between us. Annie is right. I think Lu Haoyang is quite good. Their family circumstances are acceptable. Last night, our conversation went well until Xiaodong suddenly appeared and scared him away. Out of respect for Annie, she has always been polite to Lu Haoyang. She absolutely will not bear the blame for this. After saying this, she looked seriously at Xiaodong. Xiaodong, I do not know what grievances you have with Lu Haoyang, but please do not drag me into it next time. She seemed to have made a certain resolution, not wanting to be perceived as still entangled in matters concerning Lu Zenian. Jiang Tang felt that this would make her appear overly infatuated. On her way back, she had been pondering her impulsive call to Lu Zenian while intoxicated. Perhaps by seeking someone else and engaging in a new relationship, she could finally put Lu Zenian out of her mind. Upon hearing Jiang Tang's words, Wu Xiaodong pressed his lips together. Jiang Tang quickly finished her meal, stood up, and said, Auntie, I must head to work now. I will message Lu Haoyang shortly to clarify things. All right. After being scolded by Hu Xiaodong and then pacified by Jiang Tang's obedience, only Jiang Tang understood that he was genuinely looking out for her. Once Jiang Tang left, Mrs. Huang turned to Hu Xiaodong. Look how obedient Tang Tang is that you have the heart to keep bullying her. It is fine to joke with Lu Haoyang, but this concerns her future. Do not treat everything as a jest. Hu Xiaodong recalled Jiang Tang's demeanor and felt a sense of betrayal. He was merely speaking on her behalf, yet she immediately sided with her mother. Now he had become the villain. Seeing Hu Xiaodong remain silent, Mrs. Huang changed the subject. This evening, I have arranged dinner with Xiao Yu and their family. I hope you will join us. I will not go, Hu Xiaodong rejected. Why not? Are you not at all anxious about your own matters? Witnessing her mother's eagerness for him to find someone and marry already, he felt she was somewhat obsessed. Do you wish for me to rush into getting a marriage certificate at once? How do you know? In the hospital, Lu Xinian noticed that Jiang Tang had not responded to his messages and took the initiative to call her. Jiang Tang answered the call, but remained silent. Lu Xinian asked, "Are you awake?" Jiang Tang replied, "What do you want? You called me last night. Were you drinking?" His tone was filled with concern, as if they were still husband and wife. But how could this man, who dared to lay hands on her, genuinely care for her? Jiang Tang replied, "It's none of your business." She realized she had begun to despise hearing his voice, as it reminded her of her foolish behavior when she drunkenly called him last night. "I called you last night," Hu Xiaodong answered. "Are you still living at the Ho residence? Should you consider moving out? I feel like Hu Xiaodong does not particularly like you. Living under someone else's roof is not ideal." He recalled the joy that Jiang Tang had felt when they had just purchased their new home and moved into, "I finally have my own house. No longer will I have to rely on others as I did before." Every time Lu Xinian thought of her radiant smile at that moment, a profound sense of accomplishment filled his heart, for her happiness was a gift he had bestowed upon her that time. He promised himself that he would strive to pamper her, ensuring she became the happiest woman in the world. However, now as he mentioned the phrase relying on others, Jiang Tang pressed her lips together. Suppressing the wave of bitterness that surged within her, coldly, she replied, "So when will you have time to transfer the house to me?" Lu Xinian responded, "I am already in the process of handling it. Next week is my mother's birthday. Please come by, and I will give you the house." Jiang Tang understood his implication, that I've already accompanied you to teacher May's house for dinner. Now you want me to play along at your mother's birthday banquet just to get the house. What's next? Will there be another excuse? A house. How many times do you intend to manipulate me? Lu Xinian said, "This is the last time, and the only reason I haven't given you the house yet is that it isn't ready. Once it is, I will hand it over to you. Do you not trust me even this much? It was my excessive trust in you that allowed you to secretly be with Yi Jiao Jiao." Before Yi Jiao Jiao struck her, she had never suspected he was involved with someone else. She had always believed that trust was paramount in a relationship, which is why she never checked his phone. But in reality, his family was aware of Yi Jiao Jiao's existence, while she remained blissfully ignorant. She had barely driven his car a few times, allowing Yi Jiao Jiao to recklessly take it out. "I find her quite bothersome. Had it not been for her, we would not be in this predicament. However, the past cannot be changed, and I am powerless now. Just remember to come by when the time comes." It was as though he regarded her as a subordinate. After issuing his commands, he hung up the phone. That moment, someone entered and took a seat before her. Jiang Tang looked up to see the man who had appeared the last time he visited. Coinciding with her clinic hours, she hadn't anticipated his return today. "What brings you here?" she asked. Chapter 38. A desire to establish boundaries where Xiaodong fixed his gaze upon her, recalling the words she had spoken in front of her mother that morning. He understood that she was deliberately opposing him. Maintaining a composed demeanor, where Xiaodong presented himself as merely a patient returning for a follow-up. "Since I followed your advice last time, I have had no reaction whatsoever. Jiang doctor, if you cannot provide me with proper care today, I would not hesitate to file a complaint. Don't you feel a twinge of guilt saying that?" Jiang Tang found it amusing, recalling who had pinned her down that morning. Was that no reaction? She even contemplated that perhaps Xiaodong was not physically unwell. Rather, he might be somewhat mentally unstable to seek her out. Xiaodong, seated in the chair, asked, "So can we begin my treatment now?" "Let me prescribe you some medication," she said, preparing to write him a prescription. However, Xiaodong suddenly became quite shameless. "Isn't it rather hasty for Dr. Jiang to prescribe without a proper examination? Is this how your hospital treats its patients? I might need to report this to Director Su. Jiang Tang couldn't help but curse him inwardly. She had tolerated his behavior at home, but now he was trying to exert authority over her in the hospital. Yet, as this was during work hours, she maintained her composure, replying, I have already examined you before. I am aware of your condition. How long ago was that? Xiaodong inquired. Dr. Jiang, your approach raises doubts about your medical expertise. What exactly do you want? Jiang Tang, feeling vexed, allowed her tone to grow impatient. She had not wished to engage further with him, but now he had come to bother her here. Xiaodong scrutinized her, observing her anger without responding, merely watching her as if it were an entertaining spectacle. Jiang Tang felt frustrated for losing control of her temper. Lowering her head, she was about to say something when a knock interrupted. Come in, Jiang Tang called out. The door opened to reveal Director Chiu, who also served as the vice president of the hospital, having just revealed her unprofessional side and thrown a fit in front of a patient like Xiaodong. Jiang Tang felt anxious and immediately stood up. Director Chiu, without acknowledging her, Vice President Chiu focused on Xiaodong. Confirming his identity, he quickly closed the door and approached him with a warm greeting. Captain Hua, it truly is you. Xiaodong, standing up upon seeing the outstretched hand, replied politely, I heard just yesterday that you were in the hospital. I have been hoping to meet you. The higher-ups have expressed concern for your health and instructed us to cooperate fully. You should have informed us of your visit. Xiaodong surmised that this information had been leaked by Li Sunbai, that I just came to check things out. I didn't want to make a spectacle of it. Understood, Vice President Chiu said. Since it pertains to your privacy, we will maintain discretion that I will arrange for the best doctor in the department to come and examine you that there's no need, Xiaodong replied, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Jiang Tang. This Dr. Jiang is exceptionally skilled. Under her care, I have improved significantly. Jiang Tang interjected, it seems I haven't done much at all. Moreover, he just claimed I failed to provide adequate treatment. This man was so adept at twisting words. Vice President Chiu glanced at Jiang Tang, noting that she had been temporarily assigned from the surgical department to assist. Hearing Xiaodong's praise for her, he felt a newfound respect for Jiang Tang. That is splendid. Xiao Jiang, please perform well. Do not bring shame to our hospital. Jiang Tang nodded, feeling the pressure of expectations. Vice President Chiu then turned to Xiaodong, asking, is there anything you need assistance with? Feel free to voice any requests, and I will do my utmost to accommodate that there's no need. Xiaodong said that I trust Dr. Jiang will not disappoint me. Very well, Vice President Chiu said, addressing Jiang Tang. You may continue your work. Xiao Jiang, do take your time. After seeing off the leadership, Jiang Tang resumed her seat, looking at Xiaodong, that he regarded her with a faint smile. You've worked hard, Dr. Jiang. You truly are insufferable that if that is the case, I shall call your superior back here. Don't. With the conversation having reached this point, if you were to summon her superior again, it would only reflect poorly on her abilities. Jiang Tang, pushing aside her biases, said to Xiaodong, please lie down. I will examine you. After donning gloves, she stood and moved to the side. Xiaodong stood up and drew the curtain. Moments later, Jiang Tang approached, instructing him to remove his pants. Her tone carried a hint of irritation. Xiaodong detected her displeasure and remarked, it seems you find me rather unlikable. Not at all. I treat every patient equally. However, you behave as if you've come to provoke me. Why would I do that? Xiaodong replied earnestly that my mother wants grandchildren, and I am just as eager to resolve this matter. Do you think I enjoy coming here to be the subject of your ridicule? Or perhaps you wish for me to go home and broadcast this to everyone. His reasoning was sound, and seeing his sincere expression made Jiang Tang reconsider her earlier thoughts. Perhaps she had been overly sensitive. The events of the morning had made it difficult for her to view him as a mere patient, but rather as a man. This realization impacted her professional demeanor. Now, his words caused Jiang Tang to blush slightly, prompting her to reflect on her professionalism. She diligently examined Xiaodong, confirming that he was indeed recovering well. Sitting at her desk, she said, let me prescribe you some medication. You can try it at home. Xiaodong remained seated, watching her as she printed out the prescription for him to pay, that he did not move. Jiang Tang glanced at him. What is the matter? Xiaodong replied, I already have these medications at home. The previous doctor prescribed some that I did not finish. That I in that case. Continue taking your home medications. She deleted the ones he already had, leaving only the new prescriptions. After finishing, Hu Xiaodong remained seated, showing no intention of leaving. What time do you finish work? I'll wait for you to leave together. No need, Jiang Tang said, focusing on her computer. She felt they were getting too close for comfort and preferred not to invest too much attention on him. I have other commitments this afternoon. Are you meeting Lu Haoyang? The mention of his name reminded Jiang Tang of the morning's events, that it was his abruptness the night before that had led her to feel like a thief. Being interrogated by her aunt, this moment, she wanted to establish a clear boundary. What if I am? Do you have some unresolved issues with Lu Haoyang? Don't involve me in this. Are you really considering being with him? Jiang Tang initially intended to clarify her relationship with Hu Xiaodong to Lu Haoyang, but she had no romantic feelings for him. Hearing Hu Xiaodong's inquiry, she replied, if he wishes to, I think that would be quite nice. After careful contemplation, I have come to agree with my aunt. Marrying into the Lu family appears to be the most prudent choice at present. Xiaodong, do you not think you are overly concerned with my affairs? Chapter 39. Not interested in her, especially this morning. When my aunt inquired about my absence with Hu Xiaodong last night, I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. I cannot quite discern what I am afraid of. Yet reason dictates that I should maintain a distance from this man and refrain from further interactions with him. After her inquiry, I noticed Hu Xiaodong's silence. He merely fixed his gaze upon me. He possesses strikingly beautiful eyes, yet they are inscrutable. I am left in the dark about his thoughts. Embarrassed, I averted my gaze, striving to ignore his presence. Hu Xiaodong observed Jiang Tang before him, feeling as though her words about being overly concerned rendered him a fool. It seemed he ought not to interfere excessively in her matters. After a brief pause, he addressed Jiang Tang, stating, if you genuinely believe that marrying Lu Haoyang is acceptable, then I shall not obstruct you. Jiang Tang replied, that would be splendid. Hu Xiaodong let out a cold laugh, rising to his feet as he said to Jiang Tang, I sincerely hope you thrive alongside Lu Haoyang. Just ensure you do not come to regret it. He doubted her ability to truly move on from Lu Jinyan and be with Lu Haoyang. Apart from having a respectable father, he saw little in Lu Haoyang that could possibly attract her. Yet, with the conversation having escalated to this point, it would seem beneath him to meddle further in her affairs. Once Hu Xiaodong departed, Jiang Tang breathed a sigh of relief. She was perplexed by her own feelings of fear towards him. When work concluded, Su called, saying, Tang Bao, my mother is having dinner with Yi Shiyu's family tonight. You should join us. That I cannot. Under different circumstances, she would have accepted. However, it was evident that Aunt Huang was attempting to orchestrate a pairing between Hu Xiaodong and Yi Shiyu. Jiang Tang did not wish to entangle herself in that situation. Su insisted. If you are not going, then neither will I. We shall dine out instead. That I have made plans with Lu Haoyang. In truth, it was Lu Haoyang who had taken the initiative to invite her. After some consideration, Jiang Tang acquiesced. What is your purpose in meeting him? Su replied. If you do not like him, do not feel compelled. Do not be swayed by my mother's assertions of the Lu family's favorable conditions. What she says is not always accurate. I have already made arrangements. Jiang Tang told Su, regardless. One must not break a promise. Even if unsatisfied, clarity must be maintained to prevent him from assuming there is something between me and Xiaodong. Very well. Inform me once you are done. All right. After work. Jiang Tang headed straight to the restaurant. The meeting set for 7 o'clock. However, by 8, there was still no sign of Lu Haoyang. Unable to contain herself, she placed a call. After a considerable wait, Lu Haoyang answered, saying, I will not be coming. Enjoy your meal alone. With that, he ended the call. Hu Xiaodong sat on the sofa, sipping water. Lu Haoyang glanced at him and remarked, Xiaodong, if there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. That go ahead. Hu Xiaodong did not retain him. Lu Haoyang rose cautiously and exited. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Tang, still at the restaurant, received a message from Lu Haoyang. Let us cease all contact. I am not interested in you. A divorced woman like you holds no appeal for me. Do not entertain notions of marrying into our family. After waiting all evening without seeing him, she was inexplicably insulted. Jiang Tang nibbled on a few bites before returning to the Ho residence. The family had all gone to dine with Yi Shiyu's family and had yet to return. Jiang Tang exchanged pleasantries with Aunt Yu, who had just finished mopping the floor before heading upstairs for a shower. Not long after, they returned. Jiang Tang descended the stairs to find Su and Aunt Huang entering together. Aunt Huang sat on the sofa. Rubbing her temples, Jiang Tang greeted, Annie. Aunt Huang opened her eyes and looked at Jiang Tang, inquiring, "You're back. How did your meeting with Lu Haoyang go? I did not meet him." Huang Ying immediately sat up straight, exclaiming, "What happened?" Jiang Tang explained, "We had a 7 o'clock arrangement, but he did not show. When I called, he told me not to contact him anymore, that it seems he is not interested in this outcome." However, brought Jiang Tang a sense of relief. Originally, Aunt Huang had meant well that on her way there, she had contemplated how to explain to her aunt should she refuse. Now that Lu Haoyang had dismissed her, she felt a lightness in her heart. This cannot be. Lu Haoyang should not behave this way. He seemed quite pleased with you before. Jiang Tang smiled and replied, "He was likely just saving face for your sake, trying not to appear too harsh. Annie, it is truly fine. He was rather arrogant." Su, standing nearby, appeared displeased. Huang Ying sighed, remarking, "It is all right. I shall introduce you to someone else later. Just keep looking." Initially, she had thought this matter was secure. However, with Lu Haoyang losing face, Huang Ying felt unable to say much and could only comfort Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang observed Huang Ying closely, noting her apparent discontent. "Did you not go out to dinner? Is something bothering you, Annie?" "It is all with Xiaodong's doing that the mere mention of his name." Huang Ying grew irate. Just as she uttered the name of the culprit, Xiaodong entered the room. Upon his return, he overheard them speaking ill of him, questioning, "What have I done now?" Huang Ying shot him a glare, expressing her frustration. "At your age, you still act so rebelliously. I told you to join us for dinner. Why did you not go?" "I already stated I would not attend," Xiaodong replied. "Mother, I have my own plans regarding marriage. Do not impose arrangements upon me, that if you refuse to go, then at least do not turn off your phone." "You insolent boy. Do you dare to make me regret giving birth to you?" "My phone ran out of battery." Xiaodong pulled out his phone, showing it was indeed off that I in this day and age. Who cannot charge their phone? Huang Ying had her doubts. It was evident he was doing it on purpose. She felt a surge of anger, yet pursuing the matter further seemed pointless. "Forget it. I shall retire." With that, she ascended the stairs. After Huang Ying departed, Su turned to Xiaodong, saying, "Brother, Yishuyu is absolutely miserable because you did not go. Well done, though it may seem unseemly to take pleasure in her misfortune while their mother was upset." Su genuinely disliked the idea of Yishuyu becoming her sister-in-law. Xiaodong's absence filled her with delight. Xiaodong scrutinized Su, asking, "Are you truly so pleased?" "I did not go of my own volition. Why am I being blamed for this?" Xiaodong's gaze finally settled on Jiang Tang. "Did you not go to dine with Lu Haoyang?" Jiang Tang replied, "I have already eaten." Jiang Tang hurriedly retreated upstairs to that moment. She wished to avoid further engagement with Xiaodong. Watching her retreating figure, Xiaodong smirked. He could not control her, but he could certainly manage Lu Haoyang. Su mentioned, "Lu Haoyang is not interested in Jiang Tang. He completely stood her up for dinner. I have no idea what his issue is, considering he was the one who initiated the invitation." Xiaodong maintained a serious expression. "He was never a good person. Such behavior is hardly surprising that he would never admit it had anything to do with him," that Su suggested. "Brother, why not introduce some of your friends to Jiang Tang? Find someone more handsome than Lu Jinyan, so she does not feel as though she can only settle for him. Do not even think about it." Chapter 40. A tall, athletic student. "You are utterly heartless," Su huffed, asserting, "I genuinely believe Han Yu is quite an admirable choice. Why not speak to him?" Upon hearing Han Yu's name, Xiaodong's expression darkened, recalling how Jiang Tang had been excessively intoxicated by Han Yu. She seemed to trust him quite a bit. Each time they encountered one another, she would engage him in lengthy conversations. Now that Su brought him up, Xiaodong immediately dismissed the idea. Absolutely not. Why not? He is quite a decent fellow. Do you honestly believe the Han family would consider him? She is divorced. Do you really think just anyone can enter their circle? And what of being divorced? Su frowned. Lu Haoyang is divorced, and my mother still regards him as a prized catch. Do not harbor prejudices against divorced women. Our Jiang Tang is quite charming. Charming, you say? I recall her rather naive demeanor, and how she bolted at the mere sight of him. Xiaodong scoffed. I did not notice any charm. Navet is certainly apparent. Fine, Su retorted. Xiaodong, you only know how to bully Jiang Tang. You are no longer my brother. With that, Su stormed upstairs. Jiang Tang was in her room, engrossed in a book when Su entered, exclaiming, Tang Tang, she seated herself beside Jiang Tang, holding some documents. Jiang Tang glanced at her, asking, "What is it?" "I am on the verge of losing my mind because of my brother." Su Su frowned, declaring him a villain. "We should no longer engage with him." Jiang Tang, in agreement with Su Su's proposal to disregard Hu Xiaodong, remained curious and inquired, "What has Xiaodong done now? He is simply insufferable." As she spoke, Su Su handed over the documents, which contained a medical report. "Please take a look at this for me." The relationship between the two individuals is quite amicable. Whenever Su Su encounters difficulties at work, she invariably seeks out Jiang Tang for assistance. Coincidentally, they share the same field of study, which often enables Jiang Tang to provide her with the help she needs. When faced with Su Su's requests, Jiang Tang has never declined. After discussing work matters, Su Su gazes at Jiang Tang and inquires, "You've been on the male reproductive health rotation lately. When will you return?" "In a few days," Jiang Tang responds. "They mention a shortage of personnel there and ask me to lend a hand." "You must hurry back," Su Su exclaims, resting her chin on her hand, "that I can't seem to find you, and I have to call you just to chat." Jiang Tang nods, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'll be back in a few days." "Is it that you can't stand seeing me being lazy lately?" Su Su smiles, "As long as you know. Then I'll ask about it tomorrow." Speaking of which, Jiang Tang recalls that Hu Xiaodong had gone to the hospital today and made some remarks. At the end of the workday, Qiu Yuan sent a message inquiring about Hu Xiaodong's condition. The next day, when Jiang Tang returned to work, she messaged Qiu Yuan to inquire about her return to surgery, but was met with a refusal. It was stated that Hu Xiaodong currently values her highly and has specifically requested that she remain in her position until his situation improves. That evening, Su Su summoned Jiang Tang to the royal city, claiming she had arranged for a handsome gentleman to accompany her to Lu Xinyang's mother's birthday banquet. Upon entering, Jiang Tang immediately spotted Han Yu. The royal city is under the domain of Fu Shuyang, and they seem to frequent this establishment often. Seeing him, Jiang Tang, feeling somewhat guilty, asked Lawyer Han, "Are you here alone?" "I'm with a few friends," he replied. A sense of worry washed over Jiang Tang. Could Hu Xiaodong be here? Since that day, she had not encountered him again. Each night, she returned home, had dinner, and locked herself in her room, leaving early the next morning. The sight of Han Yu made her anxious about the possibility of running into Hu Xiaodong. Noticing her concern, Han Yu said, "Are you curious about Xiaodong's whereabouts?" "Not at all." Jiang Tang feigned calmness to hide her apprehension. It wasn't that she wanted to know about him. Rather, she feared the prospect of encountering him. Han Yu continued, "He didn't come today. It seems he was called to a meeting with Li Sanbai a couple of days ago." Instantly, Jiang Tang felt relieved and followed him to the booth. In the booth, only Su Su and Fu Shuyang were present, surrounded by a group of handsome young men who appeared to be enjoying life. Ignoring Fu Shuyang, Su Su unabashedly scrutinized the young man. Jiang Tang approached and sat beside Su Su, asking, "Is it just the two of you?" "Yes," Su Su replied, retracting her gaze. "Sit down. Would you like something to drink?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Tang recalled the last drinking episode and quickly shook her head. "No, thank you. But you seemed to enjoy it last time." Fu Shuyang chuckled. "Why not drink today? I was quite tipsy that day." Jiang Tang asserted, her resolve not to drink firmly established. "You all can drink. I'll just have some water." She signaled the waiter for a glass of plain water and turned to Su Su. "Did you not say you would introduce me to a handsome guy? Where is he?" "Oh, yes, right here." Su Su laughed, pointing toward Han Yu. Jiang Tang looked over, but saw no one else other than Han Yu. Before she could react, Su Su asked, "Han Yu, do you have a girlfriend?" Han Yu, who had been engrossed in his phone, looked up and responded, "No, why? Are you trying to introduce me to someone? What do you think of our Tang Tang?" Su Su inquired. Last time, Hu Xiaodong wasn't keen on the introduction. Taking the initiative, Su Su decided to ask herself. Jiang Tang shot her a glare. "Don't speak nonsense. There's no way I could be with Lawyer Han." In contrast to Jiang Tang's timid demeanor, Su Su exuded bravery. "Why not? Everyone is single here. What do you think, Han Yu?" Han Yu assessed Jiang Tang before shifting his gaze back to Su Su. Recalling Jiang Tang's relationship with Hu Xiaodong, it appeared that Su Su was oblivious to her brother's feelings. However, he deemed it inappropriate to clarify at that moment and merely declined. "I'm afraid that won't be possible." "Why not?" Su Su pressed, "And aren't you and my brother still friends?" "Our Tang Tang is truly wonderful," that is her best friend. Su Su believed that despite Jiang Tang's divorce, she was worthy of anyone. Yet, Jiang Tang was acutely aware of her own worth. "Lawyer Han, please disregard her foolishness." Han Yu coughed, attempting to change the subject. "Weren't you supposed to be on a blind date with Lu Haoyang?" "Don't even mention that surname Lu," Su Su retorted, still vexed by the previous encounter. "He not only stood me up, but also acted as if anyone would be interested in him. That I don't care. You all must find a handsome guy for our Tang Tang. President Fu promised," she declared, glancing at Fu Shuyang. Suddenly burdened by expectations, Fu Shuyang felt somewhat uneasy. The issue was not about the availability of handsome men. Indeed, he had resources at his disposal. However, the real concern was how Hu Xiaodong would perceive this matter. Last time, Hu Xiaodong had explicitly summoned Lu Haoyang, ordering him to keep his distance from Jiang Tang, but he was fully aware of the situation that day and was typically wary of Hu Xiaodong. Fu Shuyang glanced at Han Yu, seeking his guidance. Han Yu, reclining on the sofa with a nonchalant demeanor, suggested to Su Su, "Why don't you introduce your brother to her?" Hearing Han Yu's words, Su Su shot him a disapproving look. "Can't you say something positive? Anyone who dates my brother will be unfortunate." Hu Xiaodong had previously spoken ill of Jiang Tang, leading Su Su to dismiss him entirely as a brother, with Han Yu's comments. She scoffed, "Forget it. You two can leave. I don't want to see you. We'll find someone ourselves." She promptly shooed them away. Han Yu and Fu Shuyang exited together. Fu Shuyang glanced back at the two women as they departed. Whispering to Han Yu, "Has Dong Gu returned?" "He'll be here shortly," Han Yu replied, having just sent Hu Xiaodong a photo of Jiang Tang and Su Su. After expelling the two men, Su Su pulled Jiang Tang to an adjacent table where several handsome young men were seated. She boldly joined their table, and they welcomed her without hesitation. When Hu Xiaodong arrived, he spotted a young man beside Jiang Tang, teaching her how to play dice, a game she had previously enjoyed. The sight of the young man, a tall and athletic student, immediately darkened Hu Xiaodong's expression. Chapter 41. Caught red-handed by Xiaodong, Gali Simbai followed closely behind Hu Xiaodong, who appeared displeased. "Captain, Su Su is an adult. It's not unusual for her to be out with friends," he cautiously advised. As a brother, it was understandable for him to be concerned about his sister's outings. Jiang Tang sat beside the young man, who insisted on teaching her the game while she followed along. Despite her earlier bravado about seeking out a handsome young man, she had refrained from drinking that day and felt rather restrained. Meanwhile, Su Su energetically engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors with the others at tea that moment, where Xiaodong silently appeared behind her. Jiang Tang noticed him immediately and, seeing Su Su completely unaware, she urgently called out, "Su Su." However, the noise drowned out her voice. The next instant, where Xiaodong prodded Su Su with his phone. "Who is it?" Su Su asked, her irritation quickly deflating upon realizing it was her brother. "Brother," she exclaimed, standing up as if to flee, but Hu Xiaodong saw through her intentions. "Try running away." Unlike her previous stroke of luck, Su Su was caught red-handed, but as she was taken away, Jiang Tang also stood up. Inside the private room, Hu Xiaodong sat on the sofa, while Li Senbai and Fu Shuyang stood nearby. Han Yu lounged on the opposite end of the sofa, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. Su Su stood before Hu Xiaodong, feeling the intensity of his gaze. She nervously touched her nose. "Brother, stand straight." Hu Xiaodong interrupted before she could finish. She quickly complied, standing rigidly as she attempted to explain. "We were just out having some fun at this point." She shot a fierce glare at Fu Shuyang. "You said my brother wasn't here." Fu Shuyang wore a helpless expression. "I had no idea he would show up." Jiang Tang watched from the entrance, noting Hu Xiaodong's serious demeanor. Although he didn't direct his anger at her, she couldn't help but feel anxious for Su Su. Leaning against the sofa, Hu Xiaodong's gaze turned steely. "Just having fun?" The atmosphere in the room felt taut, like a tightly strung bowstring. Hu Xiaodong was undoubtedly a formidable presence. When he lost his temper, everyone else became exceedingly cautious. Fu Shuyang, summoning his courage, attempted to plead for Su Su, insisting they were only having a good time and hadn't done anything wrong. Hu Xiaodong shot a piercing glare at Fu Shuyang. "Try let her back in here next time." He has yet to hold Fu Shuyan accountable. Yet Fu Shuyan dares to speak up. The little courage Fu Shuyan possessed was swiftly intimidated. Su Su protested softly. "Why can't I come? I am no longer a child. It was one thing when you controlled me before, but why now?" As she spoke, she attempted to stride towards Hu Xiaodong. Just as she moved her foot, Hu Xiaodong bellowed her back. "Stand still." Su Su returned to her original spot. Brother, I was wrong. Hu Xiaodong regarded her sternly, unfazed by her perfunctory apology. Since you enjoy this, stand here properly for me. With that, he rose and walked towards Jiang Tang. Just as Jiang Tang was about to speak, Hu Xiaodong bypassed her entirely. As if she were invisible, that he exited the private room and stepped outside, prompting Jiang Tang to swiftly follow in his wake. Xiaodong Ge, after a few steps, Jiang Tang mustered her courage to speak. Hu Xiaodong halted, gazing at the woman who had initiated conversation with him. What is it? Jiang Tang replied, It was my request for Su Su to bring me here. It is not her fault. Should I consult your opinion when managing my sister? What does this have to do with you? Recalling her previous assertion about managing her own affairs, Hu Xiaodong retorted with her own words. Jiang Tang choked momentarily, harboring disdain for Hu Xiaodong internally, yet outwardly she had to appease him. Su Su already understands her mistake. You needn't be angry with her. Moreover, chastising her in front of so many people is quite embarrassing for her. Hu Xiaodong seated himself on the nearby sofa and lit a cigarette. Observing his imperturbable demeanor, Jiang Tang cast aside their previous grievances and her resolution to distance herself from him. Please let her off this time. I beg you that I one tea bring her again. Hu Xiaodong lifted his head, curiosity glinting in his eyes as he regarded Jiang Tang. Weren't you just having a splendid time with that male athlete? Jiang Tang replied, We were merely sharing a table, nothing more. After answering Hu Xiaodong's inquiry, Jiang Tang paused. Su Su only contacted them for my sake. She has no relationship with those boys, since he was seeking trouble with Su Su. Jiang Tang willingly took the blame upon herself. Upon hearing her words, Hu Xiaodong's expression darkened further. Is that so? Quite well. He realized Jiang Tang was capable. She could associate with anyone, except him, whenever he appeared. She reacted as if faced with a formidable threat. Furthermore, she had been evading him lately. Hu Xiaodong had never felt so powerless. Noticing that Hu Xiaodong was ignoring her, merely sitting there and smoking, Jiang Tang felt an urge to turn and leave. This man's temper was insufferable. Yet for Su Su's sake, she had to swallow her indignation. Jiang Tang approached him and gently nudged him. Could you please? I beg you. Hu Xiaodong did not respond, simply shaking off the ash into the nearby ashtray, as if he had not heard her. Seeing that he continued to disregard her, Jiang Tang adopted a serious expression. Hu Xiaodong. Upon hearing her call him by his full name, dropping the endearing Xiaodong Ge, Hu Xiaodong finally turned to her. He squinted, scrutinizing her. Though she appeared timid, she was compelled to be assertive for her sister. Feeling bold. Are we? Jiang Tang clenched her jaw. Do you believe that if you do not release Su Su, I will reveal your secret to them right now? No sooner had she issued her threat than Hu Xiaodong's hand reached out. His large hand gripped the back of her neck, forcefully drawing her towards him. Did I end that instant? The proximity intensified, and the faint scent of smoke wafted into her nostrils. Hu Xiaodong whispered a warning in her ear. Try saying a word. Jiang Tang gritted her teeth, staring at the man before her. Naturally, she would never actually disclose anything. After all, it would violate her professional ethics. Her earlier threats were merely intended to intimidate him. Who knew this man would not be easily swayed? Hu Xiaodong observed the insufferable woman before him. Having not seen or spoken to her for several days, he had thought that since Jiang Tang was unwilling to manage her own affairs, he would keep his distance. Hu Xiaodong was not truly incapable of finding women. Yet now that he saw her, even while she threatened him, he found her demeanor rather amusing. The fire of his anger had already diminished significantly upon her arrival. Watching the audacious woman, he added, I have treated you well all along, and now you threaten me. Jiang Tang, you are heartless. Chapter 42. We merely had a minor disagreement reflecting on past events. Jiang Tang recalled how he had aided her immensely. When she had been abandoned by Lu Zenian, it was he who stayed by her side in the hospital, caring for her. When Lu Zenian had attempted to take her away, it was he who had intervened just in time to save her. Furthermore, he had taken her to witness the sunrise, that he had also been there for her when she had indulged a bit too much in drink, despite having known him for only a few days. Recalling these moments now brought forth a wealth of memories. Realizing that she was now threatening him felt somewhat ungrateful. Jiang Tang deflated. Deciding it was best to let it go, she intended to rise and leave, thinking she could instead accompany Su Su in standing in punishment. However, just as Jiang Tang began to stand, Hu Xiaodong grasped her arm and pulled her back. Losing her balance, she fell into his embrace. The dim lighting of the bar cast shadows around them as Hu Xiaodong gazed at her, inhaling her subtle fragrance. Having not seen her for several days, especially after being away from meetings, he found his desire for her growing stronger. The distance between them shrank, and Hu Xiaodong's breath nearly mingled with hers. Although others were with Su Su, at that moment it was just the two of them, leaving Jiang Tang feeling somewhat uneasy. This was not how it should be. She and Hu Xiaodong should not be like this. Anyone could, but he could not. Steeling herself, she pushed away from his embrace and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Hu Xiaodong did not wish to drive her away, nor did he want her to perceive him as an unfeeling individual. "Since you were pleading for Su Su, I will let her off this time." The man who had previously been unwilling to concede now softened. Jiang Tang's eyes brightened. "Thank you." Hu Xiaodong regarded her, scoffing lightly. "Your gratitude lacks sincerity." "What would you prefer, then?" Hu Xiaodong scrutinized her. "What does he want?" She was truly playing innocent. After weighing his words, Hu Xiaodong finally spoke. "Next time, do not let me catch you two in such places again. Especially Yumi," noticing her utter obliviousness. Hu Xiaodong added, "Su Su tends to be reckless. If you do not keep an eye on her, not only will she get into trouble, but you will too. Do you understand?" Understood that no matter the circumstances. Since he had agreed, Jiang Tang felt a wave of relief wash over her. She promptly stood up and returned to the private room to share the good news with Su Su. Hu Xiaodong watched her retreating figure as she moved from the dim booth towards the brightly lit doorway of the room. But he felt a slight tickle in his throat. He swallowed hard and diverted his gaze. Upon reaching the door, Jiang Tang spotted Su Su, who had been punished to stand, sitting on the sofa while Fu Shuyan handed her a glass of water. Seeing someone return, Su Su assumed it was Hu Xiaodong and quickly stood up. Upon realizing it was Jiang Tang, she sighed in relief. "Oh, it's you, Tang Tang. Where's my brother?" "He's outside." Witnessing Su Su's fearless demeanor, Jiang Tang couldn't help but chuckle. She shared the good news. "He has let you off." "Really?" "Yes." Just as Jiang Tang's words fell, Hu Xiaodong re-entered. He stood behind Jiang Tang, casting a glance at Su Su. "Go back," Fu Shuyan queried. "Aren't we going to play a little longer?" Hu Xiaodong scoffed. "If I catch you here again." "Just wait for the doors to close." Not wanting to be scolded, Su Su hurriedly grabbed Jiang Tang and exited. Observing their departure, Hanyu looked at Hu Xiaodong. Su Su is truly pitiful. One who clearly cannot stand the sight of Jiang Tang with others is taking out his frustrations on his own sister. Hu Xiaodong shot Hanyu a glare. "I haven't forgotten the last time you got her drunk. You better watch yourself." After issuing his warning, Hu Xiaodong dismissed Li Sunbai and exited that on the way back. Hu Xiaodong drove while Jiang Tang and Su Su remained silent. That Su Su, having had a few drinks, leaned against Jiang Tang and fell asleep. Jiang Tang opened her phone to find a message from Lu Zenian. "Tomorrow at 6. Chunyue Hotel." Wanting to find a handsome man to accompany her in her revenge against Lu Zenian, her plans were completely thwarted by Hu Xiaodong's interference. Jiang Tang sighed, casting a glare at the driver. "Hu Xiaodong, whatever. It's just a meeting with Lu Zenian. What am I afraid of? The one in the wrong is him, and he shows no fear." The next day in the afternoon, Jiang Tang applied her makeup and donned a black evening gown as she descended the stairs. Hu Xiaodong was home today, and Li Sunbai had come to visit him. The two were conversing in the living room. As Jiang Tang made her way down, Li Sunbai remarked, "Jiang Tang, are you heading out?" Thanks to Hu Xiaodong, he no longer dares to call her Tang Dang. Today, Jiang Tang's appearance is extraordinarily different from her usual self. She has always been accustomed to a low profile, often dressing quite simply. Yet now, she is adorned in a manner that is nothing short of breathtaking. Coupled with her graceful demeanor, each step she takes exudes a captivating elegance. Jiang Tang nods, affirming, "Yes, I'll step out for a moment." She grabs her bag and exits to Li Sunbai, seated nearby, follows her figure with his gaze, noting that Jiang Tang is indeed quite attractive. If not for her divorce, he might have considered introducing her to Hanyu. Since Su Su previously suggested introducing Jiang Tang to Hanyu, Li Sunbai regards this idea as rather appealing. That's so. Hu Xiaodong's voice carries a hint of coldness. Li Sunbai turns to look at his team leader, inquiring, "What's the matter?" "I noticed that Lao Han treats her rather well." "Captain, you shouldn't make things too difficult for the girl. After all, she is your sister's friend." Hu Xiaodong's tone remains calm, devoid of any visible joy or sorrow. Recently, The higher-ups mentioned considering a transfer for you to Xinjiang, that I find this proposal quite agreeable. What do you think? No, Captain, I was wrong, Li Xinbai replies, although he is uncertain about where he went awry. At Qingyue Hotel, Jiang Tang has just alighted from her vehicle when Cheng Zhe awaits her. Madam, he greets. Jiang Tang glances at this sycophant of Lu Ziyan, asking, Where's Lu Ziyan? Mr. Lu is currently attending to guests. He asked me to escort you upstairs. Following Cheng Zhe, Jiang Tang ascends to the upper floor, where Lu Ziyan has already emerged. The moment he sees Jiang Tang, he pauses. Although they have known each other for many years, she has maintained a low profile in recent years, rarely dressing up unless absolutely necessary. Today, however, she shines brightly, as if capable of blinding him, that he approaches her, extending his hand to assist with her bag. Jiang Tang raises her hand, holding the bag slightly, denying him the opportunity, and simply inquires, The house. Lu Ziyan chuckles. You are too eager. Go in and greet the guests. They are all awaiting you. With that, he leads Jiang Tang through the door that I end the banquet hall. Lu Mu stands amidst the crowd, donned in the cheap how that Jiang Tang had custom-made for her, adorned with a pearl necklace, graciously accepting compliments from those around her. I too find this dress exquisite. It is specially tailored. Ever since Lu Ziyan's rise to prominence, the relatives of the Lu family have taken to flattering her. Upon meeting her, they invariably shower her with praise. Notably, Lu Mu is not one to shy away from attention. Additionally, several guests present are the elite of Jiang City, individuals whom Jiang Tang had previously introduced to Lu Ziyan. Having stayed with the Hua family for a while, and due to her father's connections, some elders have shown her considerable respect. It is unexpected that Lu Ziyan has managed to invite them all. He has truly become adept at cultivating relationships. Spotting them, Lu Ziyan guides Jiang Tang over to greet them. Tang, a few elders who had been inquiring about her moments ago, now greet her warmly upon her arrival. Jiang Tang politely acknowledges everyone. Uncle Wu, who has always shown concern for her, remarks, I saw online that you divorced Lu Ziyan. Thankfully, it was merely a rumor. Jiang Tang glances at Lu Ziyan beside her. He smiles and declares, Tang is the one I cherish most. We've simply had a minor disagreement lately. That as he speaks, he places his hand on Jiang Tang's shoulder. Adopting an intimate demeanor, Jiang Tang raises her hand to remove his, unwilling to engage in any physical contact. Even in front of the guests, that Lu Ziyan casts a glance at her, but dismisses her coldness. What matters is that she is present. He resumes his conversation with Uncle Wu. By the way, Uncle Wu, regarding that person I mentioned to you before, if the opportunity arises, could you arrange a meal? Rest assured, I'll cover all expenses. That I will take care of it. Jiang Tang initially thought Lu Ziyan summoned her for something else, only to realize he was leveraging her connections. Uncle Wu is among her father's acquaintances with whom he shares a good rapport and has maintained contact over the years. He owes Jiang Tang's father a favor and is quite considerate towards her. Upon hearing Lu Ziyan's mention, he regards him as one of his own, whispering, I've inquired. He is here on vacation. Keep this information to yourself. Of course, replies Lu Ziyan, that I understand this well, that I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to make his acquaintance. That I've informed him, and he plans to join us shortly. Uncle Wu glances at Jiang Tang and says to Lu Ziyan, For Jiang Tang's sake, I will. This remark serves as a subtle admonition to Lu Ziyan that he responds, Indeed. Even if I were to perish, Jiang Tang remains my wife, a member of the Lu family, that I would never mistreat her. You need not worry. After concluding his conversation with Uncle Wu, Jiang Tang turns to Lu Ziyan, stating, Are you seeking Uncle Wu's assistance again for introductions? The Huang family from the capital, the grandson of General Huang. As she speaks, Lu Ziyan looks at Jiang Tang, realizing she typically lacks interest in company affairs and does not grasp his difficulties, that he thinks to himself that discussing this with her is futile. She is unaware of his current predicaments, which appear glamorous yet attract scrutiny, that he feels exhausted, burdened with numerous issues at home. While she continues to cause him trouble, that can't you show a little understanding? Jiang Tang furrows her brow at the mention of the Huang family. For some reason, she recalls Aunt Huang. However, judging by Lu Ziyan's demeanor, it seems unlikely that there is any connection to the Hua family. At that moment, Uncle Wu approaches Lu Ziyan, stating, He has arrived. I will go greet him. Lu Ziyan enthusiastically replies, I will accompany you. Lu Ziyan is quite adept at ingratiating himself. Jiang Tang, however, chooses not to follow. She has no interest in such sycophantic endeavors. Her purpose for coming today is solely to address matters related to the house and to bring a gift for the Lu family. As Lu Zian walks away, Lu Mu approaches Jiang Tang, saying, "I thought you truly intended to sever ties with our family. Yet here you are, eagerly attending my birthday celebration." Jiang Tang assesses Lu Mu, commenting, "Does that outfit fit comfortably? It appears quite well tailored." But Lu Mu freezes momentarily, lowering her gaze to inspect her attire, recalling that it was indeed Jiang Tang who had it made for her. She genuinely adores the dress, but now feels slightly embarrassed by Jiang Tang's remark that as for the previous incident, "I did not intend to make things difficult for you. However, you striking me was also unjust that if you sincerely apologize to me and Jiao Jiao. In light of your visit today, I may consider forgiving you." "Forgive me?" Jiang Tang retorts, "What benefit do I gain from your forgiveness? Once Yi Jiao Jiao gives birth, it will proceed as originally planned. You will take on the role of the child's mother." Lu Zian has shared quite a bit with her. Compared to Yi Jiao Jiao, Jiang Tang's connections and relationships could significantly benefit his company. Lu Mu has learned a lesson from the recent plummet in the company's stock prices. Rather than marrying a woman like Yi Jiao Jiao, who lacks a background, having Jiang Tang as his daughter-in-law would be far more advantageous, especially considering that without Jiang Tang's assistance during this birthday banquet, she would have to manage everything herself, which is exceedingly bothersome. Just last night, she had argued with Lu Zian's father over this very issue, that in the past, with Jiang Tang managing affairs, the family was harmonious, allowing her to focus on her social media and enjoy her life without concern for such matters. Jiang Tang sits down on a nearby chair and tells Lu Mu, "No need, that I've said it before. Now that I've divorced Lu Zian, I will not return, that if you were to kneel before me and beg, I might consider it. Though that would be mere consideration," that Lu Mu, realizing she had extended an olive branch only to be met with arrogance, retorts sharply, "I have given you face, yet you choose to be proud. You expect me to beg? Dream on. You truly do not know what's good for you." As their conversation unfolds, Lu Zian and Uncle Wu return. Upon their arrival, others turn to look. The commotion attracts Jiang Tang's attention as she wishes to see which prominent figure Lu Zian is currying favor with. To her surprise, she spots Hu Xiaodong arriving alongside Han Yu. While the people of Jiang City may not recognize Hu Xiaodong, they are familiar with Han Yu. Many approach him to greet him, "Lawyer Han." Given Han Yu's typically high profile, it is astonishing that he has chosen to attend Lu Zian's mother's birthday banquet. It appears Lu Zian has successfully cultivated a relationship with Lawyer Han. Han Yu nods calmly, glancing at Hu Xiaodong beside him, that he was reluctant to come, yet Hu Xiaodong insisted he joined, that he himself came to see Jiang Tang, yet was compelled to bring Hu Xiaodong along. If it weren't for their close relationship, he would have considered charging Hu Xiaodong for the favor. Meanwhile, Lu Zian, shadowing Uncle Wu, covertly observes Hu Xiaodong, but he is utterly astonished to discover that the grandson of General Huang, whom he had long desired to meet, is in fact Hu Xiaodong. Had he known this earlier, he would have just sought out Jiang Tang from the start. As everyone greeted Han Yu, Lu Mu was not oblivious to the fact that Han Yu's status was likely extraordinary. So she hurried over to attend to the guest that in an instant. Han Yu became the center of attention at the banquet. Lu Zini turned to Hu Xiaodong and said, "Brother Xiaodong, please take a seat over there." He spoke while leading Hu Xiaodong closer. This particular spot had originally been reserved for Uncle Wu and his companions, but a place had been left for Hu Xiaodong. Currently, Jiang Tang was seated here. Under Lu Zini's guidance, Hu Xiaodong approached and took a seat next to Jiang Tang. She regarded Hu Xiaodong with curiosity. He had no ties to the Lu family, and moreover, she had no fondness for Lu Zini. "Why was he here, Brother Xiaodong? What brings you here?" Jiang Tang could not help but inquire. Hu Xiaodong looked at her. "What, is it only you who can attend the banquet of the richest? Am I not qualified to join?" His remarks were always laced with sarcasm. To Jiang Tang's surprise, Lu Zini had gone to such lengths to introduce someone who turned out to be Hu Xiaodong. Lu Zini had already settled himself on the other side of Jiang Tang. Upon realizing Hu Xiaodong's identity, he appeared quite reserved. He reached out and poked Jiang Tang's arm. She turned to him and asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Zini leaned closer and whispered, "Why didn't you tell me about Brother Xiaodong's status?" Just moments ago, he had mentioned this to Jiang Tang, yet she had said nothing. Jiang Tang shot him a puzzled glance. "Why should I inform you about that?" Lu Zini was only aware that the Hu family resided in the military compound. But he was oblivious to the family's true background, that he was also unaware that Hu Susu, who frequently interacted with Jiang Tang, had such a significant background to Lu Zeni, though rebuffed by her, did not seem angry. He raised the corners of his mouth as if enjoying the exchange. Jiang Tang was speechless. Had he actually found that satisfying? Lu Zeni stood up, raising his glass. Brother Xiaodong, thank you for attending my mother's birthday banquet. Hu Xiaodong remained seated, making no move to lift his glass or accept Lu Zeni's toast. Your mother isn't that influential. Lu Zeni paused. Recognizing Hu Xiaodong's refusal, he was accustomed to being rebuffed and didn't mind it at all. He simply drank his own wine and sat back down, addressing Hu Xiaodong. Regardless, we are still grateful for your presence. In truth, we are all one big family. We had discussed treating Brother Xiaodong to a meal before, and today we finally get to do so. Observing his flattery, Hu Xiaodong had no desire to engage with him. Soon, Han Yu returned after mingling with the others, that he sat beside Hu Xiaodong, and, noticing Lu Zeni, teased, Mr. Lu, you truly live up to being Jiangqing's wealthiest. Your mother's birthday celebration is quite extravagant, though. It's all thanks to everyone's support. Lu Zeni replied that I have long wished to meet Lawyer Han. I am very grateful for your attendance today. Please don't thank me. Han Yu distanced himself. I am currently representing your ex-wife, so there may be instances where I inadvertently offend M or .lu.in such cases. I hope you will not hold it against me. The mention of your ex-wife caused Lu Zeni to stiffen momentarily. Uncle Wu, sitting nearby, glanced at Jiang Tang and Lu Zeni upon hearing this. Han Yu seemed to believe he had said nothing wrong. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Jiang Tang. Oh, by the way, Tang, didn't you mention that M or .lu was going to give you your parents' house that they left behind? Have you received it yet? With everyone present, Han Yu's words implied that if Lu Zeni had indeed taken advantage of Jiang Tang's family property, it would be quite disgraceful. Lu Zeni eagerly responded. It has long been prepared. As he spoke, he instructed Chengzhe, who was nearby, to fetch the relevant documents. Chengzhe nodded and swiftly returned with the property deed that had been transferred to Jiang Tang's name. Han Yu took it, examined it, and said to Lu Zeni, as expected of Mr. Lu, you keep your promises. Handing the deed to Jiang Tang, she accepted it, feeling touched. Her visit today had been primarily for the house, and she had not expected to actually receive it. The anxiety she had felt over the past few days began to dissipate. Lu Zeni, sitting beside her, was also moved by the gratitude reflected in Jiang Tang's eyes. And his tone softened. You can visit it whenever you wish. That I can accompany you later if you like. His words, however, made Jiang Tang feel that he was ruining the atmosphere. That I will go by myself. She replied, unable to muster any warmth towards Lu Zeni, that I in front of others. Lu Zeni refrained from saying more to Jiang Tang, preferring to converse privately later. He believed that one day she would come to understand him. Initially, he had intended for Jiang Tang to move out of the Hu family, but now he thought it was quite beneficial for her to remain there, as it would strengthen her ties with the Hu family. With the Hu family as a support, the future of the Lu group looked promising. Jiang Tang placed the property deed and related documents in her bag, along with a birthday gift she had prepared for Lu Zeni's mother. She turned to Lu Zeni, saying, by the way, I also have a return gift for you and your mother. Upon hearing the term return gift, Hu Xiaodong, who was sitting nearby, froze momentarily at a gift. Lu Zeni looked at Jiang Tang with curiosity. Just then, a servant approached, bowing slightly and informing Lu Zeni, Mr. Lu, Miss Yi is looking for you. She says she is feeling unwell and wants you to come check on her. Jiang Tang, seated next to Lu Zeni, caught the servant's words that Yi Jiao. This woman certainly had a knack for seeking attention at all times. That Lu Zeni frowned. Hearing about Yi Jiao at this moment was rather disheartening. Why did she have to create so much fuss? She said if you don't go, she will come to find you. The servant added, a clear threat. Given Yi Jiao's current popularity online, her appearance would only solidify the rumor that she was Lu Zeni's mistress. Naturally, Lu Zeni would not allow such a scenario to transpire. He stood up, addressing Jiang Tang. I need to attend to something for a moment. Please take care of Brother Xiaodong and the others. He treated Jiang Tang as if she were not a stranger, leaving her behind as he departed. Jiang Tang watched his retreating figure, finding it rather amusing, and no matter the time, that woman always seemed to take precedence. Well then, let him enjoy some time with his little lover. Otherwise, she might not see him again soon. Hu Xiaodong, sitting nearby, glanced at Jiang Tang and asked, now that you have the house, are you feeling more at ease? Jiang Tang lifted her gaze to meet his yes. Acknowledging Han Yu, who had made a special trip for this matter, she raised her glass. Lawyer Han, I'd like to toast you. Han Yu's earlier words had indeed been effective. Otherwise, Lu Zeni would likely have dragged things out further. Hearing Jiang Tang's words, Han Yu replied, no need for formalities. In fact, you should thank your brother Xiaodong, that he has been quite concerned about your situation. After the last incident where he had allowed Jiang Tang to drink excessively, he had hoped it might facilitate some interaction between the two, that little did he know that they seemed to have grown distant again in recent days. He remarked that finding a partner for Hua Xiaodong was quite a challenge. Given his personality, Jiang Tang, even in her third marriage, would not have a chance with him. Therefore, as Hua Xiaodong's friend, Han Yu had not hesitated to speak highly of him. Jiang Tang turned to Hua Xiaodong. Brother Xiaodong, I haven't yet asked what brought you here. Hua Xiaodong glanced at Jiang Tang. He had come, of course, to witness the festivity surrounding her, that he wanted to show respect to Uncle Wu and the others, who were all his seniors. Uncle Wu, sitting nearby, felt honored upon hearing Hua Xiaodong mention giving face to himself. Jiang Tang addressed Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu. Tang Tang, he responded with patience. Now that Jiang Tang had secured the house, she felt unencumbered and said to Uncle Wu, I have divorced Lu Zeni. If he comes to you for anything in the future, please disregard him. You truly have divorced him? Uncle Wu was taken aback, having thought he misheard when Han Yu had mentioned it earlier. Jiang Tang nodded. Yes, that I have already left the Lu family, she urged. Whatever he says, just ignore him. Don't get involved anymore. That it was truly shameless of him to still wish to leverage her connections after their divorce. Uncle Wu could not help but comment. That Lu Zeni claims to have a good relationship with you. Had it not been for that, I wouldn't have helped him invite Hua Xiaodong. That he then glanced at Hua Xiaodong, feeling somewhat awkward. Han Yu, seated nearby, thought to himself that Hua Xiaodong did not necessarily attend for Uncle Wu's sake. Even without the invitation, he would have come to in another part of the room. Yi Jiao Jiao sat on the sofa. Looking at Lu Zeni, darling, why are you looking at me like that? His gaze made her feel a tremor of fear. With guests still waiting outside, Lu Zeni felt displeased with Yi Jiao Jiao's antics. He had told her to stay home, yet she insisted on coming to Yi Jiao Jiao huffed, her tone coy. It's not that I want to bother you. It's that the baby is troubled, that I heard that Jiang Tang is here. Lu Zeni's eyes darkened. Mind your place. His gaze made Yi Jiao Jiao flinch slightly. She softened her tone. I'm just concerned that it is entirely my fault for my lack of understanding, which has led to your divorce. In truth, I could have gone to explain things to her, and no need for that. Let her explain. Her actions would only fan the flames. Furthermore, Jiang Tang harbors deep malice towards the child in Yi Jiao Jiao's womb. Should Yi Jiao Jiao confront her, little good could come of it, that Yi Jiao Jiao remarked. If she is willing to attend Annie's birthday, does that mean she has forgiven you? She initially believed that once Jiang Tang severed ties with the Lu family, her relationship with Lu Zhenyan would come to an end. Little did she know that after all this time, Lu Zhenyan had yet to relinquish his feelings. This is my concern. Lu Zhenyan stated coldly that Yi Jiao Jiao, feeling wronged by his harshness, replied, Darling, why are you scolding me? Clearly, it was your fault that night. That as she spoke, tears threatened to spill. Enough, stop crying. You are a pregnant woman. Why are you weeping? Then kiss me. The baby wants a kiss. She enjoyed being spoiled. That in contrast to Jiang Tang's forthright demeanor, Yi Jiao Jiao possessed a gentle nature, never daring to oppose Lu Zhenyan. In truth, Lu Zhenyan held little affection for Yi Jiao Jiao. She was large-breasted yet lacking in intellect, frequently acting and speaking without thought. However, in her presence, he felt an undeniable ease, a sense of being idolized. A complete reverence that in her eyes, he was the best. This emotional value was something he could never obtain from Jiang Tang. Though it felt insincere, it was utterly gratifying that he addressed Yi Jiao Jiao. I have matters to attend to. You may stay here. That he attempted to rise and leave, but Yi Jiao Jiao grasped his hand, pleading, No, I'm scared to be alone here, that if you don't kiss me, you can't leave. Lu Zhenyan wished to shake her off but feared for the child's safety. So he sat down reluctantly and offered her a perfunctory kiss before exiting. Upon opening the door, he was met with Jiang Tang standing at the threshold. He froze momentarily, closed the door, and inquired, What brings you here? Chapter 45. Your son will not be born the instant he laid eyes on her. A tingling sensation coursed through him, as if he had been caught in an act of infidelity. He had not closed the door tightly upon entering, and she must have overheard everything. Tang Tang. Jiang Tang gazed at Lu Zhenyan, having intended to return home after preparing a gift for him. However, upon arrival, she had overheard his affectionate exchange with Yi Jiao. She had initially thought she could face everything with composure, believing that since they were divorced, she could detach herself from her previous concerns. Yet, to her surprise, she still cared. Suppressing her rising anger, Jiang Tang let out a light laugh. Mr. Liu and his girlfriend truly seemed enamored that Liu Zhenyan felt compelled to clarify himself, stating that despite the divorce, he did not wish for Jiang Tang to harbor any misconceptions about him. He was merely indulging Yi Jiao's whims due to her pregnancy. Not just indulging, but kissing her too. He should not have come at such a time. But Jiang Tang believed there was no harm in it. Observing his demeanor towards Yi Jiao allowed her to release her feelings for him. Liu Zhenyan pressed his lips together, maintaining his composure in the face of Jiang Tang's mockery. As you say, we are already divorced. Our current relationship is none of your concern. Jiang Tang nodded. I understand. I was merely jesting. Why are you so tense? Tang, Lu Zhenyan wished to avoid further discussion on this topic. Please leave. Our guests are still waiting, that I came merely to deliver a gift. Jiang Tang replied that a gift. Upon her mention, Lu Zhenyan recalled. I had arranged for gifts for Xiao Donggu and the others, some fine new tea. You can take it over later, no need, Jiang Tang dismissed. Xiao Donggu has no interest in your gifts. Spare me the insincerity, that moment. The door swung open, and Yi Jiao emerged. Upon seeing Jiang Tang, she instinctively linked arms with Lu Zhenyan, asserting her claim, sister, long time no see. You even struck mom last time. And today you come to her birthday celebration. Today's Jiang Tang looked exceptionally radiant. When she had been with Lu Zhenyan, Yi Jiao had thought his wife was merely a plain woman. Yi Jiao was confident in herself. However, upon realizing Jiang Tang's existence, she discovered that Jiang Tang was strikingly beautiful, especially today, as she had made an extra effort to dress up. This realization ignited a sense of urgency within her. She was acutely aware that the Liu family regarded her merely as a vessel for childbirth. Had it not been for Jiang Tang's divorce from Lu Zhenyan, she might have merely received a sum of money after delivering the child, and then departed obediently. Fearing that Jiang Tang might return, she immediately brought up the incident involving Jiang Tang and Lu Mu. This was the one thing Lu Zhenyan could not tolerate, which explained his altercation with Jiang Tang previously. Mentioning this, Jiang Tang recalled the time Lu Zhenyan had struck her. Jiang Tang addressed Yi Jiao. Long time no see. You are still as despicable as ever. Yi Jiao turned to Lu Zhenyan with a beseeching look. Darling, my sister is upset that I'm so afraid she might hit me. At this moment, Lu Zhenyan's heart still leaned towards Jiang Tang. Directing his words to Yi Jiao. What are you doing out here? I just wanted to see you. Yi Jiao huffed. After I give birth, I plan to leave my husband for now. I want to spend more time with you. Sister, please don't be angry. Once I have the baby, I'll return your husband to you. Jiang Tang had never encountered someone so manipulative. She felt like retching upon hearing her words. Is that 1982 Longjing? The tea tastes so strong. Darling, look at her. Yi Jiao pointed at Jiang Tang, addressing Lu Zhenyan. She is simply jealous of me. Jealous that I am carrying your child. I was so upset by her last time that I couldn't sleep for days. The baby almost got into trouble. Jealous of you? Jiang Tang scoffed. Is the child in your belly even Lu Zhenyan's? What do you mean? Yi Jiao huffed. Of course, it is his. Lu Zhenyan cannot possibly father a child. After being with him for so long, I never conceived. Yet you managed to get pregnant in one go. Quite impressive. Aren't you, who says he cannot father a child? Yi Jiao glared at Jiang Tang. Your inability to conceive is your own problem, but don't slander others. Darling, look at how she is defaming you. Upon hearing Jiang Tang claim he could not father a child, Lu Zhenyan felt indignant that a man as proud as he would never admit to any fault. His expression turned serious as he addressed Jiang Tang. I understand you dislike this child, but there is no need to voice such sentiments here, making everyone uncomfortable. While speaking, Yi Jiao picked up her phone and sent a message to Lu Mu. Jiang Tang gazed at Lu Zhenyan, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Had she known back then, she would have revealed the truth to him, preventing him from remaining blindly confident in his own fertility. Jiang Tang reminded him. Do you recall that we once went for examinations together because we were unable to conceive? Of course. I remember. Lu Zhenyin replied. If it weren't for that examination revealing your inability to bear children, I would never have considered Yi Jiao Jiao at this. He cast a glance at Yi Jiao Jiao. Had it not been for her pregnancy, he would never have regarded such a woman, Jiang Tang asserted. The one truly unable to conceive is you. I didn't want to embarrass you, so I claimed I couldn't bear children. Lu Zhenyin, I never imagined that my well-intentioned lie would ultimately lead to this outcome. Lu Zhenyin looked at Jiang Tang, furrowing his brows. You say I cannot conceive? Impossible! Before Jiang Tang could respond, Yi Jiao Jiao clung to Lu Zhenyin, berating Jiang Tang. You concoct such lies to drive a wedge between me and my husband. He is so virile. How could he possibly be unable to father a child? She turned to Lu Zhenyin, sweetly saying, Darling, don't listen to her. She simply cannot have him, so she wants to ruin our happiness. Afterward, she adopted a pitiful expression, Sister, your husband treats you so well. Even after the divorce, he still gave you such a large sum of money. Have some self-respect. Does your conscience not hurt when you speak such words? Jiang Tang. While they were arguing, Lu Mu approached. Mom, Yi Jiao Jiao rushed to her, complaining, You need to talk to Jiang Tang. Look at her. She claims the child in my belly is not Zhengyin's. Furthermore, she says Zhenyin cannot father children. Lu Mu furiously scolded Jiang Tang. You truly are shameless. You went to the hospital for an examination. The doctor confirmed you could not conceive. We never forced you to leave. You initiated the divorce. Now that you are divorced, why do you still behave this way? Do you think our Lu family is easy to bully? Witnessing Lu Mu's agitated state, Jiang Tang remained unruffled. She found pleasure in seeing Lu Mu lose her composure. Was it really so infuriating to merely speak the truth? If you believe I am deceiving you, why not take your son for a checkup? That would clarify everything. Better than taking another's child and passing it off as your own grandchild, right? My son needs no examination. He is perfectly fine. Jiang Tang's words incensed Lu Mu further. Initially, she considered tolerating Jiang Tang for Lu Zhenyin's sake. However, now that Jiang Tang was even disparaging her son and spreading rumors, how could she endure? She turned to Wang Ma beside her and instructed, Gather Jiang Tang's relatives. Today I intend to showcase what kind of person she truly is. Chapter 46. Let the relatives come, and see. Wang Ma hesitated as she cast a glance at Jiang Tang, who encouraged her, Go ahead. She too wished for others to witness the Lu family and their demeanor. Mother, Lu Ziyun addressed his mother, there is no need to escalate this situation. I refuse to listen. Lu Mu was in no mood to hear any reasoning. I have tolerated her for far too long. You should never have invited her here today. I only refrained from confronting her about the incident when she struck me out of respect for you. But just look at her. Does she show any sign of remorse? You dare to hold me accountable? Jiang Tang gazed at Lu Mu in disbelief. On what grounds do you hold me accountable? During my years in the Lu household, I have devoted myself to you. Indeed, Lu Mu was merciless, that if you wish for my kindness, it depends on whether you deserve it. You cannot bear children, yet you dare to strike me. I am curious to see if your relatives from the Jiang family would approve of your actions. Was Xiaodong and Han Yu were still outside. Jiang Tang mentioned she would greet Lu Ziyuan, so they waited for her. Soon, Wang Ma approached Uncle Wu, saying, Madam Lu requests your presence. What has happened? Uncle Wu inquired. Wang Ma recalled the situation inside, where the madam was on the verge of a physical altercation. Jiang Tang looked at Lu Ziyun and remarked, This is how your mother treats me. However, he felt he had not shown enough respect to his mother, repeatedly complicating matters for himself. Were it not for Lu Ziyuan's reputation, she had no reason to treat them with such kindness. Nevertheless, if Lu Mu wished to create a scene, Jiang Tang would oblige her. Mother, please don't call me. Lu Mu, infuriated, exclaimed, Look at what she has become. I told you it was a mistake to invite her. Jiang Tang fanned the flames. If it weren't for Lu Ziyuan's request, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Look at her. Lu Mu glared at Jiang Tang. Ziyuan is showing you favor. He is considering past affections. However, Jiang Tang, today you are the one choosing to humiliate yourself. I had previously extended some dignity to you. How can I forget the times you have extended me dignity? Jiang Tang retorted. Didn't you post on social media to ensure everyone knew about it? Now you pretend to be dignified. Before long, the relatives began to arrive. Uncle Wu was the first to approach. Tang Tang, what is going on? Where Xiaodong and Han Yu followed, along with several other relatives and friends of Lu Mu. Today was the Lu family's domain, and naturally, there were more of them present. Seeing her relatives gathered, Lu Mu felt emboldened, resolved to teach Jiang Tang a lesson and repay old grievances. She had previously interacted with Uncle Wu and knew how much Jiang Tang valued him. Upon seeing Uncle Wu, Lu Mu wasted no time, sneering condescendingly, "Your Jiang Tang is quite capable. Is there no sense of justice or authority to intervene? What has happened?" Uncle Wu inquired patiently, standing by Jiang Tang. Lu Mu replied, "She has been married to our Lu Ziyuan for 3 years and has not produced a child, and we have not made it difficult for her. Yet she shows no gratitude and even resorts to violence against me." Uncle Wu frowned, turning to Jiang Tang. "Tang Tang, did you truly strike her?" "It was she who initiated the violence." Jiang Tang clarified that no matter the circumstances, you should not resort to violence against your elders. Uncle Wu admonished. Encouraged by his criticism, Lu Mu seized the opportunity. "See? I told you, with actions like that, who could deem you right? We are all people who value reason. You cannot take advantage of my son's kindness to act recklessly." Hua Xiaodong and Han Yu stood at the back of the crowd. Han Yu observed Jiang Tang surrounded. Glancing at Hua Xiaodong, "Isn't this the moment for a heroic rescue?" "Not yet," Han Yu replied. "With your demeanor, do you think you can win her over?" Meanwhile, Lu Mu laid out the situation, and the Lu family members rallied behind her, directing accusations at Jiang Tang. "Goodness, she appears so gentle. Yet she struck her mother-in-law? This is utterly unreasonable. Ziyuan, why are you still married to such a woman?" Lu Mu smugly declared. "They are already divorced. She came here on her own accord. I initially intended to show her some grace. Yet she not only failed to recognize her errors, but also dared to speak of what?" Jiang Tang interjected. "What did you say?" Lu Mu, infuriated that Jiang Tang still had the audacity to speak, shouted, "You dare claim Ziyuan cannot bear children. It is you who cannot conceive. The doctor informed you during your examination with Ziyuan that you were unable to bear children, and you returned to tell me that yourself. How quickly you twist the truth. With her parents absent, I could only rely on you relatives to manage her." Uncle Wu, though supportive of Jiang Tang, found himself at a loss for words upon hearing Lu Mu's claims. He turned to Jiang Tang. "Tang Tang, Ziyuan and his family have treated you fairly. You should cherish this. Treat me fairly?" Jiang Tang glared at the nearly invisible Lu Ziyuan and Yi Jiaojiao. "Do you wish to see who this woman standing beside Lu Ziyuan is?" As Jiang Tang spoke, the attention of the others shifted toward Lu Ziyuan and Yi Jiaojiao. The white Yi Jiaojiao had been hiding away recently, fully aware of the scathing comments directed at her online. The fact that no one had found her to confront her was already a stroke of luck. Seeing everyone's gaze upon her, she instinctively recoiled behind Lu Ziyuan. Jiang Tang had no intention of letting her escape. "What are you hiding for? Didn't you say you were pregnant with Lu Ziyuan's child? This is your moment to shine. Why are you suddenly timid? Pregnant with Lu Ziyuan's child?" The crowd's curiosity about this woman intensified. Jiang Tang boldly approached, attempting to pull Yi Jiaojiao into view, that Lu Ziyuan instinctively blocked her, unwilling to let Jiang Tang have her way. Enough, if Yi Jiaojiao is revealed. The situation will escalate further. Jiang Tang stared at Lu Ziyuan. What's wrong? Feeling guilty, her gaze was commanding, rendering Lu Ziyuan momentarily speechless that he rarely witnessed her in such a formidable stance, one poised to confront him head-on. Before Lu Ziyuan could respond, Jiang Tang seized the opportunity, dragging Yi Jiaojiao into the open, exposing her to the crowd's scrutiny. Initially, no one recognized Yi Jiaojiao until someone remarked, "Isn't she the one from the news? The one who crashed someone's car and assaulted someone? Isn't she the one who struck Jiang Tang? How could she be pregnant with Lu Ziyuan's child?" Indeed, it was her. Uncle Wu, aware of the injustice Jiang Tang faced, felt a surge of indignation. After witnessing Yi Jiaojiao for himself, he confronted the previously domineering Lu Mu. "Madam Lu, what is the meaning of this? Is this woman truly carrying your son's child?" Chapter 47. The Lu family's public embarrassment. Lu Mu, who had been so assertive moments ago, faltered under scrutiny. She quickly attempted to clarify. This was a misunderstanding. She did not know Jiang Tang at the time, which is why she acted out that is it acceptable to strike someone simply because you do not know them? Uncle Wu shot a glance at Yi Jiaojiao. With Lu Mu's explanation, Yi Jiaojiao had no chance of defending herself. Moreover, your son's infidelity is a fact. Uncle Wu's expression hardened. I see you are merely taking advantage of Jiang Tang's lack of support. Lu Ziyuan, did you not previously tell me that the rumors online were false? How is it that this woman is here now? Care to explain? Lu Ziyuan glanced at Jiang Tang before responding to Uncle Wu. I have already explained the situation to Jiang Tang. Explain what? Uncle Wu fixated on Yi Jiaojiao. Just say it. Does this woman carry your child? Why are you glaring at my son? Seeing Uncle Wu's intensity directed at Lu Ziyuan, Lu Mu could no longer tolerate the questioning of her son. Stepping forward to assert, isn't it because Jiang Tang cannot bear children? She lacks the ability to conceive that Yi Jiaojiao is indeed pregnant with our Lu family's child. But we have no intention of driving Jiang Tang away, that we merely informed her that when the child is born, she will be expected to care for it. Must our Lu family face extinction simply because she cannot bear children? In rural communities, children held significant value. Upon hearing Lu Mu's words, many began to nod in agreement. Ziyuan is so wealthy. He should have a child. Indeed, the fact that he hasn't divorced Jiang Tang is already quite generous. Uncle Wu, witnessing the Lu family's collusion, trembled with anger. You are taking advantage of her. Now you want Jiang Tang to play along with your charade. Lu Ziyuan, how could you deceive me? Had I known, I would not have assisted you. The realization that he had been misled, especially after having invited Hu Xiaodong, filled Uncle Wu with indignation. Lu Ziyuan, unwilling to turn against him at this moment, explained, Uncle Wu, it is not like that. My feelings for Jiang Tang are genuine. True feelings? What genuine feelings? You are already divorced. Such sincerity is better off without. Lu Zhenyi's gaze fell upon Jiang Tang as he spoke. It was my parents who desired a child. I never wished to divorce Jiang Tang. The notion of divorce originated from her. I have always regarded her as my wife, as long as she does not harbor anger towards me. The doors of the Lu family are perpetually open for her. I have only ever acknowledged her as my spouse, but that's unnecessary. Jiang Tang interjected, abruptly interrupting Lu Zhenyi's words. From the moment I decided to divorce you, I have never contemplated reconciling to Lu Zhenyi. We are no longer connected. Unappreciative. Lu's mother cast a glance at Jiang Tang. Our Zhenyi holds deep affections for you. He does not disdain your inability to bear children. Have you grown so arrogant? Upon hearing Lu's mother's remarks, Jiang Tang smirked slightly. That I have stated before, the one incapable of bearing children is not me, but him. As for the child within Yi Jiaojiao's womb, who can ascertain its paternity? Jiang Tang's words left everyone wide-eyed that Lu Zhenyi cannot have children. They turned their attention to Yi Jiaojiao's belly. Could this child truly not belong to Lu Zhenyi? The most concerning matter for Lu's mother was the prospect of a grandchild, and she was taken aback by Jiang Tang's audacity to twist the truth. You certainly possess the talent for biting back. Our Zhenyi is perfectly healthy. What grounds do you have to assert he cannot father a child? Do not presume that by casting such slander upon him, you will sway others to your side. Clearly, when you both underwent examinations, you yourself admitted that you were unable to conceive. Jiang Tang retrieved the infertility diagnosis report, which she had meticulously prepared earlier, from her bag. This is the examination report that I and Lu Zhenyi underwent together. It reveals the diagnosis. I am perfectly healthy. The issue lies with him that I had previously refrained from stating this directly out of consideration for his dignity, that my parents passed away early, and my friends have often insisted that I should have my own child, urging me repeatedly to divorce Lu Zhenyi. Yet, I have always felt he treated me well, and we loved each other deeply, which is why I never contemplated divorce. However, I never anticipated that one day he would seek a mistress over matters concerning children, or that his family would hurl insults at me because I refused to reconcile with the mistress who struck me. This very M.R.S. that Lu even brought the mistress into our home. Thus, I chose to divorce Lu Zhenyi. Having spoken, Jiang Tang flung the diagnosis report at Lu Zhenyi's face, that if you do not believe, open your eyes and see for yourself. That Lu Zhenyi looked at Jiang Tang while Cheng Zhe, standing beside him, picked up the report and handed it to him. Lu Zhenyi opened it, glanced at the results, and a chill swept across his face. That Lu's mother approached, snatched the report to examine it briefly, exclaiming, "No, this cannot be." Afterward, her gaze shifted back to Yi Jiaojiao's belly. What does this mean? If Lu Zhenyi cannot bear children, where did this child come from? Jiang Tang raised an eyebrow, finally witnessing Lu's mother's reaction after enduring so much for this moment. Did she not desire clarity? The relatives were summoned by her as well. She felt grateful to Lu's mother for providing such a platform. She aimed to humiliate the Lu family for this day. She had bided her time. Seeing Lu's mother still unwilling to accept the truth, Jiang Tang remarked, "If Lu Zeni cannot father children, is it not abundantly clear where this child in her womb comes from? Miss Yi certainly possesses remarkable skills, having deceived even Lu Zeni. Yet they choose to believe every word she utters." Lu Zeni turned his gaze toward Yi Jiaojiao. She snatched the diagnosis report, read it, and vehemently denied, "Impossible. This must be a forgery. Isn't she a doctor? Working in a hospital, it wouldn't be difficult for her to fabricate a report. Darling, do not believe her," she concluded, casting a pitiful look at Lu Zeni. Her eyes filled with sincerity that Yi Jiaojiao's words inspired Lu's mother. "Yes, Jiang Tang, you must have concocted this. You merely seek revenge against us. After today, our Lu family will never allow you back." Jiang Tang responded indifferently. "I have already stated, I never intended to return." Having reached this point, she had no desire to leave a path of retreat regarding her relationship with Lu Zeni. Lu's mother scoffed. "What skills do you possess aside from slandering our Zeni? Even if you fabricate these tales, it will not alter the fact that you cannot conceive that I refuse to believe that once divorced from our Lu family, such a woman as you would find anyone else willing to take you." Lu's family was now affluent. Should the divorce occur, it would be Jiang Tang who would suffer the most. That Lu's mother held steadfast confidence in this regard. Jiang Tang replied, "If I were concerned about such matters, I would not have divorced Lu Zeni. Today, in front of all of you, I merely seek to clarify that I, Jiang Tang, have divorced Lu Zeni. Henceforth, I will have no further ties with the Lu family." Upon hearing Jiang Tang's declaration, those around her, including Uncle Wu, hesitated. He spoke to Jiang Tang. Tang, do you not think this decision is somewhat hasty? Indeed, to divorce Lu Zeni over a mistress seems overly impulsive. After the divorce, where will you find someone better? Women lose value once divorced. Even disregarding Lu Zeni's standing, considering the wealth of the Lu family, such impulsiveness is ill-advised. Their words stemmed from genuine concern for Jiang Tang. Had Lu Zeni abandoned her for a mistress, they would have certainly condemned him. However, if Jiang Tang chose to leave willingly, relinquishing her position to another, that would be sheer folly. Jiang Tang understood their intentions, but could not envision a future living alongside Lu Zeni. The more she had loved him, the less she could tolerate any flaws. "I have contemplated this thoroughly," Jiang Tang affirmed. "Since the incident, I have reflected daily that Lu Zeni is wealthy, and his success has not come easily. Yet, he is no longer the man I once knew. I cannot spend my life with someone like him." That a wave of sympathy swept through the crowd as they regarded Jiang Tang. Han Yu stood beside Hu Xiaodong. Jesting. He is a billionaire. To let go of him. What a perspective. Hu Xiaodong cast a cold glance at Han Yu before refocusing on Jiang Tang. She appeared resolute, yet he understood the immense resolve she had summoned. For Lu Zeni, she had shed many tears. This man had wounded her to her core. Without a divorce, her life might forever remain mired in this quagmire. Uncle Wu observed Jiang Tang with concern, fearful she might reconsider. "Have you made up your mind? You once shared a strong bond with him. Recall the past." Indeed, their relationship had been exceptionally close. Initially, they feared she might marry the wrong man. Yet, with Lu Zeni's relentless efforts, he had amassed enviable assets today. They believed she had endured a long struggle for her happiness. "Uncle Wu, I have contemplated this for a long time. Thus, I am resolute. Let things proceed as they will. Thank you all for your efforts today." With that, Jiang Tang turned and walked away from the crowd. The weight she had carried for so long lifted at that moment, providing her with a sense of liberation. She had clarified everything, ensuring she would not harbor any lingering hopes for that man in the future. As she exited, Han Yu asked, "Are you all right?" Jiang Tang smiled slightly. "What could possibly be wrong? Xiaodong, let us return." She glanced at Hu Xiaodong. The three of them stepped out together. The day had grown late. As Jiang Tang approached the car, Lu Zeni emerged, calling Jiang Tang. She halted, turning to see Lu Zeni striding toward her, reminiscent of their early dates when he would rush towards her with such affection. But now, she understood that their bond had irrevocably ended. Lu Zeni stood before her. What do you wish to discuss, Mr. Liu? Liu Zhenyi regarded her with intensity. Is this truly amusing to you? Do you feel anger? In the face of his ire, Jiang Tang remained calm. The one who had erred was not her. I did not wish for this to escalate. I merely intended to show you the diagnosis report to reveal the truth, that it was your mother who summoned everyone. Liu Zhenyi inhaled deeply. Do you realize what chaos you have caused? My parents are utterly humiliated. And what about me? Jiang Tang fixed her gaze upon him. Her nose and eyes reddened as memories of her recent suffering flooded back. Then am I not humiliated as well? I have been struck and bullied. Yet what have I received in return? My most trusted husband and family stood beside that woman, even reproaching me for not being more understanding. Do you think I am not ashamed? My once confident life has been shattered by all of you. In recent days, whenever I lay down, these thoughts consumed me, depriving me of sleep, that I even contemplated ending your life, wishing we could perish together. And now, all you care about is your parents' disgrace. Liu Zhenyi observed her distress, inhaling deeply. Everything Jiang Tang had done today had tarnished his reputation in ways he had never anticipated. But he addressed her. Do you realize that this will ensure they never forgive you? You truly do not wish to return. Once you have calmed down, how difficult will it be? He had never truly contemplated ending things with her. Jiang Tang gazed at Liu Zhenyi, stating, I believed I had made myself abundantly clear. I will no longer have any relationship with you. Farewell. As she spoke, she turned to leave, but her wrist was suddenly seized by him. Liu Zhenyi declared, You are not permitted to leave. Who gave you the right to walk away? He could not bear to see her in such a state. Jiang Tang looked at Liu Zhenyi, asking, What are you on about? Liu Zhenyi insisted, The matter has not been resolved. You cannot depart. He himself could not fathom why he felt compelled to prevent her from leaving. Hua Xiaodong witnessed this scene and, with a stern expression, exited his vehicle. Approaching Jiang Tang, he grasped her wrist firmly, saying, Let go. Upon seeing Hua Xiaodong and recalling his identity, Liu Zhenyi hesitated. He released her, and Jiang Tang was swiftly pulled away by Hua Xiaodong, who instructed, Get in the car. Jiang Tang acknowledged Hua Xiaodong with a nod, opened the car door, and took her seat inside. As Liu Zhenyi observed her departing before him, he turned his attention to Hua Xiaodong. Brother Xiaodong, he began to do not address me that way. We are not acquainted. Liu Zhenyi continued, I regret that things have come to this. However, my feelings for Tang Tang are genuine. Please persuade her, after all these years. I do not wish for our relationship to end like this. You and she have long since concluded your affair. Recalling the sorrow Jiang Tang had experienced due to Liu Zhenyi, Hua Xiaodong retorted, Who do you think you are, believing she should remain stationary, waiting for you? If you truly loved her, how could you allow her to suffer so? Liu Zhenyi countered, Do you think that Jiang Tang will find happiness after leaving me? She is divorced. What man of good standing would want her? She is merely acting out of anger. Trust me, you are more aware of her situation than I am. She will never marry someone better than me. Seeing Liu Zhenyi's unwavering confidence, Hua Xiaodong scoffed, You certainly have a talent for self-aggrandizement. With that, he turned and returned to the car. Hanyu was not with them at this moment. Only Hua Xiaodong and Jiang Tang occupied the vehicle. Hua Xiaodong glanced at Jiang Tang and started the engine. Once they had departed, Liu Zhenyi's expression darkened as he turned to head back to the hotel. Along the way, Hua Xiaodong remained silent. Jiang Tang broke the silence, asking, Do you also believe that my decision to divorce Liu Zhenyi was foolish? No one supported her, not even Uncle Wu, who deemed her choice hasty. Indeed, it was quite foolish. Hua Xiaodong replied curtly. Not wishing to continue the discussion, Jiang Tang huffed in response that it was utterly impossible to expect any comforting words from him. Upon arriving home, Hua Xiaodong noticed Jiang Tang had fallen asleep against the car window. The black evening gown she wore accentuated her porcelain skin, with her delicate neck and flowing hair resembling seaweed. Even in such an unrefined state, she appeared beautiful. Hua Xiaodong recalled Liu Zhenyi's words. She was divorced. What man of good standing would want her? Chapter 49. The medication she took was ineffective. Upon returning to the hotel, Yi Jiao spotted him and exclaimed, Darling! She attempted to approach him, but Liu Zhenyi deftly evaded her. Noticing his cold demeanor, Yi Jiao's eyes reddened. Do you truly believe Jiang Tang's words? Do you actually think you are inadequate? Whether you are or not will be revealed after the paternity test. Just as Liu Zhenyi finished speaking, Secretary Cheng approached him, saying, President Liu, everything has been arranged. Shall we head over now? Lu Xinyang addressed Yi Jiao Jiao. Let us go. Where to? I'm not feeling well and wish to go home. Yi Jiao Jiao replied weakly. Lu Xinyang scrutinized her, unimpressed by her act. What, are you afraid? Regardless of whether Jiang Tang's claims held any truth, he could not rest until he confirmed the matter. No, I am leaving. Lu Xinyang strode out of the door, and the bodyguard came over to escort Yi Jiao Jiao out of the hotel alongside him. Instead of taking her home, he directed their course to the private hospital they had just arranged. Inside the car, Hu Xiaodong reflected on Lu Xinyang's words, perplexed by how he could utter such things. He roused Jiang Tang, saying, "We've arrived. You seem to enjoy napping in my car. Did you always like to sleep?" Jiang Tang glanced at him, simply disinterested in conversing. Uncertain of what to say, Hu Xiaodong seemed to read her thoughts, musing, "Are you scolding me in your mind?" Jiang Tang, taken aback, replied, "You know that." Hu Xiaodong jested. "I was just teasing you." Jiang Tang opened the car door and promptly exited. Jiang Tang. Just as her toes touched the ground, someone called her name. It was Yi Shuyu, who entered carrying a tray. Upon noticing Hu Xiaodong stepping out of the vehicle, she greeted him warmly, "Brother Xiaodong." Jiang Tang was aware that Aunt Huang favored Yi Shuyu, who had become akin to a half-daughter-in-law of the Hu family. Once Hu Xiaodong approved, they could officially register their marriage. She chose not to intrude upon their exchange and entered the house. Aunt Huang and Su Su had already returned. After greeting them, Jiang Tang ascended the stairs. She placed her bag down and glanced at the property deed inside. It was rather late, but had it been earlier, she would have eagerly returned to the Jiang family home to inspect it. Now that the house was in her possession, she was preparing to move out. After taking a shower, Jiang Tang emerged from the bathroom, only to hear a knock on the door. Opening it, she found Aunt Yu standing there. "Miss Jiang, Miss Yi has sent sushi. Madam asked me to inquire if you would like to have some." Jiang Tang nodded yes. She tied her hair up and went downstairs. Su Su, seated nearby, had already set down her chopsticks. "I'm going to gain weight again. You're not even plump. Look at how thin you've become. Why diet?" Hearing her mother's words, Su Su retorted, "I'm over 110 pounds, Mom. You must want me to be fat, right?" Madame Huang smiled at her. "My daughter is beautiful regardless." Jiang Tang chimed in. "Annie Su Su turned to her. "How's your house situation going?" "I've already taken it back," Jiang Tang replied. "Once I tidy up, I plan to move out." Madame Huang regarded Jiang Tang with concern. "You should just stay here. No one treats you as an outsider. There's no need." Jiang Tang replied, "I feel bad for imposing on you all." Since her house had returned to her, Su Su did not object. As they conversed, Yi Shuyu descended from the upstairs. "Annie, I'll be heading back now." Jiang Tang assumed Yi Shuyu had already departed, only to discover she was still present. Huang Yin remarked, "Why don't you chat with Xiaodong a bit longer?" Upon hearing this, Yi Shuyu blushed, saying he wanted to take a shower. I didn't want to disturb him. "I'll come by next time." Grabbing the tray, she exited, and Huang Yin went to see her off. Su Su watched Yi Shuyu's retreating figure, then glared at Jiang Tang as she ate sushi. "Stop eating that." "Why?" Jiang Tang inquired, perplexed by Su Su's discontent. "At this rate, she is going to become part of the family. How can you still eat?" The mere thought of it left Su Su feeling dejected. "I might as well move out and live with you." She had no desire to see Shuyu at all. "Honestly, she is quite a good setup," Jiang Tang reassured Su Su, considering the current situation. It seemed like Yi Shuyu and Hu Xiaodong were practically destined for one another. Although Hu Xiaodong had always maintained a lukewarm attitude towards Yi Shuyu, it was likely due to his health. Were he to recover, he would likely choose to be with her, Jiang Tang concluded. "She has a decent family background, is attractive, and holds a stable job. Your mother also likes her," setting aside their past grievances. Yi Shuyu was indeed well suited for Hu Xiaodong. The two matched well in various aspects and shared a mutual understanding. "You still speak in her favor," Su Su frowned. "Have you forgotten how she spoke about you? She called you a child without a mother. Just thinking of it makes me furious. That was right after your mother passed away. This demonstrated her utter lack of decency." The mere recollection ignited Su Su's anger, and she wished she could punch Yi Shuyu. Even after all these years, the thought still infuriated her. Jiang Tang remarked, "We were all young and reckless back then. It was quite normal. Regardless, I dislike her." Su Su sighed. "My mom hopes my brother marries soon. I dare not say anything." Even though they often bickered, Su Su understood her mother's authority within the household. After chatting for a while, Jiang Tang ascended the stairs. Just as she was about to enter her room, Hu Xiaodong's door swung open. "Come here for a moment. I have something to ask you." After saying this, he retreated into his room, leaving the door ajar for her to enter. Jiang Tang hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Upon seeing Hu Xiaodong seated in a chair with a pile of medication on the round table beside him, some of which he had prescribed, he instructed, "Close the door." Jiang Tang shut the door before inquiring, "What is it? Why has the medication I took yielded no results?" Hu Xiaodong skeptically inquired, "You aren't giving me fake medication, are you?" Jiang Tang recalled how Yi Shuyu had just visited his room. Now, observing Hu Xiaodong's composed demeanor, she wondered if his earlier dissatisfaction stemmed from their unsuccessful drive together. Such incidents typically undermine a man's confidence. She could empathize with Hu Xiaodong's irritation. After inspecting the medication, she assured him of its authenticity, stating, "We are a legitimate hospital." Yet a lingering question remained. What if there was something amiss? Hu Xiaodong, seated, scrutinized Jiang Tang, asserting, "Just tell me if you can treat this ailment." Jiang Tang, sensing his seriousness, began to doubt her own judgment. "That I have never encountered a situation quite like yours," she admitted. "Your physical condition seems perfectly fine, that if you remain unconvinced, perhaps you should undergo some tests at the hospital." "Tests?" Hu Xiaodong scoffed. "I ask that all you doctors ever suggest. I've had my share of tests before, and yet you all fail to resolve any issues. Am I just wasting my time here? Or do I appear foolish?" Chapter 50. "Let's make a deal that we are doctors, not magicians," Jiang Tang replied, trying to maintain her professional stance. "When you're unwell, you must cooperate." "Cooperate, and that guarantees a cure?" Jiang Tang's lips twitched. "That I sincerely wish for your recovery." If he remained unwell, it would hinder her ability to return to her previous department. However, it struck Jiang Tang as odd. Hu Xiaodong displayed no apparent health issues, so why didn't the medication work? "How about we revisit the hospital tomorrow for further examination?" She suggested. "That I have plans tomorrow," Hu Xiaodong countered. "You need to see me now." "Now? Aren't you a doctor?" Yet before she could finish, he had already reclined on the bed, dismissively stating, "I don't feel like going to the hospital. I came to you for help, and you haven't solved my problem. Shouldn't you take responsibility now?" The setting felt peculiar, as they weren't in a hospital, but in his home. After a moment's hesitation, she approached him, observing Hu Xiaodong lying there. Seeing her motionless, he remarked, "Aren't you the professional? Why are you just standing there? Are you embarrassed? Perhaps I should inform Director Chiu to come and examine you instead. He is more qualified, and since we are well acquainted, you might doubt my skills. That I wonder if your ongoing issues stem from this lack of trust. That a patient's skepticism can certainly affect the treatment's efficacy." Upon hearing her words, Hu Xiaodong sat up, realizing that his previous comments about her being an inept doctor were not entirely unfounded. Those words unsettled Jiang Tang. "Could you refrain from speaking about me like that? This is clearly your issue. That if I had no problems, why would I seek you out? But every time I see you, you appear remarkably healthy. Is that my fault?" Hu Xiaodong retorted. "That I guess it might doing that I feel such reactions towards you." Jiang Tang was left speechless. How could she possibly know? Was he truly not simply criticizing her out of disdain? Hu Xiaodong's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Tang, stating, "I have no reaction to Yi Shuyu. Yet I find myself responding to you." Earlier, when Yi Shuyu had come to his room, he had not rejected her, curious to see if he would feel the same attraction towards her as he did with Jiang Tang. However, upon finding Yi Shuyu speaking alone, he was merely irritated, even finding her presence bothersome. Hu Xiaodong had always been indifferent to romantic pursuits. Yet, for reasons unknown, encountering Jiang Tang felt like a fresh experience. Although she harbored feelings for Lu Jinyin, he believed he should not entangle himself with someone like her. Nevertheless, he found himself unable to restrain his impulses. Thus, in Jiang Tang's presence, he chose to be forthright. Seeing her standing there, seemingly processing his words, Hu Xiaodong pulled her into his embrace, and his body confirmed his earlier claims. Jiang Tang felt uncomfortable being held, attempting to rise, only to find his grip tight around her waist. Hu Xiaodong gazed at her face, which was now bare of makeup, its natural beauty highlighted by a subtle fragrance. "Jiang Tang, let us strike a deal." "What sort of deal?" she replied, feeling trapped in his embrace and compelled to answer his query. "Be my woman." "What are you talking about?" "Be your woman. Have you lost your mind?" "That is absolutely out of the question." Jiang Tang regarded him warily. "You claim the medication does nothing for me. Yet I react to you. Perhaps being with me will restore my health. Essay doctor. Treating your patient is your duty, is it not? Such a method is preposterous. Moreover, what benefit would I gain from this? Why should I comply? Have you forgotten what the Liu family said about you? They remarked that without Liu Jinyan, you would find no one better. Rather than court someone like Liu Haoyang, wouldn't it be better to be with me? It seems quite favorable, does it not? Jiang Tang considered with Xiaodong's proposition, recalling Liu Jinyan's efforts to please him. The thought that his offer might be appealing struck her as absurd. Indeed, from various perspectives, his conditions were advantageous. He would be an impressive companion. Yet, her aunt would be displeased. This was utterly reckless. Why not keep it from her? With Xiaodong suggested after contemplation that if she learns about my current condition, that I cannot engage with women, she would only be more distressed. After all, during your time at the Hua family, she treated you quite well. You cannot let her hopes of having grandchildren be dashed. As Jiang Tang absorbed with Xiaodong's words, she recalled her aunt's desire for him to marry and have children, that if he remained in this state, marriage would surely be unattainable. However, she did not harbor any affection for Hua Xiaodong. How could she possibly be with him? The very thought was overwhelming. Sensing her trepidation, Hua Xiaodong continued, "Once I regain my health, if you find it impossible to continue with me, we shall part ways. Of course, if you discover that you no longer despise me, I would be willing to marry you. You could have a second marriage, becoming Mrs. Hua Xiaodong. It wouldn't be a disadvantage, would it? If he could not resolve this predicament, his mother could arrange for him to marry someone of better standing, but that would be futile. Hua Xiaodong did not wish to disappoint his family, and Jiang Tang, at this moment, represented his sole hope for recovery. He yearned for the day he could return to normalcy and fulfill his mother's wishes. Jiang Tang felt a surge of anxiety as she gazed at Hua Xiaodong, convinced that his words bordered on absurdity. Yet, oddly enough, they seemed somewhat acceptable. "Let me think it over," she replied. Hua Xiaodong, not in a hurry for her immediate agreement, responded, "Very well, but I hope you won't keep me waiting too long." Gaining her freedom, Jiang Tang hastily stood up. Hua Xiaodong added, "And I hope you can provide me with a definitive answer." Emerging from Hua Xiaodong's room, Jiang Tang lay on her bed, contemplating his words, even questioning if fatigue had led to her hallucinations. The following morning, as Jiang Tang descended for breakfast, Hua Xiaodong sat across from her. Hua Susu, seated nearby, gazed at Hua Xiaodong and asked, "Brother, did anything happen between you and Yi Shiyu last night?" Hua Xiaodong finished his glass of milk, retorting, "Why do you meddle so much? Why don't you just move to the Pacific? If you end up with Yi Shiyu, I'll move in with Jiang Tang and won't stay here." Hua Susu shot back, glaring at Hua Xiaodong. The mere thought of Yi Shiyu becoming her sister-in-law felt like the sky was collapsing. Hua Xiaodong raised an eyebrow, saying, "That depends on whether your dear friend agrees." The sudden shift of focus on her left Jiang Tang feeling guilty. She glanced at Hua Xiaodong, who was intently watching her, recalling his words from last night, but he was still awaiting her response. Chapter 51. Moving out of the Hua family. Yet discussing this in front of Susu felt rather inappropriate. Jiang Tang's cheeks flushed as she muttered, "What does this have to do with me?" The mere thought of Susu discovering their conversation from the previous night was too much to bear. Regarding Hua Xiaodong's medical situation, Jiang Tang had refrained from mentioning it to Susu. Previously, they had shared everything, but this matter was challenging to broach. Fortunately, Susu seemed oblivious to Hua Xiaodong's remarks, assuming he was merely talking about her moving in with Jiang Tang. Susu huffed, "If I were to stay with Jiang Tang, she would definitely agree. Not everyone is like you." In the afternoon, after finishing work, Jiang Tang went to view the Jiang family's house with Susu. She summoned someone to come and clean, intending to move back in once everything was ready. Wang Ma also arrived and upon seeing Jiang Tang, politely greeted her. Mississippi now that Jiang Tang has left the Liu family. Wang Ma no longer addressed her as madam as she used to at Su, noticing Wang Ma's presence, found it peculiar. "Why is Wang Ma here?" "Isn't she with the Liu family?" Wang Ma replied. "I was dismissed from the Liu family. Madame Liu said I belonged to you, and I was not allowed to work there anymore." That on this occasion of Madame Liu's birthday, Jiang Tang had embarrassed the Liu family thoroughly. Thinking of Wang Ma's unwavering loyalty to Jiang Tang in the past, Madame Liu could hardly tolerate it and decided to fire her outright. That Su chuckled. "Their family is truly amusing, by the way. What happened to that woman with the surname Yi? Was she chased away by Liu Ziyuan?" Although Su did not attend the birthday celebration, she had already heard Jiang Tang discuss it. So she was quite curious about Yi Jiao Jiao's fate. Wang Ma responded, "No, she is still here." Su Su's expression immediately darkened. Still here? Lu Ziyuan knows he has been cheated on, yet he allows Yi Jiao Jiao to remain? Wang Ma glanced at Jiang Tang, hesitating slightly, but ultimately stating, "Mr. Lu had a paternity test done with her, but he did not send her away. That I heard from Madame Lu that the child seems to be Mr. Lu asked that this was truly outrageous." Su Su laughed in anger. Someone like Lu Ziyuan can have a child. Is that fair? This outcome took Jiang Tang by surprise, yet it was somewhat expected that Lu Ziyuan always claimed his involvement with Yi Jiao Jiao was solely for the sake of the child, insisting he did not harbor any feelings for her. However, if he truly felt nothing, why would he indulge her so? It seemed he enjoyed maintaining a facade of deep affection for Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang turned to Wang Ma and said, "You should stay with me from now on. I am not comfortable letting others handle household matters." Wang Ma was diligent and capable, having accompanied Jiang Tang for a long time. With her managing the household, Jiang Tang felt a sense of reassurance that on the way home, Su Su sat in the passenger seat, venting her frustrations that I never expected that scoundrel Lu Ziyuan could actually have a child. His mother must be over the moon, perhaps even thinking you wouldn't be able to bear children, that I told you. You shouldn't have given him any leeway back then. Jiang Tang glanced at Su Su, acknowledging that he was indeed fortunate. Now Yi Jiao Jiao must be ecstatic. Su Su fumed. He made you leave, and now he has a child with Lu Ziyuan. He could very well become the husband of the richest woman. Upon returning to the Hua family home, Jiang Tang had just parked the car when Su Su had already exited. Her phone rang. Jiang Tang, sitting in the car, picked it up to see it was a call from Madame Lu. Her eyes darkened as she pressed the answer button. Madame Lu spoke with an air of triumph. "Jiang Tang, didn't you say our Ziya's child wasn't his? Didn't you claim he couldn't have children? The paternity test is complete. The child belongs to the Lu family. I wonder what you have to say now." "Well, congratulations to you," Madame Lu continued. "If you had been more sensible earlier and not acted out, you could still have been Mrs. Lu. But alas, it's impossible for you to return to the Lu family now. I also ask that you refrain from trying to seduce my son in the future. Keep your distance from him." With that, Madame Lu hung up the phone. Although she tried to console Su Su, urging her not to be upset, receiving that provocative call from Madame Lu still ignited a spark of anger within her. She could not fathom how the Lu family could be so brazen. Their audacity only made her past years seem like a joke. Jiang Tang picked up her phone and called Hanyu before getting out of the car. Su Su was waiting for her, and together they entered the house where Ms. Huang had prepared dinner for them that as the family sat down to eat. Jiang Tang mentioned her plans to move out. "Ms. Huang looked at her, surprised. "So soon?" Jiang Tang nodded. "Yes, with Wang Ma coming to help. The house will be tidied up quickly," that Ms. Huang said gently. "If you wish to move out, that's fine. But remember, you are always welcome to return here whenever you want." "Tang Tang, don't feel like you have to compromise yourself. Although you are divorced from Lu Ziyuan now, we're still your family that I understand." "Thank you." And no matter the circumstances, the Hua family had always treated her kindly. Hua Xiaodong had not returned. Although he lived there, he was often absent. Jiang Tang packed her things and the next day moved her luggage back to the Jiang family home. The Hua family had been good to her. But returning to her own place brought her a greater sense of security. To express her gratitude to Su Su and Aunt Huang, Jiang Tang treated the Hua family to dinner on Saturday night. Hua Xiaodong was not present. Su Su mentioned he had been busy and had not been home much, so they did not invite him. After dinner, as they exited the dining room, Jiang Tang saw Aunt Huang and Su Su off. The dining location was near the military district, not far from the Hua family, so they planned to walk back. After bidding them farewell, Jiang Tang went to fetch her car, parked at the roadside. This was the same spot where Hua Xiaodong had parked during their last visit. Just as she was about to get in, a car pulled up beside her, and it was Madame Lu. Jiang Tang looked up to see Jiang Fan, Lu Ziyuan's arch-rival and the owner of Yun Fan Group, that in the early days of Lu Ziyuan's business, he had faced numerous obstacles from Jiang Fan. With a powerful background and a formidable start, there was a time when Lu Ziyuan was nearly driven to a dead end by him, forcing Jiang Tang to mortgage their family home. Fortunately, they managed to weather that storm. Today, even if Jiang Fan despised Lu Ziyuan, it would take some skill to suppress him further. The more this was the case, the more Jiang Fan loathed Lu Ziyuan. Each time they met, he couldn't help but throw jabs at him. Recognizing a familiar face, Jiang Tang maintained her politeness. "Long time no see, Mr. Jiang, it has indeed been a while." Jiang Fan replied with a smirk. Ever since your Liu family's patriarch became the richest man, I hardly have the privilege of seeing you two to chapter 52. It was he who saved me, seeing him smile, yet with an undertone of sarcasm. Jiang Tang did not wish to bear the brunt of Liu Ziyuan's grievances that I am no longer with him. This man harbored animosity toward Liu Ziyuan, yet she had severed ties with him. Surely he wouldn't continue to make things difficult for her. However, upon hearing her words, Jiang Fan chuckled. Oh, right, I remember now. He found a mistress, the very woman who assaulted you, and it even made the news. He truly lacks decency. With such a beautiful wife, he chose to love a woman who was at surgery. Where are you headed now? Why don't we grab a drink? He eyed Jiang Tang with a glimmer of interest. Jiang Tang felt uncomfortable. No thanks, I'm heading home that you're divorced now. Surely you want to sleep alone tonight. Jiang Fan grinned, scrutinizing Jiang Tang, who undeniably had an impressive figure. He had always envied Liu Ziyuan's luck in business and his beautiful wife. Now that Jiang Tang was no longer with Liu Ziyuan, the thought of winning over Liu Ziyuan's ex-wife thrilled him. Seeing his inappropriate remarks, Jiang Tang chose to ignore him and attempted to enter her car. However, a bodyguard who had gotten out of the car pressed down on her car door. Jiang Fan chuckled. We're not done talking yet. You're going to get in your car now? Jiang Tang, that's quite rude of you. You're divorced from Liu Ziyuan, yet you still flaunt the airs of a wealthy wife. Jiang Tang assessed him. So, what do you want? It was one thing to endure humiliation while with Liu Ziyuan, but now that they were divorced, being dragged into his affairs was nothing short of disgusting. What do I want? I simply like you, Jiang Fan declared. Why not be with me? He was 40 this year and still unmarried. Rumored to have numerous affairs that a few years back, a woman had even jumped from a building because of him. Although he ultimately denied any connection to the incident, his reputation was far from spotless. Jiang Tang replied, You, a figure of such stature, need to make things difficult for me, that if you have grievances with Liu Ziyuan, take them up with him. Why would I seek him out? He can't even keep me company at night. His eyes gleamed with interest. I heard you work at the hospital, right? If you don't want to get in the car with me now, I'll come find you at your hospital tomorrow. By the way, I'm acquainted with Director Su at your hospital. Maybe he can play matchmaker for us. If you do that, I'll call the police, Jiang Tang asserted, pulling out her phone. Jiang Fan regarded her. Unfazed, you want to call the police? How amusing. He signaled to his men, who then seized Jiang Tang's phone. Mr. Jiang, we live in a society governed by law. I assent to this a bit excessive, Jiang Tang protested. A society governed by law? Jiang Fan laughed. In Jiang City, I am the law. If I cannot eliminate Liu Ziyuan, it would be a piece of cake to dispose of a woman like you. Oh, but you're quite beautiful, so I wouldn't want to harm you. Did I d upon his completion of speech? He burst into laughter, his murky gaze eliciting a wave of nausea that very moment. A loud crash resonated as a vehicle collided violently into Jiang Fan's car from behind. He sat within the confines of his vehicle, jolted by the impact. Fuming, he flung open the door and stepped out. Who dares, damn? Do you have the audacity to hit my car? Have you lost your sight? Jiang Fan bellowed as he exited the vehicle. The door of a sleek black Range Rover swung open. Revealing Hu Xiaodong, he approached Jiang Fan with an air of composure, stating, It was my fault that I in stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Jiang Fan, upon recognizing Hu Xiaodong, wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter this esteemed gentleman. Jiang Tang observed the man emerging from the car, taken aback to find it was him. However, his residence was nearby, and he often drove through this area. The last time he was absent from home, she had moved out of the Hor residence, and they had not crossed paths in recent days. Hu Xiaodong regarded Jiang Fan with a calm demeanor, stating, You obstructed my path. Jiang Fan raised his hand and slapped himself, exclaiming, It is my fault. Truly, I am to blame. I will rectify the damage to your car. Despite Hu Xiaodong being entirely at fault, it appeared as though he was the one culpable. Hu Xiaodong lifted his gaze towards Jiang Tang, who was being restrained by Jiang Fan's bodyguard, and inquired of Jiang Fan, What are you up to? Oh, just chatting with a beautiful lady that I mentioned offering her a ride home and couldn't resist engaging in a bit more conversation. Jiang Fan replied. Hu Xiaodong cast a cold glance at Jiang Fan before addressing Jiang Tang. Why are you just standing there? After a few days apart, have you forgotten how to greet someone? Realizing he was speaking to her, Jiang Tang approached and said, Xiaodong, go. Noticing their familiarity, Jiang Fan queried Hu Xiaodong. Do you know her? She is my woman, do you have a problem with that? Hua Xiaodong retorted, you've got quite the nerve, haven't you? Is it because I, Hua Xiaodong, have been absent from Jiangsheng for a few years that you felt emboldened? You dare to touch my people. The words, my woman, caused Jiang Tang's cheeks to flush. She recalled his previous assertion of wanting her to be his woman. No, I didn't know. I apologize. Jiang Fan glanced at Jiang Tang and addressed Hua Xiaodong. Had I known she was connected to you, I wouldn't have dared entertain any thoughts about her, that I merely intended to teach that Lu fellow a lesson. I in front of Hua Xiaodong. He felt utterly diminished, fearful of incurring his wrath. Hua Xiaodong opened the car door, retrieved his mobile phone, and instructed Jiang Fan, please have the car taken to Fu Shuyang for repairs. Understood. Hua Xiaodong took his phone and approached Jiang Tang's vehicle, opening her door and asking, what are you standing there for? Aren't you leaving? Although Jiang Tang was aware that Hua Xiaodong had once been quite the rogue, she was still astonished by the extent of fear he instilled in others. After all, she herself was apprehensive of him. Jiang Tang walked over, and Jiang Fan's bodyguard returned her phone to her. Hua Xiaodong drove Jiang Tang home. As the car halted in front of the Jiang residence, Jiang Tang turned to Hua Xiaodong and said, thank you, Xiaodong Gu, for rescuing me once again. Hua Xiaodong unfastened his seatbelt and inquired, what have you considered regarding our previous conversation? Jiang Tang gazed at the man before her. Please don't tell me you've been mulling it over for so many days without clarity. Hua Xiaodong turned his head, his dark eyes exuding an air of strategic confidence, as if he were convinced of her eventual agreement. Jiang Tang, seated in her position, lifted her gaze to Hua Xiaodong and stated, I have given it serious thought, so you still don't wish to agree. Is being with me such an unbearable notion? He believed he had presented her with an appealing proposition. Did Jiang Tang truly find him so detestable? However, at that moment, Jiang Tang's gentle voice broke through, no, I have agreed. Upon receiving the answer he desired, a subtle warmth graced Hua Xiaodong's otherwise stern visage. Just as he was about to articulate something, Jiang Tang interjected, but I have conditions. Hua Xiaodong regarded her speak. Chapter 53. Not leaving tonight, I reserve the freedom to leave at any time that if I choose to go. Do not obstruct me. Furthermore, please do not let Annie know about our affairs, that I prefer this matter to remain undisclosed. Although she claimed it was for his treatment, it still felt rather peculiar. Hua Xiaodong chuckled upon hearing her apprehension about her family's knowledge. What if in the future we plan to marry? Should we keep that from them too? Marriage. Jiang Tang regarded Hua Xiaodong. I don't believe we will reach that stage. You are not my type. And what else? I have been divorced, that my circumstances would not garner Annie's approval. I am not a greedy person. I do not presume that having a connection with you would compel you to marry me. Although he had previously broached the subject of marriage, he realized that once he regained his health, he would likely find that being with her was merely passable. How could he genuinely consider marrying her? Hua Xiaodong initially wished to say more, but seeing her apparent resolution, he refrained from further discussion. As long as you don't feel shortchanged, that's all that matters, regardless. Being with him would inevitably place her at a disadvantage. She had no intentions of leveraging this opportunity to marry into the Hua family. Indeed, she was as naive as ever, which explained why she had been bullied by Lu Xinyang. What do I have to lose? Jiang Tang shot him a glare and exited the vehicle. Hua Xiaodong followed her inside. As Jiang Tang led the way, she heard him say, I won't be returning tonight. The lights within illuminated, casting a silhouette of his tall frame. Jiang Tang placed her bag and car keys on the nearby shoe rack and glanced up at the man before her. In the heat of the moment outside, she had hastily agreed. Only now realizing the gravity of their situation, she had unwittingly brought him to her home. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Jiang Tang averted her gaze. I'll have Wang Ma prepare a room for you, as her words fell. Hua Xiaodong swiftly pulled her into his embrace. His hand slid to her waist. Did you think I wanted to stay just to sleep in the guest room? In the past, Jiang Tang could never have envisioned reaching such an intimate juncture with Hua Xiaodong. It seemed men were adept at separating body from heart, even in the absence of affection. Yet when presented with an opportunity, they were eager to leap into bed. Miss, you are back. Wang Ma emerged, greeting Jiang Tang. To her surprise, she spotted a man holding Jiang Tang closely, the proximity between them undeniably intimate. Upon hearing Wang Ma's voice, Jiang Tang was startled and quickly disentangled herself from Hua Xiaodong's embrace. She turned to Wang Ma, just got back. Xiaodong Go, would you like something to drink? Water, please, he replied, settling onto the sofa. Jiang Tang sat on her favorite single armchair. Hu Xiaodong surveyed the apartment. After finishing his water, Wang Ma exited, leaving Jiang Tang seated alone on the sofa, engrossed in texting on her phone. Initially wearing a smile, her expression gradually darkened. "What are you looking at?" Hu Xiaodong inquired as he approached her side and sat down. Jiang Tang hastily set her phone aside and looked at Hu Xiaodong, the distance between them suddenly feeling quite intimate. She stood up, stammering, "Would you like a drink?" Hu Xiaodong occupied the spot she had just vacated. Observing her flustered demeanor, unlike the composed Dr. Jiang in the hospital, she appeared quite bashful now to having you sworn off alcohol. He remarked, "Just a little that I feel somewhat anxious." She felt a sense of trepidation in Hu Xiaodong's presence, particularly concerning Lu Xinyang. He consistently manages to redefine his limits time and again. Hu Xiaodong is typically averse to alcohol, and on several occasions, when Jiang Tang had overindulged, he was the one to escort her home. Since she proposed at this time, he did not decline. Jiang Tang retrieved a glass and opened a bottle of wine, a gift from Su Su when she moved. After pouring the drink, she approached Hu Xiaodong and handed him the glass. Hu Xiaodong accepted the wine glass. Yet before he could take a sip, Jiang Tang had already filled her own cup, but he took a small drink in compliance. Sitting beside him, Jiang Tang downed her glass, feeling a warmth spread across her cheeks. Remembering the last time she got drunk and could not recall anything, Hu Xiaodong remarked, "Drink less. If you get too drunk, I might just sell you off." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Tang poured herself another glass and retorted, "If you sell me off, who will take care of your medical needs?" With her drink in hand, she settled next to Hu Xiaodong, glancing at his untouched glass. "That I've had so much, and you haven't touched yours at all." "Hurry up." Seeing her lift her glass, Hu Xiaodong complied and drank a little. Jiang Tang finished her drink, and after 2 glasses, she remained seated beside him. Hu Xiaodong, initially in a single armchair, found himself squeezed next to her, the proximity unusually intimate. The soft glow of the living room lights illuminated her delicate features. Leaning against him, her gaze was significantly more dreamy than before. She reached out, brushing her fingers against his chin. "Xiaodong, you're truly handsome." That on the day she had gotten drunk, he had stayed by her side. Jiang Tang recalled waking up to find him before her. Now, nestled in his embrace, she held on to him, unwilling to let go. The contrast between her sober and inebriated selves was indeed stark. Hu Xiaodong gazed at her. This scene unfolding before him felt like a surreal dream, one he had encountered countless times in slumber. Yet the reality of her softness was undeniable. Noticing her leaning against his chest, her eyes fixed on some distant point, he wondered what thoughts occupied her mind. Her long lashes obscured her beautiful eyes. Hu Xiaodong's voice deepened. "Feeling down?" "A bit," she admitted without reserve. "Why?" He recalled how she had been messaging incessantly. Jiang Tang lifted her head to meet his gaze. Feeling wronged that Liu Xinyan knows that Yi Jiao's child isn't his, yet he still acknowledges it. "Tell me, how fond must a man be of a woman to willingly wear such a green hat? He can accept a child that isn't his. That I once thought he liked me. Now I realize I am merely a clown." After finishing her lament, she managed to smile, but her dark eyes soon brimmed with tears. Leaning against him, she continued softly, "Su Su once said that there are no true feelings in this world, and I didn't believe it. Back then, I thought that if I truly invested, how could the other person not reciprocate? How foolish I was." Suddenly, she found herself weeping in his arms. Hu Xiaodong watched her, reaching out to wipe away her uncontrolled tears. "Are you sad?" Jiang Tang nodded. "Yes, it's embarrassing to be so deeply infatuated with a man to the point of despair. Yet, the withdrawal after parting ways is almost consuming me. That I know I shouldn't let him affect me anymore. But at times, I simply can't control myself." Hu Xiaodong gazed intently at Jiang Tang, his large hand cupping her petite face. His touch was warm, and she allowed him to hold her. Hu Xiaodong's eyes darkened. Did she actually find comfort in this? He applied a slight pressure. "Look at me, that I am looking." Jiang Tang replied with wide eyes, obediently meeting his gaze. Hu Xiaodong felt a mix of tenderness and irritation. "Jiang Tang, listen closely. This is the last time I will permit you to cry for him in my presence. There will be no next time." Jiang Tang shifted her position in his embrace, continuing to gaze at him. Hu Xiaodong couldn't suppress a sigh, observing her vulnerable state. "You truly do not regard me highly." Initially, you cried in front of me because of him, and now it has become a habit. At first, she felt embarrassed, but now it seems she had resigned herself to the situation. Why is it that every time I appear disgraceful? You happen to be there? Wu Xiaodong grasped her shoulders, positioning her on his lap, compelling her to face him, lest she forget upon waking that I have a bad temper. Since you agreed to be with me. You are mine, body and soul. Should I catch you crying over that man again before he could finish? She had already nestled back against his chest. Wu Xiaodong glared at her, adding fiercely, then I will sell you. Initially, he thought she genuinely feared him. Now, he realized that perhaps he was the one she feared the least, for she only cried before him and not in front of others, seeing her reclined in his embrace. Wu Xiaodong lifted her effortlessly. Wang Ma emerged, spotting Wu Xiaodong carrying Jiang Tang upstairs. Once in the room, he settled her on the sofa. With the alcohol coursing through her, Jiang Tang felt slightly dazed. Initially, she found the atmosphere with Wu Xiaodong somewhat awkward, yet after drinking, the dizziness overwhelmed her. Wu Xiaodong was unyielding, insisting she wash up. I dislike untidy women. I feel dizzy, that's what you get for drinking. Wu Xiaodong pinched her cheek, then helped her remove her outer garment, that he scrutinized Jiang Tang as she leaned against him for a moment before urging her to freshen up. Standing before the mirror, washing her face, Wu Xiaodong watched her intently. After they both finished, they lay on the bed. Jiang Tang found herself in his embrace, feeling slightly more alert. She recalled why she was with Wu Xiaodong. Typically, his excitement would be palpable upon seeing her, yet now he seemed unusually calm. Jiang Tang, somewhat surprised, remarked, "You have no reaction." The doubt in her eyes made Wu Xiaodong frown, feeling somewhat insulted that he assessed her. "You are crying over someone else. How could I possibly react?" Initially, there had been a response, but upon witnessing her intoxicated state and tears for Lu Jinyan, his own body became tranquil again. "Let us sleep." He declared he had stated this was the final time. Should she repeat such behavior in the future, he might find himself unable to restrain from casting her aside. The following morning, Jiang Tang awoke to find herself in bed with Wu Xiaodong. Previously, when at his place, he had slept on the sofa. This was their first time sharing a bed, and her ungainly sleeping posture, entirely sprawled on him with her legs draped over him, left her feeling rather embarrassed. Gazing at Wu Xiaodong's profile, she felt a twinge of awkwardness. Though she had agreed to their arrangement the night before, years of trepidation regarding him made the current situation feel quite foreign. Jiang Tang dressed and descended the stairs. Wang Ma greeted her. "Good morning, Mississippi, is there porridge? I would like some." "Yes, there is." Jiang Tang sat down to enjoy her porridge. Wu Xiaodong had yet to rise, and she made no effort to rouse him. Soon, Wang Ma entered and said, "By the way, Mr. Lu has arrived. Should I let him in?" The mention of Lu Jinyan caused Jiang Tang's eyes to darken. She stirred her porridge with the spoon, as if attempting to mix her grievances into it. "Let him in," she replied. Before long, Lu Jinyan entered. He approached, observing Jiang Tang as she sipped her porridge. "Just getting up?" Jiang Tang looked up. "Mr. Lu, what brings you here?" "I heard you moved, so I came to check on you," he replied, taking a seat without pretense. Jiang Tang recalled the situation with Yi Jiao and lowered her gaze. "I heard you had a paternity test done." "The child is yours." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyan's expression was not as jubilant as one might expect. It was more about needing a child than anything else. Jiang Tang looked at him, suddenly laughing at the absurdity of it all. "You really do care for her, even accepting the green hat." "You know very well that I do not like her." Lu Jinyan's eyes darkened as he recalled Yi Jiao. She was the reason he and Jiang Tang had parted. Until now, he had not fully understood the situation, but seeing Jiang Tang brought a sense of regret. They were once two people in love, yet here they were. "Why didn't you just tell me earlier? You could have been straightforward." "What should I have said?" Jiang Tang countered. "That you can't have children. If you had said that back then, how could I have seen you for who you truly are?" Now that things had come to this, did he find joy in it? Lu Jinyan felt a surge of frustration, convinced that Jiang Tang had concealed everything and thus turned their situation into this. "Do you know I haven't slept well these past few days?" "Haven't slept well. You seem quite spirited, showing up here so early," Lu Jinyan stated. "I think I will move in here, that I won't return to the Lu family anymore." "Move in here?" Jiang Tang was taken aback. "Since Yi Jiao's child isn't mine, you shouldn't be angry anymore, right? Once the child is born, I will provide Yi Jiao with a sum of money." Thus, my parents will have a grandson and will no longer press us for children. So, is this the reason you concealed the truth from your mother, claiming the child is biologically yours? You know how they value their reputation. If I truly cannot bear my own child, they would struggle to hold their heads high in the village. Initially, upon discovering the child was not his, he was quite furious. However, upon reflection, he realized that if he were to acknowledge it, he would merely appear foolish, a target for ridicule. Hence, he decided to simply maintain the faade. You are indeed quite filial, that Luzir remarked. In the future, if you grow weary of this child, simply ignore her. My parents adore her and will take care of her themselves. That I know you cherish this apartment, a legacy from your parents. That I in the future, I shall come here to keep you company. Seeing his intention to move in with her, she was perplexed by his audacity. Jiang Tang replied, I'm afraid there is no room for you here. That my boyfriend would certainly object, since she had struck a deal with Xiaodong, using him as a shield. He likely wouldn't mind. Upon hearing her words, Lu Ziyer's expression darkened. Where did this boyfriend of yours come from? Chapter 55. You will not marry her. They had been divorced for only a few days. And Lu Ziyer could hardly believe that Jiang Tang had found a boyfriend so quickly. Her decision to divorce him was merely a consequence of Yi Jiao's interference. That if Jiang Tang did not love him, she would never have divorced him over someone as inconsequential as Yi Jiao. Throughout their years together, Jiang Tang had loved him dearly. For his sake, she had endured much. Therefore, even now that they were divorced, she still held feelings for him. After mulling this over, Lu Ziyer felt somewhat reassured. He said to Jiang Tang, Stop saying things that infuriate me. You've already angered me enough at my mother's birthday banquet. It is only because of you that I can tolerate this. Were it anyone else, I would not even acknowledge them. Despite being the one in the wrong, it seemed as if he had forgiven himself. Jiang Tang found it amusing. To him, it appeared as though she were merely jesting. He clearly did not believe that she had a boyfriend. Perhaps in Lu Ziyer's eyes, she could find no one else but him. Believe it or not, Jiang Tang continued sipping her porridge. Lu Ziyer took it as her silent agreement, saying later, I will have someone bring over your belongings. That I will inform my parents, but you must behave and not cause any more trouble. Do you understand? After he spoke, Jiang Tang lifted her gaze to meet his. That Lu Ziyer sat in the chair, his expression a mixture of seriousness and resolve. In terms of appearance, he was handsome, and in terms of capability, he was indeed exceptional. Once, she had adored this man. Now, however, she realized how self-assured he was when it came to her. He even believed that post-divorce, she would remain utterly devoted to him. How exceedingly arrogant. What exactly do you want, Lu Ziyer? Coming here so early? What do you think I want aside from mending our relationship? Tang, what else could I possibly desire? Do not ask such foolish questions that make you appear less intelligent. Jiang Tang raised an eyebrow. Then I must be truly honored by your regard. That on her mother's birthday, Jiang Tang had assumed she had irreparably severed ties with him. She thought he would not seek her out again. Yet, to her surprise, he had not finished his act. Having reached such a point previously, he now returned. She was in no hurry and continued to wait. Xiaodong had just awakened and descended the stairs. Upon hearing footsteps, Jiang Tang said to Lu Ziyer, My boyfriend is awake. Lu Ziyer, hearing the commotion, instantly turned cold, but he glanced towards the door, eager to ascertain whether Jiang Tang truly intended to bring him back. If she dared to use her resources to support another man, he would not hesitate to show her the consequences. The next moment, Xiaodong appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing him, Lu Ziyer was momentarily taken aback. The tension in his chest easing slightly. Xiaodong glanced at him before sitting down close to Jiang Tang, asking her, Didn't you two just divorce? What is he doing here? He completely ignored Lu Ziyer. Jiang Tang explained. He said he wanted to move in here, that I told him my boyfriend would disagree. He doesn't believe I have a boyfriend. Lu Ziyer silently observed, feeling increasingly uncomfortable as the two openly discussed him while disregarding his presence. Xiaodong turned to Jiang Tang. What? Didn't you tell him we are together? Jiang Tang replied, I did, but I was afraid he wouldn't believe me. I asked that while we were waiting for you to come down. Looking at the man who had spent the night with her, Jiang Tang initially felt a bit awkward. However, in front of Lu Ziyer, she deliberately acted for his benefit, feeling much more at ease. As they conversed, Lu Ziyer's expression grew darker. Nonetheless, he was not foolish. He turned to Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang, is this really necessary? Necessary for what? Aware that Lu Ziyer wished to collaborate with Xiaodong, He dared not offend him. Jiang Tang provocatively said, "Didn't you say you wanted to move in? My boyfriend is here. You can ask him that if he agrees. Then you can move in." She was quite curious to see if he would have the audacity to say such a thing in front of Hu Xiaodong. Lu Zier took a deep breath. "I could believe you were with someone else, but with Xiaodong? That's a stretch. Such a lie might fool a 3-year-old if you don't want me to come over. I want tea. There is no need for theatrics." Hu Xiaodong spoke sternly. "Who said we were acting?" Lu Zier maintained a polite demeanor. "I understand, Xiaodong. You want to protect Tang Tang. That it is quite touching that she has an older brother like you looking out for her. However, Xiaodong, you can pretend to be her boyfriend for a time, but can you maintain that pretense indefinitely? Are you truly considering marrying her? Why can't I marry her? What are your qualifications? She is divorced. What kind of woman can't you find? Are you implying that you think Jiang Tang is inadequate?" "I'm not implying that." "Then what do you mean?" Hu Xiaodong's gaze was assertive. Lu Zier felt a twinge of guilt under his scrutiny. He had to admit that he hadn't handled matters with Jiang Tang well. Now that Hu Xiaodong was standing up for her, he was reluctant to confront him. Though his business was thriving, he had no chance against Hu Xiaodong. Lu Zier did not wish to sever ties with him either. Seeing how well Jiang Tang was connected with the Hu family brought him a sense of relief. He had previously worried that after moving out, Jiang Tang would cease to interact with them. Seizing the opportunity, if she could foster a good relationship with Hu Xiaodong, it would benefit her when she returned to his side, providing her with a powerful ally. With this thought in mind, Lu Zier stood. "I have business matters to attend to at my company, so I shall take my leave. You two carry on. Tang Tang. Be sure to treat Hu Xiaodong well. Don't neglect him." With that, Lu Zier departed. Jiang Tang wondered, what did his final remarks mean? She had intended to provoke him by playing this charade with Hu Xiaodong. Yet, she realized he seemed rather pleased instead. Noticing her gaze lingering on Lu Zier's retreating figure, Hu Xiaodong teased, "What? You're not finished talking. Should I chase after him for another chat?" Jiang Tang turned to Hu Xiaodong. Feeling somewhat awkward, "No, eat something. Let Aunt Wang prepare you a meal. You woke up quite early after drinking last night." Jiang Tang explained, "I just have a bit of an upset stomach, so I got up for some porridge." Hu Xiaodong reached out, gently turning her face towards him. "You haven't forgotten what we discussed last night, have you? What did I say? Since you're with me, don't be looking at other men, especially your ex-husband." The reason Lu Zier believed Jiang Tang was utterly devoted to him was due to the confidence she had instilled in him. Jiang Tang replied, Just then, her phone chimed. She opened WeChat to find a message from Su Su. "Tang Bao. I am at your door. Come open up." Chapter 56. "Am I truly so disgraceful?" Jiang Tang said to Hu Xiaodong. "Oh no. Su Su is here. You need to hide quickly." "Hide?" Hu Xiaodong retorted. "Why should I hide? I have nothing to be ashamed of in front of your sister." Seeing him remain seated, Jiang Tang tugged at his arm. "Hurry up. You need to hide upstairs. Then am I really that disgraceful? Don't forget what you promised me." Jiang Tang could hardly imagine how Su Su would react upon discovering that Hu Xiaodong had been there early in the morning. She felt like a thief caught in the act. After some effort, she managed to usher Hu Xiaodong upstairs just as Su Su called. Jiang Tang quickly instructed Aunt to open the door. Moments later, Su Su entered, carrying a bag filled with seasonings prepared by Aunt Yu. "Aunt asked me to bring this for you since you mentioned wanting it last time." Jiang Tang replied, "Thank you. Have you had breakfast yet?" "I already ate." Su Su placed the bag down and remarked, "Why did it take you so long to open the door? Were you hiding a man in here?" She spoke while glancing around. It is often said that a woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. Jiang Tang remarked, No. Why have you suddenly come here? It's the weekend and my brother has been away lately, so my mother has started nagging me that I just came here to escape for a bit. I'm so tired. I think I'll go back to sleep." As she spoke, she headed upstairs. Jiang Tang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed her up. Seeing Su Su walk towards her room, Jiang Tang suggested, "Why not sleep in the guest room?" "Why?" Su Su replied, "I made a mess, and Annie wouldn't want to clean it up, so I'll just lie down on your bed for a while." With that, she pushed open the bedroom door. Jiang Tang was unsure of Hu Xiaodong's whereabouts at that moment, her heart filled with worry that Su Su had already entered the bedroom and lay down on the bed. Saying to the entering Jiang Tang, "You go have your meal. You don't have to worry about me." Jiang Tang glanced around, relieved to find no sign of Hu Xiaodong. Suddenly, she heard Su Su exclaim, "Oh, isn't this my brother's watch? How did it end up here?" Jiang Tang turned her head and was startled to see Hu Xiaodong's watch on the bedside table. How could Xiaodong lose something? She thought nervously. She sheepishly explained to Su Su, well, it accidentally got left here last time. I was just about to return it to him. Then I'll help you return it, Su Su declared, putting the watch in her bag. Seeing Su Su had fallen asleep, Jiang Tang began searching the room, checking the bathroom, and discovering it was empty. She sighed in relief, realizing Hua Xiaodong was not in the room. Coming out of the bedroom, she went downstairs to find Hua Xiaodong sitting at the dining table, where Wang Ma had prepared breakfast for him. Jiang Tang approached, exclaiming, I thought you were in the bedroom. I'm not that foolish. Hua Xiaodong replied, glancing at Jiang Tang, whose face was etched with anxiety. Did she really need to be that way? It made him feel as if he were hiding something shameful. Jiang Tang said, How am I supposed to explain to Su Su if she sees you here? Doesn't she want me to introduce a boyfriend to you? You're not my boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaodong's eyes darkened. He curiously inquired, Then what is our relationship now, doctor and patient? Although the purpose of their relationship was merely for medical treatment, he hoped for his health to return to normal. However, seeing Jiang Tang maintain such clear boundaries left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. That evening, when Su Su returned home, Hua Xiaodong was already waiting. Seeing her brother, Su Su felt a wave of relief wash over her. With him back, Mrs. Huang would no longer focus all her attention on her. She asked Hua Xiaodong, brother, what have you been busy with lately? You've been so hard to find. Hua Xiaodong leaned against the sofa, a hand resting on the armrest, his long fingers holding his phone as he scrutinized the woman who had spent the day with Jiang Tang. It was because of her sudden visit that he had to rush back home early. Where have you been? Hua Xiaodong's voice was heavy as Su explained, at Tang Tang's place. By the way, your watch is with me. I brought it back for you. She pulled the watch from her pocket and handed it to Hua Xiaodong. That he took it and said, What were you doing at someone else's house? Tang Tang is not just someone. Su Su replied, sitting down defiantly. Besides, she's alone now. Isn't it nice for me to keep her company? Who told you not to introduce a boyfriend to her? Hua Xiaodong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. How do you know she doesn't have a boyfriend? If you keep bothering her like this, how can she find one? Let her find one first. Seeing his sister dismiss the matter so lightly, Hua Xiaodong said, You should visit her less often. What is wrong with that? Su Su, puzzled by her brother's stern face, asked, Do you dislike Tang Tang that much? What do I like about her? He replied. Recalling how insignificant he felt in her presence, when others came, he had to hide away. Hua Xiaodong had never endured such humiliation, and there was no way he could like her, Su Su retorted. You only know how to bully Tang Tang. I don't like you at all. Hurry up and marry Yi Shuyu. You're just suited for someone like her. With that, Su Su stormed upstairs. At noon, Jiang Tang had lunch with Su Su at the hospital. Su Su remarked, My brother is really something. Clearly, you haven't provoked him. Yet he always says infuriating things. Jiang Tang thought about her current relationship with Hua Xiaodong and was unsure how to explain it to Su Su. Xiaodong is just like that. Don't take it to heart that you're just too easygoing, which makes him think you're easy to bully. From now on, when you see him, don't call him Xiaodong. All right, Jiang Tang said that don't dwell on it. Don't let yourself get upset. After their meal, as they exited the cafeteria, Su Su received a phone call and left first. Jiang Tang returned to her office but was stopped in her tracks by a familiar figure, Dr. Yi Jiaojiao, flanked by two women, likely sent by Lu Jinyan to care for her. Jiang Tang had thought Yi Jiaojiao would avoid her, but to her surprise, she boldly approached. Recently, she seemed unafraid of being splashed with acid and dared to venture outside. Yi Jiaojiao approached Jiang Tang, sizing her up. Are you eagerly awaiting my dismissal by Lu Jinyan? But you didn't expect this. My baby is his. Even if you get a fake certificate proving he is infertile. It won't affect my relationship with him, that you've been with him for so long, but still can't conceive, which clearly indicates your issue, if it weren't for Lu Jinyan's acknowledgement that the child was not his. Jiang Tang might have believed Yi Jiaojiao, but now, seeing Yi Jiaojiao's reaction, she seemed convinced that the child was indeed Lu Jinyan's. You came here. Does Lu Jinyan know? Jiang Tang asked. Does it matter if he knows? Yi Jiaojiao replied. Once I give birth to Lu Jinyan's child, he will never look at you again. After the paternity test, Lu Jinyan had grown distant, and Yi Jiaojiao hadn't seen him since then. The thought of all this being Jiang Tang's fault infuriated her, which is why she had sought her out today. Jiang Tang did not engage in an argument. Yi Jiaojiao's current confidence only struck her as laughable. Jiang Tang took her phone from her work uniform pocket and called Lu Jinyan, saying, "Your mistress has found her way to the hospital. If you can't handle her, I can't guarantee the safety of the child in her womb." Chapter 57. Accidentally bumping into him on the line. Lu Jinyan sighed helplessly. "I'm in a meeting. I'll send someone to pick her up shortly. You handle it." "Are you sure?" Jiang Tang could tell Lu Jinyan was also quite impatient with this woman. Yet, it was his own problem, and he still let her come before him. Only he could do something like that Lu Jinyan quickly hung up the phone. It was a critical moment for him. Jiang Tang looked at the disconnected call, and then up at Yi Jiaojiao, who could see Jiang Tang had hit a wall. She had hoped Lu Jinyan would actually come, so she could see him. Who knew even Jiang Tang's call wouldn't suffice? She provocatively taunted Jiang Tang. "Do you really think that by calling, my husband will come and listen to you? He won't come to help you. Do you understand? Is that so?" Seeing Yi Jiaojiao's arrogant demeanor, Jiang Tang opened her phone's camera, that if he doesn't come, then whether or not the child in her womb can be preserved is still a question. As she spoke, Jiang Tang snapped pictures of Yi Jiaojiao, announcing, "Everyone come take a look. This is the woman who crashed into my car and assaulted me. Yes, it's her. She has been hiding until today." Yi Jiaojiao, seeing Jiang Tang filming her, recalled how Jiang Tang had recorded a video of her during their first encounter and posted it online, causing her to avoid going out for days. Just when the storm had calmed down a bit, here she was again. Yi Jiaojiao scoffed. "Is that all you can do? Isn't this quite effective for you?" Jiang Tang shot her a cold glance. For a while, she had contemplated giving Yi Jiaojiao a taste of her own medicine, thinking she should pay for ruining her relationship with Lu Jinyan, perhaps by having her miscarry or even running her over to leave her crippled. Back then, her heart had been dark with resentment. But now, reflecting on it, she realized it wasn't worth it for someone like Lu Jinyan, that if she liked him, then let her have him. Therefore, with Yi Jiaojiao appearing here, Jiang Tang could only document her actions. Yi Jiaojiao gritted her teeth and commanded the two women beside her, "Are you both useless? Hurry up and snatch your phone." She has now developed a certain shadow of fear regarding online bullying. Previously, Yi Jiaojiao relished showcasing her wealth on the internet. However, ever since she became a victim of cyber harassment, all her accounts have been compromised. She is now utterly apprehensive about going online. Hearing her words, two maids approached, intent on seizing Jiang Tang's phone. Jiang Tang deftly evaded them, exclaiming, "Why resort to violence, Yi Jiaojiao?" Her movements were nimble, as the two maids relentlessly pursued her. Jiang Tang stepped back, keeping her phone on, while Yi Jiaojiao seethed beside her, warning through gritted teeth, "Jiang Tang, if you dare to post that video online, do you believe I won't make sure you can't even stay in the hospital? I'll file a complaint against you. Do as you wish." Jiang Tang replied nonchalantly. That moment, where Xiaodong arrived, accompanied by Li Xinbai. Observing Jiang Tang still engrossed in her antics with Yi Jiaojiao, his eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. "How bold she is!" Jiang Tang remained oblivious to his presence until she accidentally bumped into Xiaodong while retreating. He did not move aside. Turning around, she exclaimed, "Xiaodong Ge, and I am here too." "Tang Tang," Li Xinbai greeted politely, waving at Jiang Tang. "Hello," Jiang Tang straightened. Xiaodong inquired in a deep voice, "What are you doing?" Jiang Tang replied, "It's nothing, just an unfortunate encounter with someone unpleasant. She is trying to cause me trouble, forbidding me from taking pictures and attempting to snatch my phone. I haven't provoked her. She came looking for me." Xiaodong turned his gaze towards Yi Jiaojiao and instructed Li Xinbai, "Call someone to handle this." I Xinbai nodded, "Understood, Captain." Just as he finished speaking, Yi Jiaojiao, not being foolish, realized Jiang Tang had backup and ceased her commotion, summoning her people and departing. Before leaving, she shot Jiang Tang a glare. Warning, "You better delete that video, or else my husband won't let you off easily." Witnessing her parting threat, Jiang Tang glanced at the video on her phone, switched it off, and tucked it back into her pocket. Xiaodong asked, "Has she been troubling you constantly?" "Not too much," Jiang Tang replied. "Last time, after the paternity test, Lu Jinyan didn't chase her away, and she still thinks the child belongs to him. I didn't chase after her. She came to me first." After saying this, she looked at Xiaodong and Li Xinbai. "Why are you both at the hospital again?" If she remembered correctly, she had encountered Xiaodong and Li Xinbai at the hospital several times already. They frequented the place more than those who actually worked there. In the garden, Xiaodong walked alongside Jiang Tang, clarifying her confusion. My friend's mother is hospitalized. She had been here for a few days before, but returned because her condition worsened. His concern for his friend's mother indicated a deep bond. She is my comrade, who has already sacrificed. As he spoke, Xiaodong avoided looking at Jiang Tang, his eyes filled with sorrow. Addressing this matter was not something he could trivialize. Jiang Tang recalled hearing about Xiaodong's situation from Aunt Huang previously and instantly empathized with his current emotions. May I go visit her? Jiang Tang asked. Xiaodong's gaze fell upon her. You wish to go? It seemed somewhat presumptuous for her to visit his friend's mother. Jiang Tang clarified. I mean, no offense. You know my father's situation, that if possible, I would like to see if I can do something to help. Let us go together. Xiaodong felt a sense of appreciation for her willingness. Throughout their acquaintance, Jiang Tang's father had always been someone he respected. Otherwise, when he was at the Hu family, he would not have been so concerned about Jiang Tang, which inadvertently made her somewhat fearful of him. Xiaodong led Jiang Tang to Lin Mu's hospital room. Just as they arrived at the door, they spotted Yi Shu Yu exiting. Xiaodong go. Upon seeing Xiaodong and Jiang Tang together, Yi Shu Yu looked surprised at Jiang Tang, asking, Aren't you supposed to be in the urology department? What brings you here? Xiaodong questioned, What are you doing here? His mother wished for him to marry Yi Shu Yu, yet he held no interest in her and preferred to keep his distance. However, upon seeing Xiaodong, Yi Shu Yu sweetly said, I heard you've been here lately, so I inquired and learned that Aunt Lin is unwell, that I wanted to see if I could assist in any way. She harbored feelings for Xiaodong, and, despite his indifference, she refused to give up. It was always wise to curry favor with those he was interested in, even if her intentions were somewhat transparent. Nevertheless, she was ultimately doing a good deed. Xiaodong expressed gratitude on behalf of the Lin family, and no need for thanks. Xiaodong go. Yi Shu Yu replied, her heart fluttering at his kindness. She did not forget Jiang Tang. By the way, is Jiang Tang here to see Aunt Lin too? Jiang Tang was about to speak when Xiaodong glanced at her and interjected, I invited her. Yi Shu Yu frowned slightly, feeling as though Xiaodong was getting a bit too close to Jiang Tang. Several times, she had encountered Jiang Tang in Xiaodong's company. This woman, surely she wasn't divorced and unable to handle Lu Zenian, was now attempting to seduce Xiaodong. Although Xiaodong had no interest in her, Yi Shu Yu felt a tinge of discontent at her audacity that a divorced woman should be mindful of her own worth. Xiaodong instructed Jiang Tang, You may go in. Inside the ward, Lin Fu was feeding Lin Mu porridge. But she could hardly swallow. When she was ill, appetite was the last thing on her mind. Upon seeing Xiaodong and the others enter, Lin Mu greeted Xiaodong. Xiaodong responded, Uncle, Annie. Jiang Tang had always known Xiaodong to possess a bad temper and speak harshly, often exhibiting an air of superiority that instilled fear in others. She never expected him to exhibit such tenderness. Lin Mu turned her gaze towards Jiang Tang, asking, Is this your girlfriend? Jiang Tang was taken aback by Lin Mu's question. Just as she was about to respond, Yi Shu Yu stepped forward, stating, Lin Annie, I am Xiaodong Ji's fiancé. Ditto, I see that my old eyes must have misjudged. Lin Mu chuckled sheepishly, her ill complexion making her appear pale and drained of energy. Xiaodong shot a glance at the overly forward Yi Shu Yu, choosing not to clarify anything in front of everyone, that he simply introduced Jiang Tang. This is Jiang Tang, a friend of my sister's. She heard you were hospitalized and came to visit. I see. Hello, Aunt Lin. Jiang Tang seized the opportunity to greet her. Lin Fu turned to Xiaodong, saying, Xiaodong, you're here at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. Xiaodong noticed the urgency in Lin Fu's eyes, suggesting he had something important to say, and followed him outside. Once outside, Lin Fu said, Your aunt mentioned she doesn't wish to undergo treatment anymore. Why? Xiaodong asked, puzzled that wasn't it already arranged. He had specifically orchestrated the lead surgeon for her operation. Although the surgery was complex, Gao Fuyuan was an authority in the field that Li Senbai, too, was bewildered as to why she would choose this moment to refuse treatment. She expressed her concerns, stating she heard the doctor mention that there would be many after-effects post-surgery, and the risks are significant. She lacks confidence in the operation. Could you assist in communicating with the doctor to see if there are any better treatment options? Is it possible to avoid surgery? She had been unwilling to undergo surgery, which had led to the current predicament. Xiaodong replied, There is no turning back now. We had to schedule her surgery. If this continues, she will face dire consequences. The choice between life and suffering was clear-cut, yet many patients initially falter out of fear. Lin Fu sighed. I try to persuade her, but she insists she doesn't want to suffer. It pains me to see her like this. While they conversed, Yi Shuyu remained inside, tending to Lin Mu and engaging her in conversation. Jiang Tang had already stepped outside, observing Lin Fu's conflicted expression. Jiang Tang, having witnessed similar scenarios in the hospital, understood the worries of both patients and their families. After Lin Fu finished speaking with Hua Xiaodong, he returned to the ward. Hua Xiaodong headed directly to Gao Fuyuan's office, and Jiang Tang accompanied him. Upon seeing Hua Xiaodong, Gao Fuyuan stood up, greeting him. Xiaodong, as the most competent surgeon in the general surgery department, Gao Fuyuan was typically the one to perform such challenging surgeries. Jiang Tang politely greeted him. Hello, Gao Yuan. It's Xiao Jiang. It's been a while since you came by. I came to check on you, Gao Fuyuan replied. Ever since she transitioned to the urology department, she hadn't visited this side much. Today, she was here with Xiaodong. Gao Fuyuan invited Xiaodong to sit down, and Xiaodong shared Lin Mu's concerns with him. Gao Fuyuan responded. Given her current condition, surgery is imperative. Many patients have this mindset, but it's unavoidable. She must overcome it. Jiang Tang consulted with Gao Fuyuan. Gao Yuan, a complete resection would have a significant impact on the patient. Is there any possibility of taking a more conservative approach? This is intended to prevent her from relapsing in the future. It is indeed the safest course of action. However, while it is crucial for the patient to avoid recurrence, instilling hope in them is equally significant. Every patient should aspire to live a life akin to that of a normal individual once they have recovered. Therefore, I still hope that we can reconsider the surgical approach. Jiang Tang spoke earnestly, and upon hearing her words, the deputy director Gao retrieved the scans for a closer examination, as this was the approach we had previously agreed upon in our meeting. The extent of her cancer cell spread is quite extensive. Preserving her life is of paramount importance, particularly since the patient is someone known to Hua Xiaodong. Hua Xiaodong had made a special request regarding this. Naturally, he wishes for stability in this surgical procedure. Jiang Tang remarked, currently, the patient, upon hearing such a treatment plan, has even begun to entertain thoughts of abandoning treatment, why opting for a partial resection now. There remains hope for her recovery. There have been successful cases in the past. Hua Xiaodong, seated nearby, observed Jiang Tang and Deputy Director Gao diligently discussing the matter. Normally a person of few words, she was now articulating her points quite cogently. Deputy Director Gao favored a rational perspective, preferring a definitive solution in contrast. Jiang Tang's approach was more empathetic. Her mother had undergone surgery where the doctor's methods were overly aggressive, leading to her mother's inability to cope post-operation, resulting in a prolonged period of melancholy and ultimately succumbing to depression. Hence, she has always been considerate of the patient's feelings, approaching matters from their standpoint. Due to Jiang Tang's suggestion, coupled with Hua Xiaodong's insights, Deputy Director Gao agreed to revise the surgical plan. Whenever feasible, they would strive for a partial resection. After exiting Deputy Director Gao's office, the two took the elevator down. Hua Xiaodong gazed at Jiang Tang, who stood beside him with her hands resting in the pockets of her white coat, seemingly lost in thought. Hua Xiaodong inquired, "Aren't you specializing in urology? How come you are so well-versed in surgical matters?" Hearing his words, Jiang Tang looked up at him and replied, "I have always been in surgery, Xiaodong. You are quite disheartening that I've always been in the same department as Su Su. Today, as Deputy Director Gao, is Su Su's supervising physician. Since Su Su entered the hospital, she has been under Deputy Director Gao's guidance." Hua Xiaodong, intrigued by Jiang Tang's words, couldn't he help but ask, "Then how did you end up in urology?" There was no one available. "So, I went to assist," she explained. "You are clearly a surgical specialist. How could you possibly understand urology? What are my elective courses? My professor even suggested I pursue urology upon graduation. Why on earth would you choose to take that elective? It hardly seems like something you would do." Jiang Tang cleared her throat softly and responded, "A friend dragged me along." Was it Su Su? The friend she referred to was probably the most reliable among her circle. And Jiang Tang was taken aback by Hua Xiaodong's quick deduction. She denied, "No. You are clearly lying. You indulge her too much." Her intent to protect Su Su was effortlessly seen through by Hua Xiaodong. After they descended the stairs, Jiang Tang had matters to attend to. She turned to Hua Xiaodong and said, "Then I want to accompany you to see Aunt Lin. I need to head back to work." Hu Xiaodong merely acknowledged her with a curt He bore an air of aloofness, as if the man who had slept in her bed just days prior was a stranger. Jiang Tang turned and left. Upon returning to her department, her phone buzzed. Opening it, she found a message from Hu Xiaodong. I will come over to your place tonight. Chapter 59. Refusing to answer his call, remembering the detached demeanor he had shown at their parting. Jiang Tang declined. No, Hu Xiaodong. Jiang Tang replied, Who told you to be so cold when we parted? I'm not that familiar with you. Hu Xiaodong had already returned to the ward and, upon seeing her message, smiled helplessly. Li Sinbai asked, What is the matter? Hu Xiaodong shared the results with Lin's parents and Li Sinbai, offering them some comfort that in the afternoon, as Jiang Tang arrived at the parking lot. She spotted Yi Shuyu. She was standing in front of Jiang Tang's new car, inspecting it. Jiang Tang called out, What are you doing here? Yi Shuyu lifted her head, her expression turning icy. Even though Jiang Tang had divorced, she still exuded a beauty that was somewhat unsettling. Yi Shuyu asked, Why have you been clinging to Xiaodong lately? Clinging? When have you seen me with him? Yi Shuyu retorted, Don't use your divorce as a sympathy ploy. What else with this daily attachment to him? Xiaodong and I are supposed to get married. Jiang Tang, taken aback by the accusation, pressed her lips together. Since her divorce, numerous people have been whispering behind her back, and her current relationship with Hu Xiaodong was particularly sensitive. Faced with Yi Shuyu's interrogation, Jiang Tang couldn't be bothered to respond, and as she attempted to get into her car, Yi Shuyu blocked her way, demanding, Why are you silent? Are you feeling guilty? If you have questions, you should ask him instead. Jiang Tang replied that if seducing him were effective, how come you haven't secured him yet? Yi Shuyu was currently quite proactive with Hu Xiaodong. However, due to his health issues, he had not reciprocated. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to seek attention from Aunt Lin. Jiang Tang's words left Yi Shuyu feeling embarrassed. Jiang Tang, you are a divorced woman. You should know your place that if you wish to marry Xiaodong, you need to consider whether the Hu family would accept you. Do you think that if you continue to pursue Xiaodong, I won't inform any of your actions? I would love to see how you manage in Jiangcheng without the Hu family's backing. Jiang Tang was most reluctant for the Hu family to find out about her situation with Hu Xiaodong. Not only was she afraid of losing the Hu family as a support system, but she also feared Annie's disdain. Were it not for Hu Xiaodong's health concerns, she would never have agreed to such a request. Hearing Yi Shuyu's words, Jiang Tang softened her tone, explaining, You know that I am divorced, and he wouldn't be interested in me. So why are you so anxious? Isn't it a bit excessive for you to come all this way? Yi Shuyu scoffed. You do know that I merely came to check on Aunt Lin. Nothing more than that. Rest assured, you are beautiful and come from a good family. You are undoubtedly the ideal choice for Mrs. Hu. The flattery made Yi Shuyu's expression more pleasant. She then addressed Jiang Tang. At least you seem to understand. However, remaining single indefinitely is not a solution. That I previously mentioned that I have a cousin. Perhaps I should introduce him to you. I worry for you being single for too long. Jiang Tang was initially flattered by her compliments, hoping for a truce, but was taken aback when Yi Shuyu suddenly offered to introduce her cousin. Jiang Tang replied, I have things to attend to today. What could possibly be so urgent? Yi Shuyu retorted, You're off work now, and being divorced, what could you possibly have to do if you don't want to go alone with me? Understand, we can go to the Hu family together, and I'll call my cousin over. I've already moved out of the Hu family. That is not a problem. I'll speak to Annie. As she spoke, she picked up her phone to make a call. Upon hearing that she was introducing Jiang Tang to someone, Annie was quite pleased. After hanging up, Yi Shuyu turned to Jiang Tang. Let us go. If you don't come, I'll tell Annie that you are pursuing Xiaodong, that if Jiang Tang had no connection with Xiaodong, she wouldn't feel uneasy. Yet indeed, Xiaodong had been in contact with her recently. She felt a surge of anxiety and had no choice but to accompany Yi Shuyu to the Hu family. Xiaodong returned from the hospital and headed straight to Jiang Tang's place. When Wang Ma saw him, she asked, Mr. Hu, where is Jiang Tang? She mentioned she would come to find her. The young lady hasn't returned yet. Jiang Tang was still at the Hu family. Yi Shuyu's cousin, Yang Ming, had indeed been summoned by her and was now dining with them. Yi Shuyu sat beside her cousin, enthusiastically advocating for Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang had never seen Yi Shuyu so eager to promote her. Almost as if she were trying to sell her off. Su, sitting next to Jiang Tang, whispered, She is putting in a lot of effort to perform in front of my mom. She never praises you like this normally. While they were talking, Jiang Tang's phone rang. She glanced at it and saw that Xiaodong was calling. Jiang Tang simply pressed decline. Annie Huang looked at her, puzzled. Why aren't you answering the call? It's a nuisance call. Was Xiaodong, having his call rejected, felt his expression darken. Jiang Tang sent him a message on WeChat. I'm a bit busy right now. What could you possibly be busy with? Blind date. This response ignited Hua Xiaodong's anger. He had just warned her. In the blink of an eye, she was off on a blind date. Wonderful. After dinner at the Hua family, Yang Ming left first. Jiang Tang recalled Hua Xiaodong's earlier call and guessed he was probably upset. She wanted to return quickly. Annie Huang suggested, you might as well stay here for the night. No, I'm worried that Hua Xiaodong might get angry alone at my place and cause havoc. I need to go back to grab something. All right then, exercise caution on your journey. Jiang Tang emerged from the Hua residence, followed closely by Yi Shiyu. Jiang Tang came to a halt as Yi Shiyu approached her, inquiring, what's the matter? My cousin holds you in quite high regard. If you are interested, I could arrange a meeting for you two to, Jiang Tang replied. Forget it. I do not have feelings for him. Yi Shiyu retorted, look at you. You're divorced, so you shouldn't be too picky. Isn't your cousin also divorced? He has 2 children, after all. Besides, his family background is not particularly impressive compared to Lu Haoye. He falls significantly short. Yet in Yi Shiyu's eyes, he is more than adequate for her. Yi Shiyu continued, are men and women the same? Just because a man is divorced doesn't mean he can settle for anyone. My cousin has discerning taste, and it's quite a feat for him to take an interest in you. That I have high standards as well. She was unperturbed about her own prospects, observing Yi Shiyu belittling herself. Jiang Tang felt a pang of discomfort. Noticing Jiang Tang's resistance, Yi Shiyu frowned and questioned, do you even want to pursue a relationship? Someone is interested in you, yet here you are being so choosy. To her, the fact that her cousin was interested in Jiang Tang rendered any further scrutiny unnecessary. Just as Yi Shiyu finished her outburst, she spotted Hua Xiaodong standing at the entrance, presumably just returned. Xiaodong. Upon seeing him, Yi Shiyu's tone softened, a stark contrast to her earlier assertiveness. Hua Xiaodong approached and glanced at Jiang Tang, realizing she had gone on a blind date, and was surprised to find her back at the Hua residence. With a stern expression, he asked, what are you discussing? Yi Shiyu replied, I was introducing my cousin to Jiang Tang, who seems quite fond of her. However, Jiang Tang appears uninterested. I'm not sure what she is looking for. I was just trying to persuade her. As Yi Shiyu spoke, Jiang Tang wished she could cover her mouth. Hua Xiaodong stood close to Jiang Tang, and upon hearing Yi Shiyu's words, he remarked, I never would have guessed you were so meddlesome. When did you and Jiang Tang become so chummy? Weren't you quite dismissive of her before? Although he had never been particularly close to Jiang Tang. Having found her and Su Su too young to socialize with, he was aware of the fallout between Yi Shiyu and them from what Su Su had mentioned. Jiang Tang glanced at Hua Xiaodong, surprised that he knew about her strained relationship with Yi Shiyu. Why Yi Shiyu insisted, that was all in the past. If I were to marry you in the future, Jiang Tang would be like a sister to me. I've noticed you've been quite concerned about her lately, so I wanted to help. Hua Xiaodong, maintaining his cold demeanor, replied, don't worry, I have no intention of marrying you, so there is no need for you to waste your efforts. Instead of introducing someone else, why not find a few suitors for yourself? Xiaodong. Yi Shiyu felt wronged by Hua Xiaodong's words. My mother really hopes for us to be together. Hua Xiaodong shot back. I never said I wanted to be with you. I didn't even attend dinner before. I thought a reasonable person would understand my intentions. Why do you keep harping on it? Are you desperate to marry me? I am not desperate. Hua Xiaodong's words left her feeling humiliated. She felt hurt, saying, how could you say that about me? You were the one who was shameless. She didn't want to keep saving face for him. After all, if the matter wasn't made clear, he would continue to play the fool. You spend every day with Jiang Tang, showing her such patience. Can you not spare me a glance? Indeed, Hua Xiaodong replied. I would rather be with her than with you. Yi Shiyu glared at Hua Xiaodong. Furious but unable to retaliate, in a fit of anger, she dashed out. Jiang Tang, seeing her flee, turned to Hua Xiaodong and said, I should head back as well. As she attempted to leave, Hua Xiaodong grasped her arm, pulling her back. This was still within the confines of the Hua estate, and anyone could see them if they stepped outside. Jiang Tang, startled, pushed against him, urging him to release her. Hua Xiaodong held her close, stating, I've told you not to look at other men or get entangled with them. Going on a blind date a sign of not valuing me. Yi Shiyu insisted I come. She said if I didn't she would tell my mother I was trying to seduce you. What was I to do? Jiang Tang explained that if she were truly innocent, she wouldn't mind. But Hu Xiaodong frequently sought her out, and if suspicions arose, it would be easy for them to be discovered. Hu Xiaodong countered, "Why do you care about her? You're the one who is supposed to marry her." Jiang Tang insisted, "Why shouldn't I care? She claimed today in the hospital that she is your fiancé." Jiang Tang looked at Hu Xiaodong. "Let go of me. Someone will come soon." Yet Hu Xiaodong did not relent, merely gazing at her. "I'm upset." "What are you upset about?" Jiang Tang shot back, glaring at him. "I'm upset too. You're completely disregarding my feelings that I regret this arrangement. I no longer wish to barter with you." She cursed herself for getting carried away. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. One misstep could lead to social ruin. Hu Xiaodong remarked, "You have the right to be upset about going on a blind date. Why shouldn't I?" Jiang Tang retorted, "What do you mean by that? Who are you to dictate my actions? I can do as I please." Hu Xiaodong pressed, "And you should release me." She was at a loss for how to handle his audacity. Did he not fear the repercussions from his family? They had arranged better matches for him, yet he insisted on entangling himself with a divorced woman. That's one thing. She thought that if something went awry, he would likely face no consequences, but she would be the one blamed. Hu Xiaodong observed her anger, yet her reluctance to speak out, and chuckled. Despite her fury, he found her timid demeanor quite amusing. "Why did you come here? I told you I wanted to find you, yet you stood me up. You have nothing better to do." Jiang Tang glared at him. Hu Xiaodong proposed, "Kiss me, and I'll let you go." Jiang Tang stared at him in disbelief. "I don't want to," Hu Xiaodong replied. "Then let us just linger here. It doesn't bother me." His audacity was infuriating. Jiang Tang looked at him, noting that he showed no intention of letting her go. When he acted like this, she felt utterly helpless against him. Reluctantly, she leaned in and placed a light kiss on his cheek. Despite her hesitance, her heart raced at the proximity. This was Hu Xiaodong, a man she never imagined she would willingly kiss one day. Hu Xiaodong appeared quite pleased with himself upon receiving her kiss. He instructed Jiang Tang, "From now on, ignore Yishiyu that if she contacts you again. Just tell me. And you are not to go on any more blind dates. Do you truly consider those divorced men with children more appealing than me?" Since she was divorced, most of the introductions she received were from men in similar situations. Jiang Tang replied, "I'm divorced. What do I have to be choosy about? No matter how good you are, what does it have to do with me?" Hu Xiaodong's expression darkened upon hearing her words. Just as he was about to respond, his phone rang. That he released one hand and retrieved his phone from his pocket. That was a call from his mother. Hu Xiaodong did not let go of Jiang Tang. Answering right in front of her mom, "Why haven't you been home lately? What are you busy with? When will you return?" "I'm busy. When you come back, I need to speak with you," his mother replied. Hu Xiaodong, "Don't think you can avoid the topic of marriage by hiding out every day." "I'm on a date," Hu Xiaodong interjected, and upon hearing this, his mother's tone shifted. "With whom? Do you have a girlfriend now?" She was keen to see Hu Xiaodong married quickly. He couldn't stand Yishiyu. He might as well be with someone else. Hu Xiaodong responded, "Yes. All right, then. You focus on what you need to do." His mother quickly hung up. Jiang Tang observed him end the call and stated, "I need to head back." Hu Xiaodong released her, but then followed her into the car, shutting the passenger door behind him. Jiang Tang looked at him. "Aren't you going inside? I already said I was on a date. What is the point of going back?" "Drive," he commanded. Typically, he would drive while Jiang Tang sat in the passenger seat. But today he sat there, leaving her somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, she complied. She was more afraid of being discovered by the whole family than of continuing to argue with him. Upon returning home, as soon as they entered, Hu Xiaodong pushed Jiang Tang onto the bed. The gentle kiss shared in the courtyard of the Hu family served as a spark, transforming Hu Xiaodong before Jiang Tang's eyes, as if he were an entirely different person. Guiding her hand to the buttons of his shirt, his voice was deep and resonant, devoid of his usual sternness, laced instead with an alluring charm. "Help me unbutton it," he murmured. Jiang Tang, hesitant to meet his gaze, reached for the top button, but his buttons were fastened with a firmness that made her efforts futile. Her fingers felt soft and weak, and after several attempts, she still could not succeed. Hu Xiaodong simply watched her, offering no assistance. Feeling somewhat disheartened under his gaze, she urged, "You do it." He straightened, shedding his shirt and tossing it onto the floor, revealing a deep scar on his waist. Upon seeing it, Jiang Tang's eyes darkened momentarily. She was aware of the dangers inherent in his profession, yet the sight of his injury took her by surprise. reflecting on her own life. Ever since learning about Yi Jiao Jiao, she felt as if her own existence was nearing its end. A dismal conclusion to her days. However, in that moment, gazing at Hu Xiaodong, she suddenly realized that her life was not as bleak as she had thought. That it was because of people like him who bore the burdens that she was afforded the luxury of wallowing in her own sorrows over trivial matters. Tentatively, she reached out, asking, "Does it hurt?" Hu Xiaodong replied, "It hasn't hurt in a long time." That as her fingers made contact with the scar, he felt an immediate reaction in his body, noticing her inadvertent touch on his wound. He seized her hand and cautioned, "Don't tease me. I might lose control." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Tang quipped, "Then don't hold back." When she saw him staring intently at her, she leaned forward and planted a kiss on Hu Xiaodong. Sensing his hesitation, she inquired, "What are you afraid of?" Her light kiss piqued his interest. He responded by kissing her back, his voice low and serious. "At that moment, I was afraid you would regret it." "Am I still in time to run away?" she teased, feeling a twinge of regret. She worried that getting involved with this man might lead to a myriad of complications. Yet, Hu Xiaodong offered her no chance of escape. He wrapped her in his embrace, tenderly kissing her. Tang Tang. The normally stern man seemed much softer at that moment. She recalled how he used to call her by her full name. His lips brushed against the back of her hand as he kissed her, and he realized just how much he truly liked her. Despite being stood up by her the previous day, which had infuriated him, he found himself entangled with her once more, and he had never shown such patience towards any woman before. In the morning, Hu Xiaodong stood by the window, already dressed, while he was on the phone with Li Xinbai, discussing matters concerning Aunt Lin. Jiang Tang lay on the bed, shielding her eyes from the light. The man who had claimed he was unable to perform the previous night had insisted on being with her multiple times. Now, she felt sore and weary, genuinely regretting her entanglement with him. In contrast, Hu Xiaodong seemed to be in high spirits. "Captain, you sound quite cheerful today." Li Xinbai remarked that DOI. Hu Xiaodong replied nonchalantly, "That of course you do. It's unusual for you not to scold me." Li Xinbai continued, "I have something to attend to. I'll head over later. Keep an eye on things at the hospital." "All right, don't worry. Ziyi is here today, currently at the hospital." Annie is in good spirits. After hanging up, Hu Xiaodong returned to the bed, pulling Jiang Tang into his embrace. "Where until you going to take a shower?" Half an hour ago, Jiang Tang had expressed her desire to bathe. Yet she hadn't moved since. She opened her eyes and glanced at Hu Xiaodong. At night, there hadn't been any awkwardness, but now, in the light of day, the atmosphere between them felt somewhat uncomfortable. His presence seemed almost glaring. "Aren't you leaving?" Hu Xiaodong showed no intention of abandoning her. "That I'll go to the hospital later." "Aren't you working this afternoon?" "I'll accompany you." "Who wants to go with you?" Jiang Tang retorted. "What if we run into someone we know?" "You go by yourself." Hu Xiaodong let out a soft hum, feeling her disdain quite distinctly. Was she planning to ignore him as soon as she got out of bed? "That's safer," Jiang Tang insisted. "Besides, aren't you feeling perfectly fine?" Remembering last night, she turned her gaze to Hu Xiaodong. "You kept saying you were incapable. Were you lying?" "I told you. You seemed perfectly fine every time." "That was only when I was with you." Hu Xiaodong scrutinized Jiang Tang. "What would I gain by deceiving you? What kind of person do you think I am? Certainly not a good one." Jiang Tang scoffed. Hu Xiaodong grasped her hand, placing it against his chest. "You weren't saying that when you were begging for mercy last night." Just then her phone rang, lying beside Hu Xiaodong. "Hand me my phone." He passed it to her, and she noticed it was Su Su calling. "It's Su Su. Don't say anything." She answered the call. "Tang Bao, I have exciting news to share." Su Su's voice came through, brimming with enthusiasm. "What good news?" Jiang Tang asked, while Hu Xiaodong's hand began to caress her soft waist. She grasped his hand, attempting to stop his wandering, but he then took her hand and pulled it into his embrace, leaving her no choice but to glare at him. "That I heard my brother scolded Yishuyu last night. This morning, I overheard her mother calling mine to complain, and now my mother is plotting to scold my brother in return." "Isn't that good news?" Jiang Tang glanced at Hu Xiaodong, who raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by Su Su's words. She cleared her throat, feeling awkward, not daring to let Su Su know that the brother she was speaking of was right beside her. "Really, if Hu Xiaodong weren't here, that would indeed be good news." That Su Su continued. "I just can't stand Yishuyu acting as if she is about to become my sister dash and dash law. My brother must have scolded her, because he doesn't like her." If she complains, my brother will definitely be unable to marry her afterward. I heard he has a girlfriend, but who knows who she is? Either way, it looks like Yishu's chances of marrying are pretty slim. After hanging up, Xiaodong leaned in and kissed Jiang Tang's earlobe. That you've been gossiping about me with Su all day. Haven tea you? No, I haven't tea, Jiang Tang protested, pushing him away. Don't tea kiss me. It tickles. She disliked him kissing her earlobe. It made her feel uncomfortable. Xiaodong remarked, hearing that I'm getting scolded seems to make her quite happy. Speaking of which, Jiang Tang turned to Xiaodong. You're not worried about scaring Yishu away last night? Worried about what? Her family might come looking for trouble. She voiced her concern. She is Ms. May's niece, and her mother is close with Annie. If you bully her like this, her family will surely despise you. And what of it? Xiaodong looked at Jiang Tang. Should I obediently marry her to make you happy? Jiang Tang was momentarily taken aback by the question, quickly recalling that this matter had nothing to do with her. You can marry whoever you want. Jiang Tang replied, this is your affair. Having merely spent one night together, she had no desire to involve herself in his matters. Fearing he might think she was overstepping her bounds, Xiaodong countered, what do you mean this has nothing to do with you? We're currently sharing a bed, and it doesn't matter. How about this? He added, pulling her into his arms and planting a passionate kiss on her lips as a form of punishment. Chapter 62. The heartless woman Jiang Tang hastily begged him to let her go. All right, I need to take a shower. Xiaodong watched her, harboring lingering grievances in his heart. This heartless woman. Although they had shared a bed and crossed the lines of intimacy, he could still sense her emotional distance from him. When it came to his affairs, it seemed as though she felt no connection. Logically, this should have saved him a great deal of trouble, as he had never been fond of being tied down. Yet seeing her behave this way left him feeling somewhat unsettled, as if his masculinity had been challenged. Jiang Tang finally extricated herself from his embrace and headed to the bathroom. After taking a shower, she stood before the mirror, observing the marks left on her fair skin from their previous escapades. The memories of last night flooded back, and even now, she felt sore. After finishing her shower and applying lotion, she stepped out. Xiaodong was lying on the bed, talking on the phone. You say you're with your girlfriend? Then why did she claim she saw you last night at her doorstep? Xiaodong, do you think I'm a fool? Xiaodong replied to his mother, you don't believe the truth, so what can I do? Why did you treat Shiyu that way? She has genuine feelings for you. And you're just trampling on them? Then why don't you just have her marry you? One sentence infuriated Mrs. Hua, leading her to curse him. Xiaodong. He frowned dismissively, Mom. I don't like her. I can't possibly marry her, so don't even think about it. If he had previously hesitated out of concern for his mother's feelings, he was now entirely resolute. Last night, when Yishu spoke in front of Jiang Tang, his words left an uncomfortable impression on him. Her lofty sense of superiority displeased Xiaodong, particularly because Jiang Tang was now his woman. Naturally, he felt compelled to protect what was his. As he spoke, Jiang Tang had already climbed into bed. She lifted the covers and lay back down, picking up her phone to message Wang Ma, requesting her to prepare some food. On the phone, Huang Yun expressed her disappointment at her son's cold demeanor. Unable to restrain her nagging, Xiaodong listened for a few moments and, finding her incessant chatter unbearable, abruptly hung up. After sending the message, Jiang Tang settled back into bed, and Xiaodong drew closer, asking if she had washed up. Yes, she replied that Annie's on the phone. Indeed, she's pestering me about marriage again. Xiaodong couldn't suppress a chuckle. It's as if she can't wait to send me off to breed like a stallion. I don't see you faring much better. What do you mean? Xiaodong shot her a frosty glance. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Don't come over tonight. I'm feeling quite unwell. Jiang Tang preemptively clarified, fearing he might insist on visiting. Xiaodong's tone softened. Did I exert myself too much last night? Jiang Tang playfully kicked him beneath the covers. Xiaodong then said, I'm going to take a shower. Do we have any clothes for me? How could there be clothes that fit you? Jiang Tang huffed. If there were, that would be strange. Xiaodong instructed, then have someone buy me a couple of outfits. I'll wear them next time I come over. Are you planning to stay here long term? Xiaodong sat up. Don't you want me to come? If you come, I'll have to cater to you. I am perfectly fine living alone, then I'm off to shower, he declared, standing up and heading straight for the bathroom. Jiang Tang lay on the bed, gazing at the somewhat wrinkled sheets. She fancied herself somewhat experienced. Yet even though Xiaodong had visited the urology department more than once, claiming he was inadequate, The reality during their intimate moments suggested otherwise, that he had practically occupied her entire night, leaving her no time to contemplate her divorce. In the bathroom, as Hu Xiaodong showered, Jiang Tang heard him request her to fetch him some clothes. She found a loose-fitting robe and a fresh towel, cracked the door open just a bit, and slipped them. Jiang Tang added, "I will never come to the hospital with you again." As she spoke, she turned to Hu Xiaodong and said, "You can leave first. I will follow shortly." She wished to avoid being seen together, especially by Yi Shuyu, as the news would undoubtedly reach her ears soon enough. Who could say how she might react when she confronted the Hu family? Observing her caution, Hu Xiaodong let out a light snort. Feeling somewhat amused, that he remarked to Jiang Tang, "You will eventually drive me to my demise." With that, he exited the car and walked away. Jiang Tang watched his retreating figure, sensing his displeasure. She couldn't help but reflect inwardly, wondering if she had perhaps gone too far. Yet, she was genuinely reluctant to entangle herself with him at this moment. There were already numerous whispers about her, and if Hu Xiaodong became involved, the gossip would surely intensify. Jiang Tang realized she still harbored a fear of Hu Xiaodong. Previously, it was his character that intimidated her. He was a few years her senior and appeared quite serious. However, now, while interacting with him, she found herself less fearful of him personally, but rather of his status and power. She had witnessed how the hospital leadership treated him with utmost deference. Moreover, Lu Xinyang had previously leveraged connections merely to meet him. If she were to overstep her bounds and dive headfirst into this relationship, it might spell trouble for her. Having arrived at the hospital only in the afternoon for the evening shift, Jiang Tang returned home later that night. Hu Xiaodong had not messaged her today, leading her to believe he would not come by. This thought eased her mind somewhat, though a lingering worry remained. Could it be that he was still upset? Upon entering her home, she was greeted by the sight of his black Land Rover parked in the driveway, but as she stepped into the living room, she found Hu Xiaodong seated on the sofa. Upon seeing him, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. She had been genuinely concerned about his potential anger. Instinctively, she believed that his anger could lead to unfavorable consequences. "You re back." Hu Xiaodong's demeanor was surprisingly amiable upon her return, as if their earlier disagreement had never occurred. "I thought you wouldn't come, and didn't even send me a message," he said. Jiang Tang settled onto the sofa, feeling unusually fatigued after a long day at work, likely due to the previous night's exertions. Hu Xiaodong gestured for her to sit beside him, indicating his lap. Jiang Tang hesitated, replying, "No yet." He moved closer, effortlessly lifting her into his embrace and positioning her on his lap. Just as she had felt relieved by his lack of anger, she now began to worry about this man's intentions. Hu Xiaodong's hands skillfully found her waist, which felt as though it could snap with the slightest pressure. Jiang Tang attempted to deter him, saying, "Why don't you head back first? I'm not feeling well tonight and wish to rest a bit." Last night was rather intense to Hu Xiaodong's ears. Her words sounded akin to flattery, that he looked at her and remarked, "I'm not going to touch you today." "What are you worried about?" "If you're not going to touch me, then why are you here?" she retorted. Did they share any other concerns besides this? Upon hearing her question, Hu Xiaodong's eyes darkened with displeasure. "Adio, you mean to say that I can't visit you unless I intend to engage in something with you?" Chapter 64. Do you have a woman? The two were in close proximity, and the handsome man spoke with a gentle tone. His dark eyes seemed to bore into her very soul. Jiang Tang found herself momentarily stunned by his words. Though they had agreed on a transaction, it never entirely felt like one, that whenever this man spoke to her, it gave her the illusion that they were, in fact, courting. Jiang Tang turned her head away, her voice lacking conviction. "You should return home more often. Staying away for too long must worry your family. Today, Su mentioned that you haven't been home in ages, and your mother has been looking for you." Hu Xiaodong replied, "You're just hoping I return so my mother can nag me." "Your mother is concerned for you," she countered. "And what about you?" Hu Xiaodong gazed down at Jiang Tang. "Do you not wish to see me?" Lately, he found himself wanting to rush to her side whenever he had a moment to spare. Furthermore, last night had been exceptionally pleasant and in harmony, despite having lost all hope for his body previously. Hu Xiaodong discovered that it responded quite normally in Jiang Tang's presence. Thus, he had spent the entire day thinking about her. Though he had been frustrated with her that morning, he still found himself eagerly coming to see her in the evening. Without waiting for Jiang Tang to reply, Hu Xiaodong asked, "Have you eaten dinner?" "I had a little, but it was just a work meal, certainly not as delicious as home-cooked food." Hu Xiaodong lifted her up. Saying, "Let us go eat dinner," he carried her to the dining room and set her down. Turning to Jiang Tang, he inquired, "Would you like a drink?" Jiang Tang replied, "You previously said I shouldn't drink. You re-cuter when you've had a drink. Does that imply I'm not cute now?" She retorted, realizing he was teasing her. Hu Xiaodong took a seat beside her, denying it. Jiang Tang shot him an indignant glare, drying her hands with a towel as she accompanied him for dinner. With him around, the home felt quite warm and inviting. After finishing work, Lu Xingyang took a detour to Zhang's residence, noticing the lights on inside. He instructed his assistant to knock on the door. Soon after, Wang Ma emerged at its assistant Cheng Dedem, that Lu has arrived. Is Madam home? She should be, but I will check. Wang Ma glanced at Lu Xingyang in the car and recalled Jiang Tang's association with Hu Xiaodong. Madam is currently unavailable. She stated that Lu Xingyang beckoned Wang Ma closer and asked, "What is she doing right now?" "She just returned from work and is having dinner," she replied. "Then what could possibly be inconvenient about that?" Lu Xingyang's expression darkened. "Is she saying she doesn't want to see me?" With Lu Xingyang pressing further, Wang Ma did not hold back, saying, "You should be aware, Mr. Lu. Given your previous transgressions, how could you expect Madam to forgive you? You've been seeing someone else. Now that you are divorced, you should refrain from intruding. How dare you speak to me like that? You mere servant." Lu Xingyang retorted, "You truly have no decorum." Wang Ma replied, "I am now in the service of Miss Jiang. I am being quite polite as it is that you've treated her disgracefully. During her time in the Lu household, she was nothing but kind to the elders. When the old lady fell ill, it was Miss Jiang who cared for her. And this is how you repay her. Do you expect her to be cordial with you? You're not worthy." Cheng Xingyang, witnessing Wang Ma's outburst directed at his employer, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Wang Ma added, "Miss Jiang is about to sleep, so you should leave." With that, she turned and entered, instructing the security to lock the gates. Lu Xingyang sat in his car, enveloped in a cold silence. Though he understood that a servant had no right to treat him with such disdain, he suspected Wang Ma's attitude reflected Jiang Tang's own sentiments. Having erred, he could hardly expect her to forgive him, nor was he willing to be overly harsh with those around her. Lu Xingyang's car remained parked at the entrance, staring at the closed gate. Reluctant to depart, after dinner, Jiang Tang sat nearby when Wang Ma approached her and whispered, Mr. Lu came by earlier. What does he want now?" Jiang Tang asked. "He wanted to see you, but I've already sent him away." Jiang Tang felt a sense of relief and replied, "That's good. There's no need to bother with him. At present, she had no desire to see Lu Xingyang." Once Wang Ma left, Hu Xiaodong turned to Jiang Tang. "What was she saying?" "She mentioned that Lu Xingyang came and was sent away. All right, then I'm almost done eating. You go ahead." Jiang Tang rose, saying, "I'll go take a shower first. I want to sleep early tonight." With that, she ascended the stairs. While Hu Xiaodong showered, Jiang Tang arranged for his clothes to be washed, ensuring he would have something to wear in the morning. Once she finished her tasks, she climbed into bed. Hu Xiaodong emerged from the shower, a towel wrapped around his waist that Jiang Tang lay sleeping. He approached and nestled beside her, pulling her into his embrace. He still recalled that their initial connection stemmed from the realization of his attraction to her, which was absent with anyone else. Yet now, it seemed that simply being with her was enough to bring him joy. The following morning marked Aunt Lin's surgery. The surgical plan had been revised to include a partial resection, a significant operation. During the procedure, Su Su was also present, assisting Gao Yuan, who had always intended to groom her as a successor, taking her along whenever possible to Su Su prepared nearby. She asked Jiang Tang, "By the way, when are you coming back?" "Hurry up. We have exams coming up that I know." Jiang Tang replied that the two conversed. Li Senbai scrutinized Hu Xiaodong, declaring, "You seem off." Hu Xiaodong inquired, "What do you mean?" "You haven't changed clothes in 3 days." Li Senbai remarked, "What have you been up to lately?" Although his clothes were washed daily, Hu Xiaodong consistently donned the same outfit. He paid no heed to Li Senbai, who inquired, "Captain, have you found a woman?" "You are overthinking," Hu Xiaodong thought, recalling that Jiang Tang had mentioned keeping their relationship private. If it were to become public knowledge, she would likely be displeased. Although Hu Xiaodong was indifferent to whether others were aware of his relationship with Jiang Tang, he was reluctant to provoke her unhappiness before she had given her consent. "Still no? Then what is this?" Li Senbai, with keen eyes, extracted a long hair from Hu Xiaodong's coat. "Look at this. Clearly, it's a woman's hair. My goodness. You've really moved on, haven't you?" Is your health back to normal? This was the matter of greatest concern for Li Xinbai. Hu Xiaodong lifted his gaze and noticed Jiang Tang engaged in conversation with Su Su. She was clad in a white work uniform, her hair neatly tied up. Upon hearing Li Xinbai's question, Hu Xiaodong replied, "It's manageable." "That means you're fine," Li Xinbai exclaimed with satisfaction. "Who is it? Who has captured our captain's heart? Could it be that Miss Yi? Last time, Yi Shiyu had visited Aunt Lin in the hospital. Another arrangement made by Hu Xiaodong's mother that Li Xinbai speculated that Yi Shiyu was the most likely candidate, especially since there seemed to be no one else around Hu Xiaodong. Hu Xiaodong replied sternly, "I have nothing to do with her." "Then who is it? Can't you share with me?" Li Xinbai was exceedingly curious. Hu Xiaodong ignored him, but this did not deter Li Xinbai from wanting to share the news with others. Turning away, he seized his phone and messaged the group, tagging Han Yu and Fu Shuyong. Breaking news. Our captain has been seduced by a woman. Chapter 65. He has a girlfriend. In contrast to Li Xinbai's excitement, the other two appeared rather unperturbed. Han Yu simply replied, "Oh." Fu Shuyong added, observing their lack of reaction. Li Xinbai felt somewhat deflated. "Don't you want to know who the woman is that has won over our captain? Who else could it be?" Han Yu was not surprised by the news. The way Hu Xiaodong looked at Jiang Tang before suggested he could hardly wait to devour her. As for Fu Shuyong, he had suspected something between them when Hu Xiaodong first accompanied Jiang Tang to view a car. A suspicion later confirmed by Han Yu. Thus, receiving Li Xinbai's message was merely expected for the two of them. "Do you know who it is?" Fu Shuyong asked cooperatively. Li Xinbai responded, "It's precisely because I don't know that I'm telling you." After all, the captain wouldn't say a word. After finishing her conversation with Su Su, Jiang Tang approached them. She glanced at Hu Xiaodong and upon noticing Li Xinbai's gaze, greeted him with a smile. "Xinbai Ge." Li Xinbai nodded, casting a look at the indifferent Hu Xiaodong, completely oblivious to the fact that Jiang Tang was that woman. In his eyes, Hu Xiaodong held a profound disdain for Jiang Tang, that he feared that even attempting to engage her in conversation would displease Hu Xiaodong. After greeting Li Xinbai, Jiang Tang said, "I need to get back to work. That I'll return later." The surgery would take a long time, and she had her own tasks to attend to. Jiang Tang turned and left. Around 4 in the afternoon, after the surgery concluded, Jiang Tang returned. After a long day in the operating room, Su Su was drenched in sweat. Just as she changed out of her scrubs, she turned to Jiang Tang and exclaimed, "I'm exhausted." Jiang Tang replied, "You've worked hard." Su frowned, clutching her stomach, and said, "I think I'm not feeling too well." "What seems to be the problem?" Jiang Tang guided Su Su to sit down at that moment. Aunt Lin had already gone to her ward, and Hu Xiaodong and the others had followed. As Su Su informed Jiang Tang, "My stomach hurts. I felt it during the procedure, but I was too busy to mention it." Jiang Tang took her for an examination. Later, Hu Xiaodong and Li Xinbai arrived, entering the ward where Hu Xiaodong asked, "How is Su Su?" Jiang Tang replied, "It's acute appendicitis. She needs surgery, and it's already being arranged." Su Su lay on the bed, usually full of energy, now devoid of any spirit. After a long day, she had fallen ill right after surgery. Jiang Tang went to make arrangements while Li Xinbai stayed to keep her company. Hu Xiaodong went to fetch his mother. Upon returning, Jiang Tang overheard Li Xinbai chatting with Su Su. "Let me tell you, your brother has a girlfriend." Su Su opened her eyes, looking at Li Xinbai. Her illness momentarily forgotten as her curiosity piqued. "Who is it?" "I don't know, but it probably isn't Yi Shiyu." It was indeed strange, as no other woman had been seen around him lately. Su Su remarked, "No wonder he hasn't been home much recently. I thought he was joking." Jiang Tang, washing her hands nearby, dared not interject. After a while, seeing they had not broached the subject again, she turned to Su Su and said, "It's time for surgery. My mother hasn't arrived yet, so I'll wait for her." As Su Su gazed at Jiang Tang, her eyes pleading, "Tang Bao." Jiang Tang tenderly held her hand. Eventually, Huang Yun arrived. The usually serious woman softened upon seeing Su Su in such a state. The surgery was minor and concluded swiftly. Jiang Tang stayed in the hospital with Su Su, while Hu Xiaodong took his mother home. Then on the way, Huang Yun looked at Hu Xiaodong and asked, "Do you really have a girlfriend?" She had not seen him for a while, and hearing Li Xinbai's claims today made her wonder if there was truth to it. Hu Xiaodong recalled his relationship with Jiang Tang. A mere transaction, not even qualifying as a romantic involvement. Were it not for her current predicament, she would likely wish to sever all ties with him. Hu Xiaodong replied, I suppose. Huang Yin added, if it's true, bring her home to meet us, don't dawdle. Once I see her, I'll feel more at ease. Hu Xiaodong, recalling Jiang Tang's explicit instruction that their affair remain undisclosed to his family, said, if you're so eager, you might scare her off. Let's just keep it under wraps for now, that you're far too enthusiastic. Hu Xiaodong remarked. The moment I meet a woman, you want me to rush to get a marriage certificate. Nowadays, people are quite averse to marriage. It's a wonder you think this could work. Seeing her son discuss the matter with newfound patience, Huang Yin laughed. All right then, as long as you know what you're doing. I have to leave for a business trip early tomorrow, so please devote extra attention to Su Su. Given the surgery's simplicity, Huang Yin did not want to delay her work. Hu Xiaodong nodded. Dropping her off at home before returning to the hospital, that Li Sinbai had busied himself with his own matters, while Su Su lay in the hospital bed. Jiang Tang sat beside her, their bond surpassing that of real sisters. He approached Jiang Tang, saying, I brought you something to eat. Jiang Tang looked up to see Hu Xiaodong holding a takeout bag, the late-night snack he had purchased. Exhausted from her day, Jiang Tang had not yet had dinner. Surprised that Hu Xiaodong had noticed, she accepted the takeout, sitting beside him and starting to eat. Hu Xiaodong sat in a chair, watching her. When she caught him staring, Jiang Tang looked up and asked, Have you eaten? Yes, Hu Xiaodong replied. Jiang Tang continued her meal, eating slowly. The food was quite delicious, procured from a place just outside their apartment complex. The street where they often dined was not far from the hospital, and Hu Xiaodong likely knew which establishments offered the best fare. Jiang Tang glanced at Su Su, relieved that she was asleep. Otherwise, the aroma would surely tempt her. By the way, if you're tired, you can head back. I can stay here with her. Hu Xiaodong replied, I'm not tired. After finishing her meal, Jiang Tang disposed of the garbage and went to the restroom. Upon her return, she found Hu Xiaodong waiting at the door. His gaze fixed on her. Jiang Tang felt a bit uncomfortable under his scrutiny. What are you staring at? She intended to head back inside. Hu Xiaodong pulled her back, saying, You've avoided me all day. Don't you want to talk? I haven't avoided you. Jiang Tang looked at him in confusion, her eyes glancing anxiously at Su Su. Su was right there. This man had an audacity that was simply astounding, especially with Li Sunbai spending the day trying to discover who the woman with Hu Xiaodong was. Jiang Tang felt a twinge of guilt, her nerves on edge, fearing Su Su might awaken. She suggested, Let's step outside to talk. Hu Xiaodong followed Jiang Tang to the corridor. Once certain that Su Su would not overhear, Jiang Tang turned to him and asked, Did you tell Li Sunbai about us? What did I tell him? Then how did he know you have a woman? Chapter 66. He cannot forget her. Hu Xiaodong replied, He guessed that if you didn't say anything, how could he possibly guess? Hu Xiaodong observed Jiang Tang's foolish demeanor, remarking, I haven't even changed my clothes at your home, and he is not the fool here, that who's to blame for not buying me any clothes? Jiang Tang was taken aback by his words, somewhat helplessly questioning, Is it really my fault? Who said you were at fault? Hu Xiaodong retorted, Knowing is knowing. What are you afraid of? After saying this, he turned to Jiang Tang and inquired, Are you cold? She was not dressed warmly, especially now that it was night time. That I'm not cold, Jiang Tang replied. Yet Hu Xiaodong removed his own clothing and draped it over her shoulders, insisting, Don't freeze. What if you catch a cold later? As Jiang Tang looked at the man before her, a sudden wave of guilt washed over her. But I'm going to see Su Su, she said, hastily retreating inside, that I in the safety of her home. She felt at ease, but in his presence, she always sensed a peculiar discomfort. That Su quickly awakened and, upon noticing Jiang Tang's entrance, asked, Why are you wearing my brother's clothes? He lent them to me because he was worried I would be cold. Jiang Tang explained. That Su chuckled, I didn't expect my brother to be so chivalrous that I thought he was utterly unapproachable. Taking a seat beside Su Su, Jiang Tang asked, Are you feeling any better? Yes, Su Su replied. After resting for a while, Jiang Tang assisted her in taking a stroll down the corridor. Hu Xiaodong's jacket remained inside. That as they walked, Jiang Tang noticed a girl chatting with Hu Xiaodong. The girl was clad in jeans and a simple sweatshirt. Yet she possessed an appealing countenance. That Su, curious, inquired, Who is that? Could she possibly be my brother's girlfriend? Jiang Tang glanced at the girl speaking with Hu Xiaodong and replied, I'm not sure, respecting their conversation. Jiang Tang and Su Su chose not to interrupt. Upon returning to the hospital room, Hu Xiaodong approached them. That Su looked at him and asked, Brother, who was that talking to you outside? Is she your girlfriend? She's quite attractive, as long as Hu Xiaodong was not with Yishuyu. Su Su had no objections to whom he associated with. In fact, she hoped Hu Xiaodong would quickly find a partner and bring his sister-in-law home. Are you referring to Zi? She is Lin Ai's daughter. Hu Xiaodong clarified that, oh, I see. Su Su exclaimed that I heard you have a girlfriend now. It wouldn't happen to be her, would it? No, it's not her. Hu Xiaodong insisted that it seemed Su Su had perceived more than he anticipated. As she probed further, you're hiding something, aren't you? I can tell you, admit it. Noticing his sister's misunderstanding, Hu Xiaodong cast a glance at Jiang Tang, contemplating whether to speak up, but refraining, aware that Jiang Tang preferred to keep their relationship private to avoid any slip of the tongue. That night, Jiang Tang kept vigil by Su Su's side at the hospital. The following morning, she returned to work, only to come back at noon. Upon entering, she was surprised to find Lu Xinyang standing in the ward. Taken aback, she asked, "What brings you here?" Lu Xinyang turned to her, his eyes warm, replying, "I heard Missa was unwell, so I came to check on her." "You seem quite well informed," Jiang Tang remarked as Su, lying in bed, regarded Lu Xinyang unfavorably, wishing for him to leave. "I'm perfectly fine. There's no need for you to visit. You and Tang Tang are divorced now, and a scoundrel like you should keep your distance from us." Lu Xinyang maintained a courteous demeanor, stating, "But I still care for Tang Tang. Regardless of the situation, I hope she can reconsider." "You think I'll help you convince her? You really overestimate yourself," Su Su scoffed, her disdain for Lu Xinyang surpassing Jiang Tang's. "Do you really think you're so special? Tang Tang has long lost interest in you. Just leave already. Your presence only makes my wounds ache more." "Then I shall take my leave," Lu Xinyang said. His visit was primarily to cultivate a relationship with the Hu family, while also checking on Jiang Tang, that he realized that meeting her at the Jiang family was not feasible. Hence, the hospital seemed more convenient. After saying this, he approached Jiang Tang without any pretense, grasping her wrist. Jiang Tang was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "I need to speak with you," he insisted, pulling her outside. Once outside, Jiang Tang demanded, "Let go." Lu Xinyang held her wrist firmly, his grip unyielding as he interrogated, "I heard you were recently set up on a blind date with Director Lu's son. Are you spying on me?" Jiang Tang glared at him fiercely. Lu Xinyang chuckled, "Do I need to spy? Everyone knows you wish to marry into the Lu family, but he is not interested in you." "That's absurd," Jiang Tang retorted, her expression cold. She was taken aback by Lu Haoyang's slanderous remarks. Recalling that he had been the one eager to pursue her this day, she remained puzzled as to why he had suddenly canceled their meeting and spread such rumors. Lu Xinyang pressed on. "Even a divorced man with a child can speak ill of you. Jiang Tang, are you certain you want to return to my side? You know very well that if you do, everything will be provided." That moment, Hu Xiaodong returned, accompanied by Li Xinbai. Upon seeing Lu Xinyang holding Jiang Tang's hand, Hu Xiaodong's gaze turned icy. Jiang Tang met his eyes, her heart inexplicably tightening. She glared at Lu Xinyang, asserting, "Let go of me." "Lu Xinyang, we are divorced, that if others see us, they might think I want to be with you." Hearing her words, Lu Xinyang countered, "What does being divorced matter? You still have feelings for me. You can't deny that I've already told you I have a boyfriend." Jiang Tang exclaimed that if he truly exists, bring him to meet me, that if he is better than me, I'll let you go. Just don't bring home someone as unworthy as Lu Haoyang. Jiang Tang frowned. "You sure have a lot to say." Jiang Tang, as they conversed, Hu Xiaodong's voice resonated that he had approached them upon hearing this. Lu Xinyang released Jiang Tang's hand. Hu Xiaodong scrutinized Lu Xinyang's presence and asked Jiang Tang, "Do you need assistance?" Jiang Tang was uncertain of the nature of his offer, replying, "No, thank you." Turning to Lu Xinyang, she urged, "Shouldn't you leave now? I truly don't understand what you want. We are divorced, yet you still linger here." Lu Xinyang glanced at Hu Xiaodong, seizing the opportunity to ingratiate himself. "Brother Xiao, I just came to see how Miss Hu was doing." Hu Xiaodong replied curtly, "You have no ties to our family. Please refrain from visiting again. I merely wanted to check on Jiang Tang." Lu Xinyang explained, before turning to Jiang Tang, "I'll take my leave for now. I'll come back to see you in a few days. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me." His tone was devoid of the formality one would expect from an ex-husband, instead laced with a doting familiarity, as if they were still a couple. Once he departed, Li Xinbai remarked to Jiang Tang, "Your ex-husband seems to be quite infatuated with you." Jiang Tang replied, "He is just a bit delusional." She longed to witness Lu Xinyang's regret, but understood he was not genuinely remorseful. His recent demeanor indicated he was merely trying to leverage her as a means to strengthen ties with the Hua family. Li Senbai concurred. I believe so too. That mistress of his ain't even attractive. I can't fathom his reasoning for abandoning someone as beautiful as you. Men truly are despicable creatures. Amused by his shared disdain for men, Jiang Tang chuckled. How can you criticize them when you're a man yourself? Not at all. Li Senbai insisted, feigning innocence, that I'm denouncing scoundrels, not genuine men. What is the status of Su Su? I'll go check on her, he said. After helping care for Lin Ai next door last night, he had returned home briefly before coming to see Su Su. Li Senbai entered the room, and Jiang Tang intended to follow when Hua Xiaodong called out. Come with me. Jiang Tang turned, noting the dark expression on his face. They arrived in the stairwell-marked emergency exit, where Hua Xiaodong faced her, his expression cold and silent. What are you staring at? Jiang Tang queried. Hua Xiaodong asked pointedly, Did he just hold your hand? Realizing his discontent, Jiang Tang explained, That wasn't he holding hands. He was gripping my wrist, insisting on discussing something. He is a man, and I couldn't overpower him. Are you upset? Hua Xiaodong replied solemnly. It seems he genuinely likes you. Whether he likes me or not is beyond my control. Jiang Tang stated that I have no intention of being with him. Sensing Hua Xiaodong's displeasure, she suggested, if it bothers you, perhaps next time you see him, you could confront him. I doubt he could best you. Hua Xiaodong, upon hearing Jiang Tang's words, let out a scoff. Forget it. I fear that if I strike you, it would pain me. While I would not be troubled, I suspect you lack the courage to act. Noticing Hua Xiaodong's gaze fixed upon her, Jiang Tang inquired, What is it? Did you summon me here to deliver a beating? Merely because I exchanged a few words with Lu Zeni? Or is it because he brushed against my hand? Hua Xiaodong replied, I shall refrain from hitting you now, but we can discuss it later this evening. In that case, I will return to see Su Su. As she spoke, she moved towards the door to leave. Hua Xiaodong grasped her wrist, pulling her back. Are you in such haste? Do you wish to evade me so soon? He enveloped her in his embrace, wishing to prolong their moment together. That it had only been 2 days since their last encounter, yet it felt like an eternity. Hua Xiaodong sought any opportunity to spend a moment alone with her. But Jiang Tang was perpetually preoccupied, surrounded by others, unwilling to engage in conversation with him. Seeing her attempt to flee now, he felt a surge of discontent. Jiang Tang, caught in his embrace, looked at Hua Xiaodong, who was intent on not letting her go. I have been busy all morning and am utterly exhausted. That I merely came to check on Su Su, and I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Indeed, she was genuinely busy. Though she had managed to catch a brief rest in the hospital last night, it was far from the comfort of her own home. Hua Xiaodong recognized her struggles regarding Su Su's condition. If you are tired, you should rest. I will tend to things here at the hospital. But Su Su is unwell, and I cannot help but worry. And have you no concern for your own health? I am quite well, Jiang Tang asserted. I rarely fall ill. Hua Xiaodong gazed at her, pulling her closer and gently tousling her hair. If it were Su Su, she would complain incessantly about her troubles. But you, on the other hand, remain silent and endure. Jiang Tang remarked, I haven't washed my hair. She had spent the night at the hospital, hence her lack of washing. Hua Xiaodong teased, little dirty cat, and you are not? Jiang Tang shot him a glare. All right, I must take my leave. Otherwise, Su Su might suspect something untoward between us. Hua Xiaodong replied, Go ahead. Your mind is consumed with thoughts of Su Su. You two should just be together. You know, we actually have considered that. Jiang Tang cast him a glance before opening the door and stepping outside, ensuring no one was around before she made her exit. Observing her furtive demeanor, Hua Xiaodong found it amusing. Was he truly that scandalous? Upon returning to the ward, Jiang Tang found Li Senbai engaged in conversation with Su Su. Noticing her return, he asked with concern, Did the captain reprimand you? He had just seen Hua Xiaodong summon her away. Jiang Tang, hearing Li Senbai's concern, responded vaguely, The captain's temper is rather poor, yet he is quite a decent person. Did Dio not take it to heart? As she spoke, Li Senbai's eyes were filled with sympathy. Perceiving Jiang Tang as a pitiful figure, it seemed the captain seized every opportunity to chastise her. Seeing Li Senbai's concerned expression, Jiang Tang nodded in acknowledgement. Li Senbai turned back to continue his conversation with Su Su. Are you implying that the captain is with Zi? I never noticed. Zi is often busy with her studies, so we rarely see her. However, If it is indeed Ze, it is only natural for the captain to have feelings for her. Jiang Tang, listening from the side, recalled the girl she had seen the previous night. Xiaodong's demeanor towards her was evidently far more amiable than towards Yishiyu. In retrospect, he had indeed treated that girl differently. Xiaodong entered the room just then. Hearing Li Senbai's words, he inquired, "What are you discussing?" Li Senbai, having finally deduced the identity of the woman, was overly excited and eager for confirmation. "I heard you are with Z. Captain, why did you not share this news with me? You've kept it so well hidden." Xiaodong's expression darkened. "Who told you that?" "Su Su did." Su Su shot a glare at Li Senbai. "How could you betray me?" Xiaodong's gaze fell upon Jiang Tang, who was quietly listening to the conversation about herself. Her expression appeared somewhat grave. Surely, she would not misunderstand the situation. Xiaodong directed Li Senbai. "Come with me for a moment." Li Senbai stood up, rubbing his neck. "I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Why do I feel a chill running down my spine?" he muttered as he followed Xiaodong out. Su Su observed their departing figures and remarked to Jiang Tang, "I believe my brother is definitely with Lin Zi." Jiang Tang, noticing Su Su's earnest expression and being the sole keeper of the truth, hesitated to reveal it. Instead, she played along with Su Su's charade. "Look at him. He becomes particularly tense at the mere mention of the poor Senbai is in for a tough time. My brother despises being gossiped about behind his back." Soon, Xiaodong returned to Li Senbai stood beside him, looking like a chastised child. After spending 2 days in the hospital, Su Su could no longer endure it and insisted on returning home. Jiang Tang and Xiaodong escorted her back. Mrs. Huang was still away on a business trip. Jiang Tang stayed at the Ho residence to care for Su Su. That evening, Su Su fell asleep. Jiang Tang returned to her own room and took a shower. After 2 days of keeping vigil at the hospital, she felt utterly drained. Just as she finished her shower, a gentle knock sounded at her door. She opened it to find Xiaodong standing there. Having just bathed, he wore a white t-shirt and linen trousers. Upon seeing Jiang Tang, he strode in as if it were his own room. "What are you standing there for?" "Close the door," noticing Jiang Tang lingering at the threshold. Xiaodong urged her, then flopped on her bed. "Are you trying to drive me away?" At this hour, a man entering her room was quite evident in its implications. Jiang Tang hesitated momentarily before shutting the door. "I'm going to sleep now." Xiaodong looked at her and asked, "Then why are you still standing?" Jiang Tang regarded the man sprawled across her bed, pondering how she could possibly sleep with him there. "Could you not return to your own room? Why must you squeeze into mine when you have such a large bed next door?" Her bed was a mere 1.5 meters wide, hardly spacious. Hearing her words, Xiaodong smirked. "Are you trying to send me away?" His eyes held a hint of displeasure, as if to convey his annoyance. At any moment, he could choose to be displeased. Jiang Tang ignored his remarks and retreated into the bathroom, switching off the light before re-entering her room. Seeing that he had no intention of leaving, she reluctantly lay down. Xiaodong occupied most of the space, leaving her to carefully position herself beside him. As she felt herself sliding off the edge, Xiaodong inquired, "Is this position comfortable for you?" "It's fine," she replied, closing her eyes, wishing to avoid conversation. Xiaodong said, "Then sleep." Initially, Jiang Tang had assumed he sought something more when he came to her, only to realize he merely lay beside her, motionless. She opened her eyes to find him gazing at her, seemingly waiting for her response. "Am I that irresistible?" Jiang Tang shot him a glare. Xiaodong observed her flushed cheeks and remarked, "What I meant was, are you not uncomfortable sleeping on the edge? Can you not just lie in my arms?" Jiang Tang remained silent for a few seconds before replying, "No, I do not like being held while I sleep." In truth, she used to enjoy it. However, she understood her own nature all too well. Even if she shared a bed with Xiaodong, she dared not entertain any extravagant thoughts about him. Yet being cradled by him would evoke an entirely different feeling. She was not one to indulge in desires. For her, sleeping without intimacy was far less likely to foster emotional attachment. And with Xiaodong, the last thing she desired was to develop feelings. She would rather remain as they were now, him merely yearning for her body, and after their encounter, they would return to their own lives, busy with their respective affairs. Xiaodong observed her tranquil demeanor. Oblivious to her thoughts that it seemed she would never take the initiative, without waiting for her, he reached out, pulling her into his embrace. Jiang Tang froze for a moment, looking at Xiaodong. The weariness weighed heavily upon her. making it hard to keep her eyes open. The room was dimly lit, and the man before her appeared to have a double vision. "I am so tired," she murmured. Was Xiaodong, fully aware of her restless nights, softly replied, "I know. I just fear you might fall. Could you not allow me to sleep in peace? I am not disturbing you." Was Xiaodong gazed at Jiang Tang, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. "Sleep now." Though Jiang Tang was utterly exhausted, Was Xiaodong's presence made it difficult for her to drift off. The fact remained that they were still in the Hor residence. She could hardly fathom how her family would react upon seeing Hua Xiaodong emerging from her room early the next morning. "Do you not find our situation rather peculiar? We are merely sleeping together, yet it seems rather inappropriate. Are you implying that I should do something for you?" Hua Xiaodong's dark eyes glimmered with a hint of anticipation. Were it not for his concern for her arduous care of Susu, he would not endure such hardship. Jiang Tang, of course, harbored no such intentions. She merely wished for Hua Xiaodong to return to his own room. At that moment, confronted by his inquiry, she took a step back. Hua Xiaodong warned, "If you move back any further, you might fall." Thus, she ceased her movements. Hua Xiaodong chuckled, lowering his head to place a kiss on her delicate, fair neck. "Don't move. If you do, I might react that you know how difficult it is for me to refrain from touching you right now." His words rendered Jiang Tang hesitant to stir again. Hua Xiaodong embraced her, stating, "Strangely enough, I have no reactions to anyone else, but upon seeing you, I feel compelled to do something. Lately, have you been avoiding me?" "Avoiding you? How could that be?" she replied, though he insisted. "You seem afraid to even glance my way when we are out at do. I have thorns that you fear will prick your eyes." Recalling this matter, Jiang Tang thought of Li Sunbai and Susu. They were currently speculating about who his girlfriend might be, that if she were to flirt with him openly, it would only serve as evidence for their assumptions. This train of thought kept her awake. She sat up in bed, glancing back at Hua Xiaodong. Noticing her gaze, he inquired, "What are you staring at? Please return to your room." Jiang Tang urged, "The moment I think of you sleeping here, I cannot find rest. I fear what others might discover about our relationship. It's tolerable outside, where we maintain distance, but at home, don't you find that even more thrilling?" Hua Xiaodong interlaced his fingers with hers resting on the sheets, a sensation that heightened their excitement. Jiang Tang felt that with Hua Xiaodong's mind preoccupied with such matters, they shared no common topics. She reclined back down, attempting to sleep once more, but it took her a considerable time to drift off. Exhaustion overtook her, and she awoke later than usual. Hearing a knock on the door, it was Aunt Yu calling her for breakfast. Jiang Tang glanced beside her, noticing Hua Xiaodong had left at some point. A sigh of relief escaped her. Though Aunt Yu had merely knocked, the absence of Hua Xiaodong gave her a fleeting sense of having escaped a predicament. After getting up, Jiang Tang descended to the dining room, where she found Susu seated at the table. Susu could hardly eat anything, only managing to sip some congee. Dawai Shuyu approached, wearing a facade of concern. "I heard you were unwell, so I came to see you. With Aunt Yu away for the past few days, shall I take care of you?" "No need," Susu replied. "Tang Tang is here to look after me." Dawai Shuyu raised her head to meet Jiang Tang's gaze, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing her eyes. She recalled the times when her relationship with Susu was amicable, but ever since Jiang Tang's arrival, Susu had taken to defending her. Consequently, their own friendship had soured. Now, seeking to care for Susu, she found herself sidelined. As Susu placed her trust in Jiang Tang, that a twinge of resentment stirred within Yishuyu. She addressed Susu. "Did she not leave? Why is she back again?" Susu retorted, "I'm ill, and she came to care for me. What is wrong with that?" Yishuyu shot back, "It seems to me she's here to seduce Xiaodong." Upon hearing this, Susu's expression turned, "I see why Yishuyu. Are you out of your mind? My brother has no interest in you. So why are you acting irrationally?" Yishuyu looked at Susu with wounded eyes. "You're the foolish one that can't you see she is always with Xiaodong? Even when you're not around, she's by his side." Recalling with Xiaodong's words about preferring to be with Jiang Tang rather than anyone else, Yishuyu could harbor a lifetime of hatred for Jiang Tang. A divorced woman was undoubtedly more scandalous than an unmarried one. She couldn't fathom being as brazen as Jiang Tang, who followed Hua Xiaodong around daily. Seeing Yishuyu slandering her, Jiang Tang interjected, "It's early in the morning, please refrain from making baseless accusations." Dawai Shuyu lifted her head, retorting, "Do you dare claim you have no feelings for Xiaodong?" "None," Jiang Tang denied outright. Dawai Shuyu, Unconvinced, challenged, then swear it, if you have even the slightest inclination towards him. You shall never prosper. How cruel! Jiang Tang exclaimed. Chapter 69. My wife stormed off, noticing Jiang Tang's silence. Yi Shuyu felt as if she stood on moral high ground. See, you're feeling guilty, aren't you? Susu was present. And Jiang Tang certainly didn't wish for her to uncover the truth about her relationship with Xiaodong. Did I simply have to swear, correct? I swear if I have any thoughts of marrying Xiaodong, may I never prosper. She subtly twisted her words, hoping to avoid detection. Fortunately, Yi Shuyu remained oblivious at that moment, where Xiaodong's ominous voice echoed from behind. Is that so? Jiang Tang turned to see the man striding in. His handsome face shadowed with a frown, his gaze towards her decidedly complex. Can she retract her earlier statement? She wondered. Brother, you're back, Susu greeted Xiaodong. Xiaodong shifted his attention from Jiang Tang and walked over. Responding with a simple, Susu turned to Jiang Tang. Tang, come sit. Why are you standing? Jiang Tang complied, moving closer to Yi Shuyu. Having witnessed Jiang Tang's oath, chose not to further engage, greeting Xiaodong instead, Xiaodong. Despite the humiliation she had suffered at his hands previously, her demeanor remained amicable as she saw him. Missing out on this man would mean forfeiting any chance of finding someone of similar caliber in the future. She wouldn't throw it all away over a minor issue. That would not be the true Yi Shuyu. Xiaodong regarded Yi Shuyu. Aren't you the one I chased away last time, who then ran to my mother to complain? What brings you here? Yi Shuyu, who had mustered the courage to come, found her spirits dampened by his words. She had never perceived him as so intimidating until now that I heard Susu was unwell, and my mother suggested I come to check on her. I wanted to stay and care for Susu. Xiaodong remarked. You speak as if there were no one else in this household that could tend to her needs. Xiaodong, Yi Shuyu replied. Was it truly necessary to phrase it so harshly? I meant well. What do you mean by outsider? You wound me deeply. My manner of speaking is simply direct. If you can't handle it, perhaps you should listen less, he retorted. Susu, seated nearby, felt a slight thrill at witnessing her brother chastise Yi Shuyu, though she recognized it was somewhat unkind. She interjected, I'm fine. You needn't worry about caring for me. Besides, my brother has a girlfriend now. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to keep coming over. Your brother has a girlfriend? Yi Shuyu exclaimed in surprise, her volume rising before she realized it. She cast a timid glance at Xiaodong before summoning the courage to ask, Who is she? You will find out in due time. Xiaodong deflected, unwilling to acknowledge it, and Susu felt it unwise to mention Linzi. Moreover, given Yi Shuyu's personality, she seemed the type to stir trouble. That why Yi Shuyu addressed Xiaodong. Xiaodong, although I may be overstepping, I believe marriage is different from dating. You shouldn't be swayed by women outside your social circle. It's essential to find someone of equal standing. Xiaodong's lips curled into a sardonic smile at her words. Equal standing? Yi Shuyu nodded earnestly yes. Marrying someone from a similar background is the wisest choice. Otherwise, some may just leech off you to this. She cast a glance at Jiang Tang, whose parents had passed away early. Without the support of the Hua family, she might not have achieved her current status. Besides, she was divorced. How could she even think of seducing Xiaodong? Her words aimed to awaken Jiang Tang to her true position. Xiaodong countered, Are you suggesting I should pursue you? Yi Shuyu maintained confidence in her background. Our families are well acquainted. We know each other well. Marrying me would ensure you face no complications in the future. Xiaodong smirked. What has led you to believe you and I share equal standing? Is it my mother's kindness towards your family that has led you to this delusion? Yi Shuyu pressed her lips tightly together, gazing at Xiaodong. His words were blunt, striking her like a slap to the face that in recent years, Xiaodong's father had been rising steadily in his career, while her maternal grandfather's status was even more illustrious. Jiang Tang, seated nearby, glanced at Xiaodong, feeling somewhat relieved that she was not the target of his rebuke. He had a way of speaking that left no room for others' dignity. The Yi and Hua families resided in the same grand courtyard. Huang Yun was decent enough, maintaining a cordial relationship with Yi Shuyu's mother. However, when it came down to it, the Yi family's current standing paled in comparison to the Hua family's. That nevertheless, Huang Yun was typically indifferent to such matters and had managed to foster good relations with those around her, thus giving Yi Shuyu a somewhat misleading impression of equality. The atmosphere in the restaurant was palpably awkward, with Jiang Tang and Susu silently focusing on their meals, while Xiaodong also ate in silence. After a while, Yishiyu seemed to feel that remaining there was too humiliating and decided to leave. Shortly after her departure, Huang Yun returned. Entering the room, she looked at Hu Xiaodong and said, Hu Xiaodong, what have you done? Have you bullied Shiyu again? I just saw her at the door, and she was crying. How have I bullied her? Hu Xiaodong replied calmly, I merely spoke a few truths. And she couldn't handle it that if my temper is too harsh for her, she should simply refrain from coming to my home. Huang Yun's expression darkened as she instructed someone to take her belongings upstairs. Approaching Hu Xiaodong, she admonished him, Why do you insist on bullying her? You see each other often. You have no idea what they say about you behind your back. We are all neighbors here. Huang Yun did not wish for anyone to speak ill of her son. Hu Xiaodong looked at his mother and responded, What can I say? They've known me for a long time. But you are being excessive. I constantly tell others that my son has improved his temper, and now you act like this. It's quite embarrassing. Hu Xiaodong retorted, Whose fault is it that you spread lies outside? You have a bad temper, and yet you show pride in it. Truthfully, my temper is rather good. Though it depends on who I'm dealing with that if Yishiyu refrains from provoking me, I would have no need to respond in kind. Seeing her son's attitude, Huang Yun sighed helplessly and turned her gaze to Su Su, asking, Are you feeling better? Su Su nodded, Yes, Mom. Don't blame my brother. It's Yishiyu's fault. She is so self-absorbed. Insisting my brother shouldn't seek out other girls and should find someone of similar standing. She believes she is the only one worthy of him. She sees the opportunity to speak against Yishiyu. Huang Yun looked at Hu Xiaodong, Well, she isn't entirely wrong. You really are being unreasonable. With that foul temperament of yours, it's a miracle anyone wants you. Hu Xiaodong replied, So you mean to say that if I bring a girlfriend home and she speaks nonsense in public, you won't mind? If she ends up leaving me, you can't blame me for remaining single forever. Huang Yun glared at Hu Xiaodong. Are you threatening me now? Do you believe I want to call your boss and have a word about you? You are becoming increasingly disrespectful. Then tell me, have I said anything untrue? Chapter 70. A new form of punishment. Huang Yun sighed. Fine. You are right. That is so. When are you going to bring your girlfriend home? Bring her here, and I'll believe you. Hu Xiaodong replied. We'll see. That he cast a silent glance at Jiang Tang, who sat quietly at the table. Despite her stillness, he remembered what she had said at the door. And though he vowed that such matters were merely frivolous, her words lingered uncomfortably in his mind. After finishing his meal, he ascended to the upstairs. Jiang Tang said to Su Su, If my aunt returns, I'll head home to grab a few clothes. She had been wearing Su Su's outfits during her stay at Su Su. Upon hearing this, said, By the way, the academy called today about a study opportunity. I was supposed to go, but now that I'm unwell, I can't make it. Can you go in my place? But I'm still at the urology department. You know that. Jiang Tang had been wanting to return home, but her supervisor was reluctant to let her go. Recently, this had been a source of concern for her. That Su Su replied, It's fine that I'll speak to the academy, and once they approve, it will be fine. You are one of us. When you go back to collect your clothes, also bring my luggage. Jiang Tang looked at Su Su. Don't you want me to accompany you? My mom is back. Su Su stated, I'm taking a few days off. I'm exhausted, that I don't want to give this opportunity to anyone else. Just go in my stead. She had been under a lot of pressure, constantly busy either at work or commuting. The workload had taken a toll on her health, and she had recently hoped to ease her burdens a bit. Seeing Su Su's insistence, Jiang Tang had no choice but to agree. In the afternoon, Jiang Tang drove back home. After a few days away, she was relieved to find everything well maintained by Wang Ma. Just as she reached upstairs, Hu Xiaodong appeared. Jiang Tang was in the midst of changing clothes when he walked in, startling her. She hurriedly pulled on her clothes and asked, What brings you here so suddenly? Hu Xiaodong stood at the door, surveying her flustered state that in contrast to her disarray. He appeared calm, exuding a palpable sense of authority. Jiang Tang felt uneasy under his gaze and broke the silence. If you have something to say, just say it. Why not just call me? Hu Xiaodong walked over and lifted her effortlessly, placing her on the bed before quickly leaning over her. I knew it, he said. What other reason would I have for coming here? Jiang Tang pushed against him. You came all the way here just for this. Hu Xiaodong, is that all you think about? Hu Xiaodong seized her wrists, pinning them above her head. Noting her continued struggle, he restrained her other hand as well. His gaze brimmed with dominance and dissatisfaction. Do you have no thoughts about me at all? The chill emanating from his body made Jiang Tang feel small. You mean that? That was clearly just a polite remark made in front of Yishiyu. Why should I let her provoke me every time? You came all this way for this. It was evident that he was displeased. Hua Xiaodong scoffed lightly. So you admit it. But what about you? Do you think hiding away at home means this is over? Sneaking back here when I'm not looking. Did you really think I wouldn't come after you? Jiang Tang felt wronged. I came back to pack, not to hide. I told both Su Su and my aunt. Just as she finished speaking, Hua Xiaodong's lips descended upon hers, that he clasped both of her wrists with one hand, controlling her completely, that I in an instant. Jiang Tang felt like a fish on a chopping board. His lips were soft and cool against hers, to her surprise. She found that she did not dislike his kisses. His lips, when used for affection, were far less bothersome than when he scolded her. Closing her eyes as he drew closer, she sensed his release of her hands, pulling her into an embrace. Jiang Tang opened her eyes to meet his. Then you must promise not to be angry. She disliked seeing him upset. Hua Xiaodong, hearing her words, curled his lips into a smile. Although he was angry, watching her speak so innocently and gently softened his heart. He truly appreciated her personality, not to mention her physical allure. It had been several days since he had last held her like this. During their time apart, he had grown more adept. Although he had calmed down now, Hua Xiaodong still felt uneasy about her previous interaction with Lu Jinyin and the words she had spoken today. When she lived at the Hua residence, his method of disciplining her and Su Su had been to make them stand at attention, that I could also go and tell them that I am currently with you. No, upon hearing this, she became extremely anxious, immediately covering his mouth to silence him, that if you say that, I will never speak to you again. Hua Xiaodong looked at her nervous demeanor, somewhat helplessly removing her hand from his mouth. Well, if you don't want others to know, just leave it at that. He understood that she was not ready to accept him just yet. Even now, in front of him, she maintained a clear boundary, demonstrating her desire to avoid excessive entanglement with him, that he was distinctly different from Lu Ziyuan. Hua Xiaodong chose not to press her. Jiang Tang said to Hua Xiaodong, "All right, my aunt wants me to go have dinner. So I will get up now." As she spoke, she slipped out of his embrace and headed to the bathroom to take a shower. After finishing her bath, while getting dressed, Jiang Tang addressed Hua Xiaodong. "You should hurry up too. Are you going home for dinner tonight? I will go back with you." And no sooner had she finished speaking than she shot a glare at him. Hua Xiaodong sat up, changing his mind. "I won't go back with you. I need to visit the hospital later." The mention of this, Jiang Tang curiously asked, "How is Aunt Lin doing?" Chapter 71. Following her like a lovesick puppy for now. "She seems to be doing all right. Her spirits have improved somewhat. Then I will wait until she feels better before visiting her." Hua Xiaodong entered the bathroom. After Jiang Tang got dressed, she bid him farewell and left home. She returned to the Hua family for dinner. After spending a night there, she set off for a business trip early the next morning. Hua Xiaodong did not return home that night. He stayed at the hospital with Aunt Lin. Recently, it had been Li Xinbai accompanying her at the hospital. Lin Zi had temporarily left the hospital for matters at school. After taking a nap, Aunt Lin mentioned she had dreamed of her son, which initially lifted her spirits, but upon recalling this, she sank back into sorrow. Being ill and without her son was a double blow for the elderly woman. When Hua Xiaodong exited the hospital, he felt a shift in his own mood. Upon returning home, he ascended the stairs and paused at the door to Jiang Tang's room. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt compelled to see her. Upon opening the door, he found the bed neatly made, with no sign of her presence, that a wave of disappointment washed over him. That evening, as he had dinner at home, Hua Xiaodong noticed Jiang Tang was absent. He casually inquired, "Is Jiang Tang not back from work?" "She won't be back for the next few days," Su Su replied. "Business trip?" Hua Xiaodong glanced at his sister. As Su Su nodded in affirmation, Hua Xiaodong couldn't shake the feeling that his brother seemed a bit displeased. Had he said something wrong? Did Jiang Tang upset him? Hua Xiaodong chose not to respond to the inquiry. Later, around 7 in the evening, Jiang Tang had just finished a meeting. After arriving, she checked in and settled down, meeting with her superiors and colleagues in the afternoon. She had just returned to her accommodation. The training was not conducted alone. She was placed in a shared room. Since Jiang Tang had come to fill in unexpectedly, there had been no prior arrangements for a roommate, and she had been randomly assigned. Upon entering her room, she was taken aback to find Yi Shiyu already there. "What a coincidence," Jiang Tang exclaimed. Momentarily stunned. They had seen each other earlier that afternoon, but neither had expected the other to be her roommate. That why Yi Shiyu scrutinized Jiang Tang. "Are you intentionally following me to annoy me?" Jiang Tang silently admired her self-importance. Had she known, she would have taken the initiative first. Just then, her phone buzzed. Jiang Tang glanced at it, realizing it was a call from Hu Xiaodong. Feeling inexplicably guilty, with Yi Shiyu present, she abruptly ended the call. Hu Xiaodong had already returned to his room. Seeing her reject his call, he felt his expression darken. "Why didn't you answer the phone?" Yi Shiyu asked Jiang Tang. "That I didn't want to," Jiang Tang replied. "Are you going to take a shower?" "If not, I want to lie down for a while," Yi Shiyu said, though her attention remained fixed on Jiang Tang. For reasons unknown, despite Hu Xiaodong's focus on her, she found Jiang Tang irksome. Jiang Tang took her clothes into the bathroom, bringing her phone along. She sent Hu Xiaodong a message. "I am working outside, that I'm quite busy. What's up?" With Yi Shiyu nearby, she felt too apprehensive to call. "Soon," Hu Xiaodong replied. "What, are you cheating?" Jiang Tang's lips twitched at his message, and she responded with an ellipsis. Subsequently, she explained to Hu Xiaodong, "I'm on a business trip. By the way, I'm sharing a room with Yi Shiyu. So don't call me." "Why? If you call while she is here, she will find out, and that would be disastrous." Given Yi Shiyu's temperament, Jiang Tang suspected that if she discovered her relationship with Hu Xiaodong, she would tear her apart. All of them were adults here for training. She did not wish to stir up trouble. Naturally, Jiang Tang wanted to avoid gaining a reputation for poor relations with her colleagues. If word got out, how would she navigate her future? Hu Xiaodong replied, "Why didn't you inform me about your business trip?" "It was a last-minute arrangement that I forgot to tell you." She had left home in such a hurry that she hadn't thought to mention it to Hu Xiaodong. Besides, why should she feel obligated to inform him? They were not in a romantic relationship, that if she reported everything to him, it would appear rather peculiar. Hu Xiaodong forgot. His dissatisfaction with her excuse was palpable. Jiang Tang, "All right, I won't discuss it anymore. I need a shower now. Just don't call me. I'll explain when I return." Hu Xiaodong remained seated on the sofa, noting her lack of response to his messages and refraining from sending further ones. However, as he pondered the distance between them now that she was in Tongcheng, his gaze dimmed. Jiang Tang had just finished her shower and emerged from the bathroom, her hair still damp and wrapped in a shower cap. No sooner had she stepped out than her phone rang. Yi Shiyu, reclining on the bed with her laptop, looked up at the sound. Jiang Tang initially assumed it was Hu Xiaodong, only to discover it was Lu Ziyuan. She answered the call. "Hello," Lu Ziyuan said. "Are you free tomorrow? Let's go out for a meal. That I'm currently on a business trip that I know." Lu Ziyuan's tone was relaxed. "I'm also in Tongcheng." "Are you out of your mind?" Jiang Tang thought he was calling her from Jiangcheng. Little did she know he was in Tongcheng as well. Thus, he was aware of her presence there that a sudden sense of having no privacy overwhelmed her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. "Are you stalking me?" Lu Ziyuan replied, "I knew you were coming for a business trip, so I decided to come and keep you company." Tang, I feel like we have missed so much time together. Don't you want to see me? Perhaps if we meet and have a meal, you'll forgive me. You think too highly of yourself." Jiang Tang's expression hardened. "I'm busy. Don't disturb me. That I'm here to work, not to see you." She had no desire to meet him while in Jiangcheng, let alone now. Jiang Tang promptly hung up the phone. Yi Shiyu, observing from the side, watched her with interest. "Your ex-husband is still contacting you." Jiang Tang chose not to respond. Sensing her displeasure, Yi Shiyu refrained from asking further. The training lasted for a week and was conducted in a closed setting. For the next few days, Jiang Tang focused solely on her training. Liu Ziyuan did not call again. After the training concluded, Jiang Tang hurried back to Jiangcheng. However, as soon as her plane landed and she exited the boarding gate, she was intercepted by Lu Ziyuan. His entourage surrounded her, blocking her path. Jiang Tang regarded the man before her. "What do you want?" "I'm here to give you a ride." Liu Ziyuan approached and took her bag from her hands. Just as he used to do when they went out on dates, that he was gentle and considerate, never lacking in chivalry, that if it weren't for Yi Jiaojiao's incident, Jiang Tang felt they would have never evolved into their current dynamic. With onlookers nearby, the scene caused Jiang Tang some distress. To avoid being photographed, she had no choice but to follow Lu Ziyuan out. The Rolls-Royce was carpeted, and as Jiang Tang settled into the car, Lu Ziyuan joined her. She turned to the man beside her, inquiring, "What exactly do you want?" Chapter 72. "I could also give you a child." Seeing her impatience, Lu Ziyuan said, "Nothing much, just wanted to have a meal with you and drop you off." Jiang Tang scrutinized the man before her, aware that he must be quite busy lately. His work was in disarray, often trending on social media. People online seemed to relish gossiping about him. She admired his ability to still focus on her amidst such chaos. Why go through unnecessary trouble? If I remember correctly, during the divorce, you mentioned waiting for my regret. At that time, he made a fierce statement that she did not yield. He had no intention of forgiving her. Yet the outcome was quite amusing. Before she could even regret, he lost his composure. Lu Ziyuan remarked, "Have you forgotten? Today is our wedding anniversary." Upon hearing about the anniversary, Jiang Tang's eyes dimmed momentarily at this point. Why was he still bringing this up? They were clearly divorced, and yet he still mentioned their wedding anniversary. Lu Ziyuan, with no hint of embarrassment, continued, "No matter when, these words must be spoken that I have reserved a table at a restaurant. Let us dine together. It has been a while since we last shared a meal." After saying this, he instructed the driver to proceed to Yi Shuyu, who had just exited the airport with her colleagues. Witness Jiang Tang and Lu Ziyuan getting into the car together. During their training, Lu Ziyuan had already called Jiang Tang. It appeared that Lu Ziyuan was attempting to reconcile with Jiang Tang. This was for the best, as it would spare her the hassle of constantly trying to entice Hu Xiaodong. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yi Shuyu did not even go home, but directly entered the Hu residence. Huang Yin was in the yard, chatting with the gardener. Upon seeing Yi Shuyu, she smiled and said, "Xiao Yu, you're back." "Hello, Annie." Yi Shuyu replied politely, "It's been a while. I was away for training, I know." Huang Yin said with a smile. "Originally, Susu was supposed to go, but she fell ill, so Tang Tang went in her place that you've met. Haven't you?" "Yes, we have." Yi Shuyu refrained from expressing her hostility towards Jiang Tang in front of Huang Yin. "I am roommates with Jiang Tang. We live together." "Has she returned?" Huang Yin inquired. Yi Shuyu nodded. "Yes, we disembarked from the same flight." "Speaking of which," she asked, "is Susu here? What do you want to call me for?" Susu emerged. Yi Shuyu raised her lips, saying, "Oh, nothing, just came to check on you. By the way, when I was leaving today, I saw Jiang Tang leaving with Lu Ziyuan. She had specifically come over purely for gossip. After all, it was rare to catch some intriguing news about Jiang Tang. How could Yi Shuyu resist sharing it?" "Lu Ziyuan?" Huang Yin asked. "She's involved with him again." "Indeed," Yi Shuyu replied. "She seems quite infatuated. I suspect she'll be wooed back by him in no time. But then again, who would want to let go of such a wealthy husband? Why do you speak in such an irritating manner?" Susu retorted angrily as she walked back into the living room. Hu Xiaodong was seated on the sofa, wearing a black shirt, his long fingers gripping a phone, presumably having just finished a call. Upon seeing Susu enter, he looked up and asked, "Who upset you this time?" "Your fiancée," she replied. Hu Xiaodong gave her a stern look, disliking being labeled in such a way. "What nonsense are you talking? I have no fiancée. Of course, it's Yi Shuyu. She's right outside." Before long, Yi Shuyu walked in. Noticing Susu's displeasure, she politely said, "Susu, are you still angry with me? I meant no harm. I was just concerned about Jiang Tang. Had I known she would be with Lu Ziyuan, I would have brought her back with me to prevent her from getting caught up in infatuation." Infatuation had become a derogatory term. Yi Shuyu deliberately said this to distance Susu from Jiang Tang, as she could not stand their close relationship. After finishing her remark, she looked toward Hu Xiaodong and said, "Xiaodong." Hu Xiaodong mockingly replied, "Returning just to stir up trouble and make Susu angry. You certainly have a talent for it." Now, whenever Hu Xiaodong saw her, he could not help but retort. Yi Shuyu protested, "What have I done? I merely happened to be with Jiang Tang and saw her with Lu Ziyuan. Regardless, we've been roommates for the past few days. I was merely showing concern." After Hu Xiaodong had spoken to Jiang Tang on the phone last time, he hadn't inquired further. She seemed quite busy. Even when he called, she only exchanged a few words before hanging up. When one is busy, it is indeed difficult to focus on anything else. Thus, he had no idea when she would return today until he heard Yi Shuyu mention it that moment. Jiang Tang and Lu Ziyuan had already arrived at the restaurant, which Lu Ziyuan had reserved in advance. The ambience was exquisite, adorned with Freud roses, featuring floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the cityscape and accompanied by a top-tier music ensemble. As Jiang Tang took her seat, Lu Ziyuan said, "These are your favorite roses. They were airlifted here." A banner nearby read, "Celebrating the 3rd wedding anniversary of R.Lu and M.R.S.Lu. Ziyuan gently addressed Jiang Tang. "Do you like it? If you do, we can have some planted in the yard at home." Jiang Tang looked at Lu Ziyuan and replied, "Last year on our anniversary, you claimed to be too busy to attend that time. You truly were busy. Now that we are divorced, don't you find this rather ridiculous?" "I am sincere," Lu Xiyun responded, like a cotton ball, enduring Jiang Tang's bars with the utmost composure, that on such an important day, I naturally wish to celebrate it with you. As he spoke, he lifted a glass from the table and offered it to her. Let us share a toast. Jiang Tang did not accept, saying, no, I fear you might poison me. Lu Xiyun responded, if you drink too much, I'll take you home. That won't do, Jiang Tang replied, I fear you might take advantage of me while I'm intoxicated. What sort of talk is that? Lu Xiyun, feeling somewhat disheartened by her constant rebuttals, thought that even if something were to happen, wouldn't it be expected? I fear you might be ill, Jiang Tang retorted. Sizing him up, who knows if you contracted something while with Yi Jiaojiao? With each pointed remark, Lu Xiyun struggled to maintain his composure. And no matter how much he liked her, this constant banter created an atmosphere of mutual misunderstanding. He addressed Jiang Tang, I genuinely wish to reconcile with you. Can you not grant me a little grace? Do you find joy in saying such hurtful things to me? Reconcile with me? Jiang Tang leaned back in her chair, looking at Lu Xiyun with indifference. If you wish to reconcile, then show me your sincerity. Speak. Make that paternity test public. Let everyone know that Yi Jiaojiao's child is not yours. Sever ties with her and have your entire family apologize to me. What you propose does not aim to resolve issues, but merely seeks to humiliate me. Lu Xiyun's brows furrowed in agitation. You know very well that this is impossible, that he could spend time here coaxing her. But if the truth about the child were to get out, he would lose all face. Jiang Tang knew he would not agree. She smirked. Lu Xiyun, don't you want a child? I could give you one. Lu Xiyun paused, looking at her in confusion. What do you mean? I can have one with someone else. They can acknowledge you as the father, and the child can inherit the Lu family fortune. What do you think? Chapter 73. Caught at the door, no way. Lu Xiyun rejected without a second thought, his emotions flaring, that he said to Jiang Tang, I will never agree to you bearing another man as child. Why? Jiang Tang asked. No matter how you look at it, my child would still be my own, unlike the one Yi Jiaojiao bore for you, which is no relation to you at all. Lu Xiyun stared at her face, contemplating for a few seconds before saying, you know I care for you. How could I tolerate you having a child with someone else? Are you trying to drive me to my death? Is that too much to bear? Jiang Tang raised an eyebrow and laughed. I can have a child with someone else, but you expect me to accept the one you have with Yi Jiaojiao? Lu Xiyun, what gives you the audacity to ask that of me? In the end, Jiang Tang's expression turned icy. What you cannot accept, do not impose upon others. The next time you come to find me, think carefully about the words you speak. Are they even worth saying? Seeing their conversation nearing a collapse, Lu Xiyun softened his tone. Aside from this, everything else is negotiable, that I can agree to any condition you set. Tang, I love you. What have I done wrong? I cannot bear to see you with someone else. Do you wish to be with someone else? As long as I am not with you, it does not matter who I am with. Moreover, do you think I do not desire a child? I too yearn for my own, from the initial unbearable pain to the present. Jiang Tang realized she had gradually accepted the betrayal by Lu Xiyun. Life unfolds in such a manner. There will inevitably be times of discontent. Slowly, the unpleasant individuals and events will fade away. She had learned to comfort herself. Yet, it seemed that Lu Xiyun had not moved on. He still believed that she would consider rekindling their relationship. He could not even bear children. Why should she still wish to be with him? Lu Xiyun's expression darkened as he observed her confidence. Do you have someone else? We are already divorced, and this matter is none of your concern. Jiang Tang replied that Lu Xiyun gazed at her and remarked, if you were to be with someone else, how could you bear to kill me? Jiang Tang, with a hint of disdain, retorted, why are you meddling so much? Of course, I wouldn't do anything to you, but I won't let him go. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Tang chuckled slightly. All right, I am indeed with Hu Xiaodong, and not only that, I will even bear his children. If you have the audacity, go and find him. The moment Lu Xiyun heard her mention Hu Xiaodong, he helplessly responded, don't use Xiaodong as a shield against me. If you wish to be with him, it also depends on whether he can take a liking to you. Observing his self-righteous demeanor, Jiang Tang felt that her decision to be with Hu Xiaodong was indeed a wise one, that had it been someone else, Lu Xiyun would likely have sought trouble with them. However, Hu Xiaodong was someone he would not dare provoke. Jiang Tang stood up. I'm heading back. That aren't you going to eat? He queried. Seeing your face, I lose my appetite. That as Jiang Tang exited, Lu Xiyun followed her out, not stopping her when he saw she was unwilling to dine. Jiang Tang disliked being trailed by him. Are you sick? Why are you following me like this? Look at yourself now. Where is the slightest trace of the esteemed Lu Zong? Lu Zhenyang replied, I'm just seeing you off. Unable to dine with her, he felt compelled to at least escort her home. Jiang Tang returned directly to the He residence. She wanted to see Su Su, primarily to escape the persistent entanglement with Lu Zhenyang. Lu Zhenyang held a certain trepidation regarding the He family. Once at their home, he could not linger. The car halted at the entrance, and as Jiang Tang was about to alight, Lu Zhenyang said, By the way, haven't you moved back home? Why are you here again? Jiang Tang shot him an exasperated glance. What business is it of yours whether I come or go? Noting her less than amiable attitude. Lu Zhenyang felt she had indeed changed considerably. Previously, when he returned home exhausted from work, she would have everything prepared, showering him with tenderness. But now, she seemed devoid of any semblance of warmth that he addressed Jiang Tang. Could you help me arrange a dinner with Xiaodong? I would like to invite him, and Su Su did note it. Lu Zhenyang countered. Did you not say you were with Xiaodong? If even a dinner invitation is too much. You are clearly deceiving me, aren't you? You're quite adept at self-comfort, but your provocations want to work on me that I will not facilitate any connections with the He family that I understand your intentions of climbing the social ladder. But I will no longer assist you, nor am I obligated to that I end the past. She would have done anything for him, even willing to mortgage their house. But now, having divorced, why should she still concern herself with him? Lu Zhenyang implored, if you help me, I assure you will not lose any benefits that I no longer need anything, Jiang Tang asserted. Opening the door, I want to get out. The driver glanced at Lu Zhenyang before opening the door. Jiang Tang exited the vehicle, retrieving her luggage from the trunk. Since Lu Zhenyang's car could only park outside, she had to drag her belongings inside. Lu Zhenyang followed her out of the car. Let me help you with that he took her suitcase, seizing the opportunity to build rapport with the He family. Jiang Tang eyed him suspiciously, suspecting he was only interested in the He family connections. No need, she replied. I can manage on my own, Lu Zhenyang insisted. I'm merely escorting you inside. What harm could it do? Why must you draw such a clear line between us? Are you afraid your boyfriend will be upset if he sees me? Just then, as the two of them were tugging at each other, Jiang Tang heard someone calling her name. She looked up to see Su Su and He Xiaodong at the entrance that Su Su, clad in a yellow hoodie and sporting a cap, had her small face exposed. Typically poised and composed, standing next to her brother now made her appear like a recent graduate. Upon spotting Jiang Tang and Lu Zhenyang together, she hurried over and confronted Lu Zhenyang. What are you doing, Lu Zhenyang? Do you want me to scold you? You drove Jiang Tang away from the Lu family during the divorce, and now you're back to entangle her. Do you have no shame? While Su Su approached, He Xiaodong remained still, engaged in a phone call. Jiang Tang cast a glance at him, feeling as if she had been caught skipping class. She recalled how Lu Zhenyang had once grabbed her hand, tormenting her mercilessly in bed, sending a shiver down her spine. Lu Zhenyang glanced at He Xiaodong from a distance and replied to Su Su, No, I merely ran into her at the airport and offered her a ride home. In front of the He family, he adeptly donned a facade of politeness. That's so. Su Su retorted, Our Jiang Tang will never be with you again, so don't be a nuisance that if you come around again, I'll have my brother deal with you. Do you believe me? Hearing her words, Lu Zhenyang politely inquired, Are you feeling better? I'm perfectly fine, no need for your concern. You hypocrite. Su Su shot back before turning to Jiang Tang. Tang Tang, let us go. Ignore him. With that, she reached for Jiang Tang's luggage. Jiang Tang felt alarmed. I can manage. You're still in the nurturing phase. There's no need for you to lift a finger. I am completely fine. Let my brother handle it. She called out to the now finished He Xiaodong brother, Could you help Tang Tang with her luggage? Chapter 74. Are you really just going to leave like this? He Xiaodong approached, glanced at the luggage, and reached to take it. Seeing that he was no longer needed, Lu Zhenyang said to Jiang Tang, Then I want to go and I'll come back to see you later. Don T, Jiang Tang replied, as if they were very familiar. He Xiaodong carried her luggage inside, with Jiang Tang and Su Su closely following. Lu Zhenyang remained where he stood. Cheng Zhe approached. Lu Zong, perhaps it's time to head back. Lu Zhenyang watched the three of them walk further away. Turning to Cheng Zhe, Do you think there is still a chance for her and me to reconcile? He should have been confident about this matter. Jiang Tang shouldn't be able to refuse his current wealth. Yet at this moment, he felt a flicker of uncertainty within. Cheng Zhe replied, Perhaps you genuinely care for her. But now, with Yi Jiaojiao's situation, Upon hearing Yi Jiaojiao's name, Lu Xingyang interjected, "Let us head back." On the path to the residential complex, Jiang Tang and Su Su walked side by side. "Why did you come out? Of course, to pick you up." Su Su glared at Jiang Tang. "You wouldn't seriously be getting back with Lu Xingyang, would you?" "How could that be?" Jiang Tang replied that Yi Shiyu mentioned she saw you walking with Lu Xingyang. "What were you two up to?" Before Jiang Tang could respond, Su Su threatened, "If you forgive him, I want to speak to you again. I genuinely can't stand Lu Xingyang right now. How can he bully you like that?" The sky began to darken. Jiang Tang glanced at Xiaodong, who walked ahead silently. Surely he wouldn't think she was with Lu Xingyang, right? She turned to Su Su. "Absolutely not. How could I possibly be with him?" "Really?" Su Su pressed that of course it's true. Jiang Tang knew how much Su Su cared for her. She explained, "Lu Xingyang's visit was not about me at all." "Then what was it about?" "It's because he wants to get to know Xiaodong, that he has been trying to establish connections, and even asked Uncle Wu to introduce him to Xiaodong. Today he suggested I arrange a dinner for us. He wants to treat that." Su Su scoffed. "He doesn't deserve to dine with us." "Absolutely not." When they returned home, Yi Shiyu had already left. Huang Yun, wearing glasses, sat on the sofa reading. Upon seeing Jiang Tang, she greeted, "Tang Tang, you're back." Jiang Tang responded politely, "Annie. Are you with Lu Xingyang now?" Jiang Tang replied, "I've just returned. Why is everyone discussing this?" Su Su chimed in. "Yi Shiyu said so. She claims you have a love-struck brain." Jiang Tang understood that Yi Shiyu thrived on chaos. Ever since the beginning, she had viewed Jiang Tang unfavorably. She knew nothing yet spoke freely. Huang Yun said, "Before you returned, Su Su was sulking here for ages. She didn't even want to talk to you." "I was not," Su Su denied. Jiang Tang glanced at Su Su. Knowing she was the one who cared most, she smiled. "It's impossible for me to reconcile with Lu Xingyang. So you can both rest assured. My heart is harder than stone now." "That's good," Huang Yun replied. "A good horse doesn't return to the old pasture." "Where's my brother?" Su Su looked around, not spotting Xiaodong. "And you said he went upstairs." Jiang Tang's luggage had also been taken up. Su Su then asked Jiang Tang, "Have you eaten? I had Annie save some food for you. My mom personally made dumplings. They're delicious. Sounds great." Jiang Tang replied, "I haven't eaten either. I truly couldn't stomach anything with Lu Xingyang." Annie quickly prepared the dumplings, and as Jiang Tang sat nearby eating, she chatted with Su Su about recent training sessions. It took over an hour to finish the meal. As Su Su headed off to rest, Jiang Tang returned to her room. She went upstairs but did not see her luggage. Jiang Tang approached with Xiaodong's door and knocked. His voice came from inside, coming out if he were to express his discontent. It would be preferable. Such sudden silence can be quite intimidating. Jiang Tang pushed open the door and found Xiaodong seated on the sofa. His back turned to her. Her luggage lay beside him. Jiang Tang had initially hoped to explain herself properly upon seeing him. Yet confronted by his silhouette, she could only muster the courage to say, "Xiaodong go, I came to fetch my luggage." After a week apart, the man before her seemed significantly more unfamiliar. Xiaodong ignored her. Perceiving his reluctance to engage, Jiang Tang stepped inside, intending to retrieve her belongings. A voice from behind her broke the silence. "Are you just leaving?" Jiang Tang turned to look at him and replied, "I thought you were unwilling to speak with me. I assumed you didn't wish to see me." "Indeed, I would rather not see you." Xiaodong turned to glance at her, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. She had returned and immediately resumed her conversation with Su Su, clearly disregarding him. Yet here he was, waiting for her all this time. Xiaodong felt a surge of resentment upon seeing her. "I will take my luggage back to my room, and then come find you," Jiang Tang declared before dragging her suitcase out the door. Xiaodong sat on the sofa, expecting her to simply leave. Perhaps this was for the best. If she chose not to return, then she ought never to come back again. With that thought, he stood up to close the door, only to see Jiang Tang returning. As he reached for the door, she approached and firmly shut it. The two stood at the entrance, with him towering over her. His eyes and the expression on his face were colder than the ice of the Arctic. Jiang Tang gazed at Xiaodong, uncertain of what to say. She extended her hand, contemplating whether to ask for a hug. Xiaodong remained motionless. Ever since her business trip, he had yearned to see her. During those days of melancholy, her presence had become increasingly significant. This week, he had consulted a psychologist, and his mood had improved considerably over the past few days. He had also grown accustomed to her absence, that it seemed that her presence was not as crucial as he once believed. However, upon their reunion, she unexpectedly sought to embrace him. With Xiaodong's voice turned serious. "Do not tempt me." "No hug, then," Jiang Tang responded. "Then forget it," she huffed. With Xiaodong retorted, "You just finished charming your ex-husband and now you come to me to deal I appear cheap to you. I have asserted that there is nothing between us." Jiang Tang replied, observing with Xiaodong's unwillingness to embrace her. "You simply do not trust me that I believe you, but I do not trust him that Lu Zhenyi's gaze toward Jiang Tang was anything but innocent. As a man, he understood that kind of relationship all too well. "What shall we do then? If you do not wish to see me, shall I leave now? I have a business trip coming up, and I am quite exhausted. I long for a good night's sleep." "Very well, leave. Do not ever appear before me again." The gravity of his words weighed heavily. Jiang Tang looked at Hu Xiaodong, although his expression remained calm. She knew that should she depart, he would likely not let her off easily. This man held grudges deeply. Unless absolutely necessary, Jiang Tang did not wish to lose this pillar of support. "That I will not leave. If you do not allow me to go, then I shall stay. I wish to see you more. It has only been a week, yet you seem even more handsome than before." Chapter 75. Almost caught by his mother, no man is immune to flattery. Not even Hu Xiaodong. Though he wore a cold expression, Jiang Tang's compliments were undeniably pleasing to him. However, recalling her previous actions, which suggested he meant little to her, now she stood before him professing such sentiments. "What a quintessential flirt," Hu Xiaodong remarked. "Do you speak this way to others outside as well?" "Of course not," Jiang Tang exclaimed, her eyes widening. "That I in this world, who could possibly rival your handsomeness? Lu Zhenyi treated me to a meal at the most expensive restaurant today. Yet I could hardly eat. He is simply too ugly for me to bear. You are undoubtedly the most handsome." Xiaodong jided as she spoke. A smile crept on her lips, making her appear carefree. Where Xiaodong replied, "With your playful demeanor, do you think I will fall for your sweet nothings? It lacks sincerity that if you truly valued me, you would not have ignored me for an entire week." Although Hu Xiaodong still wore a frosty expression, Jiang Tang sensed that his anger had lessened since their earlier encounter. "What would convince you of my sincerity?" "A kiss," she proposed. Without waiting for his consent, she rose on her toes and planted a kiss on his cheek. After all, she had kissed him before. What was one more? The moment her soft lips made contact, where Xiaodong felt his heart soften, that he looked at Jiang Tang and remarked, after a few days apart, "Your ability to seduce has certainly improved, as long as you are the one to pay the bill," she quipped, fully aware of his tendency to tease her. Jiang Tang was unfazed. "Indeed, it is I who constantly seduces you. Not that you cannot control yourself." However, it became evident that Hu Xiaodong was relatively easy to placate. Though he appeared aloof and unyielding, a single kiss could significantly temper his temper. For example, the man who had just been icy cold now had her firmly in his embrace, passionately kissing her. Jiang Tang neither flinched nor withdrew. As he kissed her, she instinctively placed her hands on his waist, cautiously wrapping her arms around him. The man, having been deprived for far too long, was like a volcano on the verge of eruption. His fervor seemed capable of engulfing her. This kiss left Jiang Tang feeling somewhat dazed, until a knock sounded at the door. "Xiaodong, are you asleep?" It was Aunt Huang's voice through the door. It felt as though she were whispering directly into her ear. Still reeling from the kiss, Jiang Tang's body stiffened, and she instantly regained her composure. She opened her eyes, released her grip on Hu Xiaodong, and hurriedly pushed him away. Although they had shared intimate moments before, those had taken place in her space, far from Su Su and Aunt Huang. Now, caught in the act, Jiang Tang felt a surge of panic. She swiftly turned and locked the door, fearing Aunt Huang might burst in at any moment. In stark contrast, where Xiaodong remained remarkably composed, that he responded to his mother, "I am already asleep." Typically, he was not one to lie, yet at this moment his demeanor bore no trace of guilt, as if his words were the absolute truth. "You are sleeping so early today?" Aunt Huang sounded somewhat disappointed. "I wanted to discuss Aunt Lin's situation with you, I wish to find a time to visit her." "When do you think would be best?" She was referring to matters concerning the Lin family. Hu Xiaodong replied, "Understood, I will contact you tomorrow." "All right." Seeing that her son had no intention of opening the door, Aunt Huang turned to leave. Listening to the fading footsteps outside, Jiang Tang felt her previously tense shoulders relax. She realized she was drenched in cold sweat. Hu Xiaodong looked at her, gripping her shoulders and turning her to face him. "You wish to push me away?" Although it was a minor gesture, he was quite concerned. Jiang Tang glanced at him. Her earlier enthusiasm noticeably diminished. "Then I want to go back to sleep." Hu Xiaodong pulled her into his embrace. "After leaving me for so many days, you wish to sleep the moment you return? You must stay here tonight." No. Jiang Tang firmly rejected his proposal. She lowered her voice. "I cannot stay here." "Why not?" Hu Xiaodong regarded her, and compared to his earlier fervor, she now seemed as if someone had doused her with cold water. "It simply cannot be." Jiang Tang struggled to free herself from his grasp. "I want to go back." Hu Xiaodong gazed at her, discontent flickering in his eyes. "So you want me to sleep alone tonight? It is acceptable outside, but here in your home, I cannot leave," Jiang Tang declared. Hu Xiaodong made no move to release her. Merely watching her, she summoned her courage to meet his gaze, aware of his displeasure, and said, "Tomorrow, are you free to come over to my place?" Hu Xiaodong asked, "Is it really necessary for you to be so fearful? Even if my mother were to find out, I would explain it to her that no, Annie would be displeased. You have not asked her. How do you know she would not agree?" Jiang Tang lifted her eyes to Hu Xiaodong. "Many things are not as you presume. If I were to stay at your home, as Su's friend, she would harbor no objections. But if she were to discover that I am together with you, how could she accept that? Regardless of Annie's kindness, she could never accept Jiang Tang being in a relationship with Hu Xiaodong." Jiang Tang was not so naive as to invite scorn upon herself. Hu Xiaodong understood her apprehension regarding her elders. His mother, though typically gentle, could be quite stern, silencing the entire family with her admonishments. She was cautious even around him. How much more so with her mother? Despite this, Hu Xiaodong reassured Jiang Tang. "She can be strict at times, but I am here, I can handle it. Do not be afraid." With that, he raised his hand and ruffled her hair. Tang, do not treat our relationship like a fragile bird startled by a bowstring. You are divorced, and I am not married. Our relationship is hardly a heinous crime. There is much you do not know." Jiang Tang inquired, "Do you remember that girl who used to pursue you relentlessly? Why did she suddenly stop appearing afterward?" Jiang Tang had encountered that girl before and had witnessed Aunt Huang reprimanding her later. When the girl's family came to take her away, they didn't dare to utter a single word. Hu Xiaodong is indeed the pride of the Hu family. Jiang Tang is well aware of how much Aunt cares for her son. Not only must he be exceptional, but he also needs to come from a good family background. As for her, the mere fact of her divorce stands as an insurmountable blemish in Aunt's eyes. She may introduce herself to others, but it is absolutely inconceivable for her to allow her son to be entangled with someone like her. Hu Xiaodong observed Jiang Tang as she earnestly analyzed the situation, and he could tell that she was genuinely frightened. He decided not to press her further and said, "All right, go rest. I will take you back tomorrow." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Tang sighed in relief and hurriedly left his room. The next morning, during breakfast, Jiang Tang came down to find Hu Xiaodong and Aunt Huang already present, with only Su still asleep. "Good morning, Aunt," Jiang Tang greeted politely. Aunt Huang smiled upon seeing her and said, "Have a seat." Jiang Tang sat down and glanced at Hu Xiaodong, who was wearing a white shirt paired with a black jacket. He was holding a cup and drinking water. In order to avoid revealing any inconsistencies to Aunt, Jiang Tang made a concerted effort to maintain their previous manner of interaction. "Xiaodong," she began. Hu Xiaodong ignored her completely, not even sparing her a glance. His aloof demeanor suggested they were total strangers. Aunt Huang frowned at this scene. "Hu Xiaodong, Tang is greeting you. Have you gone deaf?" Hu Xiaodong scoffed. "Why should I be courteous to someone who is not going to be your future daughter-in-law?" Jiang Tang felt a flush of heat rise to her cheeks at his half-joking remark. She cautiously glanced at Aunt Huang, sensing that Hu Xiaodong's words were rather audacious. She couldn't tell if Aunt had caught on to the underlying tension. Aunt Huang shot him an admonishing glare but dismissed it, thinking he was merely joking. "You wish Tang wouldn't even look your way. You're so fierce every day. Why would she ever fancy you?" From Aunt Huang's perspective, she had never considered that Hu Xiaodong might have any feelings for Jiang Tang, that he constantly bullied her, and his demeanor towards her was anything but warm. Every time Jiang Tang saw him, it was akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Listening to his mother's words, Hu Xiaodong cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Tang. She wished she could shrink beneath the table to escape the scrutiny. "It is I who am unworthy of Xiaodong." His girlfriend is certainly in a different league than I am, Jiang Tang said to Aunt Huang. Aunt Huang chuckled and changed the subject. Will you accompany me to the hospital later? Hua Xiaodong glanced at Jiang Tang, initially intending to take her home, but with his mother requesting his company to the hospital, he felt he could not decline. After breakfast, Hua Xiaodong and Aunt Huang headed to the hospital, while Jiang Tang returned home. Aunt Huang was nearby, packing her belongings. Lying on the bed, Jiang Tang heard Aunt Huang emerge from the closet, smiling at her. You just got back. You must be tired? A bit, Jiang Tang replied that Mr. Hua visited a few days ago. Hua Xiaodong? Jiang Tang asked in surprise. What did he come for while I was away? I don't know. He had 2 meals here, and Huang informed her that I think Mr. Hua is quite a decent person. Though he appears stern, he seems very reliable. Being with him feels good. Jiang Tang, hearing Aunt Huang's words, managed a wry smile. I want to be with him in the future. Why not? Aunt Huang inquired that I sense Mr. Hua has quite the affection for you. Jiang Tang was at a loss for words. Affection was one matter, but marriage was another entirely. Hua Xiaodong's feelings for her were straightforward. He merely desired a physical relationship, and she dared not delve further into her thoughts. She considered his remarks before Aunt Huang today to be intentional, though she couldn't decipher their meaning. While Aunt Huang's words were pleasant, Jiang Tang understood they were laced with rejection. The prospect of any relationship between her and Hua Xiaodong was utterly implausible. Turning to Aunt Huang, Jiang Tang said, I'm going to take a nap. You may leave for now. All right, when Jiang Tang awoke. It was already afternoon. After a brief rest, she decided to visit the dance studio, which she hadn't frequented since her divorce from Lu Ziyan. Just as she reached the entrance, Hua Xiaodong called her. Are you out? I'm just out for some exercise. Are you done with your work? Aunt Huang mentioned you just left. He replied that I'll return once I finish. Since she was already out, there was no point in rushing back. So she decided to let him wait a bit longer. As she passed the first dance studio, she spotted Lu Ziyan's mother conversing with the dance instructor. Jiang Tang? She divorced my son. He no longer wants her. This dance studio was once where Jiang Tang had brought her to enroll. They used to come together on weekends, and everyone knew both Jiang Tang and Lu's mother, envying their harmonious relationship. It was surprising that even after the divorce, Lu's mother continued to visit. She didn't enjoy dancing, but liked to pose for videos to share online. The instructor, overhearing Lu's mother, looked uncomfortable. What a pity. What is so pitying? Lu's mother scoffed. She can't even bear children and yet is so dramatic. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by her gentle facade. It's all an act. She doesn't understand compassion at all. My son should have divorced her long ago. Did I ask that so? Everyone listened intently. Jiang Tang interjected, picking up where Lu's mother left off, surprised to see Jiang Tang there. Lu's mother sneered. Jiang Tang, how dare you come here? Why can't I? I brought you here to sign up in the first place. Now that I'm divorced from Lu Ziyan, shouldn't you be the one avoiding me? How thick-skinned can you be to keep coming here? Lu's mother, feeling her pride wounded in front of so many, retorted, I paid for this, so of course I'll come. And you're living off my son's money now. If it weren't for him, would you even afford to come to places like this? Jiang Tang smiled and said to Lu's mother, actually, I've missed you quite a bit during this time. Seeing Jiang Tang express such sentiment, Lu's mother felt a moment of awkwardness. Thinking Jiang Tang was trying to curry favor, she straightened her face and replied, flattering me one tea work. You can't have children, and yet you slander my son. I will never forgive you easily, did I in truth? Lu's mother had come to realize that Jiang Tang had been quite useful in many ways. After Jiang Tang left, although Lu's mother had money, she often felt lost about how to spend it. Feeling unsettled every day, Lu Ziyan also grew impatient with her. If Jiang Tang had been more sincere and begged for her forgiveness, Lu's mother might have reconsidered her stance. Jiang Tang, hearing her, lifted the corners of her mouth and walked in, saying, I genuinely wanted to chat with you, for instance, about how your son is keeping a mistress outside, how your family has bullied me, and how I cared for you when you were ill. I believe everyone would be quite eager to hear such tales from a wealthy family. Initially expecting Jiang Tang to seek her favor, Lu's mother was taken aback by her intention to discuss family matters. Fearing Jiang Tang might divulge the details about Yi Jiao Jiao, Lu's mother glanced nervously at everyone and said, Come out. I need to speak with you. She then dragged Jiang Tang outside. Jiang Tang looked at her. Don't you want to chat anymore? Didn't we seem to be having a delightful conversation? You seem quite comfortable speaking ill of me behind my back all day, that you're just a gossip. Lu's mother said darkly, lowering her voice. How dare you speak of our family matters in front of others? Do you understand how much this could affect Xian's company? Didn't you say it first? Why can't I say it now? Lu's mother gritted her teeth. Jiang Tang, don't push your luck. If you continue this way, no one will like you. Do you know that? You're truly insufferable. If you could just revert to your previous demeanor, perhaps I could still forgive you. Previously, Jiang Tang thought back and felt regret, recognizing it as a significant blemish in her life, that I used to treat your family quite well. But I will never be that foolish again. Because for someone as ungrateful as you, kindness is utterly wasted. That I'll reiterate. If you have the audacity to speak ill of me outside, I shall accompany you and see who can speak better. Lu's mother pointed at Jiang Tang, contemplating striking her, yet hesitating out of fear of defeat. Moreover, Jiang Tang currently had the backing of the Hua family. Lu Xian had warned her not to be overly aggressive. Thus she could only endure for the time being. Suddenly, she reminisced about the days when Jiang Tang was her daughter-in-law, finding it much easier to manage her than, at least back then, she was her mother-in-law. And Jiang Tang was obliged to show some courtesy. Now, however, it seemed as though Jiang Tang acted with impunity. Curiously, Lu's mother observed Jiang Tang and inquired, "Are you truly not planning to return to the Lu family?" "Return to the Lu family?" Jiang Tang laughed, fully aware that Lu's mother had always held a disdain for her. Now, seeing her current demeanor, it appeared that Lu's mother was rather eager for her return. "Why would I go back? After finally escaping from a fiery pit, would I willingly leap back in? Could it be that your recent days have been rather dismal, prompting you to wish for my return as a servant once more?" In the past, she had selflessly cared for the entire household. Ever since her divorce from Lu Xian, she had no responsibilities but her own, enjoying an unprecedented ease in her daily life, despite Jiang Tang's assertions. Lu's mother remained unconvinced, perceiving her as merely stubborn. "Keep pretending. I know you must be longing to come back, that if you truly wish to return, perhaps you ought to treat me better, display the attitude you once had, and refrain from perpetually provoking anger." With a cold scoff, Jiang Tang chose not to respond. "Forget it. I shall take my leave. Just the sight of you irritates me." With that, she departed in a huff, realizing that remaining there would yield no benefits. Upon returning from the dance studio, Jiang Tang had stopped by a nearby mall to purchase 2 sets of men's clothing before driving home. Her white Pamei car parked beside a black Land Rover, and as she stepped out, she spotted Hu Xiaodong standing on the steps at the entrance. Having spent some time residing there, the garden now flourished with vitality, and the flowers recently planted had thrived. Seeing Hu Xiaodong, she asked, "Why are you standing here?" "Keeping watch for your family," he replied as usual, leaving her somewhat speechless. "Please, step inside." He was blocking the path. Hu Xiaodong scrutinized Jiang Tang, questioning, "Where have you been?" She had just finished dancing and taken a shower, her hair now voluminous. Jiang Tang understood he had been waiting for quite a while, surprised by his patience. "That I woke up, didn't see you, and decided to take a stroll. Who would have guessed you'd arrive just as I stepped out? Surely, that cannot be blamed on me." As she spoke, noticing Hu Xiaodong's silence, Jiang Tang handed him the bag she was holding. "Let's go eat. I'm feeling quite hungry." Although there were places nearby offering food, she preferred the comfort of home. Hu Xiaodong accepted the bag and opened it, discovering it contained his change of clothes. Remembering how she had previously refused to prepare anything for him, his mood lifted slightly. Once inside, as they took their seats at the dining table, Jiang Tang recalled Wang Ma's words and looked at Hu Xiaodong. "Wang Ma mentioned that while I was away, you visited my home? Is that a problem?" He replied that, "I'm just curious. What brought you to my place in my absence?" She observed Hu Xiaodong's stern expression, sensing he was slightly displeased. "Are you unhappy?" "I don't recall provoking you," Jiang Tang remarked. Hu Xiaodong raised his head to glance at her. "It has nothing to do with you. I was simply in a poor mood those days and wandered over here for a change." Oddly enough, despite having numerous places to go, he found himself drawn to her home, where her essence lingered and traces of her life remained. While he struggled to sleep at home, he found solace in her presence. Jiang Tang quietly complained, "You're being a bit excessive. Running over here while I'm away. You hardly treat yourself as a guest. And yet you treat me as an outsider," Hu Xiaodong said. Gazing at her, "We've shared a bed, yet you constantly wish to push me away. What, was I unsatisfactory during those moments?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Tang shot him a glare, her expression dimming as she replied, "It is not about satisfaction." "What is it then?" Hua Xiaodong regarded her seriously. His inquiry stirred memories of the morning's conversation. "Why did you say those things in front of Annie this morning?" "What did I say?" Hua Xiaodong sipped his soup. "The part about not allowing me to be your daughter-in-law." Jiang Tang felt uneasy upon recalling his words. "What is wrong with that?" Hua Xiaodong placed his spoon down and turned to face her. "Aren't you afraid Auntie will figure it out?" "Figure out what?" Hua Xiaodong dismissed her concerns. "That you're simply being overly cautious. Your guilt is so palpable that others can see right through it." Jiang Tang's tone softened. "Is that so?" "Absolutely." Hua Xiaodong lectured her. "If you don't treat this matter seriously, others won't think twice about it. You practically broadcast that my relationship with you is a secret. Sooner or later, it'll be obvious to everyone. Then I'll be more careful next time." Jiang Tang reflected sincerely, pondering how to keep their situation under wraps. Hua Xiaodong couldn't help but think, fool. After dinner, Hua Xiaodong went to take a shower. Jiang Tang lay in bed, chatting with Su Su for a while. Su had returned to her own home, and now felt a bit out of sorts. "Tang Tang, how about I come over to your place? I want to be with you every day." Jiang Tang's voice was gentle. "Is Annie not at home?" "She is. Just thought of coming over to you now." Su Su sent a pouting emoji. "That I wonder when my brother will finalize his marriage plans. Until he does, Mom won't leave. Otherwise, she's just at home, constantly scolding me." Having fallen ill recently, Su Su's mother had been relatively quiet, but now that her health was improving, the nagging had resumed. Su Su was quite vexed. She couldn't fathom why, despite living well, her mother fretted over her marriage prospects, continually tormenting her. After deep contemplation, she concluded it was all Hua Xiaodong's fault. If he had married, she wouldn't have to bear the brunt of it. Jiang Tang chuckled helplessly at Su Su's long list of grievances directed at Hua Xiaodong. As she lifted her head, she noticed Hua Xiaodong emerging from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Seeing her smile, he asked, "What are you laughing about?" "I was chatting with Su Su. She asked when you'll get married, and said that since you haven't, Annie constantly berates her." "What does that have to do with me?" Hua Xiaodong approached and enveloped her in his embrace. "That if she wants to marry, she should do it herself. You are her elder brother. If you don't marry, how can she?" "That logic doesn't hold," Hua Xiaodong said. Looking at Jiang Tang, "Since you care so much about Su Su, why don't we go get a marriage certificate?" Jiang Tang was momentarily taken aback, startled enough to want to push him away. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Hua Xiaodong tightened his hold, firmly grasping her arm, his tone serious. "How is this a joke? Given our current circumstances, if I were to get a marriage certificate with someone else, would you be okay with that?" "Of course I would," Jiang Tang replied. "If your health improves, you'll leave. That I see you as perfectly normal now. That I in truth." Hua Xiaodong had never been unwell around her. That he held her. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Jiang Tang found herself pinned against the pillow as soft kisses rained down upon her. The kiss that had been interrupted the previous night left Hua Xiaodong yearning for more. Remembering the clothes she had bought for him, he felt a surge of happiness. She had previously resisted any semblance of domesticity in his presence, and now, for the sake of those clothes, he forgave her recent coldness. After kissing Jiang Tang, he gazed at her now rosy lips and said, "My mother keeps urging me to bring a girlfriend home. It's only a matter of time. If you marry me, it would save a great deal of trouble." Jiang Tang remained silent, merely looking at Hua Xiaodong. Noticing her wide eyes fixed on him, Hua Xiaodong couldn't resist planting a kiss on her forehead. "What are you staring at? Are you dazed?" "You're so dull," Jiang Tang retorted. "Why bring up divorce at a time like this? One cannot trust a man's words in bed. They love to paint grand pictures they cannot fulfill. How could we possibly marry?" "That's precisely the point," Jiang Tang stated. "It was never a possibility to begin with. Why even discuss it?" Hua Xiaodong, irritated by her skepticism, declared, "Then I'll go report it tomorrow." Upon hearing his words, Jiang Tang exclaimed, "If you truly get a marriage certificate with me, the world will be in chaos." Hua Xiaodong replied, "Even if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to hold it up. What are you afraid of?" As Jiang Tang was kissed by him, she chose not to respond to his inquiries. The two had not been together for quite some time. This evening, Hua Xiaodong was particularly wild. In the end, it was her pleading that prompted him to relent, allowing her a moment to catch her breath. Emerging from the bathroom, Jiang Tang returned to the bed, where Hua Xiaodong lay beside her. Gazing at her, after their intimate moment, her cheeks were flushed. Noticing her avoidance of the topic regarding their marriage certificate, he understood that she indeed had no intention of pursuing that moment. Jiang Tang's phone rang. She reached for it, glanced at the screen, and discovered it was a call from Lu Ziyan. She declined the call and promptly turned off her phone. Wu Xiaodong looked at her. "Is it him again?" "Yes, soon." Wang Ma arrived, knocking at the door, exclaiming, "Miss, there's been an incident." Clad in a cream-colored nightgown, Jiang Tang approached the door. Upon opening it, she saw Wang Ma's face awash with panic. "Liu Zong is here." "Ignore him." That he crashed his car at the entrance. Jiang Tang stepped onto the balcony and peered down, witnessing Lu Ziyan's vehicle rammed against the front gate. Not only that, he reversed and crashed into it again, seemingly intent on breaking the door down. The security guards at the entrance, witnessing his frenzied state, were at a loss for words and dared not approach. The subordinates who accompanied Lu Ziyan merely stood by, watching, indifferent to his antics. Jiang Tang returned to her room, donned a long trench coat, and draped it over herself. Upon seeing her, Wu Xiaodong, upon learning of Lu Ziyan's arrival, could hardly contain his eagerness to go outside. Jiang Tang glanced back at him and said, "Something's happened. I'm going to check it out." Wu Xiaodong watched her retreating figure, his eyes cold and distant. Descending the stairs, Jiang Tang exited through a side door, spotting Lu Ziyan still inside his car. "What madness is this?" Lu Ziyan rolled down his window and gazed at her. "Why won't you let me in? You're causing a scene here just because I want to let you in?" Jiang Tang retorted, "Aren't you being a bit tyrannical?" Lu Ziyan exited his vehicle, confronting Jiang Tang with a fierce demeanor. "Have you been bullying my mother?" He stepped closer, exuding an aggressive presence. Jiang Tang shot back. "So, your family matriarch has complained to you again. It's over between us now. Are you still unwilling to forgive me? Why must you continue to persecute her? If I were to bully her, would she dare complain to you?" Jiang Tang declared, "I've been contemplating our divorce recently. Perhaps it's not entirely due to Yi Jiao Jiao to Liu Ziyan. It seems every member of your family holds more significance than I do. One word from your mother, and you rush over to interrogate me. Thank goodness we are divorced." Lu Ziyan fixed his gaze on Jiang Tang, then abruptly pulled her into his embrace. "I'm not truly blaming you. I merely sought an excuse to see you. Can't you understand? I love you so deeply." Jiang Tang was taken aback by his sudden action. Everyone was watching that moment. He truly resembled a madman. She felt utterly humiliated. She pushed him away. "Don't touch me." Lu Ziyan refused to let go. Jiang Tang, naturally, wished to avoid any contact with him. With Wang Ma and the security guards observing, she felt thoroughly embarrassed. In the struggle, her coat was torn from her, revealing marks on her fair skin. "Those are love bites." Lu Ziyan's eyes darkened, his expression turning icy. He released Jiang Tang without uttering a word and strode inside. The security guards attempted to stop him, but Lu Ziyan's subordinates swiftly intervened. As he entered, Jiang Tang followed. "Lu Ziyan, what are you doing? Who permitted you to enter my home?" He ignored her, ascending the stairs resolutely. Jiang Tang warned, "If you continue like this, I will call the police." Observing Lu Ziyan's demeanor, she realized he had truly lost his mind. Upon reaching the staircase, as Lu Ziyan prepared to ascend, Jiang Tang tried to obstruct him, but he simply shoved her aside. She crashed against the wall at the stairwell, her back aching as if it might fracture. Wang Ma rushed over to support her. "Miss." Lu Ziyan glanced back at her, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, yet he disregarded her and continued upward. Jiang Tang, observing his behavior, murmured, "He has truly lost it." Wang Ma inquired, "What should we do now?" "Mr. Ho is still upstairs, although they were divorced." Lu Ziyan could not abide the thought of Jiang Tang being with anyone else. After Lu Ziyan ascended, Cheng Zhe, accompanied by others, followed suit. At the staircase, Lu Ziyan commanded his men, "Find him. I will ruin him today." Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Tang disregarded the pain in her back. She ascended, confronting Lu Ziyan. "On what grounds?" "Lu Ziyan, have you lost your mind? Don't forget your identity. We are divorced. I can choose to be with whomever I wish." As her words fell, Lu Ziyan seized her chin, gripping it so forcefully it felt as if he intended to crush it. "I warned you. You may do as you please, but not with anyone else." The thought of her having been with another man ignited a fury within him that threatened to engulf him. She belonged to him. She had always belonged to him. How dare she be with someone else? Chapter 79. Proving it to him, Jiang Tang gazed at Lu Ziyan, Your rage is rather amusing. You know? You resemble a clown. Lu Xian's eyes turned cold as he retorted. Once I deal with him, you will understand who the real clown is. With that, he turned to seek out the interloper. Just then, a loud thud reverberated from the bedroom. Jiang Tang startled at the sound. Was Xiaodong? Surely, he wouldn't be harmed? She observed several bodyguards entering and felt a twinge of concern. Following Lu Xian, she approached the room. Where Xiaodong stood, the tallest bodyguard sprawled on the floor, the sofa having been shoved aside in the chaos. Xiaodong was fastening the penultimate button of his shirt, appearing remarkably composed compared to the tension surrounding him. Noticing Jiang Tang and Lu Xian at the doorway, he addressed Lu Xian. What's going on? A home invasion, seeing that he was not the one being beaten, but rather the one delivering the blows. Jiang Tang released a sigh of relief. Xiaodong, what brings you here? Lu Xian, fuming, caught sight of Xiaodong and was taken aback. How could it be Xiaodong? Xiaodong had stepped forward, looking at Lu Xian. Are these men all at your behest? Lu Xian glanced at the individuals inside, signaling them to exit swiftly. Chengzhe instructed them to head downstairs while he lingered nearby. Awaiting Lu Xian's next move that Lu Xian began, Yu and Jiang Tang. At this point, he could hardly believe what he was seeing, that he suspected he had made a grave error. Xiaodong could not possibly harbor feelings for Jiang Tang. With so many women available to him, why would he choose to be with Jiang Tang? Before Lu Xian could articulate his thoughts, Xiaodong pulled Jiang Tang into his embrace, his hand resting on her shoulder. He declared, "She is my woman now. Do you have any objections?" Lu Xian scrutinized Xiaodong, searching for a hint of jest on his face. Yet the intimacy between them was unmistakable. Their demeanor conveyed a closeness that could not be feigned. Lu Xian retorted, "I refuse to believe you could possibly like Jiang Tang. Even now, you remain skeptical?" Xiaodong glanced at the quietly composed Jiang Tang, teasingly adding, "What now? Your ex-husband doesn't he believe I'm involved with you?" Jiang Tang chimed in, "Yes, like that. Then perhaps we ought to prove it to him." "Prove?" Jiang Tang was momentarily taken aback. The next instant, she witnessed Xiaodong lean down and kiss her in front of Lu Xian. Jiang Tang assumed it would merely be a quick peck, but when she attempted to pull away, she found Xiaodong's hand cradling the back of her head, not granting her the opportunity to escape. In front of Lu Xian, Xiaodong deepened the kiss. As if Lu Xian were non-existent, a passionate French kiss left Jiang Tang feeling as though her breath was being stolen away. Her face flushed. Xiaodong finally released her and turned to Lu Xian. At this moment, Lu Xian's expression was one of utter darkness. "Now, do you believe?" Xiaodong asked. At Lu Xian's gaze flickered between Jiang Tang and Xiaodong. Had it been anyone else, he could have easily dealt with them, but it was Xiaodong. How could it be Xiaodong? Lu Xian remained silent, departing without the customary polite farewells he usually offered. His face clouded, he descended the stairs, with Chengzhe following closely behind. Faced with the silence of his superior, Chengzhe dared not utter a single word. Once Lu Xian had left, Jiang Tang lifted her head to meet Xiaodong's gaze. The kiss had nearly left her breathless. Now, looking at Xiaodong, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to ask, "Are you all right?" Xiaodong, unfazed, replied, "I'm perfectly fine." After entering the room, he picked up his phone and made a call. Jiang Tang heard him speaking. "Yes, I was robbed at home." The caller was Lu Xian. Just as Lu Xian returned home, he received a notification from the police station, requesting his cooperation in an investigation. The next morning, news of Lu Xian's visit to the police station made headlines. The stock price of the Lu Group had already been significantly affected by the incident involving Yi Jiaojiao. Now, with photos of him entering and exiting the police station circulating online, a storm of controversy erupted once more. Although Lu Xian had recently been crowned the richest man of the year, if the performance of his company faltered, he could easily be surpassed by others. By noon, Jiang Tang had returned to the hospital to work. She tidied up her belongings in the urology department and completed some final tasks. After declining Director Chiu's suggestion to remain in the urology department, she returned to her previous department. General surgery. Su was also in this department, but she was currently on sick leave and not in the hospital. Therefore, upon seeing the news about Lu Xian, Su called Jiang Tang. Although Jiang Tang reassured her that everything was fine, Su still came over that evening after work, surprised to see her best friend at her home. Jiang Tang asked, "What brings you here?" "Of course, I'm worried about you, Su replied, her eyes filled with concern. How about I move in with you? I really can't rest easy knowing you're alone. Thinking about Lu Xian's erratic behavior made her uneasy. He's in custody now. There's nothing to fear, Jiang Tang comforted Su. Nevertheless, Su insisted on staying to keep her company. Jiang Tang had no choice but to agree, especially since Su was not working at the moment. However, before Su went upstairs, Jiang Tang quickly hid all of Hua Xiaodong's belongings to prevent Su from discovering them. Then, she sent Hua Xiaodong a message, informing him that Su had arrived. After having breakfast with Hua Xiaodong that morning, she had gone to work, and knowing his personality, she anticipated he would likely come over by 8 in the evening. Soon, her phone rang. Hello, Jiang Tang answered. Hua Xiaodong's voice came through coldly, with an unyielding tone. Tell her to leave. Jiang Tang retorted, I already promised her she could stay for a few days. How can I just send her away? She just wants to be here with me. Jiang Tang. Hua Xiaodong was driving on his way to her place. I asked it that you don't want to see me. Not at all. Jiang Tang felt wronged. Su just came over because she was worried after seeing the news about Lu Xian that can I stay with you? Isn't it safer for me to be by your side than for her to be here? His tone sounded somewhat aggrieved. They had only been together for a short time. She had been on a business trip for a month, and after finally being together last night, now Su's arrival meant she might stay for several days. Listening to his complaints, Jiang Tang could only smile helplessly that there's nothing I can do. I told her, but she insists on staying. I won't just kick her out. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and Su walked in. Jiang Tang was startled and quickly hung up the phone. Su noticed Jiang Tang's nervousness and lazily flopped onto the bed, teasingly asking, Why are you sneaking around on the phone? Who are you talking to? A friend, Jiang Tang replied, putting her phone away. That Su stared at her, as if she could see right through her. Tang Bao, do you have a boyfriend? Jiang Tang paused for a moment before answering. No. Then you must have a man in your life. How does he look? Is he handsome? Is he good in bed? I think I'll go downstairs for some water, Jiang Tang said, although they were close friends. Discussing Hua Xiaodong here felt inappropriate. Once downstairs, she sent Hua Xiaodong a message, letting him know that Su had unexpectedly arrived. Each time Hua Xiaodong was angry, he was quite rough in bed. She still felt a bit weak from last night's events after Lu Xian left. That man only had one trick up his sleeve, and being a soldier, he had exceptional stamina. She was trying her best not to offend him. Hua Xiaodong replied, I'm going home, that he initially intended to visit her. But with Su here, it was impossible for her to ask Su to leave given their close friendship. Hua Xiaodong felt somewhat miserable. He had finally started dating a woman, yet in her world, everyone seemed more important than him. When he saw she had agreed to his request, Jiang Tang sighed in relief and sent him a message filled with kind words. Upon returning upstairs, she found Su on the phone. Bro, I'm staying at Tang Tang's for a few days. I can't rest easy knowing she's alone. Su hung up abruptly, fearing her brother would scold her. Although she was afraid of Hua Xiaodong, as long as he wasn't present, she felt free to ignore his commands. Seeing Jiang Tang return, Su's eyes lit up that you're back. Quickly tell me, who are you with? Do you have a picture? Let me see. Jiang Tang replied, It's nothing. I'm going to take a shower. Tang Bao, Su insisted, if you don't tell me, I'll just stay here every day and pester you. I refuse to believe I won't meet him. Su was very interested in her friend's romantic life. Regardless of the circumstances, she wanted to be the first to know, since Jiang Tang refused to divulge any information. Su ended up staying at Jiang Tang's place for several days. That afternoon, while still at the hospital, Jiang Tang received a call from Lu Xian, insisting that they meet. Jiang Tang understood that he was likely seeking her out because he had learned about her involvement with Hua Xiaodong. If he had no reaction at all, that would be quite dull. That I'm busy. She replied that I'm downstairs at your hospital. If you don't come down, I'm coming up. After finishing her tasks, Jiang Tang descended the stairs and spotted Lu Xian's car parked out front. His previous car had been sent for repairs, and he had replaced it with a new one today. She approached and knocked on the car window, and Lu Xian stepped out. As he emerged, a chilling aura emanated from him. Faced with him, Jiang Tang felt no urgency. She had neither betrayed him nor engaged in any shameful actions, so there was no need to feel intimidated. What do you want? She asked. Lu Xian shut the car door and looked at Jiang Tang, his eyes red and bloodshot behind his glasses. Learning about her relationship with Xiaodong, combined with his recent detention and the mounting work pressures, left him feeling utterly frazzled. He had finally managed to carve out some time to see Jiang Tang, yet he was reluctant to confront the fact that she was now with Xiaodong. Seeing his somewhat disheveled appearance, Jiang Tang couldn't help but smile, feeling inexplicably pleased. Indeed, being with Xiaodong was the right choice, that if she had been with someone else, the outcome would not have been as gratifying. Lu Ziyan could only say, "Look, after leaving me, you can only find a man like this," just like Lu Haoyang. His confidence had soared upon discovering she had gone on a blind date with Lu Haoyang. Yet now, Xiaodong's presence had nearly stripped him of all self-assurance that if you don't speak, I'll be leaving. I have a lot to do to. Lu Ziyan gazed at her and asked, "Is it worth it to get back at me?" "You mean being with Xiaodong? He has status, looks good, and is quite decent. Didn't you once say that if I left you, no one would want me?" "Jiang Tang," Lu Ziyan looked at her, "to get back at me. You would become someone else's plaything? Allowing someone to toy with you like this. Do you think Xiaodong will marry you? Will the Hua family accept you, just for the sake of momentary pride? You let someone treat you this way. Once he has had his fill, he'll discard you. Don't you find that degrading?" As he spoke increasingly offensively, Jiang Tang raised her hand and slapped him across the face. Lu Ziyan tilted his head, and a few seconds later, he turned back to glare at her. "What? Did I hit a nerve? What I do is my own business. But how dare you insult me? If we're talking about disgrace, I'm nowhere near as low as you, Lu Ziyan. You know very well that Yi Jiaojiao's child isn't yours, and yet you're still wearing the green hat. Just how much more dignified are you than me?" Lu Ziyan gritted his teeth and puffed his cheeks, addressing Jiang Tang. "Break up with him. I can pretend the past never happened. Why should I?" Jiang Tang shot back at Lu Ziyan. "Jiang Tang, do you truly have feelings for Xiaodong? You once told me he was the one you despised the most. Just to slap my face. You insist on pursuing a man who will never marry you. He'll tire of you and leave. That's fine. I'll wait until I'm pregnant with his child," Jiang Tang replied. "Don't worry, if you're willing, I can let the child call you daddy, and I'm not joking with you," Lu Ziyan said. "Have you forgotten what you told me before? You know better than I do that the whole family looks down on you. Why must you do this?" Jiang Tang declared. "Enough. Do not bring up the past any longer. That IT is precisely because I place my unwavering trust in you, treating you as my everything, that I have found myself in this predicament today. Allowing you to wield my former words against me here. Lu Ziyan, you are now aware. Offending Xiaodong will not end well for you. This time, you were merely confined for 2 days. Should there be a next time? Who knows what fate awaits you? You better look out for yourself." Given his capabilities in corporate legal affairs, he should have been able to secure an earlier release. However, due to Xiaodong, he remained in confinement for 2 days before finally being released. Lu Ziyan is not a foolish individual. He fully understands the implications of Xiaodong's influence. Unless he truly wishes to court disaster and confront him head-on, he would never act so recklessly for the sake of a woman. After speaking, Jiang Tang turned to leave when Lu Ziyan remained silent, but he called out to her retreating figure, "You will regret this one day, that I will regret marrying you." Lu Ziyan's gaze darkened as he watched her depart. Yi Shiyu had just exited the dialysis room when someone approached her. "Shiyu, there is a man looking for you." After work, Jiang Tang descended from the hospital and spotted Xiaodong's car at the entrance. Su had been staying with her for the past few days, and Xiaodong had been inquiring daily about her departure. His presence here suggested he had lost patience. Upon seeing Jiang Tang, he lowered the car window, revealing his chiseled features. "Get in." In Chapter 81, after a few days apart, he had cut his hair, appearing more polished than before, yet his handsomeness remained intact. Jiang Tang murmured, "I drove myself here." "Leave it." Reluctantly, she opened the door and entered his car. Inside, Jiang Tang glanced at Xiaodong. "What brings you here so suddenly? How long do you plan to have Su stay with you?" "She is quite comfortable at my place." Every day when Jiang Tang returns home, the two of them are nestled together. Without a mother-esque nagging, Su is very happy. Xiaodong released the brake and replied, "Do you still remember me?" This question made Jiang Tang feel a bit awkward. She turned to him, glancing down. "How has your health been recently?" "What do you mean by that?" Xiaodong momentarily failed to grasp her intent. "What I mean is, if you are doing well, perhaps we should end our relationship here." Xiaodong paused, pressing the brake lightly. "What do you mean? You want to break up with me?" "No," Jiang Tang clarified. My aunt has been asking Sue when you will bring your girlfriend home. She is quite concerned about you. If you continue to be with me, what will happen to your marriage? You should find someone to marry." Upon hearing Jiang Tang's words, Hu Xiaodong chuckled softly. "So, now that you've resolved things with Lu Ziyan, you plan to turn your back on me?" Jiang Tang met his gaze. Realizing she indeed harbored such thoughts, her relationship with him had stemmed from her connection to Lu Ziyan, that if she were with someone else, Lu Ziyan would undoubtedly cause trouble. But now that Lu Ziyan was aware of her affair with Hu Xiaodong, even if they separated, Lu Ziyan would remain oblivious. However, her decision was not out of cold-heartedness. She simply felt it was time to part ways with Hu Xiaodong, not wanting to hinder his search for a partner. "Your health seems quite stable now, doesn't it? If you're feeling better, you should quickly resolve your marriage situation." Hu Xiaodong parked at the intersection, his cool gaze fixed on her. "And who do you think I should marry?" "Isn't your aunt setting you up with someone? If you are willing, she can introduce you. This is your matter. I have no say." "I refuse," Hu Xiaodong stated firmly, after several days without seeing her. He had been eager to check on her. Now that he had found her, she wanted to end things that it felt as if she was abandoning him immediately after they had been intimate. How could he have encountered such an ungrateful woman? Jiang Tang, confused, asked, "What are you refusing?" "I refuse to part ways. That if there is to be a separation, it will be on my terms." "Why should you get to decide just because your issues are resolved? Mine are still pending. Didn't we agree that I could leave whenever I wanted?" "Oh," Hu Xiaodong said with a serious tone. "I was lying. If I hadn't, would you have agreed to my terms? Now that we have crossed that line, it is certainly my decision." Jiang Tang was taken aback by his brazen audacity. "Hu Xiaodong, you have gained some courage calling me by name directly. Isn't that excessive? At least pretend." "I cannot even pretend a little." Jiang Tang felt utterly disheartened. Now that he had said this, her resolve to separate only strengthened. Originally, she felt a twinge of guilt for his kindness towards her. But Hu Xiaodong's words now struck her as absurd. He did not care about her feelings. "I will not agree." Jiang Tang retorted, "Well, from now on, I will not allow you to come to my home." "Fine. However, if you dare to ignore me before I agree to the separation, I will ensure everyone knows about our relationship." Hu Xiaodong, "You are shameless." He paid her no mind, seemingly unfazed by her insults. To him, being called shameless felt more like a compliment. Jiang Tang was furious, sulking in the passenger seat until she finally said, "My desire to separate is for your own good. You are well now. Is it really enjoyable to cling to me like this?" "I haven't had enough sleep," he replied directly, infuriating her further. Hu Xiaodong looked at her. "What about coming over to my place now?" "I don't want to." Although she said this, when his car came to a stop, they had already arrived at his residence. She had visited once before when she was drunk. During this time, since Su had been with her, Hu Xiaodong could not visit her and had to bring her to his home. Jiang Tang glanced at him. "Is this all you think about? If I were thinking of other things, would I still come looking for you?" He had never imagined he would develop an interest in a married woman. Yet it seemed that his body reacted with excitement upon seeing her, as if they were destined to be together. Hu Xiaodong parked the car, and they ascended the stairs together. As soon as they entered the elevator, he wrapped his arms around her, kissing her passionately, fueled by the longing that had built over the past few days. Jiang Tang still contemplated breaking up, and coupled with his earlier remarks, she found it hard to feel any warmth towards him. Hu Xiaodong gently squeezed her waist. After a few days apart, "You haven't missed me at all?" He disliked her indifferent demeanor. Jiang Tang met his gaze. "I just feel we cannot continue like this. I am not sure why, but I feel a bit guilty." "Have you seen Lu Ziyan today?" Jiang Tang was taken aback. "You know, the hospital staff mentioned it that I saw him at the entrance and guessed he must have come to find you." Jiang Tang did not deny it. He had come to urge her to end things with Hu Xiaodong. "So, this is your reason for wanting to break up?" Hu Xiaodong's expression darkened. "Seeing him change your mind? We were getting along quite well recently." "Of course not," Jiang Tang refuted. The elevator arrived, and Hu Xiaodong pulled her inside. This apartment had a private elevator entry. Once inside, he led her to the bedroom. Whenever they met, their intentions were straightforward. Jiang Tang found herself lying on the bed, staring at the man undressing before her. Hu Xiaodong cast aside his jacket, leaning down. "Do you truly like him so much? You would separate from me for him? I already told you it is not because of him." Jiang Tang pressed her lips together, her gaze darkening. "I just feel we cannot go on like this. The situation has nearly resolved itself. You should have listened to your aunt and married someone else. Hu Xiaodong, I do not wish to delay your future. Do not speak such words. It is utterly hypocritical. Hu Xiaodong replied calmly, regardless of your reasons for wanting to leave, I will not permit it. Only I can decide to end this. You cannot simply abandon me. You are too domineering. In Chapter 82, the truth of their relationship became known. She genuinely regretted believing his words and boarding his ship of deceit that he lowered his head, silencing her remaining words with his lips. After years of longing, a certain someone was clearly in high spirits. Once it was over, Hu Xiaodong gazed at the silent Jiang Tang, his mood lifting. Are you upset with me? Jiang Tang replied, How could I dare be angry with you? Do not speak in such a sarcastic tone. Hu Xiaodong held her close, their intimacy palpable. The Liu Zian is now aware of our relationship. Can you really return to how things were with him? Who says I want to go back to him? Jiang Tang raised her head and shot a fierce glare at Hu Xiaodong, warning him not to associate her with him. I asked it all for my mother? She questioned that I simply feel that given our current situation, it would be inconvenient for you to seek a partner, that if you wish for me to find someone, I am more than capable. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Tang was somewhat speechless at his audacity. I have no intention of being a mistress, so it would be best for us to part ways sooner rather than later. What do you want then? Hu Xiaodong replied that I suggested that we obtain a marriage certificate, yet you refused that my mother is so eager for me to marry. If we just went ahead and registered our marriage, wouldn't that resolve everything? Unless, of course, you have someone else in your heart, that I do not have anyone else, she asserted, but then thought of Liu Zian and recalled their past. She remembered Hu Xiaodong's mother's domineering attitude towards his romantic affairs. Those who did not meet her standards were utterly disregarded. Despite her seemingly amiable demeanor, Jiang Tang understood her perspective. Any mother would naturally wish for their child to choose a suitable partner rather than just anyone. Although Jiang Tang denied any connection with Liu Zian, Hu Xiaodong remained unconvinced that I have my plans regarding marriage. He stated that I asked for separation. He gazed at her and added, If you truly do not like me, I can break things off. Jiang Tang looked at him, surprised. The moment she mentioned parting ways, his expression brightened, and Hu Xiaodong realized that she was indeed carefree, considering he had recently contemplated marriage with her. He suddenly felt somewhat foolish for harboring such sentiments. Yet, witnessing her blissful demeanor still left him feeling somewhat displeased, albeit not at this moment. When will that be? He inquired. When I feel like it. He declared magnanimously that during this time, you'd best treat me well and be a bit more gentle. When I'm in a good mood, I'll part ways with you to ensure their separation. She had to placate him. Jiang Tang found his reasoning utterly baffling. Not lingering any longer, Hu Xiaodong later accompanied Jiang Tang home. Upon entering, they found Su Su seated on the sofa, watching television and waiting for Jiang Tang's return. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Jiang Tang. Tang. However, when she noticed Hu Xiaodong behind her, her expression soured. Brother, what are you doing here? Of course, I came to pick you up. Are you planning to stay here indefinitely? Hu Xiaodong replied that I'm going to pack my things. Come back with me. Su Su retorted, feeling quite rebellious. Hu Xiaodong's stern expression resembled that of a caring elder brother, but it was evident that he was merely annoyed by Su Su's presence at Jiang Tang's place. Unbeknownst to Su Su, her brother had ulterior motives and thought he genuinely missed her, so she went upstairs to hastily gather her belongings. After sharing a meal at Jiang Tang's, Hu Xiaodong finally took Su Su away. Before getting into the car, Su Su expressed her reluctance. Tang Bao, remember to come visit me. Of course. Jiang Tang replied gently, patting her shoulder. Be careful on the way. She too felt a pang of reluctance for Su Su. As Hu Xiaodong sat in the car, he observed the bittersweet scene between the two. Their bond had always been strong, dating back to their childhood. That Su Su, with her fiery temper, struggled to get along with most people, except for Jiang Tang. Jiang Tang, however, avoided looking at Hu Xiaodong, feeling as though she were a thief whenever they were together. She couldn't even dare to glance at him in front of others. After they left, Jiang Tang returned to the living room, only to have her phone ring. It was a call from Huang Yin. Are you home? Annie, I'm at home. I'll come by shortly. Not long after Hu Xiaodong and Su Su departed, Huang Yin arrived. Jiang Tang welcomed her warmly. Annie. Huang Yin glanced at her, but did not say much, adopting a more serious demeanor. The atmosphere shifted, leaving Jiang Tang feeling anxious. Today, she had wished to end things with Xiaodong precisely because of this pressure. Their relationship felt like a sword hanging over her head, and she tread carefully, fearing that the truth might be revealed at any moment. Huang Yin settled herself on the sofa, surveying Jiang Tang's home. Has Su Su gone back? Yes, where Xiaodong just took her home. Huang Yin looked at Jiang Tang. So you and Xiaodong have been together recently? At her inquiry, Jiang Tang felt a flush of heat rise to her face. Huang Yun's stern gaze indicated her seriousness, and it seemed she was not mistaken. Jiang Tang felt like a fool caught in a charade. There are reasons behind this, she attempted to explain. Enough, Huang Yin interrupted. Clearly uninterested in her justifications that I don't know how you managed to keep this from me, but I see now that you've been hiding this well. The people I introduced to you, you dismissed, all because you had your sights set on him. That I haven't. Jiang Tang protested, but Huang Yin was clearly unconvinced. Tang, I have always regarded you as my own daughter. What Su Su has, you should have too. But your involvement with Xiaodong truly surprises me. It feels as if I've misjudged you all these years. The long-standing pressure from Huang Yun, combined with her authoritative presence as an elder, left Jiang Tang feeling small in a hushed tone. She explained, this is a misunderstanding. Xiaodong has been reluctant to marry due to health issues that I'm with him only because of that. Huang Yin regarded her, and upon hearing her recount Xiaodong's situation, her expression softened slightly. She was aware of Xiaodong's previous injuries, but was unaware of the extent of his current condition. How is he doing now? He should be much better, Jiang Tang replied, meeting Huang Yun's gaze that I plan to break things off with him, that I've already mentioned it to him. She sensed that something was amiss today, an unsettling feeling that she could not shake. Little did she know her intuition was correct. That evening, the truth indeed came to light. Huang Yin stood up, observing Jiang Tang's anxious demeanor, and spoke gently. Tang, I know you are a good child. Please don't take my earlier words to heart. However, you and Xiaodong truly are not suited for one another. He is not right for you. Please keep my visit today from Xiaodong that you've always aspired to advance in your career. Haven to you? Once you sort out your relationship with him, I will assist you with the hospital. Her gentle tone felt both like a promise and a warning. When Xiaodong returned after dropping off Su Su, Jiang Tang was already in her room preparing for bed. Leaning against the headboard, she wore blue light-blocking glasses and was engrossed in a book. Xiaodong approached her. Where's my pajamas? In the wardrobe, she replied. Standing up that I'll get them. She had hidden his things last time to prevent Su Su from seeing them. After rummaging for a while, she finally found his neatly folded pajamas. Xiaodong had already begun undressing. Jiang Tang brought the pajamas over, saying, Here are your pajamas. That as he removed his outer garments, he scrutinized her. What s with you? What do you mean? You're suddenly being so nice. His words made Jiang Tang laugh. Is getting you some clothes considered being nice? You were just cursing at me when I left. Jiang Tang felt resentment towards him for the earlier comments he made, feeling manipulated and thinking him shameless. It was impossible for her to be this gentle in front of him. Honestly, there's no reason to be angry. After all, it's not worth ruining your mood over, she said nonchalantly, placing the clothes on the bed before heading to the bathroom to run the water for him. Xiaodong quickly entered, wrapping his arms around her from behind. So enthusiastic. Are you wanting something? Jiang Tang pinched his hand, knowing he was merely joking. You talk so much for someone who just wants me to be nice to you. Who said I only talk? Xiaodong retorted, feeling unsatisfied with her assessment. Jiang Tang shot him a glare, realizing he could turn any situation to his advantage. She pushed him away and stepped outside. You can wash yourself. After leaving the bathroom, she closed the door behind her and took a deep breath. Remembering Aunt Huang's words, she realized that while she was advised to sort out her relationship with Xiaodong, there was no stipulated time for when that should happen. She still had time. Xiaodong had good genes, and before ending things, she wanted to have a child. After Xiaodong finished a shower and returned, Jiang Tang picked up a towel and voluntarily began drying his hair. Xiaodong placed his hand on her waist, observing the attentive woman before him. Have you come to a realization? Realization about what? Jiang Tang glanced at his handsome face. The thought of their future son possibly inheriting his genes filled her with anticipation. Xiaodong asked, Aren't you going to mention the breakup? Even though she had agreed to part ways today, Jiang Tang did not engage in an argument with him at that moment. She had indeed come to a decision. The day I find out I'm pregnant will also be the day I bid him farewell. After assisting Xiaodong in drying his hair, She primarily pushed him onto the bed, dismissing the need for further conversation as rather inauspicious. The following day, Jiang Tang visited the hospital for a checkup, confirming that her health was in perfect order. She was at the prime age for conception, and she had always harbored a fondness for children. Perhaps being solitary had led her to yearn for a child of her own, one who shares her blood. During her time with Lu Xingyang, she had been so infatuated that she felt content without a child as long as he was by her side, that it was only now that she realized how unreliable men could be. Only a child would love you unconditionally, adore you, and regard you as the most significant person in their life. After ensuring her health was satisfactory, Jiang Tang returned home with a sense of relief. She began inviting Hu Xiaodong over for dinner every day. It was her ovulation period, and she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. That evening, it was the elder Han Yu's birthday, and he had invited everyone over to celebrate. Hu Xiaodong was also in attendance. His absence from Jiang City had been manageable, but now that he was present, social interactions were inevitable. Li Sinbai observed Hu Xiaodong and remarked, "Captain, you seem to be in quite a good mood lately." Han Yu glanced up and noted that Hu Xiaodong indeed appeared to be in high spirits. He jested, "Having a woman by your side makes all the difference." There was an undeniable air of youthful exuberance about him. Li Sinbai continued, "Is our Z so remarkable that it has him envious of being in love?" Hu Xiaodong shot a glance at Li Sinbai. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "All right, I won't say another word," Li Sinbai quickly retorted. "Z?" Han Yu looked at Hu Xiaodong in confusion. Li Sinbai leaned in closer to Han Yu, whispering rumors. Upon hearing that Li Sinbai believed Hu Xiaodong was involved with Lin Zi, Han Yu's lips twitched. He turned his head, glancing at the fool, too lazy to correct him. Jiang Tang had come along today, dragged there by Su Su. Whenever there was an event, Mrs. Huang would never allow Su Su to stay home, believing that as an unmarried girl, she should venture out more to meet potential suitors. Usually, she had work as an excuse, but now that Su Su was on leave, there was no escaping, and she had to bring Jiang Tang along. The two stood by the bar, and Su Su asked Jiang Tang, "Would you like a drink?" "No, thank you," Jiang Tang replied. "I don't drink." She was currently preparing for conception and naturally abstained from alcohol. Su Su looked at Jiang Tang. "Something seems off with you." Jiang Tang glanced back. "What do you mean?" Su Su stated, "I have a feeling you're hiding something from me. How's it going with that wild man of yours?" After spending several days at Su Su's place without revealing anything, Su Su was quite curious. Yet, Jiang Tang remained tight-lipped. "We broke up," Jiang Tang finally confessed. "Really?" Su Su was skeptical. Jiang Tang nodded firmly. "Yes, it's true. I'm currently preparing for conception." "Preparing for conception? Are you planning to undergo IVF?" Jiang Tang couldn't possibly reveal the truth to Su Su. She needed that child without the whole family knowing. Su Su, upon hearing Jiang Tang's words, was not surprised. "So, you want a child?" She had previously advised Jiang Tang to divorce Lu Xingyang. "Of course," Jiang Tang replied. "I've always wanted a child. If it weren't for that good-for-nothing Lu Xingyang, I wouldn't have even considered not wanting one." "That sounds great," Su Su said. "I also want a child without getting married, but my mom would never agree." "You can still have your child now." At this point, she added with excitement, "Just remember to let me be the godmother." Jiang Tang nodded. Sure. As the two enjoyed their conversation, Li Sinbai approached Su Su, Tang. Han Yu, sitting beside Hu Xiaodong, waited for Li Sinbai's incessant chatter to cease before speaking to Hu Xiaodong. "You seem to be getting along quite well with Jiang Tang lately." "It's all right," Hu Xiaodong replied nonchalantly. In fact, he was eager to showcase his relationship. "All right?" Han Yu imitated Hu Xiaodong's tone and said, "This is hardly just a... You now realize how wonderful women can be, right? Remember how you used to frown at the mere mention of them." During Jiang Tang's business trip, Hu Xiaodong's demeanor had been intimidating, and they had all feared him. He had walked around with a stern expression, as if the world owed him something that he was nothing like now, transformed by the nurturing influence of a woman. Curiously, Han Yu inquired, "So, what's been happening? What has our Tang done to make you so happy?" "I think she has fallen for me," Hu Xiaodong declared with immense confidence. "Really?" Han Yu thought to himself while secretly mocking Hu Xiaodong's self-satisfaction. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "What makes you say that?" Chapter 84. "He treats her well. She has been exceptionally kind to me lately, incredibly gentle, and doesn't argue with me anymore. More importantly, she hasn't shed a single tear over Lu Xingyang." During this period, Jiang Tang had been radiating vitality, appearing genuinely content. Even Hu Xiaodong found himself uplifted by her cheerful disposition, which was a stark contrast to her previous dejected state following her divorce from Lu Xinyang. This led Hu Xiaodong to believe that she had indeed forgotten about Lu Xinyang, undoubtedly due to the time spent with him, which had led her to fall in love. Hu Xiaodong felt quite confident in his charm, and as he spoke of Jiang Tang's affection for him, he could hardly suppress a smile that I shouldn't have asked, Han Yu remarked. But what is the status of your marriage plans, since you broke things off with Yi Shuyu? Hasn't your mother tried to set you up again? Hu Xiaodong looked at Han Yu. You're meddling too much that I just think you shouldn't get too carried away. Although she seems wonderful and you enjoy your time together, you need to distinguish between casual dating and marriage. Just then, a woman approached, and upon seeing her, Han Yu stood up and said to Hu Xiaodong, My wife is here. I'll go say hello. Hu Xiaodong glanced at the woman, who was his arranged fiancée, Yi, and recalled how he had once found her insufferable. When he had just graduated, he had been infatuated with another girl to the point of desperation, believing that his engagement was over. Yet, now he appeared to have settled down. Observing Han Yu's demeanor, Hu Xiaodong chose not to comment. Brother. Su Su followed closely behind Li Sunbai and approached. Jiang Tang trailed behind them. The three of them sat down, and Su Su stared at Han Yu's back, saying, I see that Han Yu's fiancé, Yi. I remember he didn't like her before, yet now they're together. You know him well, Li Sunbai replied, that he is the most level-headed among us. Just look at him. He clearly doesn't like her, but pretends to be quite fond of her. What a performer, Li Sunbai expressed a hint of disdain. Exactly, Su Su concurred. Nonetheless, they both understood that someone like Han Yu was making the right choice. Affection was of little value, but the resources provided by family were far more reliable. Han Yu would never oppose his parents' wishes. Li Sunbai declared to Su Su, I'm determined to find someone I truly love. If I don't like them, I simply want to marry. That as Su Su nodded, I think the same. Hu Xiaodong, sitting nearby, listened to their conversation without interjecting, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards Jiang Tang. Like Hu Xiaodong, Jiang Tang remained aloof from the discussion, quietly engrossed in her phone. She had scheduled a checkup for the following day to see if she was pregnant. After chatting with Li Sunbai for a while, Su Su noticed they were the only ones talking and turned to Jiang Tang and Hu Xiaodong. Brother, you and Tang Tang haven't seen each other in quite some time. Have you? Why not greet her? Look, you're always so indifferent that Tang Tang is too shy to speak to you. Hu Xiaodong's gaze fell on Jiang Tang as he replied, It has indeed been a while. In truth, he had been spending every night at her house. Aside from work, he stayed with her every evening that on weekends, when Jiang Tang was off, they even went out together. That, of course, Su Su was unaware of these details. She only noticed that Hu Xiaodong hadn't been around for a day and assumed he and Jiang Tang hadn't seen each other either. When Jiang Tang caught Hu Xiaodong looking at her, she averted her gaze, avoiding eye contact. She then stood up, saying, I need to use the restroom. Having just had some water, she felt the need to relieve herself. As Jiang Tang entered the restroom, she unexpectedly encountered Yi Shuyu, who had also come today. Upon seeing Jiang Tang, Yi Shuyu's icy gaze fell upon her. Jiang Tang had encountered Yi Shuyu recently, and each time, Yi Shuyu looked at her with a coldness that suggested Jiang Tang owed her something. Now, seizing the opportunity, Yi Shuyu inquired, How are things going with Xiaodong lately? Hearing her words, Jiang Tang froze for a moment. Then, feigning nonchalance, she turned on the warm water to wash her hands. I have no idea what you're talking about. You mentioned last time that you had no feelings for Xiaodong. Yi Shuyu pressed. Jiang Tang, do you really think I'm unaware that you're with him? If it weren't for Lu Xinyang telling me, I wouldn't have known. Jiang Tang paused for a moment, glancing at Yi Shuyu in the mirrored, Lu Zeni. She mused, indeed. Yi Shuyu snorted dismissively. I've already informed Annie about this matter. Just wait and see. Until now, Jiang Tang had been oblivious to how Annie had come to know. However, upon hearing Yi Shuyu's words, the pieces fell into place. After washing her hands, Yi Shuyu turned to Jiang Tang and remarked, You truly are shameless. A divorced woman attempting to seduce the young master, to aspire to marry into the whole family, is nothing short of wishful thinking. Even if the young master were to share a bed with you, it would merely be a fleeting dalliance. Jiang Tang remained silent, unwilling to engage in a dispute with Yi Shuyu at that moment. That why Yi Shuyu continued, By the way, you're aware that Han Yu had a girlfriend previously, right? They were quite in love, but the girl came from humble beginnings. She insisted on clinging to Han Yu, dreaming of marrying into the Han family. Eventually, She was struck by a car and now lies in a hospital bed. Subdued that if you persist in pursuing the young master, you might find yourself facing a similar fate. With that, Yishu exited the room. Jiang Tang stood before the mirror, gazing at her reflection, a wry smile escaping her lips. Had she truly considered marrying Hua Xiaodong, she might have been unnerved by Yi Shuyu's words that I in the car. Hua Xiaodong observed the unusually quiet Jiang Tang and inquired, "Why such silence today?" After the banquet, Hua Xiaodong had returned home with Jiang Tang, expecting her to share her thoughts, yet she remained quietly seated in the vehicle. Jiang Tang lifted her gaze to Hua Xiaodong and replied, "Perhaps I am simply fatigued, or perhaps I simply detest such gatherings. Everyone there seemed to belong to the upper echelons of society, leaving me feeling like a mere farce. Each person appeared to thrive, possessing illustrious family backgrounds, parents planning their futures, and the resources to navigate life with ease. I, on the other hand, have nothing. Such occasions evoke a stark sense of disparity." Hua Xiaodong, upon hearing her words, suggested, "Then take some time to rest. I will call you when we arrive home." Jiang Tang acquiesced with a soft He turned on some soothing music for her. Upon reaching home, Hua Xiaodong parked the car, lifting Jiang Tang from her seat while also carrying her high heels, suggesting she forego the discomfort of wearing them. "They look lovely, but you look beautiful without them as well," that I in his embrace. Jiang Tang felt secure as he guided her step by step inside to prevent herself from falling. She wrapped her arms around him. Recently, he had been exceptionally kind to her. Just a few days prior, they had gone out together, and he was not the type to be bothersome. He meticulously arranged everything. Being with him brought her peace of mind. Once they reached the upstairs, Hua Xiaodong gently placed her on the soft bed and sat down at its edge. Jiang Tang avoided his gaze, focusing instead on his long fingers as she reached out to caress them. Hua Xiaodong's deep voice broke the silence. "Don't tempt me. I still need a shower." Chapter 85. Finally pregnant Jiang Tang remarked, "My feet are a bit sore." Hua Xiaodong shifted back slightly. "Let me take a look." In the next instant, Jiang Tang felt his grip around her ankle. She blinked in surprise at the man before her. Hua Xiaodong examined her foot, saying, "You got a blister. Let us apply some ointment." As he spoke, he stepped outside to ask Annie to bring the first aid kit. Jiang Tang lay on the bed, watching him busily attend to her. When he used a cotton swab to disinfect her injury, Hua Xiaodong unexpectedly chuckled. Propped up against her pillow, Jiang Tang asked, "What is so funny?" Hua Xiaodong glanced at her and replied, "Usually, it's Dr. Jiang treating others. Today, the roles are reversed. Do you think I could become the director of your hospital?" Jiang Tang laughed at his jest. "If you wish to be the director, I'm sure you could at AS for treating patients. That remains to be seen." "Is that so?" Hua Xiaodong gently applied a band-aid on her foot. Though the injury was minor, he relished the opportunity to care for her. His spirits had been lifted by Jiang Tang's affection. After tending to her small wound, Hua Xiaodong headed to the bathroom. After finishing his shower, he prepared a bath for Jiang Tang and retrieved her pajamas, displaying an eagerness that was quite uncharacteristic of the usually commanding Hua Xiaodong. Even in the Hua household, she rarely witnessed him taking the initiative in such matters. When she saw him even squeezing toothpaste for her, Jiang Tang could not suppress a smile that as she brushed her teeth, Hua Xiaodong offered, "Would you like me to help you with your bath? I have hands and feet. I'm not disabled." She shot back, glaring at him through the mirror, that if she allowed him to help her bathe, they would be in there for hours. Jiang Tang decisively pushed him out of the bathroom. Upon finishing her routine, she emerged to find Hua Xiaodong lounging on the bed.